215-592-9494. Eagles obviously need to play better and certainly could use a win. They got a game coming up on Sunday. We'll talk to Nick Sirianni at 8:40 today. Flyers get their first win of the season last night. Congrats to Rick Tocchet on his first win as the Flyers head coach and obviously the club. So all of it with you on the phone lines, 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
The first commercial passenger flight only lasted 23 minutes.
23 minutes first commercial. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
Which sounds, I guess short,
Yeah,
but not
yeah.
extremely short. But it would have cost about $10,000 in today's money.
What year was it?
$400 in 1914.
Wow, 1914.
Yep.
Well, it's not long after the Wright brothers.
St. Petersburg to Tampa.
Titanic time right around there.
St. Petersburg to where, John?
To Tampa.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were saying St.
very
Petersburg.
short, yeah.
Well, I thought you were saying Russia for a second.
Russia, no.
I'm like, wait a minute. How'd that happen in 30
St.
minutes?
Petersburg,
What are we on the
Florida.
Concorde on steroids?
To Tampa,
This is nonsense.
Florida.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Air travel's really regressed since 1914,
man.
huh?
All right, so let's get to it. Look, phone line's there for you. Everyone. Rob Thomson back. Now, how do we know this? Well, first we know it by way of a tweet, and then we know it by an announcement of the Phillies. Not that he's back, but by the fact that they said there's going to be a press conference on Thursday, and Rob Thomson will be there with Dave Dombrowski. So the tweet specifically came yesterday in the early afternoon from Joel Sherman, who's a New York writer, covers baseball and has for many years, and he put up the following on Twitter yesterday at 12:49 p.m. He says Rob Thomson will be returning as manager of the Phillies in 2026. A formal announcement is expected later this week, reporting with John Heyman. This was Joel Sherman yesterday, shortly afternoon. And then shortly thereafter, the Phillies announced press conference on Thursday. Dombrowski, Rob Thomson, voila, he's back. What say you? 215-592-9494. Here's where I'm at. I'm good with it. Now, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to tell you I'm thrilled with it. There's a difference between I'm good with it and I'm thrilled with it. There's a difference between I'd make this decision, which if I was Dave Dombrowski or John Middleton, I would make the same decision. There's a difference between I'd make this decision and I'm head over heels with the news. So I'm glad they're doing it. But I'm not going to tell you that head in the sand, I'm not aware of the fact that he has had some major postseason blunders before and that this could have gone either way. This certainly could have gone either way. But here's where I net out on it. At a very basic level, I believe the players, some very key players, let the club and the city down more than Rob Thomson. And I jotted them down on a piece of paper before the show, and I've got 8 key players that I thought in the postseason were more culpable than Rob Thomson. And I'm not talking players 26, 25, 24 back into the roster. 8 key guys, here's who I got. Bryce, Trey, Schwarber, Marsh, Stott, Robertson, Kirkering, Strom. And I'm not even giving you guys like Castellanos and others who just aren't that good anymore. I'm giving you 8 players that we knew going into the postseason would be relied upon. By the way, I'm not saying Alec, but guys, I thought let them down. And I'll add this. I think Dave Dombrowski, who did a very good job assembling an outstanding team. There's no question about it. You can't win 96 games without having a heck of a team. Obviously, it was mostly a heck of a team because of the starting pitching. It was also mostly a heck of a team because of the incredible payroll that John Middleton authorizes Dave Dombrowski to have use of. But I will say, Philly's got a lot of cheap pitchers. Sanchez is cheap, Luzardo is cheap, Ranger's cheap, and Dombrowski's got to get some credit for that, although Ranger was in the system before Dombrowski got here, and et cetera, et cetera. But, he made the Duran trade, all that. Here's where I'm at. Despite Dombrowski being a very good executive, I would tell you he was more culpable of their early postseason exit than Topper, who did make some blunders last week. Not telling you didn't. But I would say Dombrowski more culpable because of bullpen construction and because of the back of the lineup, which I told you from the start of the playoffs to have March 5 was ridiculous, and on you go from there. That's where I'm at. Now, you tell me where you're at, 215-592-9494. John, it sounded like in the last day or two you were netting out toward keeping Topper. Talk to me.
Yeah, you hit it. I was all over the place. My immediate reaction to the loss and elimination once again in the divisional round was anger and blame. And I felt that we needed a heavier-handed head honcho, guy at the top leading the way who was tougher, meaner, more aggressive, with the guys just decision making different at times. I knew the guys liked Topper, but I didn't think that he had that he commanded the respect any longer that was required for him to do the job properly. And I felt pretty firm about that, and then slept on it. The anger, as it subsided, I realized how much this man. It was a day, and I'm already missing the team. I'm already thinking, oh man, it was hard last night. I was looking forward to seeing him play, and I missed.
It was sad. It was sad last night
on my screen.
It was sad.
Yes.
The Dodgers playing was sad instead of the Phillies. That was sad.
It's just my emotions, and I'm very aware that my emotions cloud this into I want Topper back.
What's your basic argument?
I went from we need a tougher manager.
Yep.
To this is over the course of a day, so it was very, very fast. My heart is soft. I think Topper's back because the players appreciate him, the players respect him, the players hear him, and he has their ear. They respond to him, and they trust Rob Thomson, which makes a difference, which means a lot. And I want as many of these guys back as I can bring. And I know how highly tuned they can be under his tutelage, under his guidance. I don't know. I know a lot needs to change in terms of, coaching the guys up on staying true to their approach.
Well, that's his job. I mean, he's the head guy. He's the head guy. All right,
I got worried
Rhea,
in the last day or two
when
I heard some things about the lack of, practicing on hearing Strom report, that sort of thing.
That's on Topper.
I did want more heavy-handedness. So this is something he can address.
Well, yeah, a lot of people aren't going to want to hear that he's got to address it. Rhea, I know that you're the one person here that doesn't like this news.
No.
So lay out that argument, because it sounds like the town's about 50-50. For those that wanted him out, and those voices are going to be louder, I believe, today than those that say keep him. Like, I'm not saying you had to keep him. I'm not pounding the desk saying you had to keep him. For those that wanted him out, and you were one of them, give me the argument.
That's my whole point. Is what's amazing to me is clearly I'm now those who are like, I wanted him back. Yeah. You both of you couldn't be more lukewarm about it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. You're right.
It's like, well, I'm kind of glad he's back. To me,
right. No, you're
at
right.
some point, this is my whole point.
Yep.
Results do have to matter.
Yep.
They really do. They're 1-6 at home in playoff games. That place is not scary to anybody anymore. To me, the Arizona series should have gotten him fired the way they collapsed in that. The managerial mistakes he's made, because the margins are so slim in the playoffs, they matter. It's not like the Dodgers are beating the doors off of every team out there. You were in the one game that was kind of a blowout, the Phillies won.
Yeah.
And so in those games, the managerial decisions he made matter.
How upset are you?
Well, I expected it. I wasn't shocked. But, I mean, at some point, the Phillies have to realize that people are going to just go, you're going to do this again? You're running this back?
Yeah, I do think they do run a public relations tightrope here that if it doesn't come with some substantial change to the roster, will create a deflation that'll impact next year.
You know what we went through this year.
I do.
All year long.
I do.
People were like, talk to me in the fall.
And it's going to be 3 to 5 times worse next year.
100 times
and
worse.
This is where, if you use the 04 Eagles as an example, getting T.O. and Javon Kerr supercharged the whole feeling. And so maybe there's a move like that. But I'll say this, they're probably not. I mean, chances of the Phillies adding a player.
Yeah, well, they're going to get rid of Marsh and Castellanos.
Exactly.
And,
Terrell Owens and Javon Kearse were 2 of the top 10 to 15 players in pro football at that point. Now Kearse didn't play as such here. He played as a very good player. T.O. played as a top 5 player in pro football. So do I expect the Phillies to add a top 10 player?
Exactly what we needed.
Well,
holy cow.
a
receiver when we'd only...
I get it.
Who would we have?
I get it.
Pinkston and Thrash for so long.
The point is, I don't think Mookie Betts is coming here.
No.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So, James, some of you agree with the list I had. Yes or no? these people more responsible? And I'm telling you, this is debatable because I'm not saying Topper wasn't without fault in October. He made mistakes last night. Yes or no, these 8 more responsible than Rob Thomson? Bryce, Trey, Schwarber, Marsh, Stott, and 3 relievers. Robertson, Strom, Kirkring. Yes or no?
I don't agree with you on Robertson.
Yeah.
I blame Topper for that 100%.
Yeah.
Like, Robertson came in, got out of an inning, and then he brought him back out. So, like, I would absolutely slash Robertson off the list. I blame Topper more than Robertson. But other than that, I agree with the other 7. And I'm, like I said yesterday, I wasn't even sure. I was like 51-49. When I saw that he was coming back, I was fine with it. Honestly, I was. I really was.
That's the whole point. I'm
But I
fine
was
with
fine.
it.
But I also don't like. I'm not like he has to be fired. Like
Yeah.
I think the grass isn't always greener in these situations. It's like, oh, let's go get a new manager. You know, we just saw Dave Roberts. It took him like 10 years to win a World Series, and he's still making horrible decisions in the playoffs. Managers make bad decisions in the playoffs. It happens. Like, I think Rob's a pretty damn good manager. If you told me Bruce Bochy was ready to come in and already had, I'd be like, all right, that's fine. I'd love to see what Bruce Bochy has. But I think other than that, like, there's no one out there I really wanted desperately. I'm fine with it.
All right, look, I'm really curious where you stand. And not just did you want him back or not, how passionate are you? I am convinced going into this show that
You're
people...
not gonna get one call.
No, you're not. You're not. You're not going to get one person pounding the table with excitement. You will get multiple people pounding the table with aggravation. So we'll field your calls. 215-592-9494. Where do you stand on the Phillies decision? We'll get into the Eagles. There's all sorts of stuff going on with the Eagles. They got a bit of a gift last night with Chicago beating Washington. That certainly helps. We'll get into that and more. Phone calls on all these topics. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie just off and rolling on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino as they get you ready for kickoff with an offer you will not want to miss. New customers, you can bet just $5, and with that $5 bet, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. What a deal that is. If you win the bet, great. You win whatever you win with the $5 bet. You also win $300 in bonus bets. That's what I call a win-win, and that's what you get at FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/Hammer. That's FanDuel.com/Hammer. Of course, you can apply it to pro football. Next game involving Philadelphia, Philly, and Minnesota on Sunday, but also the baseball playoffs, sadly, going on without our local squad, but obviously going on, so you can bet there. College football as well. All the sports, all the games, all available at FanDuel.com/Hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day. It is a touchdown! Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits, like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
All right, it's the Robin from Robin Ford covering all things car. Drive home a brand new Ford F-150, and you won't get pecked with high payments. Drive one home today with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Injured on the job? Insurance companies will turn their backs on you.
I deserve better.
Some employers just won't care.
I deserve better.
Call Martin Law. We wrote the book on workers' comp in Pennsylvania. Our team will help you get the benefits you deserve. Call 215-587-8400 to arrange a free consultation.
You deserve better.
215-587-8400. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for nearly 40 years.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Showers today with a high getting up to 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
I've had Window Nation out at my home to fix a window, which is really important before the cold weather hits.
Replacing old drafty windows helps keep the heat in your home. Window Nation can put a stop to wasting money on your heating bills. Speaking of bills, financially, there's never been a smarter time to replace your windows, because right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 more for free, and there's no limit, and 1-day installation is included as well.
Okay, buy 2, get 2 free already. Makes it a great investment. But how do you pay for it with the holidays coming up? Because that's pretty much what stops most people, right, John?
Not with Window Nation. You can get your beautiful new windows installed now and make no payments for 2 years. No money down, no monthly payments, and 0 interest until 2027. Stop wasting money on heating bills. This offer ends October 31st. Call 866-90-NATION or book your free estimate at windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Eagles with a major problem with their edge rushers after the shocking retirement of Zadarius Smith, who signed with the Birds after week 1.
I found out this morning, a little bit obviously before you guys did. I wish him the best, and I really enjoyed having him on this football team while he was on this football team.
Nick Sirianni will be on the WIP morning show at 8:40. Smith led edge rushers with 1.5 sacks. Washington fell to 3-3 after a 25-24 loss to the Bears at home. Chicago taking a field goal on the final play. Bills dropped a second straight, 24-14 at the Falcons. Atlanta outgaining Buffalo, 443-291. Rob Thomson returning as Phillies manager, according to numerous reports. And the Flyers won their home opener 5-2 over the Florida Panthers, getting a pair of goals and 2 assists from Sean Couturier. Cloudy and breezy, high 68. It's currently 56. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, a lot going on in Philly sports, and as you just heard from Ree in the update, one of the negatives is that at a position where the Eagles were already light due to injury and defections from free agency and stuff, they lose another yesterday. John, Zadarius Smith, gone. Like, not good, man. At all.
Well, yeah. And you hear, he said it's more personal than work.
Who knows? I mean, who really knows? Was he unhappy here? Was he just ready to throw in the towel? I don't know. I just don't know. Sirianni was asked about it yesterday and didn't want to comment on what he thought was going on in the player's mind. So who knows? Here's what I know. Going on in Sirianni's mind is concern, and I'm going to prove it to you. Seltzer, I'm going to prove to you why Sirianni's concerned.
He's not the only one, Joe.
No, he's not. I don't know if anyone else noticed this yesterday, but Nick Sirianni in his press conference was asked about the Eagles' edge rushers. Now, one thing coaches in modern times don't do as much as they used to is list players. Like in training camp, if you say to him, hey, opposite Quinyon, who do you think is going to be the other starter on the other side? Back in the day, you'll hear like 3 or 4 or 5 names listed. Well, we got this guy, we got that guy, we got that guy. And usually, with the sequence of names, and Rhea, you know this, following this for years, with the sequence of names, you get insight into the coach's mindset of like, all right, this guy's probably number 1, then that guy, and then that guy. I want you, and a lot of times coaches now, Sirianni's very good at this. He doesn't normally mention names on his own, out of nowhere. He kind of knows to stay away from it because you can get in trouble. But he started mentioning names yesterday, and then it was a very short list. Listen to how Sirianni answered. Because remember, Nolan Smith's out. You don't have any longer Josh Sweat. You don't have Brandon Graham. You now don't have Zadarius Smith. It's not even like a guy like Milton Williams who can pop outside here anymore. Listen to the way yesterday Sirianni addressed the edge rusher situation without Zadarius Smith.
As far as my confidence in the guys there on that defensive line, a lot of confidence in them. A lot of guys that have played, young guy in Jalix who's continuing to get better each and every week. My confidence in him is so high. And then you got guys that have played a lot of football and want them to, I'm excited about those guys and continuing to help them get better and within our schemes.
That might be his worst answer since he started.
And then you've got guys who have played football.
I don't know what to say next.
Right? I got Jalix Hunt.
And then I forgot everyone else.
Joe, you know what that
and
says
then
to
guys
me?
who have played football.
I played that cut for James before the show, and I said, he sounds shell-shocked.
No, he's in trouble there. He's in trouble there.
This retirement is the all season long. This is the number one most concerning thing for me so far.
Well, not for me, but it's high up there.
But this guy was like, who came in, he could play as much as he wants here.
Yeah.
Like he came in and said, I got all kinds of football left in me, guys.
Yeah. 5 games.
Yeah, like that tells me that building ain't a great place to go every day.
It certainly could be the case. It could be. Here's what I know for a football team. I know this through the years. 47 years. Matter of fact, let me play this now for the first time because I'm a man.
I'm a man. I'm 47.
In my 47 years.
It works.
In my 47 years, I know this. If you got a bad corner situation, you got a problem. If you got a bad pass rush situation, you got a problem. If you
got
have
a bad offensive line,
hold on. If you have a bad corner situation and a bad pass rush situation simultaneously, you have a massive problem. That's what the Eagles have in the short term.
And an offensive line problem.
Well, no, that's so. And I don't see much likelihood of it getting solved anytime soon. I really don't. They're going to have to hold it together, try to win some games, get some guys back. Tell you what, man, Alex Hunt has to step up.
Yeah.
Nolan Smith's going to play later this year. We know a healthy Nolan Smith can play well. I know this. We were putting a lot of eggs in Alex Hunt's basket. Hasn't been very effective yet. And I'll tell you something he's probably never faced in his career and probably will start facing on Sunday. Double teams. I mean, who are you going to double team? The guy on the other side?
Oh, my God.
Why
I didn't
would
think
they
about
double
that.
team
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do?
They don't have to double team.
Well, they probably
They'll
don't.
put another
Game coverage.
receiver out.
Yeah, another right.
receiver
Yeah.
that we have to recover,
Right.
that we have to go cover without enough people to cover.
Yeah,
Are you going to have to put Jihad there and put Nakobe?
They might have to.
And Cooper at corner? I mean,
Yeah.
they've got to do something.
They got to do something. All right, so the Eagles thing, Sirianni's answer was ridiculous. It's not really his fault. I mean, he kind of
I
waited.
don't blame him.
He waited in the
Yeah.
territory, and then you could tell he's like, oh, the hell? How do I answer this one? And then the Phillies. What do you make of Rob Thomson being back? Patrick in Tabernacle. Patrick, good morning.
Morning. How we doing, everybody?
Doing well, Patrick. How about you?
I'm doing well. Listen, the Fly Guys, great win last night to get it going, man.
Pretty
Very
cool,
exciting.
Patrick. That late goal, pretty cool.
Streak of losing has finally ended. The week-long disaster.
But listen, the Flyers are worth watching. They got a couple, Zegras. They got, hopefully,
Yeah.
Michkov comes along. He hasn't even started doing anything yet, but it's worth checking. But very excited. As far as Topper goes, I kind of sound like James. Like, I'm okay with it. I'm okay if he stayed. I'm okay if he didn't. I'm more aggressive towards Dombrowski and what he needs to do with this lineup. And I kind of like the fact that he's here because to me it gives it puts a little more pressure on Dombrowski. I mean, he helped us out at the trade deadline, but I guess he took the winter off this past winter, adding a few arms. But
Well, that's not entirely fair because Lazardo's hold on. Lazardo's a big ad. You can't act like that didn't exist.
And
But
he was clearly hamstrung financially. Like he signed two guys for $10 million. Like they clearly said, we're not spending a ton of money this offseason.
I know, but listen, we had a minor league outfield going into the season.
I agree with that.
And we ended up with minor,
Yeah, I know.
injury to Bader. Bader really hurt, and I don't want to, say, well, if Bader didn't get hurt, and if I don't want to live in that what if world that does nobody any good. But we'll see what happens. I mean,
But if Bader had stayed healthy, man.
Yeah, that was. I'll tell you, Patrick. I'll tell you this: as far as injuries in the playoffs go, in my lifetime, it's pretty high up there, man.
I think. I honestly, I
Pretty
don't want
high.
to play it either, Patrick. But I think they win the series if he stays healthy. I really do.
That was a big one.
yeah, you guys might be right on that. I just, for me, I try to stay away from that. It's awful. I can go right off the cliff with that.
Yeah,
but listen,
I know.
in that same note, though, listen, to say that Alvarado really killed us.
Oh,
yeah.
big.
Maybe more than Bader did.
No, that's right.
I don't know, but listen, Topper. I think Topper's a good guy in the sense of he kept them guys together. We had some injuries, Alvarado, and I think he did a good job in that regard. I just need to see something different with this lineup. I really do.
I agree.
I don't know.
I agree. All right, Patrick, good call as always, my man. 215-592-9494. Coming up, everyone's chance to win not one, but two prizes on the program today. Also, something Ruben Amaro said. Ruben's going to join us at 7, but something he said over the weekend after the Phillies were eliminated. Interesting content from Ruben on Saturday. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
This time of year, anything can go wrong with your plumbing. Sudden leaks, clogged drains, burst pipes, corrosions, maybe even a mysterious noise. So when these things happen, it is time to call the experts at Horizon Services. Horizon's team has the expertise to solve any of your problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. Horizon Services has same-day emergency repair service, which can make sure you get back to being stress-free fast. Plus, right now, get a free, no-obligation plumbing inspection with any paid service to catch any issue before they become a real scare. If it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So you can stay on budget while getting an upgrade. With Horizon Services, you always know the job's going to be done right the first time. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7. So don't wait. Click or call day or night. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey, you. Stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Chevrolet. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives, only at Del Chevrolet. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Chevrolet. Del Chevy is close. Located on Route 30 in Paoli. Online at DelChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. We're proud to be the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go where the players go. Come join us for all the Eagles action and the best in-game experience anywhere. Ice cold draft beer, all of your Chicky and Pete's favorites, and of course, world famous crab fries. Go where the players go. The official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
Tradition sets the foundation. Grit carries it forward. For nearly 2 centuries, Cheney University has empowered students to turn legacy into leadership and preparation into progress. Our community is bold, determined, and ready to define what's possible. This is what it means to be Cheney made. Apply today at cheney.edu. That's CHEYNEY.edu.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier, cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade at TurnersvilleJeep.com. We're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. That's right, up to $3,000 over KBB for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Jeeps and Ram trucks. Upgrade your ride today at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lehocky Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lee Hockey, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer. He's a union kid from Northeast Philly. He's known for his grit, his courtroom fire, and fighting like hell to win. I saw photos at his office of Sam in the ring, boxing. Yeah, he'll fight you. This film has recovered billions for injured workers and people like you. Call Pond Lehocky Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Pickering Valley Golf Club. Nick Sirianni will be on the WIP morning show at 8:40. Sure to be asked about the sudden retirement of Zadarius Smith, told the team Monday morning, and then announced it on Instagram. Washington Commanders fumbled in exchange with 3 minutes left. Bears took advantage, kicking a field goal with no time left for a 25-24 win. Washington 3-3. Bills, much like the Birds, losers of 2 in a row. They got run over by Bijan Robinson for 170 yards rushing in a 24-14 loss in Atlanta. Josh Allen picked off twice. Numerous reports say Rob Thomson will return as Phillies manager. And Sean Couturier, 2 goals, 2 assists, leading the Flyers past the Florida Panthers 5-2 for their first win of the season. 2-year unlimited Monday through Sunday golf membership, Pickering Valley Golf Club, Phoenixville, $399 a year. Visit golfpickeringvalley.com. Cloudy and breezy, high 68, currently 55. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Man, how things turned in Philly sports. Holy mackerel. Now, good job on the Flyers last night, but, come on. I always thought this was it's a great song. But this dude's like watching his sister on a date with the dude.
We talked about this. I told you about this.
What's up with that?
I told you every time. And you're going to feel bad that you brought it up again. His sister died at a dance.
So why is he watching her on a date?
Because it's like his...
It's reminiscent?
Yes, he's saying if I could just see my sister dance one more time is what he's singing about.
He's told you this numerous times.
I've told you this story before, and every time you're like, what a weird song.
Rhea, do you think I listen when Seltzer
his
talks?
Dead sister.
Clearly you don't.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, clearly.
I mean,
very clearly.
I got a life here, Seltzer.
I can't wait to do this again next time I play the song.
I don't need to file that one away. Here's my answer to my response to that.
As if.
I mean, maybe she didn't die. How do we know?
Let's not
How
go
do we
there.
know? All right, good morning to everyone. All right, 215-592-9494. So the decision to bring Rob Thomson back, I'm curious where you stand on it. And here's the other part, how passionate you are about it. Because it's not just a matter of like, did you want him back or not? It is also a matter of how passionate are you one way or the other. Let's talk to Sean right now in Delaware. Sean, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I'm passionate that I hate the decision. I will not be supporting the Phillies. I won't be going to any games next year, and I've gone every single year.
Wow.
And I'm out. I refuse to watch the same stupidity every year where we have the same lineup, and then we get to the playoffs, and then we mismanage the lineup by forgetting what got us there. And like I said, it's the starting pitching. You don't take starting pitchers out when they're throwing shutouts in the playoffs. That's how you lose playoff games. The other team wants you to take that guy out. And it just blows my mind that we lost a World Series because they took Zach Wheeler out, the best pitcher in baseball, and then turned it over to mediocre guys, and then they cost us the game.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake, and I've been talking
There's
about
also
that.
Game 6. They still would have had to win 7.
Yeah,
that's true.
He did the same mistake 2 years later. Took Zach Wheeler out again last year, and then it immediately cost them.
So, Sean, let me ask you a question.
Out.
Hold on, Sean. I got you. I heard your list yesterday. Let me.
Yeah.
I want to go inside your mind here because I'm just curious. Do you really believe that in 2026 you will not watch a Phillies game?
I might hear what's going on, but I will not pay my money to go up to the stadium, which I did last year and all 4 years. Can I tell one quick story? And I really want to do this for Jack.
Sure.
I got into baseball. I'm old. I'm 62. I got into baseball when I was 9 years old. The first year I was really watching baseball, the Phillies had the worst team in the league. Their starting pitchers, relief pitchers, add them all together, they lost 75% of their games.
Mm-hmm.
That would be like a 40 and 120 record. However, they had one glimmer of light. They had one elite starting pitcher. So since they knew that was the only thing they had that was any good, they made a rule that he had to throw a complete game every game. So he threw 30 complete games that year. He won 27 of them. That's 71% of the time they won when they went with that strategy. They lost 75% of the time when they went with anybody else other than him.
Well, just to be clear, Sean, they didn't. Hold on. Sean, hold on, because you did this yesterday and you're annoying me again today. They didn't make a rule that Steve Carlton had to pitch 9 innings. It wasn't a rule. Okay, it wasn't a rule. Right? You know that, right?
It was a policy. What do you want to call it? He pitched.
Well, you called it a rule, and I'm telling you it wasn't a rule.
Now you're going to nitpick me over language. Did he or did he not throw 30 complete games, and that's more complete games than the entire major league?
It wasn't a rule, though, Sean.
Sean, I'm done. I'm done. This guy was annoying me yesterday. Sean, I do wish you the best in life, but you're myopic with the way you view things. I don't know what else to tell you. He is mad.
I mean,
I'm mad at him for being mad at me.
But you have to, like, people, it's 4 years in a row.
You know, I get it.
I mean, you know, people, like, are just sick of it.
You're right. You are right.
You know, and so he's going, you know, to the extreme.
He is going to the extreme.
You know, and I'm the Steve, you know how I feel about Steve Carlton.
I know.
But it wasn't a rule.
Yeah. All right, let's listen to Ruben Amaro. He said something very interesting on Saturday, and we're going to have Ruben on the show at 7 o'clock today. But Ruben said something on Saturday with the show with Devin about what could be the Phillies offseason. Let's listen to what Ruben laid out. He thinks they could really make a big deal.
You may see one of the big contracts moved. You may see one of their big contracts moved. I'm not saying who, and I know there's a lot of no trade clauses, but you may see one of those big contracts get moved somehow, some way. And I think
like a Trey Turner type contract.
I'm just telling you the big contracts. That's all I'll say. I have a feeling that they may be exploring that. If you want to make like a paradigm shift in your organization, do some different things. You never know. Bold prediction, but and I don't know if it'll happen, but I think it's something that will be explored.
Yeah.
All right. So here's I was trying to figure this out before the show. Who could this be? And I've got it at a list of 3. So Wheeler would count, but I don't think will be in play here with his injury, and I don't think they have any desire to move off of him. Castellanos, I don't think really counts. He's got 20 years left, $20 million left on a 1-year deal remaining. I don't think he qualifies. And by the way, the Schwarbers and the JT that previously had big contracts no longer do because they're free agents. So the best of my knowledge, there's only 3 players that would qualify as having a big deal that maybe Ruben's talking about. Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Aaron Nola. I don't think I'm missing anybody. Mm-hmm. Now, Nola's got a no-trade clause. Bryce has a no-trade clause because both are 10 and 5 players. That means 10 years in Major League Baseball and 5 years with the same team. So both are untradeable unless they give their consent.
I think both signed with no trade clauses. Bryce had a no trade clause in his deal. Yeah,
I don't know. So bottom line is Trey's the only one you could move without his consent. Now I'm not missing anyone, right? Trey, Bryce, and Nola. That's it.
I mean, Castellanos does have $20 million.
I addressed
contract.
that. I don't think he's saying that.
You think that? Okay.
No, I don't think he's.
In my mind, it doesn't count as what Ruben's talking about.
Yes, it doesn't count for what Ruben's talking about. Look. We'll ask him in 20 minutes.
If Ruben thinks moving Castellanos is a big deal, like no one expects him to be back.
He didn't say a big deal. He said big contracts.
Yeah, but $20 million isn't even that big a contract anymore. It's not that big. So the one that I circle is Trey Turner. Now, look, the thing about Aaron Nola, where it would be great, is that could free up keeping Ranger. But with how bad he pitched, what can you actually get back when Aaron Nola is still owed about $150 million, right?
$125 million. I don't think either of these guys have any great trade value with the contracts they have.
I don't either.
I don't think they are real tradable.
I don't either.
I think there's almost no chance that either of those guys get traded.
Agree with you.
Yeah.
So my point is,
that's why I was just assuming Ruben had to be talking about something else.
I don't think so. I get your point, but I don't read it that way.
It's just like those guys aren't getting traded.
Well, look, we'll talk to Ruben more about it at 7. Again, they're going to have to do something, or they're going to have a lot of people like that last caller in a bad mood. But with that said, I mean, it's not going to be easy. And chances are you're still going to just get a lot of the Kepler kind of moves. Like, let's fill that spot with a Kepler. Let's fill that spot with another Kepler. And that's not going to put people in a good mood. So these are the issues the Phillies are facing as they embark on an all season. While, by the way, the Dodgers now have a 1-0-0 lead on the Milwaukee Brewers after a win.
Did you see that insane play?
I did.
The double play. Wow.
People who score baseball must have just been in heaven.
Was the first in post 8-6-2 first in postseason history.
So for those that missed it, here's the quick breakdown. It's a fascinating moment. 4th inning. Dodgers had the bases loaded. Dodgers player hits a ball to the wall.
Yeah.
You think maybe it can go out for a homer, but it doesn't. It falls a little short. So it almost was a grand slam, but falls short. The Brewers center fielder touches the ball, tries to catch it, can't quite get it. It bounces off his glove, off the wall, into his glove. Now, it all happens quickly. So it goes glove, wall, glove pretty fast. The guy on third base for the Dodgers doesn't realize that it has hit the wall. There's general confusion because, again, this sequence is an odd one. Dodgers guy on third base doesn't move immediately. The center fielder...
He's tagging up.
Yeah, he's trying to eventually tag up. The center fielder, but he also thinks maybe I just got to go, maybe I got to tag. He's trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Center fielder, upon corralling the ball, throws it toward the infield. Infielder gets it, throws it to home plate. Runner on third is out with a force play at home.
By seconds, too.
Yeah.
It was really, like, he finally tagged up, essentially. And they honestly, it's unbelievable they got him just on a... If he had caught the ball and it was just a normal tag-up play, it is still unbelievable that throw beat him to home.
Well, the guy...
They would have had to tag,
yeah,
obviously.
the guy at third was so confused, he didn't run immediately. So the guy on third doesn't run immediately, so he gets thrown out at home plate on a force play that went about 400 feet. Meanwhile, the catcher, upon catching the ball at home plate, then runs to third base because the guy on second hasn't moved to third, and the guy on second is out with a force play at third. It's a double play. It was almost a grand slam, and it becomes a double play.
Did you see the guy in the outfield, the look on his face? He was just like,
well, everybody. And by the way, the Dodgers never came out to win a game. So, all right, they're 7 games away from winning the World Series. That was a wild sequence last night. 215-592-9494. All right, we have 2 prizes to give away today. One is my book. It's called The Best of Philly Sports, which is available right now on Amazon.com. Hope you consider it as we move toward the holiday season on the greatest moments in Philly sports history. And 2025 Phillies, unfortunately, will not be featured in a future edition. We also have a pair of tickets to the Flyers game happening on Thursday night. Flyers at the Xfinity Mobile Arena Thursday versus Winnipeg. Now, before we tell you how you can win the prizes today, we actually need to award a prize from yesterday's show. Shame on me, end of the program. I apologize to everyone who called. I forgot to award this prize by the end of the show because yesterday we were looking for the answer to what made you say, what the heck was that? Like that play in center field last night for the Dodgers could have been a winning answer. Really could have been. Well, I think there were 5 answers that rose above the rest yesterday, and I'm curious which ones you guys think is the winning answer. So 5 answers for like, what the heck was that? We've got when the fan man flew into the Riddick Bowe fight years ago, and Evander Holyfield, I believe it was, landed on Holyfield, disrupted a heavyweight boxing match. That was bonkers about 30 years ago in a major heavyweight fight. We got Spike Eskin being hired back after being the program director at WIP and being hired back as a talk show host. We got Andrew Luck's retirement, which was really only about a third of the way into what you otherwise thought would be about a 20-year career.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
That was shocking.
I know it was.
Everyone was saying this guy is he's the next prototypical, like he's going to be the NFL for 20 years.
John, I would still, if I'm one of those 10 teams every year at the end of the season looking for a quarterback, I would still call him every year.
I would ask him.
I'd call him every year to say,
he's
you want
doing
to
like
reconsider?
Advising at Stanford.
I know
he's their athletic director.
So
GM
that one
type.
was great. LaShawn McCoy being traded, and I remember being on air when that happened around March of 2015, on air.
Wow.
And I was like, hold on. We got to verify this before we go with this.
There's certain times where you just don't believe
everybody hang on.
Was that crazier than the Bradford one? I was thinking that yesterday. No one said it. The Foles-Bradford tricks. That one, remember, we're like, wait, they gave a pick? They got it, right? They were both crazy.
There was a lot of confusion. And then the other one, I actually think this one should probably be the winning answer from yesterday for what the heck was the end of The Sopranos. Did my TV break? Did HBO malfunction? Is this by design? Is he alive? Is he dead? My heart's racing, and bang! Screen goes to blank. It goes to black. All right, John, James, and Rhea, what are you thinking here? Those 5 are all good. What do you got?
I think it's Sopranos. People thought their cable broke.
I did too.
Like large.
It was mayhem.
Like millions of people thought their cable broke. I
Rhea,
think
you
that's
go with
it.
Yeah, I'm
Sopranos?
good with that. Yeah, because it was shocking.
I think that's a really good answer. The Sopranos one is really, really good. All right, congratulations to JP from yesterday's show. JP, you've won my book. You've also won the Flyers tickets for Thursday night. Now, let's give everyone a chance to win tickets on today's program at 215-592-9494. And today we ask you for a high-energy character, fictional character. Why do I say this? Because a happy birthday has to go out there to that Winnie the Pooh, who's now 99 years old. Winnie the Pooh, it was 1926 debuted. Not high energy, Eeyore. Very high energy, Tigger from Winnie the Pooh. Very, 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 very high energy.
Both extremes are covered.
Extremes. All right, give us an answer in honor of Tigger for a high-energy fictional character. Big answers abound. 215-592-9494. John, what are you thinking? What do you got?
Taz, the Tasmanian
That's a
Devil.
great
the
answer.
Warner
That's a great
Brothers.
answer.
He spins and he
Maybe unbeatable. I'm
never
happy you took it.
stops.
Maybe unbeatable. Yeah, maybe unbeatable for high-energy character. I agree, John.
Seriously, yeah.
Seltzer, what do you got?
Mine's a little different. He's high energy. Even when he's not doing something high energy, you could feel the energy like simmering underneath
Okay.
him. Sonny Corleone.
Sonny Corleone. Well, I would say it's the emotional edge with it.
Yeah, but he's
give you
definitely
that.
bringing it at all times.
I'll give you that. Rhea, give me a character that's got a lot of high energy.
Elf.
Elf.
That's a great answer, no
Elf,
doubt.
I'm trying to
Will
remember.
Ferrell.
Will
Will Ferrell.
Yes.
Elf.
Buddy.
It's a
Yes.
great
I
answer.
mean, he's
Yes.
off the charts.
Yeah, no, that's great. Don't give me any sugar.
I've
I'll get
only
even more
seen
off
it
the charts.
once, so it took me a moment to reconfigure
Oh my God,
the
I've
brain.
seen it a million times.
All right, give us big answers. High energy characters, of which there have been many. 215-592-9494. I have one answer written down as a potential winning answer. I'll be curious to see if anyone hits it today. Let's get to Jason right now in Swedesboro. What's going on, Jason?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Rhea, thanks for letting Drew and I interrupt your lunch before the miserable Game 4.
Oh, it was nice meeting both of you.
And I got to say, I was very angry when we lost, and I've done a lot of soul searching. I am, and this will annoy Rhea, but I'm ready to forgive Orion Kirkering.
Okay.
Oh, I haven't come. He made a mistake. I haven't come at Orion Kirkland once. He just made a bad mistake.
Well, I know it's just easy to be angry at one individual for a boneheaded mistake at the losing play.
Joe, don't you think more people are angry at the hitters than Orion Kirkering?
Yeah, I actually think, Jason, I think that the town's gotten a little, and I don't mean this in a negative way, a little softer over time. I think the Eagles winning the Super Bowl changed things, and I think society has changed the sports thing a bit. And so I do think there's been a lot more grace given to Orion Kirkering than would have happened, for instance, 20 or 30 years ago.
He panicked. Yeah. He made a panic mistake, and he's not a guy making $300 million a year.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'm glad the other players and Thompson went over to console him. I hope he's going to be okay, and hopefully he turns it around and we can have a better version of him.
Well, that's
season.
if they choose to bring him back.
That's a whole different discussion.
I would say if the moment hadn't happened, but coming out of the playoffs, I would tell you probably 65% chance he's back. Now that the moment happened, I would tell you it's about 50-50.
I would say it was 100%, but there was no. If the moment didn't happen, he's a cheap young reliever. Like, of course they were going to bring him. There's no reason not to.
Well, there is a reason. How much can you trust him?
Well, again, he could be your sixth reliever. He costs no money. My point is, he would have been brought back regardless. I think now he might not.
Well, they have inexplicably favored him for a long time. In my mind, I just never understood with the fluctuations in performance, the roller coaster that he gave you.
Yeah.
The promise was there, but not the performance.
It reminds me of Sir Anthony.
He's making $820,000 this year.
Okay,
so that's my point. He wasn't going anywhere.
Jason, it reminds me of Sir Anthony a little bit. You get to a point where it's just like, I don't know, man.
Even if he's the last reliever on your team at $820,000,
you can think that all you want.
I'm saying before the moment, I said it's 100%. Now it's not.
I disagree, but that's all right.
Yeah. Well, yesterday was Canadian Thanksgiving. And as a Canadian, actually, with my family from Rob Thompson's hometown, I'm thankful that Rob's back. I think that obviously in the playoffs, like you guys said a little bit ago, the margin of error for the manager is very, very slim in the playoffs. But if we score one more run, if we score, in the different games, like the margin of error gets bigger as you score just one more run.
They didn't hit enough, Jason. That's the main thing that happened in this series. They did not hit enough.
If we score one more run, it doesn't matter if we walk Ohtani. Also, like we had the umpire call that strike for Sanchez. Like there's so many variables that should have happened that if we win, we're not having the same conversation.
No, but we might have next week if they'd lost even in this series. But we'd be less inclined to, for sure. Jason, give me a big answer for a high energy fictional character.
One of my favorite characters growing up was the genie from Aladdin.
Aladdin, you got it, my man.
Good
Appreciate
It's a
that.
great
The
answer.
genie.
Yeah, Robin Williams.
Speaking of answers, give us an answer to this, the Twitter poll question of the day, because the day after we find out that the Phillies are bringing Rob Thomson back, I'm curious how you assess that series that just was, and from a culpability standpoint, who's most to blame. So the Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. Poll question, who do you blame the most for the Phillies' early playoff exit? We're just breaking this down into 3 groups. Group A is the players. Group B is Dombrowski. Roster construction, obviously. Group C is Rob Thomson, managing the guys in the moment in October. The players, Dombrowski, Rob Thomson. How do you assess? I actually think Rob Thomson is a clear not winner of this poll, and I think that's a big part of why he's back as the manager.
Precisely.
Jetta Cameron and John Ritchie, your phone calls on all of it, plus more into the Eagles, and Ruben Amaro joins us next on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. You pick a bet, you bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, you can bet player props, you can ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details.
Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Toyota. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring
Sausage Fest,
but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives, only at Del Toyota. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Hey Eagles fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles, and this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Now, loyal listeners will remember that I called this one. I had a strong hunch Atlanta was primed to upset Buffalo, and they did last night, 24-14. Bijan Robinson led the Falcons with 238 total scrimmage yards. Man, is he a beast. Drake London had 10 catches for 158 yards and a touchdown, and Michael Penix Jr. directed a game-sealing 5-minute drive. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Tomorrow at 10/9 Central on BET, new Series 106 in sports premieres. From executive producer LeBron James and Maverick Carter, it's a new Top 5 countdown. With hosts Ashley Nicole Smith and Cam Newton, they're breaking down the top moments in sports, culture, and entertainment, and highlighting both established pros and stars on the come-up. Watch the new Series 106 in sports premiering tomorrow at 10/9 Central on BET, or catch up the next day on BET+.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Philly Sports on the go. Download the Odyssey app and stream Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Studio.
Ruben Amaro in studio. Ruben Amaro Jr. in studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Rube, I wish we had been talking about a Phillies Game 1 NLCS win or lose last night. Just game.
Right.
And instead, here we are picking up a lot of pieces, Rube.
Hurts my heart.
Me too, man.
Hurts my heart. Because I think it's a really good team that did not play well when they had to play well.
Yeah, well, no, they clearly did not. They had this starting pitching. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, the starting pitching was fantastic.
But the hitters and the bullpen, the combination, I thought the hitters were most culpable. What's your reaction? I mean, emotional edge aside, the breakdown of the series as a because this is our first time having you on the show since it happened. What'd you make of how the Phillies lost? I don't mean the last 5 seconds. I mean the series. What'd you make of it?
Well, I mean, they played a great team, and they held a team down to very few runs. And when you do that to a team like the Los Angeles Dodgers, you got to be able to take advantage of it offensively, and they did not do it. I mean, when you put them in a position, how many runs did they score in the series, the Dodgers? Not
less
very
than
much.
the Phillies,
less than the
Ruben,
Phillies.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you add up the run differential, the Phillies were north.
Yep.
I just feel like they did not come through when it was necessary, and that's part and parcel of who they are now. They've already now we know exactly what they are. They got to get better.
It does hurt the soul, doesn't it, man?
It hurts my soul.
Yeah.
It hurts my soul because the last 2 or 3 years, I think it's one of the best teams, if not the best teams assembled that did not perform when it was time to perform. And that's disappointing.
So, Ruben, you've been through this where you have a great team and they don't win it all. You've also been through as the assistant GM when you have a great team and they do win it all. What do you think's rattling around the walls of, obviously the two honchos would be Middleton and Dombrowski. The balance between, a lot of good or great teams don't win it all in the postseason, which is true every year. I mean, only one team does win it. There's 5 or 6 great teams that don't, and there's 5 or so other very good teams that don't. How do you think they're balancing that difficulty to win it all with the aggravation knowing that they wasted another chance?
There is a real balance because as an organization and as a leader of an organization, all you want to do is contend every year. If you can contend every year, you give yourself a chance to win. Look at the Braves for 14 straight years. Yeah. What did they win? One World Series?
That group won one.
One.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah.
And they should have won many more. At the same time, you're like, we play this thing to hoist the trophy. We don't play this thing when we contend to just contend. And I think that's probably where their minds are like going, we got to figure out a way to get over the hump here.
Is Middleton going to be a Bear this offseason?
A bear or a wolf?
Okay.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know. Listen, I think that they're assessing things, and I mean, we all know how John Middleton is. He wants to bring something special back here, and he wants to do it legacy-wise. I mean, he wants to do it long-term. So there's a balance between, knee-jerk reaction and, okay, now we got to go do X, Y, and Z, and also understanding that it may just take a few tweaks. Now, people don't necessarily want to hear that. And I think it's going to be more than just a few tweaks. That's why I made the comment I made the other day.
Yeah, so when you said that comment, for those that missed it, Ruben was talking on Saturday about he thinks a high-priced guy could get traded. So, Ruben, I really have that as a list of only 3 because while Wheeler's high price, I don't think he's going anywhere. And while Casty's 1-year high price, he's not even that high price, and it's only a 1-year deal. So when you said, and of course JT and Schwarber don't count anymore because they're not under contract. So I've got the list at only 3 guys. It's Trey Turner, it's Bryce Harper, and I'm losing my piece of paper here. What do I have here?
Nola.
And Aaron Nola. I mean,
well, those are the contracts.
They're
but
the only ones.
There's people making big money besides that, arbitration-wise. So I just feel like there is when we were in 2012 and we started to break things up, when a lot of the guys started getting hurt.
You mean when you started breaking them up in 2015?
Well, it took right.
I'm joking. Right,
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
We waited to 2014. We waited too long.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. You have players that are under control and you have players that are under contract, and they are healthy players with value still. And if you want to turn over and you want to change some things and make some shifts in the top of your organization, then now's the time to do it.
Sounds like what you're saying, to be the Dodgers or the Braves that get there 10, 12, 14 straight times, you have to change the stock of who's on the field and who's not, and be willing to make some tough decisions to walk away from players that you love to bring the next generation in. Is that essentially
That's
the
exactly
message?
right. And it may be young players, it may be veteran players, but I think that it's clear that it hasn't worked with the gentlemen that are playing right now. Great players in some regards and not great players in other regards, but I think that there's a time when you can make this move, and while they're healthy, it may be the time.
Okay, listen, a lot to break down with Ruben today, and obviously his experience is phenomenal for us to have here on the air. Your phone calls on all this, 215-592-9494. We'll get into the decision to retain Rob Thomson. We'll also get to Nick Sirianni, a couple notable things he said yesterday about the Eagles' pass rushers and more, including Kevin Petullo and his job status with the Eagles. Ron Jaworski joins us at 7:25. Eliot Shorr-Parks at 7:50. And we'll play some audio for you of Rick Tocchet after that first win by the Flyers last night. That and more. Phone calls and all this on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino as they get you ready for kickoff for another week. This would be, what are we up to here? Week 7 of pro football, which of course starts in 2 days with Thursday Night Football. Philadelphia back at it, a game in Minnesota on Sunday. And for that or any of these games, new customers can bet just $5. A $5 bet, as little as $5. And with that $5 bet, get $300 in bonus bets if you win that first bet. What a deal that is. That's a win-win. Now, of course, you can bet more than $5 if you want. So many ways to bet, player props, point spreads, over-unders, all of it there for you. But as little as $5 will get you $300 in bonus bets if you win that first bet. So find the bet or bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Whether you're betting baseball and the playoffs, Saturday with college football, Sunday with pro football, it's all there at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Philly. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring in your phone. And add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to their reliable 100% fiber optic network.
For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, book the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or a tankless model, choose Bradford White. Go to bradfordwhite.com. Bradford White. built to be the best.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's got better than ever ways to craft your iced coffee or latte. Pick your milk, flavors, and toppings created by you, handcrafted by Wawa.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. Did you know that the 94 WIP Morning Show is both a radio show and a podcast? You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Hey, pet parents, greatest time of the year is here. We got football, despite the weather the past couple of days. It's usually a great time to get outside with our furry friends. Make sure your pets are not just happy, but healthy. The lead dog at Dogs and Cats Rule, George Parente, wants to let you know their stores are stocked with the healthiest, freshest foods available. I was in their New Hope store just a couple weeks ago. It's amazing the selection they have of fresh foods at Dogs and Cats Rule. They've got freeze-dried, gently cooked, raw, dehydrated, air-dried, and of course, they always have premium kibble and cans. They've got an amazing selection of fresh food at Dogs and Cats Rule. They got the Pup Cups with the pumpkin flavors in, and for the ultimate Philadelphia sports fans, Dogs and Cats Rule, they have the officially licensed NFL jerseys, collars, leads, bandanas, and toys while supplies last. Dogs and Cats Rule, 7 convenient neighborhood locations in New Jersey, Princeton, and Pennington, in Pennsylvania, Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. For more info, you can reach them online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Programming note, Nick Sirianni will be on the WIP Morning Show as the Eagles try to snap a 2-game skid Sunday at the Vikings. Sure to be asked about the abrupt retirement of Zadarius Smith Monday morning. Leaves the Birds quite thin at the edge rusher position. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Now, the Eagles did work out former 49er Drake Jackson last week, 24-year-old edge rusher, signing with the Washington Commanders this morning for ESPN's Adam Schefter. Commanders 3-3 after losing to the Bears last night. Much like the Eagles, Bills started out 4-0. They've now dropped 2 straight. They got run over by Bijan Robinson and the Falcons 24-14. Here's Rob Thomson will return as the Phillies manager, and the Flyers recording their first win of the season, 5-2 over the Florida Panthers at home. Need replacement windows? Buy 2, get 2 for free, plus no payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or Visit windownation.com by October 31st. Cloudy, breezy, high 68. It's currently 55. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Another gray-looking day out there. It's like the Phillies lose, the Eagles are struggling, and the clouds are covering us up with sadness. Except what, Ruben?
Turn the frown upside down,
No,
brother.
except the Flyers.
The Fly Guys.
Hold on,
Let's go.
let me play it. Got a win last night.
Like
All
it.
right, let's hear from Rick Tocchet. Congratulations to Rick Tocchet, obviously back with the Flyers for, I guess it's his third stint, I believe. But first, obviously, is the head coach. He's coached many games in the NHL, got many wins through the years, but his first last night as the head coach of the Flyers. Let's listen to Tocchet after the game.
Honestly, it's great. Love my first win type of thing, but I'm just happy the guys, the way they've been working and working on the concepts. Yeah, there's going to be some growing pains, but I'm glad that I'm proud of the way they hung in there. Now we got to enjoy it tonight, but then tomorrow back at it again. We can't be like this. It's got to be an even keel thing. So, but it is nice. We should enjoy it tonight.
Here's the hope, obviously, with the winter teams. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Flyers give us contention for the playoffs and hopefully make the playoffs. But at least make it a fun year where it hangs in the balance for the next 5-6 months, okay? And Sixers be a top 3 or 4 team in the East. Now, I tend to think they won't. Okay, I actually tend to think both teams won't. But that's obviously the hope. Flyers make the playoffs and or come close. Give us a little juice for 5 months. And Sixers, and this all comes down to Joel, be able to play, and if so, be there in the mix with the Knicks and the freaking who's that team? Cleveland and whoever else doesn't have 37 injured stars, because many players in the East are injured. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's also get to something Kevin Patullo related, as he obviously has come under the microscope a great deal, whether he is a flat-out bad offensive coordinator or just struggling to deal with an offensive line that is struggling, a quarterback that's not playing as well, a receiver that's not very happy, a running back doesn't look the same this year. Patullo, a question specifically to Sirianni yesterday about Kevin Patullo and his short-term future. Here's that exchange.
Does finding solutions during this mini-bye, did that result in the decision to change offensive play calling in any way?
No.
And there it is, John Ritchie.
It was a yes/no question.
He didn't waver there.
That was very Castellanos-like.
Not wavering.
He did not waver. All right, 215-592-9494. One more thing before we go back to the phones. Ruben, before you give me your assessment of why or why not, I just want to get you on the record. Then I want to go to Rhea, then I'm coming right back to you. I'm guessing, because I don't know your answer, that your preference was to keep Rob Thomson. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
All right, I'll table that. Rhea, let's go point counterpoint. Rhea, you wanted Topper out.
Yes.
Ruben, you wanted Topper stay.
Yep.
Rhea, first crack at it. This is we're doing a debate. Whatever happened to the League of Women Voters? Remember they used to be the moderators of the debate?
I wasn't expecting that.
No,
It's a
do you
good
guys
question.
remember that?
Am I a woman now?
No, I'm just saying they could have a presidential debate. They'd be like, this debate brought to us by the League of Women Voters. You never hear about them anymore.
Okay.
Anyway, all right.
We disbanded.
I guess so. Maybe it's been 100 years since suffrage, and they just said, all right,
Yeah,
we
we're
got the
good.
vote. We're good.
We're good.
Anyway, James, you remember that growing up?
I do, yeah. I hadn't thought about it.
I hadn't either.
A long time.
Well, clearly you
Women
haven't
voters.
taken
I haven't
it.
heard that since for like 15, 20
This
years, 30
debate
years.
brought to you by the League of Women Voters. All right, Rhea, you want to Topper out. Why? You and Ruben go back and forth. Let's roll.
I just think a new voice is needed because at some point results matter. And it's not just this Dodgers series. This is cumulative. This is dating back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is the Mets series. This is this series. It's, to me, at some point, I just think a new voice is needed in there because I don't, I know, Rube, you're like, oh, there's going to be a big contract. I don't know if these contracts can be moved. So to me, you can't run it back with everybody. And so for me, sometimes just a different voice is needed.
Rube?
I mean, I understand that thought process. I just feel like Rob Thomson has all the combinations of things that you want when you're in the front office and you look down and watch how a manager comports himself, how he handles himself, the results of some of the things that have happened over the last several years. He's one of the winningest managers in the game, and he hasn't necessarily had his whole arsenal at the same time. I mean, there's been injuries, there's been people who have not performed well. At the end of the day, it's about the players. If they don't perform, it's not necessarily about the manager. He has a part of it, and he has made some mistakes.
They're magnified
agree.
in the postseason.
I
He's
do
a
not
very
agree.
good he's a very good manager during the regular season. The mistakes he's made in very close games have hurt them.
And there are times when he has. There's no question about that. I do agree with that. But my feeling is that this is a guy that always has a reason why he makes a decision. They don't always work out, but he has a very viable and intelligent and thoughtful reason why he makes the decisions he does.
All right, well, look, we'll take everyone's thoughts on the situation. The decision to keep Rob Thomson, which was essentially announced yesterday. I mean, let's put it this way. The initial thing came from a New York writer named Joel Sherman, who covers baseball, and he tweeted in the afternoon yesterday, early afternoon, Rob Thomson will be returning as manager of the Phillies in 2026. A formal announcement is expected later this week. Reporting with John Heyman.
Don't you have to be annoyed if you're a beat reporter for the Phillies and Eagles that, that they're always giving it, the teams are always giving it to the national people?
I agree with that, Ray.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, it's annoying. And then a short time after that, the Phillies announced that they will have a press conference on Thursday. Obviously one that will be, I haven't talked to the guys, but I can tell you with 100% certainty, 99.9% certainty, will be Dorian, Joe, and Hugh's show. It's an 11 o'clock press conference, and obviously that's going to be must-to-listen radio. And it's going to be Dombrowski. This is interesting. It's going to be Dombrowski first by himself, and then when the Dombrowski portion is over, then Rob Thomson next by himself.
That's odd.
It is odd.
I don't hate it, though, because it's always like, this question's for you, that's for you, I'll jump in, whatever. Like, I'm fine. I think I would have different questions for each guy.
I know.
Yeah. So I'm actually okay with it.
It is
weird, but I'm okay with it.
No, it's fine. It's just a little different. It's a little different. All right, so all of that on the table, why you wanted Topper kept or not, how passionate you are about it. I would have kept him, but I can't tell you I'm particularly passionate about it. I'm glad they kept him. I'm not thrilled they kept him. My thing is I just think the players are more culpable than he was. And so I'm okay with bringing him back. But I understand the other side. I get it. I mean, Ree and others have brought up some very, very good points.
Still waiting for the person who's,
passionate.
head over heels, passionate about it.
Right.
Everybody's like, yeah, it's all right.
Probably Rob Thomson.
Okay.
We'll talk to Jaws in the next couple minutes on the Eagles, try to get this offense and defense fixed. Dan in Philadelphia right now. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. How are we today?
Doing all right, Dan.
So many points, so little time. Topper. I don't necessarily care if we keep him or don't keep him, but at this point, we know how he manages, right? And do you think that if they do make the playoffs this year, he's going to stress and try to maybe do things that he normally wouldn't do, which may be beneficial to us, but I'm just saying, do you think he may feel like he needs to change his managing style in the playoffs, which could hurt us as well?
Look, I don't know how to answer that. It's possible. I think he has changed it a little bit in time, not a ton. Going to Luzardo was something perhaps he would not have done 2 or 3 years ago in a Game 4. I think there's been a little bit more pedal to the metal. I think one of the biggest mistakes he made in the postseason this year was if you weren't going to pitch Ranger until Game 3, why wasn't he brought in Game 1? I think that was a dead frickin' mistake. Now, I will say he trusted Robertson,
Not for the
who's had a good career. And it bit him in the butt. So,
I'm
go
just
ahead.
saying the pressure might be on him to in the playoffs to do something out of pocket that he normally wouldn't do.
Good.
By
the way, Dan, he also better have, and he probably will because they're going to have a good team, but he better not get off to one of those 25 and 25 starts or he ain't going to see July 1st.
Do you think they'll give him a contract extension or let him be a lame? You're going to let him
duck.
Really?
Lame duck.
Wow.
I mean, listen, if John Middleton, hold on, Dan, if John Middleton wants to cut him a check and just say, I'll deal with it, then that's up to Middleton.
It's just rare that they let a guy
I don't
do it.
know that you let him stay lame.
I expect he'll be a lame duck. I do not think he'll get, here's your $4 million bonus just so the players know you might be the manager in 2027.
I think he's done too much to be sort of hung out.
I think
on
he should be happy to still have a job.
But you're in favor of it.
This is not the time to go. This is like Bryce Harper. This is not the time to go in and ask for more money, right?
Yes, this is true.
Twitter poll question: Who's got less ground to stand on to say I want more money, Bryce Harper or Rob Thomson?
You know what? I'll go Rob Thomson in this one.
I actually think Bryce Harper has less ground to stand on. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm John Middleton, I'm like, hey, Door, say it, get out.
I am so thrilled he never gave in to that.
Well, you couldn't.
It was ridiculous.
It was lunacy.
It would have set a ridiculous precedent too.
Yeah. All right, Dan, I got to get to Jaws, but give me your answer, my man, for a high-energy character.
How about Curly from the Three Stooges?
Yeah, any of the Stooges are good, and Curly's a fine answer. I actually have two written down that I think are both monumental answers. We'll see where it goes. I actually expect one or both of these to be said because they're so high energy. I'll be surprised if they're not said in the next couple hours by the callers. All right, let's talk to Jaws, man. There's a lot going on in Philly sports, including the Eagles. They've lost 2 in a row. And I think there's real reason for concern. And for that, we turn to the great Ron Jaworski. Jaws, good morning, pal.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, there should be some concern. This team's not playing well as a unit.
Yeah. So, Jaws, I want to do a deep dive, obviously, on the film and what it showed you offensively and defensively. But let's just start with the news of yesterday with the Eagles. Zadarius Smith walking away. So I remember you before the season saying fastest way to lose in the NFL is trouble at cornerback. And we now know not only do they have trouble at cornerback, likely without Quinion for a stretch, but also a pass rush that doesn't have Nolan Smith, of course, doesn't have Josh Sweat, doesn't have Brandon Graham, doesn't have a particularly effective Jalix Hunt, and now doesn't even have Zadarius Smith. That combo of corner and pass rush, I mean, that's got to be alarming to you, correct?
No question about it. And the Zadarius Smith, retirement just came out of nowhere. And he's actually playing very good football, by the way. I look at the tape. He's one of those guys that flashes. He hasn't gotten a whole lot of snaps. He's played 131 snaps, but that's still quite a bit. But when he's on the field, he was making things happen. So that's a huge loss. We've got to be realistic here. The way this defense is built, with Carter and Davis, is push up the middle, get that push up the middle, and force those guys to the edges where our edge rushers would be. And that just hasn't happened on a consistent basis this year. It's happened occasionally, but not consistently, where we get that good four-man rush without having to blitz. And the one thing it's crystal clear to me looking at the tape is Vic Fangio has tried to manufacture pressure by blitzing. He's definitely picked up his blitz percentage. It's probably around 40% or maybe a little bit more right now. And last year it was about 20%. So he's trying to create pressure.
So who's the next closest pass rusher that you trust, Jaws? Zadarius Smith was way out in front in terms of production. I think next closest is Patrick Johnson with 1 sack.
Which is horrible because the guy's always on the team and never plays. I mean, I'm talking for a couple of years.
I got major turn. Jomo's probably been the most consistent guy, playing the run and playing the pass, rushing the quarterback. So,
but we're talking about a D tackle there again, of the edge guys, and now I guess it's just Azeez Ojulari, Josh Uche, Jalix Hunt, Patrick Johnson.
And then there's the go sign Chris Longcamp.
Uche's been very good. Probably the guys just named, I'd say Uche's been the guy that's been the most consistent winner, getting pressure on the quarterback, forcing movement of the quarterback, and collapsing the pocket.
Well, Joe, let me ask you this because I was just joking about Chris Long, obviously, but let's get real here. Should the Eagles call Brandon Graham up and say, "Hey, BG, come play"? Should they call him?
No, I think Brandon's moved on with his life. I see him a lot of commercials. I see him a lot around town. His career was fantastic, but you just don't flick the switch and go back to the Eagles and start playing football in the National Football League.
I don't know, Jaws. They're in a tough spot, man. I thought he played pretty good last year.
What's missing?
I think it was surprising how well he played last year. But when you're away from the game for now probably 8 months, I just don't know if you flick that switch and get back out and play in the national.
Well, I'll say that, Jaws. I'll say this. I got here's where I disagree with you, John. I got the impression, and I want to be very clear. I want to be very, very clear. I had the impression, not from Brandon himself, who obviously we personally know. I had just the general sense that he wanted to keep playing, and the Eagles showed him the door because of his age and the injuries at the end of the year. And if he wanted to keep playing and stayed in shape, I mean, this is sort of like, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but like best case scenario for that possibility, everybody's hurt.
Jazz,
That's
what's
football.
Yeah.
You know, that's why you have to look around the league. You know, the Eagles aren't the only team suffering from major injuries. It's the nature of the business. It's part of the fabric of the game. You're going to have injuries, and you try to avoid it the best you can. But they happen. At the fierce warp speed of the NFL, you're going to have injuries. The contact, you're going to have injuries. It's just how the game is played.
So we've got a major issue this week with Justin Jefferson, probably the best wide receiver or one of them in the NFL, coming in here, and we don't have any confidence in our cornerbacks. Who do you like the most, and what's the plan? Can we just zone everything off and hope for the best? How do we handle this, Josh?
Well, when Quignon's healthy, he's obviously one of the best corners in the league. Obviously, he's going to be out for a while now. Who knows really how long? The corner number 2 has been question mark all season long, going back to training camp. And now he's got Reed Blankenship hasn't played great. Cooper DeJean, I thought, has played very well. I think overall the secondary has been okay, but the secondary depends on pass rush. That's probably been the major problem. Has been the lack of a consistent pass rush this season. And when we lose, when Jackson Dart lights us up, that tells you something. Now he made a lot of plays with his legs. I'll give the young man credit, but I still haven't gotten over that Giant loss, because not only did we lose the football game, it's how we lost the game. We weren't the physical team that we expect to see. We all know how he built his team. He wants to be a physical, dominant team, nasty team. It was not. We were out nastied, if that's such a word, by the New York Giants. And that's the part that bothers me most. You're going to lose some games, and the other guys are good players. They're paid well. You're going to lose games, but I haven't seen the Eagles being out physical like they were in that game last Thursday night.
Is that what's missing? I mean, I wanted to ask you, hey, what's going on offensively? Why is it such a slog? What's missing from the offense? Is it, above all else, attitude? I mean, I do think the offensive line, if we could boil that down, there's more than just the attitude. There's a level of skill and experience that, Toth does not have at left guard that you just, I don't know, we got to try to make do while he's in there.
The offensive line, has been good. They're not great. We're used to greatness in the offensive line. For years, we watched this offensive line just dominate people. That is not happening. It's just not happening. I wish I could say it differently than that, but it's true. This team, I know injuries had a part of it. We're not getting Saquon to the second level of defense. His yards before contact is way off from last year. I'm not sure he's 100%. I'm just speculating. I'm not sure he's 100% because the plays that he was making last year. And by the way, everyone wants to blame Patul, the play calling. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it, in my opinion. This team, the last couple of years, has been able to say, they go to the line of scrimmage, John. You know when the offense is feeling it. You go to the line of scrimmage, you can tell a defense where you're going to run it.
Just watch where the defensive linemen end up. Last year, we were pushing them downfield. Yeah.
The knockback just isn't there this year.
Right.
And and I know defense adjusts to the offseason, all those things, but to me, it's more physical than anything else. The physicality of the offensive line hasn't been what it's been in the past.
How do you get that back? I mean, aside from personnel, I don't know. Is it you just run it more and that inspires the offensive line because that's what they like to do? I know that's gotten things.
You just can't run to run. You got to run and you stay on schedule. How many times last Thursday night were we in 3rd and 7+?
Yes.
That's a hard down.
Yep.
So we're 1 and 9 and then third downs.
Predictable.
It's a hard down. So you can't just say, okay, we're going to run if you're coming up 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 9 every time.
What about the predictability, Jazz? There's been a lot made of the fact that we run the ball when it's just 1st and 10 or 2nd and 10 and 10, when it's just 3-by-1, formationally. What we're talking about is if people can see this from the outside at home, defenses that we're going up against probably have a good indication it's a run.
We're watching too much TV. Everyone wants to get to have their moment on TV and make. We know exactly the play they're running. We know what they're doing. That's BS. Because we don't even know what Jalen's doing at the line of scrimmage. Is he calling the play at the line of scrimmage? Is he audibling at the line of scrimmage? He has that freedom, and he does a really good job of changing plays at the line of scrimmage. So how can you continue to blame Kevin Patul and the play calling when you don't even know what the play is or who the play is being called for? So I don't see any real schematic change in this offense. They're running the same plays they ran last year with great success. They're not getting explosive. That's why the average for Saquon is down. They're not getting the big plays. And I think to a certain degree, we missed a change-up back like we had in Kenny Gainwell. I thought Kenny Gainwell was a real kind of guy that comes in and changes the tempo of the game. We don't have that kind of back right now. We've got a bunch of bullies. And that's, sometimes you need that quick guy you can create matchups on linebackers and safeties with a good back coming out the backfield.
I agree.
I don't think we have that.
Gainwell was a loss. There's no question. Jaws,
no doubt about it, Joe.
Jaws, what did the film show you on how Jalen played versus New York?
He still hold on to the ball too long. The timing and rhythm of the passing just isn't there. He's playing good football, but there are too many times to see him holding on to the football. And the numbers bear out in any of the next-gen stats or Pro Football Focus stats you see where they monitor these guys and do a great job with it. He's holding on to the ball too long, and it's that simple. And that breaks down the timing and rhythm of the passing game. It puts tremendous pressure on the offensive line to hold their blocks longer. The ball, if there's one thing I would recommend to Kevin Petula, is call a lot more of the quick passing game to get the ball out, get that rhythm with your quarterback, wide receivers, and offensive line working in harmony together to get the ball out quickly. He's well above 3.15 seconds and getting him from snap to throw, and that's one of the slowest in the NFL.
Here's another effect of it, Jaws, and they may have crossed the Rubicon in the last week or two on this one. I think it's driving A.J. Brown nuts, and I'm starting to wonder whether he wants out. What do you think?
No, I don't think he wants out. I think he's here to stay. I think he's a great player. I think we need him. We need to get these guys going, though. There's no question about that. But he's making a big salary. He's a big component of the team. Sometimes I wish he would say less, but that's just the way it is. Diva wide receivers like that. But for some reason, I don't know him very well, but I know a lot of the guys that do know him well. They have nothing but positive things to say about A.J. Brown.
Sure.
So people that I trust, sometimes hey, he gets dejected, he gets down, he wants football. That's just the way it is. But I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's too valuable.
Well, I'll say this, Jaws, because James has had this theory for some time, and I agree with him. While he is a very, very liked teammate, I mean, I've heard that from people as well, he's not making it easy. I mean, James, your basic argument is that he is really complicating everyone's life these days with things he's saying publicly, right?
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, what a great teammate, but he makes everyone on the team's life more difficult. All they have to do is answer questions about what AJ said or what AJ's thinking or whatever. It makes it harder to win when you're dealing with all this internal stuff. So he might be a great guy. It seems like he is a wonderful guy, but he is not a quote-unquote great teammate the way he's acting.
Stay off Twitter, stay off X or whatever these guys on social media do right now. Stay off it. It doesn't help you. And more than likely, it's going to hurt you.
So, Jaws, let's look ahead to the next game. Two-part question.
I got to, hold on, Jaws. Did you ever have a situation, like it seems like these issues when you've got a receiver and a quarterback who are sort of not on the same plane, on the same level, seeing eye to eye, it seems like those things automatically sort of solve themselves when the game starts working out, when that connection on the field starts working out. From your experience, don't you think they kind of go hand in hand? Success on the field.
I in my 17 years as a quarterback in the NFL, I was very fortunate. I had primarily, there's always a couple of guys that'll drive you crazy, but I had two Hall of Famers in Harold Carmichael, an NFL Hall of Famer, and Mike Quick. Not only great football players, but better people. So if we had an issue, we'd go on the field and work it out from timing and rhythm. We never had any personal problems like throw me the ball. I knew when I needed to get him the ball. I knew when Harold had his streak going of 115 or 16 in a row, I needed to get him the football early so I could take that pressure off his thought process. So everyone is different. Every personality is different, and you got to learn how to deal with it. But I was fortunate. I didn't have deep wide receivers. I had guys that really wanted the football, yes, but if they didn't get it, the team was first.
Here's what I'll say there, John, to you about the work it out thing, and obviously it could work out. And Donovan and T.O. in 05 are an example. Even if you have strife off the field, you can succeed on the field, which they did for that half a season together. But Jalen and A.J. combo-wise are not this year. Here are the basic numbers. 274 yards and 1 touchdown. 6 games into the season, that means A.J.'s on pace for less than 600 yards and less than 2 or 3 touchdowns. Yeah. That's not it's working out.
I could go do that.
Oh, that's not all. And hey, we're
coming off 2
straight losses where neither side of the football has shown the flashes of where they were a year ago, where we were brilliant on offense, connecting and hitting. And I just don't know how much, not being in that locker room or part of that team on a daily basis, how much that impacts the play on the field. I just don't know that. I do know this. We played 2 lousy games. We actually haven't played a good game in 6 games. We played 2 lousy games back-to-back, and something's wrong. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, what it is, but something is wrong with this football team.
I agree, Jaws. Let's get to the next game. Jaws, Minnesota, 2-part question. How good are the Vikings? And if Carson Wentz is the quarterback against the Eagles, has his game evolved since the end of his tenure here, or is he pretty much what people became accustomed to seeing near the end of his time here?
Yeah, I think Carson is, as much as I love and respect the guy, he's a journeyman quarterback right now, and he's not the same guy that we saw when he came to the Eagles as the number 1 draft choice. He was an incredibly talented guy. I think the injuries have bothered him. He's not the same guy, but he can still play and he can still be it. So you can't underestimate Carson Wentz. He's an incredible athlete. But I'm more concerned about this Minnesota defense. They play great defense, and they got a scheme that's going to not only physically put pressure on our offensive line, but mentally put pressure on our pass protections. They do a great job of getting after the quarterback. Jalen has to be at his best in this game, or he could get embarrassed.
The pass protection, it feels like we are at such a disadvantage with the games and things up front. Doesn't it make sense to hand it off and start there? Like, hand it off. If they're going to stunt and blitz, let them run by it. Let these offensive linemen, the young ones in particular, Toth in parentheses.
But here's the problem, John. Saquon's only averaging he's averaging 3 yards a carry.
I know.
And Joe, you're 100% right. I mean, you think back to last year, we're running the ball 54% of our plays, but we're runs. It's flipping right now. We got last week's a pass-happy football team. Oh. That's not our model for winning football games. And I will tell you, I'll say right now, if we get behind the sticks against Minnesota Vikings, we're going to be in for a long day. We have to stay on schedule, get the 2nd and 5, get the 3rd and 1 or 2. If we get that 2nd or 3rd and 7 plus, we're in for a long afternoon.
Yeah, their defensive coordinator is very aggressive.
Brian Flores, he is a schemer. He's a designer. Yep. He will manufacture some sacks and pressures.
Brilliant.
Jaws, stay well, my man. We love having you on the show. And today, the last 10, 15 minutes, a classic example to the audience of why. Top notch. Thanks, Jaws.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you got
Jaws.
it, man. Rube, that was strong. I mean, he's laying a lot out there, man.
Yeah. He's disappointed as everybody else is.
Yeah.
There's an issue.
There is,
and it needs to change, but it will.
I think there's multiple, by the way.
Listen,
because there's a personnel issue that the Village Idiot can say. Village Idiot can see they don't have players on defense right now.
But I do think that they have a track record of straightening things out, addressing them, and getting them done, and I believe that they will do that.
How quickly can
it
they
may be
address
and it may be tough
stuff and get it done?
It's tough, especially when the expectations
deadline,
are so high.
This is like we need cornerbacks aplenty right now.
Offensive linemen,
2,
edge rushers.
Why are they not working out O-linemen? They worked out an edge rusher last week. He just signed this morning with Washington.
The O-line needs to get
There might just not be anyone out there.
Yeah.
O-linemen especially are hard to come by.
I would kick the tires on somebody.
Is
what
the
they have
single
there
most important thing that I have to deal with right now for me. It's always about the line. It's almost like pitching and defense. It's the lines.
Well,
and
that's
they're
another
not the same.
Seltzer, that's another Twitter poll. What concerns you the most? The O-line, the pass rush, or the corners?
Yeah.
Because they're all horrible.
I'm telling you, man. When you've got inexperience at guard on both sides, it's really hard for Lane. It's hard for Jordan Mailata because teams are preying on the inexperience of just when you got 2 guys who need to work together, to swap things off. It's just there are certain things that become second nature when you've done it for years and years.
Yeah.
These guys have never done it before. They need to just get reps at doing it. So this is almost like it's like every year it takes a while for the offensive line to perform at peak levels.
Yep.
Man, we're behind schedule at getting the offensive line to where it needs to be because the injuries took a while to take place. Now we're all over the place. It's a hodgepodge. We're in bad shape, but I do think there is some light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to get better as the offensive line gets experience and reps. We just need to get them in a hurry.
Yep.
And right now, Jalen's at risk.
By the way, the Eagles got I don't want to say a total gift, but I'll say a bit of a gift last night because maybe the Bears are just not the Bears anymore. Maybe they're decent,
They're getting better.
But they beat Washington, and that helps the Eagles. Had
They're
Washington
respectable.
Yeah, had Washington won that game, they would have tied the Eagles for the division.
Washington turned it over, 2 interceptions in the first half. They had the
Well,
exchange. That was bad.
They had a
And
fumble with
frankly,
3 minutes left.
The Bears, they owed it to the Bears after the way they beat the Bears last year.
Yeah.
So.
But anyway, that was a reprieve for the Eagles. Gives the Eagles a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah,
but
Panthers beating the Cowboys too.
Yeah,
yeah.
But this might not be a great division.
The Bills have lost.
Might
2
not
in a row
be. Yeah,
after
I think
Rose
we might be
All
able
right.
to say it's a bad division.
Twitter poll question of the day.
Bills losing to Atlanta. We need to think about the fact that Atlanta is.
Bijan Robinson went off last
I just think it's a bad. Like I said this last year too.
There's
I
a
don't think we have any
shift in
great
the
teams
NFC.
now, and I think it takes
Raheem
time for
Morris.
any teams to even become great.
Could be.
You
It
know?
sounds like the
Tampa.
MLB.
It does.
Because there's no great teams anymore.
All right, let me get to the Twitter poll question of the day. We're going to talk to Eliot in about 5 minutes. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's clearance event is on. Only a few left. Huge savings on all 2025 leftovers. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. So every poll that's been done on the station, one on our show, one yesterday afternoon in the afternoon show, about Rob Thomson. You want him back? You don't want him back? They've all been close to 50-50. We had a poll that was like 55-45. Afternoon show, the poll yesterday was 51-49. They're all in the 50-50 range. So we're shifting the poll now that we know that Topper's back to ask you this question, because I think this is a big part of why Topper's back, as I believe Middleton and Dombrowski assess the situation. Middleton especially. Poll question. Who do you blame the most for the Phillies' early playoff exit? 3 choices. The players, Dombrowski, Rob Thomson. Because if Rob Thomson is second or third in this poll, that's a reason to keep him. I mean, you might not like it, but that to me is how Middleton probably viewed it. It's how I viewed it.
Yeah.
I'd put
Me
the
too.
players as more culpable.
Me too.
And I got 8 players specifically, important players, not scrub guys, important players that I thought were more culpable in October than Rob Thomson. Bryce, Trey, Schwarber, and it's a shame for Schwarber because he had 2 homers in one game, but the other 3 games he didn't hit. Bryce, Trey, Schwarber, Marsh, Stott, Robertson, Kirk, Green, Strom.
You know, why is it that Bryce, who's supposed to be the leader of this team, like I can never really say Bryce Harper's the leader. I always sort of default to, oh wait, it's Kyle Schwarber.
Well, everyone says it's
who's
Schwarber.
the leader. Yeah. Isn't Bryce supposed to be? You know, like he's supposed to be more the leader than what he has been.
He's a little bit like JT and like leader by example more than anything else, not super vocal. I mean, obviously he's one of the faces of the team. There's no question about it.
It feels like year after year, Ruben, we get to the postseason and fingers are crossed. Well, I hope Bryce is using the whole field because when he'll do that, you know, when his approach is not so greedy that he's swinging for the fences every time, we have a great chance because he's going to get a hit in those clutch situations. It just feels like those clutch situations that he gets a hit have become fewer and fewer with each passing year. And it feels like the greedy at-bats where the fences are being swung for are increasing year after year. And I'm talking about Bryce specifically. Bryce Harper, the guy who I thought was the leader, but now I continually default to other people and say, maybe
he's obviously not the leader. I mean, I think we all know that.
That's a real problem.
Well, it's also a problem if you don't have Schwarber.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, Ruben, that's
correct.
You know, it's not just Schwarber.
And maybe
the
that
players.
influences the Schwarber return, like how much you're willing to pony up.
Yeah, but don't
If
think
you're
the
bringing
Mets
gang
won't
back,
want Schwarber.
I agree.
There's a lot of other teams that have been knocking on the door and not getting through. The Mets, the Yankees, tons of teams. There's any number of teams.
Cincinnati's another team that concerns me just because of the geography.
Yeah, and they're going for it. Tito, the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, and they don't have a whole lot of
money
commitments, but they don't have a lot of commitments
Yeah.
either.
I mean, Schwarber at Yankee Stadium could hit 70 home runs in that place.
I mean, the Phillies aren't going to be the only bidder here, guys. Let's go to the phones. We're going to talk to Eliot in the next couple of minutes. Kevin, Philadelphia. Kevin, good morning.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Hi, Kevin.
All right, quick thing. As far as the Phils, I agree with you, Joe. I think the players are more culpable, but I also agree with Rhea. I just think they need a different approach and a different voice in the locker room because what we're seeing, it works a little bit, but it doesn't work for what we really need.
I mean, so far you're right. It hasn't. That's a fair point.
And my thing with the I'm in favor of letting Rob go. But my thing with the Eagles here, I mean, I thought Adoree Jackson was the worst cornerback in the league until I saw Ringo last week, and I clearly think Ringo is worse than him. And
Yes,
and that right
he
there
is.
is a travesty.
He is worse. Keely Ringo he was an absolute disaster. Just an absolute disaster.
I couldn't even believe what I was watching. I saw it seemed like he was never there. One guy, he's there. He don't even tackle the guy. He just tapped him on the shoulder. I don't know if he said good catch. I don't even know. I just think the guy stinks. And as far as
it was way too much for him. Way too much.
The defense was terrible, but this is my problem. Of course, the defense, we had guys out. Our offense shouldn't be this bad, man. I just don't. I think that is no way in the world. I think that we should be a team that says, okay, our defense is hurt. We got guys out and all that. We have the offense to win firefights. Let's have a shootout.
But they never, Kevin, they were never that even last year. It's not who they are.
I understand it, but I think that if all of y'all, I'm not going to say you, Joe, but everybody called Jalen Hurts elite, and y'all calling these guys elite quarterback, you know what they do? Elite quarterback don't just game manage. When the going gets tough, he put the team on his back. If I got to throw for 500, I'm going to throw for 500. Let's tear it up. Let's have a war out here. I'm not seeing that from this elite quarterback that y'all calling elite. I'm not seeing war. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing elite game manager. He can't carry the team. It seems like if everything ain't going perfect with the offensive line and the defense, everything got to go perfect for this guy to carry us. And I don't think that's what elite is. That's not my definition of elite. So I don't know what the problem is. Kevin Patullo, he seems like he's terrible from what Jaws just said. I take from Jaws. I like listening to Jaws. Jaws don't think it's his fault. Now I think it's his fault. But if it's not his fault, it got to be the quarterback. It got to be.
Well, you're talking, Kevin, you're talking my language. But there's a lot to it this year because it's not just Jalen
besides
this year.
just the quarterback and the offensive coordinator, Kev.
I just think that this quarterback has been hitting. The scheme hides his faults, the whole scheme, and this time the scheme ain't
the scheme accentuates his positives. The scheme gives us a chance because it shows the balance that he can provide. And that's what scares the defense so much.
Well, I don't think they're scared now.
I'm not scared at all.
The scheme also would show you that he's a game manager, because if the scheme ain't working right and we don't have him there when everything's working right to make those smart decisions and all that, then we fail.
Listen, Kevin, I think you bring up a lot of good points. I want to get to Eliot. Give me an answer. A high-energy fictional character. Who do you have?
I'm going to go Kramer.
Oh, that's a good answer.
I assume that was one of your two, Joe.
No.
That should be up there with the two. That's massive.
I mean, his entrance was legendary.
Clubhouse.
Just legendary, yeah. All right, let's get to Eliot Shorr-Parks. He joins us every Tuesday at this time. You can shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Eliot.
What's up? How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. Quite a bit.
Great.
Now, Eliot, a ton to get to. But before we get to nitty-gritty specifics and AJ and all that stuff, I want to get your assessment if I have this right, because here's my sense of the spot Sirianni's in right now. I know he's got a 4-2 record. I know he's got some great parts, but, man, he's got some leaky elements. Here's where I'm at on Sirianni. Right now, third biggest challenge he's had as the Eagles coach. Number one was the end of 2023, trying to stem the tide of a collapse, an avalanche. He failed at that one. Number two, and I'm going in order. Not sequential order. I'm going in order of prominent moment. Number two was in 2021, trying to lift the Eagles out of the ashes. They started 2-5. They started 3-6. They were losing bad. Someone throws flowers at his feet. That whole thing. And he succeeded on that one. I got this as number three, as far as a moment where it's like, this is a tough spot for a head coach. Do you think I have that sized up right?
So it's definitely a tough spot for Nick, and I would agree. I think you're correct to bring up 2021. That was a massive moment in his career because he didn't really have a career at that point. They were 2-5. There's a world where he doesn't survive that, and maybe he's not a head coach. I would say, though, that I think last year at roughly this time, after that Browns game, was a more critical point for Nick than this is right here. Obviously, we all hope they turn it around this year, and we'll see what happens. But they don't really have to. Like, they just won the Super Bowl. As long as they don't only win, 4 games or 5 games, if they get to 9 or 10 games, it's mostly okay, and then you move into next year.
Well, let me just, Elliot, let me say this. I hear what you're going there, okay? I agree that last year was more important for his career because if things went off the rails last year, he could have lost his job. My point is this is tougher because he now doesn't have all sort. Look, it looks to me like he doesn't have much of an offensive line, cornerbacks, or edge rushers. That's hard to win. By the way, he's got a wide receiver not happy with the quarterback, and he's got a quarterback not playing too well. That's a tough combination, man.
So I think he had a lot of those things last year. The defense was better. But remember, after the Browns game, the defense played good in the Browns game, but we didn't know the defense was going to turn into what they turned into. The first month of the year, they weren't really good. And I thought last year at this time, he was still carrying the baggage of 2023. It felt like the continuation. I know there was the offseason there, but when you start 2-2, you have that ugly performance, the incident with the fans, it felt like they had not fully recovered from that collapse. So I agree this is a very, very tough task he's dealing with, but I just think last year was uglier and in some ways tougher.
Fair enough. All right, Elliot, I want to get to the Zadarius Smith thing, and by way of it, play some audio of Sirianni yesterday. I thought this was notable. So Zadarius Smith just ups and retires. All right, not good. So Eagles already were light at the position. I want to play for you audio, and I'm guessing you might have noticed this in the moment. When Sirianni is answering a question about the edge rush situation in light of no Zadarius Smith, I thought his one name and only one name said was telling for what he thinks of the position and the problem he's in there. Because, a lot of times coaches won't even start listing players, but if they do, they normally list 3, 4, 5 guys. He listed one guy. Listen to how yesterday Nick Sirianni addressed the edge rush situation.
As far as my confidence in the guys there on that defensive line, a lot of confidence in them. A lot of guys that have played, young guy in Jalix who's continuing to get better each and every week. My confidence in him is so high. And then you got guys that have played a lot of football and want them to, I'm excited about those guys and continuing to help them get better and within our schemes.
Elliot, he's got Jalix Hunt and, those guys that have played football. Not exactly a ringing endorsement.
No, and what's crazy is the one guy he didn't name is the only guy that has a sack among the edges, and that's Patrick Johnson. And I think we would all agree Patrick Johnson, while a nice player, good special teams player, is certainly not someone you want playing big-time snaps for what should be a Super Bowl contender at edge. So, yeah, you're right. It is noteworthy, but it's also just the truth. Azeez Ojulari has played, I thought, decent in the first game, but he was a healthy scratch at the beginning of the year. Jalix Hunt was not supposed to be the top edge rusher. Patrick Johnson wasn't even supposed to really be on the roster. And Josh Uche has arguably overachieved for what they paid for him, but he certainly has not been an impact player. I mean, not that Zadarius Smith is a massive, massive loss, but the fact that it's one we're even talking about speaks to how poor that edge group is right now. I mean, they probably have the worst group of edges, debatably in the league, but certainly among the contending teams. So they not only have to make one move there, they might have to make 2 moves there if they're serious about trying to compete for a Super Bowl this year.
It is such a sour environment, everyone in town feels similarly right now about this team. I don't know if circumstance has a lot to do with it. Baseball has a lot to do with football. The way our emotions are all over the place. But when you're in the locker room, Eliot, you have a chance to actually witness the way this team weathers the storm. And do you notice a difference this week? Do you notice after the 2 losses? Do you notice any change in the way business has been conducted?
Yeah, so I haven't, after the Broncos loss and the Giants loss, there just hasn't been a ton of time in the locker room because of the short week prior between Denver and New York, and then obviously we haven't started this week. So haven't been around the players a ton yet. I will say just from being in the locker room after the losses, it does feel as if there's a frustration there where there's a little bit of how haven't we solved this yet, right? That's what reminds me a little bit of 2023. 2023, you would talk to the players week in and week out, and it would be, we're one block away. It's self-inflicted wounds. And I'm sure you guys heard that as well when you would have Brandon Gramo and you would have Jason Kelsey on. Like, it was an annoyance almost of like, I can't believe we still haven't fixed this. And that's what I meant.
Impatience almost? Like
frustration.
like
just a
tapping
feeling
the
of,
foot, like waiting, and I don't know.
Yeah, or more like slamming something into their foot repeatedly might be better. But I mean, they definitely are making self-inflicted wounds. And look, the talent might just not be as good as it was last year. In fact, it definitely isn't. But they're also hurting themselves, and I think there's a frustration of like, why aren't we getting this solved?
Yeah. Let's get the defensive side of things a little bit of shop. Nakobe Dean was back and available, but we didn't really get a chance to see what he could do. Do you know what the plan's going to be for him?
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting. Nick Sirianni yesterday was asked about Jahad Campbell maybe playing edge a little bit more because obviously with Za'Darius retiring and the position being a position of need. And as part of his answer, he kind of, I thought, in my opinion, like insinuated Nakobe is going to be back out there. So, they've been bad against the run this year. Nakobe was really good against the run last year. Jahad has played awesome, but Jahad can go to edge. Like, that is one of the main reasons they drafted him in the first round, is because of his potential as an edge rusher. So I don't think you're going to see him go there full time or anything like that. But when he's done it this year, he's done a pretty good job. He has a pass rush win rate of around 20% when he's on the edge. That's very good for an edge rusher. Now, it's limited snaps. It's not a large sample size, but he's shown some potential. So I think if you wanted to get Nakobe back out there to help with the run defense, kind of calm things down in the middle of the field, they do have that ability to put Jahad at the edge or send him on a blitz, but just get him after the quarterback.
Eliot, would you call Brandon Graham and say, BG, are you interested? We want to check you out. Would you call him?
I would not. No. I understand it would be a feel-good story, but Brandon retired with the Super Bowl. Does he really want to join what could be an ugly rest of the season? Like, he wasn't able to stay healthy last year. I think he'd be great in the locker room. I think that he's better than probably every edge they have right now. But it feels like a desperation move to me. So,
I'll tell you this. I think it's a desperate time.
He might not have worked out for the last 9 months.
Yeah, and you know how you find out? You call him. You ask him.
But when has adding older players to a team that's
2022.
2022
it worked.
Dominican Sue and
Sue and Joseph.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. That did. 2023 it didn't. They added older players that year, and that didn't help out. So I don't think it's not.
Those were guys who hadn't retired and were available.
Yeah,
Brandon
that's fair.
retired 9 months ago.
Well, listen, things have changed. All right, Ellie, let's talk about A.J. Brown. By the way, it's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast today from the Tasty Cake studio. Elliot, it feels like every week there's something new with A.J., and it's not positive. I'm hearing more and more people speculate that they think he may want to be traded. Diana Rossini had a report the other day, and in that report she wrote, one league source told me, quote, Brown doesn't look frustrated or mad. He looks indifferent. And that's not a good place to be. And then she said a GM in the AFC said, quote, I think Howie moves him. It would have to be for the right player or pick, but a trade wouldn't surprise me. Howie likes deals, especially if a player's value overrides how Brown is being used. Now, not contained in that quote is whether this GM thinks it happens before the trade deadline in about 3 weeks or in the offseason. We know it's complicated if they were to move him in the short term. And by the way, I don't want to see A.J. Brown traded. Nobody wants to see him traded. But if him and the quarterback can't get on the same page and he keeps causing problems for the team, I mean, at some point you got to open the mind up to it. So cap-wise, I know there's some big cap hit if they trade him in the next couple weeks. How big is that cap hit if Howie wanted to go down that road?
Yeah, so the first thing I would say is this, is that when it comes to the cap, Howie is very good at manipulating it. So in a world where they traded A.J. Brown prior to the trade deadline, I think we would get two pieces of news. The first would be they've traded A.J. Brown. The second would be Howie redid his contract prior to the trade to make it more team-friendly. So I think that the cap is not going to stop them from trading A.J. Brown. It might be an annoyance. It might be something to work through. But if it gets to a point where they feel trading A.J. prior to the deadline is for the better of the team, the cap will not get in the way of that. Now, all that being said, from what I know about the contract and what I know about the cap space, I believe it would be around a $17 million dead cap hit this year, right? So they currently have $11 million in cap space. His cap hit, like they would lose cap space this year. Next year, it would be around a $44 million dead cap hit. So that's a big cap hit. Like they've taken large cap hits. They took one when they traded Carson. I think large dead cap hits are becoming common around the league. But the bottom line I would say is this, is the contract will not stop them from trading AJ, in my opinion, if they decide it's for the better of the team.
Elliot, let me ask you this. And I'm not asking this in an ideal world where the offense is humming. I'm asking this given what the offense has been. And the fact that AJ's numbers have been down for a couple years compared to what the Justin Jeffersons and the Jamar Chases get. Do you think AJ Brown wants to remain an Eagle?
Man, it's a great question. I don't think the answer is definitely yes. Like, I think AJ loves being in Philadelphia. I get a chance to see AJ multiple times during the week, the way he interacts with his teammates, the attitude he has in the locker room, and it's positive. Like, he's very popular in there. He is definitely someone that will talk and hang out in the locker room. So I certainly don't get a sense that he is unhappy, in his everyday life. But professionally, do I think he's getting the most out of his talent? No. And I think sometimes, we can probably all relate to this, or anyone listening, like, you might love all your coworkers, but if you don't feel you're doing what's best for your career, sometimes you have to make a tough decision. I think AJ feels he could do more on a team where his skills were better utilized. So that would be the best way I could answer it. Like, I don't know AJ's heart where he wants to be, but I feel confident saying AJ wants to be a Hall of Fame player. He wants to be the top receiver in the league. He said that, and that's just not going to happen for him here. And so there's probably a real part of him that struggles with that.
You know what I think plays into this in a strange kind of way is Howie and Lurie's institutional knowledge of the Terrell Owens situation. And I'm not saying that AJ and Jalen are T.O. and Donovan. I certainly don't know that and certainly don't think that. But I do know this. Howie and Lurie were here 20 years ago when the organization decided to move on from T.O. Whether people thought they should or shouldn't, and the town was very split based on Terrell's actions. The reality is everybody would agree it did not work out. Period. It did not work out. And so it'll be interesting, even if the Eagles might be frustrated with AJ's frustrations, even if AJ wants out, if he tells them that, they may just say, tough, big guy, because we know what it's like to trade a player like you, and it's hard to get back similar value and stay on as a Super Bowl type team. We'll see.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I would also say, just quickly, like, this isn't new. Like, this is something they dealt with last year. So I think they would probably view it as, you know what, like, it's flaring up right now, but Nick is very good at controlling the locker room. Nick has an awesome relationship with AJ, which I think is part of the reason it probably has not gotten it as ugly as it could otherwise. I would just, the last thing is, like, the health of AJ, I think, is a key piece of information here, too. Do they feel AJ has 3 more years of elite play in him? And if they don't feel that, do they feel it's better to trade him before the value tanks when his value is still high? Or do they hold on to him and see what happens?
Yeah.
But the health and just how they feel about him is something we haven't discussed. That is, I think, a key piece of information.
Well, I agree. And I'll add this. I think he was undervalued when he got traded by Tennessee 4 years ago. But he was only traded for a first-round pick 4 years ago. This is now his 7th year. I mean, Eagles might only get a second-round pick for him, which isn't going to make any Eagles fan happy. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, I was going to say
great.
a 3. I was going to say a 3. Like, because you might have to pay him a new contract. I think it'd be more likely a player is what they would seek, where you get someone that could help. But you're right that they would. I'd be shocked if they got a first-round pick.
All right. Elliot, great report, pal. Enjoy the week. Obviously, we'll talk to you as the week progresses. Thanks, Elliot, very much.
Yeah, sounds
Thanks,
good.
Elliot.
All right. Eliot Shorr-Parks. Man. 215-592-9494. All right, coming up, something Ray Didinger said this week about some real concern with the Eagles defense. Plus, Nick Sirianni, he joins us at 8:40. We got an awful lot to talk to the Eagles head coach about in a half an hour. That and more, your phone calls on all of it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, J-O-N-R, and new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, J-O-N-R, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. We're proud to be the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go where the players go. Come join us for all the Eagles action and the best in-game experience anywhere. Ice cold draft beer, all of your Chicky and Pete's favorites, and of course, world famous crab fries. Go where the players go. The official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
All right, it's the Robin from Robin Ford, Delco's #1 Ford destination for over 6 decades. We're leafing through all the deals and covering all things car. Megan from Springfield, what's your query?
I'm haunted by my old car. Don't have a lot of down money. Is that an issue?
No need to be chicken. Rake in the savings at Robin Ford this month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Mach-E, Bronco Sport, or Ford Escape for $399 per month with no money down. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Paul from Media.
Wondering, what's the best truck for both reliability and affordability?
Oh, that one's easy. A brand new Ford F-150. And you won't get pecked with high payments at Robin Ford. Drive one home today with 0% financing for up to 72 months. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Offers subject to credit approval and can change at any time. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end October 31st, 2025. See dealer for
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh,
where'd you get your windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The first NFL midseason head coach firing victim, unfortunately, is Brian Callahan. His Titans went 1-5 in his second season after replacing the fired Mike Vrabel. Ironically, Vrabel leads his rejuvenated first-place Patriots into Nashville this Sunday. 6 of the past 8 quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall, including Tennessee's Cam Ward, have seen their head coaches fired during their rookie seasons. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Believe it or not, the holiday season is right around the corner, and it's always a fun and busy time of the year. And it's now that you should address any unnecessary aches, lingering pain, or an injury that'll stop you from enjoying it. NovaCare Rehabilitation's physical therapists, hand therapists, and sports physical therapists, they're here for you. So whether you've got specific goals, maybe you're just tired of changing the way you do things because of discomfort, or you're making your health and well-being a priority, NovaCare's clinical experts will create a treatment plan just for you. The Delaware Valley's hometown physical therapy provider is proud to be part of the healing journey of so many patients. They've been it for me, my family, many of my friends. They've got more than 150 convenient locations in Greater Philadelphia and South Jersey. So there is no better time to make NovaCare part of your healthcare team. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy, schedule an appointment today at novacare.com. NovaCare, the official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Philadelphia International Airport. Nick Sirianni will be on the WIP Morning Show about 20 minutes as the Eagles will travel to Minnesota Sunday looking to snap their 2-game losing streak. They will have to do so quite thin now at the edge rusher position following the out-of-the-blue retirement Monday morning of Zadarius Smith. Rob Thomson returning for another season as the Phillies manager. Flyers getting their first victory of the season, a 5-2 win over the Florida Panthers. Terrific night from Sean Couturier, 2 goals, 2 assists. Philadelphia International Airport's new premier valet parking service managed by the Philadelphia Parking Authority, reserved now at phl.org. Cloudy, breezy today, high 68. It is currently 55. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. Another dreary day in the Delaware Valley. But the Flyers got to win. So we got, that going for us. 2 things notable in sports last night related to our baseball and football teams. The Dodgers won. That's obviously irritating. I mean, how about this? The Dodgers played. Like, Ruben, there was a game last night. And James, that could have been
Squeaker.
Game 1
of the Phils.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It hurts, right?
Yeah.
It really hurts.
I didn't watch it. And I watched a 15-inning game. All 15. I watched 15 innings of that game. All of it. Every second of that baseball game. And I couldn't do it last night. I was like, nope, don't want to, don't care.
Yeah. And the other thing is Washington did lose in football, and that helps the Eagles, who at 4-2 remain on top of the NFC East. Had Washington won, it would have been a tie there at 4-2. So gives the Eagles a little bit of reprieve. But I'll tell you this, what's going to happen this year with the Eagles is going to be a lot less about, does Washington win a game or does Dallas win a game? And a lot more about the Eagles got to get their act together. It's not good right now.
Eagles.
Not
Just
great.
get back to being us.
I don't know
It's
that
early.
they can with these players, though, guys. They
Who
are
is
with
us. This is not, it's a
Yeah.
different team than they were last year.
Yeah, it's
I
different.
mean, there's too many people missing. Gone.
There really are.
Gone.
There
And
really,
missing.
really, really are.
I think
All right,
if we get Landon Dickerson back, it helps a lot.
Oh, yeah.
well, they got to hold the
Huge.
fort until he comes back. That might be 5-4. That might be 5-3.
And is he going to be healthy
I don't know.
all year?
Remember, it's
I
not
don't
how
think
you
he'll be
start.
healthy,
It's not
but
how
I
you
think he'll
start.
be back sooner than.
Yeah, but how you
Sooner than
start
later.
impacts it, Ruben.
Yeah, but it's how you finish.
Yeah, but you got to make the
I mean,
playoffs, and the home field advantage helps.
There's not any great teams
All
out
right.
there, man. It's very makeable playoffs.
All right, so we'll talk to Sirianni in 20
like you.
minutes. Looking forward to talking to Nick Sirianni. We also have this Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. Poll question, who do you blame the most for the Phillies' early playoff exit? 3 choices here, the players, Dombrowski, and Rob Thomson. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. I'll be very interested to see where that poll result goes. I know this. A lot of people, everyone's blaming the players to some extent. It's just a matter of, whether you have them as, the leader of that poll or second or third. But everyone knows players let them down to a decent extent. One of the strategies, of course, for the offseason for many fans in their mind is let's change a lot of players. Let's sign players. All right, Rube, I know you've done a little bit of a dive on Major League Baseball and the free agency system. What can you tell everyone listening about what is and what is not available?
Might be the worst, as far as impact players, maybe the worst free agent class I've ever seen.
Oh, good news. raise our spirits.
It just gets worse.
Just take a look at the.
It gets worse and worse, boys and girls.
It's
All
not
right.
your fault, Rube.
Real
Don't
quick.
worry, we don't blame
Go
you
ahead,
for
go
this.
So
ahead.
there's Tucker.
Yeah.
There's Bregman, who could opt out. There's Alonso, who could opt out, and already said he would. There's Real Muto, Bellinger, and Schwarber. I'm talking about position players. That's it.
Wow.
And there's 30 teams. So everybody's looking to improve in one way, shape, or form.
And by the way, only 2 catchers, really, right? So
I mean, Salvador Perez and JT Real
And
Muto
and both old.
So my
36
point is,
and 35.
Yeah, if your mindset is, I don't want to give JT that 4th year, well then,
What about the 3rd year?
The 3rd year?
I'd
Then
love
what do
to
you-
do him on a 2, but you might have to choke on a 3.
Or 4.
Nah, I don't think 4.
Okay,
Three,
but
they might be willing.
listen, I'm
think
with.
4
Okay,
is, lofty.
I'll just say this. My point is, though, and I actually agree with you, but I'll just say this. My point is this: if not him, then who was that guy that came from the Mets? It was like the Bull. What was that guy's name?
Yeah,
the Bull.
Wilson Ramos?
Wilson Ramos.
Yeah.
My point is, you can get back to a guy like that.
How do you really feel about it, Ruben?
We signed him with the Mets. It was the worst thing we ever did. We signed him with the Mets. We had the best starting staff in the game. I thought we had DeGrom.
Ruben, you can't say we with the Mets. I'm sorry. I don't care that you work there. You can't do it.
I was there for 2
It sounds
years. What am
horrible.
I gonna
I don't
do?
like it. Just
And
don't
you
say
said
we.
you hate them.
Say they, okay?
All true.
Yeah, go to the bathroom and
They.
wash that mouth out with soap.
Yeah,
but,
that's
but
outrageous.
Ruben,
Terrible.
the point that you're making obviously is it's not going to
There's
be
not
easy.
a lot.
Yeah, and this is where trades
Yeah.
are. And listen, they made a great one last year getting Luzardo, but
A great trade.
and they made a great trade years ago getting Real Muto
And they did a great trade getting Duran.
and Duran.
A great trade.
Yeah, Duran.
I mean, there's some really great trades there.
I think what the Phillies need, because all those players were less so Luzardo, but Duran and Real Muto, it was understood that they were excellent players when acquired. I think one thing the Phillies could really use is that trade for the guy that you don't know he's a great player at the time. They need a hit on a John LeClaire kind of trade.
A Jason Worth type move.
A Jason Worth type move. They need one of them. Because if it's just as simple as go get someone else's great player, I mean, then you're giving up something big like a huge prospect. I'm not saying I'm against that. I'm just saying they could use a win in a tough way. And Luzardo was a win in a tough way. Like, people knew he was pretty good, but people didn't know he was this good. And they got tremendous value back in Luzardo. They need, it's not going to be easy. And know this, when Ruben lays out the only 6 main free agents in that regard, don't think the Dodgers, yes, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Cubs, the freaking Mets, right, Rhea?
Yeah.
The Red Sox.
Yeah, they're all looking for the same people.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's tough, man.
Correct. But it also may open up some other opportunities to move some guys.
To trade some current Phillies. Could. Well,
And
we'll
if
see.
not, we're just going to bring them all back.
And by the way, I'd
including
add
the
Ranger to not too far beyond that list. I mean, he's a pretty big free agent.
No, well, so I got Cease, Valdez, Ranger, and Michael King.
Yeah, he was
if you
just
thought
doing
that.
offensive
I'm
guys.
sorry.
Yeah,
I was just
yeah.
going off it.
He didn't
Yeah, it's
mention
all
any
right.
pitchers.
That's okay.
I gotcha. Well, I'd love
Now
to
you
find...
pull it together to camera. I mean, come on. What are we doing here, guys?
Okay. All right, Sirianni in about 15 minutes. Let's go to the phones. Our buddy Black Gritty. Black Gritty, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So let me just tell you, I used to have a season ticket for the Sixers 5 years in a row. Last year was the first year I gave it up. They're calling me every day like a debt collector. They got the black jersey, they got hip-hop. They're not getting me back. The Phillies, I'm not spending another dime. I ain't getting no partial package. You can't get me back up in there. You're bringing Topper back. You're wheeling out the whole thing. He just told me I can't even get nobody in free agency. So I'm not spending $1. And I'm not spending my late nights up here crying about this team all year. Get me to the postseason because they're officially in Sixer zone. You're regressing every single year. I'm not going to break my heart. Repeating insanity is just insane. As far as the Eagles are concerned, I hear Chuck up here every morning talking about Tanner McKee. Well, maybe I should trade Tanner McKee for Josh Allen because he's out here averaging 17 points a game and 5 yards a pass right now, lost 2 games in a row to mediocre teams. I mean, we don't have all the injuries or anything, right? Saquon's still running for like 7 yards a carry, right? Oh, no, he's not because it's a team sport and we just look bad right now. Nick, you're about to be on the line in 15 minutes. Your only job as a CEO coach is to fix the locker room. Darius walked in that joint and said, hey, I can't even do it, brother. I can't even do it for a free little check. I'm going to go home instead of being in this childish locker room. So get the attitudes together. If nothing else, have some fight out there. Tough togetherness and whatever flower growing tree stuff he says. Fix it. Now ask me my question because it's a very important answer that I have for you guys.
Listen, the Zadarius Smith thing, I'd be fascinated to know. Did he
It's
leave?
alarming.
Did he leave because of the culture, or is his heart not in it? I don't know.
Is his heart not in it because of the culture?
Maybe.
You know,
That could go either way. I don't know.
I think it's super alarming, personally.
If I walked in there and I saw Joe DeCamera's hamstrings popped out, I'm walking right out the room, okay? There's certain things you just don't want to have to deal with.
Well, by the way, I'm going to tell you about my hamstring. Not exactly. A different part of my body and the Eagles and tie them together in a moment.
Oh, can't wait to see how you do that.
I got some news for you.
Well, ask me my winning answer. I'll give you my winning answer.
All right, Black Gritty, give me an answer.
The hamstring is dangerously close to the buttocks.
It is. It's not actually my hamstring. Give me a high energy fictional character, my man.
This might be cheating because it's Slim Richie's cousin, Animal from the Muppets.
That's what I've been looking for.
Oh, big answer.
Really good.
It's hard to beat.
That was one of my two.
That is chalk.
That is one of my two.
Man, I hadn't thought of Animal.
Yep. I got one more.
Bang.
I got one more in that zone.
That good?
Yes. Similar.
So what about your hamstrings
All right, so
and buttocks?
it's not the hamstring, but I do have an update for you on me
I
versus
like you
Fritz.
including the buttocks every time.
Yeah, the
That's good work.
gluteus.
I like you
The
just keep
buttocks.
throwing
The
it in there.
hammies and the glutes.
All right, nothing to do with the hammy.
Not your glutes.
Not the glute.
Not your buttocks.
Not the buttocks. All right, I got an update for you on the me and Fritz thing, which obviously was frivolity in the summer and a lot of strife and a lot of injuries and a lot of action and a lot of turmoil and a 2-2 and we're aiming for late November, December to wrap it up with the basketball game.
So I don't like where this is going.
So me and the program director Rod Lakin were talking about 2 weeks ago, and his assessment, and I agree with him. I haven't talked to Spike, Ike, and Jack about this, but Rod's sense, and I agree with him, is that the December thing is unlikely. First off, my ankle's not even close to ready. So let me just put that out there. Like it would be December at the earliest.
Not healing as quickly
But we
as
have,
hoped.
well, it's healing, but it's still very.
I mean, you're limping around.
You're not
There's
in
no
the
question. You
hyperbaric
limp
chamber or
everywhere you
anything?
go.
It's not great. I mean, improving, but it's not great. I mean, my physical therapist told me last week, and I'm going to see her again today. She said, you'll be jogging in November. You won't be all out sprinting in November. She's like, there's no way you're all out sprinting in November.
What does your all-out sprint look like?
Well,
Joe?
we saw not very good.
Just curious.
All right, the program director and I both assessed the situation, and his assessment, and I agree with him, is that A.J. Brown squawking the way he did over the last 2 weeks, and this began about 2 or 3 weeks ago, could be a major inhibitor for us planning this in December. Because with the Eagles and everything conversationally that goes on around the Eagles, and it feels like there's a new development every freaking day, like, can we really jam in the me versus Jack thing in December when we may have major Eagles things to talk about? So his sense is we're probably pushing this off after the Eagles season.
The new year?
I guess.
January, February.
Listen,
talk about a downer.
Well, it might be.
I'm hearing excuses.
It might be. Could be mid-January with the way this team's going.
My God.
I'm just saying, there's another thing to blame on A.J. Brown. If he hadn't,
Really?
talked out of pocket.
What if he gets
A.J.
traded
Brown
before
made it
the
so that your
ankle?
ankle takes
What if
8
he
months
gets
to
traded before
recover
the
from?
trade
What is the
deadline?
matter with you?
Then he's gone in a month.
Then they might miss the playoffs. Does the audience really want to have Joe versus Jack stuff when we might have a 6-6 football team in December?
What else could we need to lift up this city when we're down like that,
I
other
don't
than
know.
Jack and Joe?
Listen, all I can tell you guys is I think it's a reasonable point. I happen to agree with the point. It's something to
There's a shock.
It's something to look. The ankle is not close to being ready. It's just not. But if it were to be ready in December, the Eagles.
Neither of your ankles will ever be ready.
Well,
None of your body will be ready.
No, I'm going to
either.
whoop his
So
ass
what's
when the time
point?
comes. When the time comes,
Waiting till readiness
I'm going to whoop him.
is
I'm going to whoop him.
fruitless.
That's.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it doesn't
You're
feel
speaking
as
in a
powerful
vacuum.
I'm
You're
just
speaking in
saying,
a vacuum right now.
AJ is causing a lot of problems.
An
I'm
athleticism
just putting that out there.
vacuum.
Rhea, by the
an
way,
athleticism
yeah,
vacuum.
Rhea,
AJ did it. It's AJ's fault.
Rhea, all jokes aside,
Yes.
he is causing problems.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I mean, this is really getting
There's
complicated.
nothing worse than passive-aggressive people. I dislike them intensely.
I know you do.
Because, like, yell at me. I'm one of those people that I don't mind being yelled at.
Yeah.
I was yelled at pretty much every day for 25 years by Angelo, and so I'm used to it. I'm seeing him on Wednesday, by the way.
Tell him we say hi.
He's coming to my house, and I get to yell at him because he's
There
in
you
my
go.
house.
Good for you.
Very good for you.
So, to me, I always prefer knowing exactly what someone's thinking. And I think a lot of times that it leads to people getting working better together.
Yeah.
Not as long as it doesn't get nasty, but I think you just have to let people know what you're thinking. But we didn't have a meeting. I didn't know anything about a meeting. I mean, I like him a lot. I love personalities. But that whole thing, after a loss with the smirk, didn't sit well with me.
Well, and it follows the Seth Joyner thing, and it follows the initial thing from about 2 weeks ago with, it's just not, it's not good.
It's not conducive.
It's not. All right, 215-592-9494. That's not the only issue going on with the Eagles because they got a defensive situation right now devoid of players. It's a problem. Ray Diddy is clearly concerned. You'll hear what Ray said. Coming up in 30 minutes, Ray on the defense. Wait till you hear it.
Tomorrow at 10/9 Central on BT, new Series 106 in sports premieres from executive producers LeBron James and Maverick Carter. It's a new top 5 countdown with hosts Ashley Nicole Moss and Cam Newton. They're breaking down the top moments in sports, culture, and entertainment, highlighting both established pros and stars on the come up. Watch the new Series 106 in sports premiering tomorrow at 10/9 Central on BT, or catch up the next day on BT+.
Reminder, Nick Sirianni in about 5 minutes will join the program. Ray, Ruben, I'm assuming you're concerned with the Eagles defense, right?
I'm concerned with a couple of different things.
Yeah.
Not just the Eagles defense.
Well, you may not be as concerned as the Diddy. Listen to Ray Diddy. This goes back to Saturday when he was on with Sealski and Rob Ellis. Ray, I would say it's fair to say with major concern about the Eagles defense. Listen to what he said.
The run defense has been bad all year.
Yeah.
They haven't really been able to play the run all year. And there was always the feeling that if some team came out and they were just determined they were going to run the ball, you could run the ball successfully against this team. The pass rush has been not very good this year. And they have never solved the second cornerback thing. And then you take Quinyon Mitchell off the field, and then now you've got to go with both Ringo and Jackson.
Yeah.
I mean, even a kid starting his third NFL game, which is what Dart was doing, even he knows where to throw the ball. I mean, you're going to have receivers open all day.
This is not good, guys.
It sounds a little distressing.
It's just not good. I remember the Eagles went up to Minnesota in what, 18 and 19, but one of those years. Remember, John, they got bombed out by Kirk Cousins.
Minnesota is pretty good, and Minnesota is pretty good with Carson Wentz as their quarterback.
And
they're not
defensive
just good, specific to J.J. McCarthy or whoever else. Yeah, their defense is solid with Flores, and they're going to do what we can't handle, which is blitz. Because
Carson
our
might beat the
offensive
Eagles.
line is our offensive line is so hodgepodge.
Slow
We
down.
haven't seen a lot of these things.
down,
I'm telling you,
Joe.
very simple things for our offensive line
no.
become challenging. They become exceedingly difficult when there's just not experience that you're dealing with, and that's simply what we've got right now. Carson Wentz is better than J.J. McCarthy at quarterbacking this offense because I want to say the numbers are 2 seconds. He's getting rid of the ball 2 seconds faster than J.J. McCarthy. I saw a little something on this a couple weeks back. He's finally learned.
I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm not saying he's great at this. I haven't watched enough of this to know for sure that he's like the mature quarterback who's seen it all. But you see it with Sam Darnold out there in Seattle. You see it with some of these guys who've been around.
Fitzpatrick,
and then
not
back
Fitzpatrick.
again. Baker
Mayfield
Mayfield
improved.
is absolutely a great example of a guy who's been around.
Really
He's
improved.
seen it all, and now he's actually great.
Geno Smith got better at a certain point.
Geno Smith has been really solid. I saw Rich Gannon go from a journeyman to the MVP of the league.
Yes, sir.
And I'm telling you, it is nice to see for his sake. Even I have some interest in seeing what he does. Not this week, but he's doing better.
Well, I'm going to prepare the soap to put it in my mouth because I'm going to make a statement for which I'm going to have to put soap in my mouth. It may be time.
You don't want to say that.
You ready for this?
You don't want to do it.
It may be time to sign James Bradbury. Let's go to the phones.
Do that while
I was not expecting that.
Seltzer, Bradbury, sign him!
I love how you set it up as this serious thing
James
and all
Bradbury
that.
might
You
be-
really got all of us.
he
All
might
of us
be.
were like, what's he going to say?
47-year-old James Bradbury or Keelan Ringo. You decide.
I think Bradbury's only like 32,
I know,
which is
yeah.
wild.
All right, let's go to Paul right now. I'm down in town. Paul, what's up, bud?
Hey, good morning, guys. So I'm not really. Well, first, a little housekeeping. First of all, James, good looking out when Ruben tried to use the royal we in conjunction with the Mets. That was good. And secondly, Joe, I thought you liked BG, man. Why do you want to put him on that dumpster fire known as the Eagles right now?
If he can help.
Man alone in retirement.
Well, Paul, listen, first off, it'd be his choice if you call him. I'm not saying sign him. I'm saying I think the situation merits ring, ring, ring. Hello. Hi, BG. This is Howie. We'd like to check out whether you can play for us. Is it something you're interested in? And then just find out his answer.
You know what's amazing right there, Joe? He just casually called the Eagles a dumpster fire, and you continued
I
on
know.
like it was not
Well,
even.
Rita, it shows how concerned I am.
Exactly. That's my point.
It's not a dumpster. Come
No,
on,
but
guys.
Ruben, I think they
Don't
are.
Stop it.
Ruben, I think they're in some trouble, man.
They're in trouble, but they're not a dumpster fire. Stop.
No, but they might be. They might be in a month.
My goodness.
We'll say.
Yep.
We'll say.
Give it time. Give it time.
Give
but on the Phillies. The Phillies are my main thing, and I still love all the ingredients, but it's kind of like that sandwich has stale bread right now. And as much as I like Topper as a person, I mean, you show me someone that doesn't like Topper as a human being, and I'll show you a real doofus. I mean, the guy's a quality human being, but at the same time, I can't help but think that there's a manager out there that would do most of the same things that Topper does well. But in the playoffs, his first bullpen option isn't a 40-year-old journeyman. He doesn't necessarily want to bunt in that situation in Game 2, but if he was, he certainly is a guy that's going to take the bunt off, given that the opponent is going to run the wheel play. And you got a guy on base that runs like a man, like two men in a horse costume. I mean, it's like Senior Stroll when he's on the bases, and you're not going to take that play off when you see they're running the wheel. And a guy that maybe trusts his starters to go a little longer, that's willing to use the very best talent you have in games, use it like there's no tomorrow. And it just seems like there's always that reserve. He's always worried about something, and he just doesn't seem to trust his starters the way old school managers would. And, those are your best players. Those are the guys that are carrying. And I get this whole thing's like a pie. Everyone's got a piece of the blame. It is kind of a flawed roster. You got these quality pitchers, but you got all these defensive holes all over the field. So I get it. Everyone's got a piece. But, I just thought that was like the maybe the easier fix, because the roster is tough, and you got two contracts that are brutal. I mean, Trey's contract is brutal. It makes him all but unmovable. And same with the pitchers.
Nola.
Nola's contract. I mean, it's brutal. I love Aaron Nola, another great quality human being, but that's a number 4 or 5 guy on a roster that wants to win the World Series. And how are you going to pay him number 2 money? I mean, that's brutal. So I get that there's just lots of problems, and I thought maybe the easier fix was to get a manager that might not make those mistakes that Topper makes in the playoffs.
Well, it's certainly an easier lever to pull. I'll agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Paul, give me an answer,
Yeah.
a high-energy fictional character.
Well, it's kind of funny that this is based on the Winnie the Pooh guys, because I feel like a sad donkey all week. But how about the Flash?
Oh, the Flash. You got it, man. All right, buddy. All right, let's get to Ken calling from Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
Before I get to my Phillies, since you've got Ruben there, and there's one micro and one macro. Just on the Eagles real quick, I've said this before numerous times. We are so accustomed to winning football games around here that when the Eagles lose 2 games in a row, it's desperation. So I have absolute faith in Nick Sirianni. Everybody should, because the guy's record speaks for itself.
I think he's a great coach, Ken. My point is sometimes the players just can't answer the bell. I fear that right now. I really do.
I really do.
I'll tell you what, Jalen Carter better play on Sunday, man.
Well,
I mean, because I don't think Quignon's going to play, and that's tough.
I've read some things that, and I want to get into the Phillies, but I've read some things that Jalen didn't play specifically because of the turf at MetLife.
We saw that, in part. Yeah. But obviously there's also an injury. I mean, it's apparently it was a combination.
It's hard to believe. But I just don't think they played well either. I mean, that Denver game was a physical game in a short week, and it happens sometimes. So let's see what happens Sunday before we start to burn the ships.
Yeah, just remember this, Ken. They've been outgained in all 6 games. That is a bad sign for a football team.
And they were in second place in the division at this time last year. So
I understand. And there's plenty of years in the past when they were 4-2, did not win the title.
Let's just.
I can have that conversation back and forth with you all day.
Yeah, but I want to talk about the Phillies. So with the Phillies, look, and Black Gritty just said something that I'm in the same boat. For the first time since they opened that building, I will not be renewing my season tickets next year. I don't have any personal disdain for Rob Thomson. I mean, like, the manager loses you games more than he wins you games. That's just a truism in baseball all over the place, I think. But I'm preparing myself for the Dave Dombrowski this year's 2025 version of, that's baseball. We still believe we have a championship club. All the results, say that they don't have a championship club because this club hasn't won a championship with these guys. But that's what we're going to hear. Micro, I would absolutely look at signing Pete Alonso and tell Bryce Harper, don't ask him, tell him you're playing right field.
I agree.
Because they have never replaced that right-handed power bat that they lost when they let Reese.
I agree. All right, Ken, I want to get to Nick Sirianni, who's ready to go. I agree with you on Alonso. I think he's really to be strongly considered. Give me a great answer for a high-energy fictional character.
Oh, one of my favorite characters of any movie ever, Hudson in Aliens.
You got it, my man. Ken, appreciate that answer as well. All right, let's talk to the Eagles head coach, a 4-2 head coach this year with the Birds. And Nick Sirianni joins us every single Tuesday at this time. He's brought to us by Bud Light. Join Ava Graham for the Eagles versus Minnesota at Doc's Irish Pub in Gilbertsville. That's on Sunday. Win tickets to the next Eagles home game and signed Eagles merchandise and the aforementioned coach of the Eagles, Nick Sirianni. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Coach.
So, Nick, obviously it's been a tough stretch here. You guys have lost 2 in a row and now actually been outgained in all 6 games yardage-wise, and now a lot of injuries have set in. I'm curious here, how concerned are you about your football team?
Yeah, at this point, again, we're just trying to make sure that we fix everything that and get better every single day. No one's worried, no one's panicked. We're in the business of getting better to be playing our best football later in the year, and we want to fix the problems, find solutions, and get better. So I think that's on all of our minds. That's all of our mindsets. And we know it's early in the season, and we've been here before.
Nick, one thing I don't think's helping is AJ's public presentation of issues. I'm curious if you're tired of his public presentation of internal issues.
No. I think that, again, we've talked a lot about this. I've obviously been asked a lot about this. And, again, this is a guy who desperately wants to help this football team do the things that we're capable of doing. And, again, I think that you're seeing it from an outside portion, which is fine. That's where you guys are. We're in the locker room every single day. And it is everybody wants to get this thing rolling. AJ is a great player. He knows he can help us get this thing rolling. And that's how I see it, because it's business as usual in here.
What's a harder aspect of your job as head coach? Managing the players' personalities and those relationships, or managing the scheme?
Obviously, everything that you're responsible. Everything that's on that field is a product of me, right? And so I take pride in that. I take responsibility in that. All those things. So, the relationship part and the connection part, to me, that's always kind of, I don't want to say come easy to me, because that's why I got into football in the first place. So I love that portion of it. And then, offensively, you just want to find ways to put guys in positions to succeed. You want the guys to go out and execute. And so that's what you think about constantly. Both things are highly, highly important. I think, it's the best teams that win, not the best groups of individuals. And if I want our team to be together, I better be doing it, and they better be close to their head coach. And then it's, again, like I said, you're constantly trying to find ways to put the guys in positions to succeed. That doesn't always look the same each week because of who you're playing on defense. And, but there are some things that, you want to do and that you do well that you want to repeat and dress up. So, all things like this, none of this is new. This is life in football. I'm not even going to say life in the NFL. This is life in football, that, the connection's important, and then the scheme's important. And so those are all things that you're always constantly thinking about, and just part of the job. And exciting part of the job is to find solutions. It's supposed to be hard. If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. What's that line from A League of Their Own? He's like, the hard's what makes it great. I think Tom Hanks said that. And I fully believe that. We
are frightened that this feels familiar. And so how do we know that this 2-game slide isn't the 2023 slide?
How do you know it's not the 24 slide? Right. I understand. I understand where you guys are at. We're doing everything we can do to fix it and to get better. I can just tell you this, I don't know if this will ease your fears, and I don't expect it to, but we're doing everything we can as coaches. It was great to have a kind of a mini bye to be able to do some things there. And I know the players are doing everything that they can do to help themselves get better fundamentally, better as players. And everybody has that mindset that, there's a hunger mindset on this football team. And that's what you expect with the people that we have in this building, just the obsession with winning and getting better. And we have that throughout the building, coaches and players.
Saquon still hasn't rushed for 100 yards in a game. Why?
Yeah, there's always, John, it's never one thing in football, right? It's never one thing. It's always, it's the most ultimate team game. And when we win games and, we're talking about that, and we're saying, hey, this is a team game. Everybody deserves the credit here. Well, it's the same thing, when you're struggling around a 2-game losing streak too. It's like, hey, everything's on the table. And it's never just one thing.
What's the biggest impediment to running the football?
Yeah. I think that, again, we haven't been efficient enough on first and second, on first down. And we've been behind the sticks. So we've had some negative plays, in the run game and the pass game, not been efficient enough there. It puts you behind the sticks a little bit. Now, why haven't we been efficient? That's never one thing either, right? It's always going to be, did we help the guys be in position to succeed as coaches, and did we execute? So there's never just a one thing. And I think you guys can respect the fact that, like, when we go through our self-scout and our, mini buy this week, like, I wouldn't share anything publicly that we saw, not because I don't respect the job that you guys got to do, but because I don't want to give any information to the other team. So, that we're playing. But, again, it was a really, you look at things, I always look at adversities as big time opportunities to grow. And that's where we are, right? And I think, and I do believe this team has, when we don't go through adversities and it's not up to our standard, we look at that as big time opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to grow, and like, I look back to last year. I don't want to talk about last year very often, but like, I look back to the end of 23 and the beginning of 22, and like, I'm thankful for that adversity, because it helped us grow and become the team that was able to win a Super Bowl last year. And so I think you can have those two mindsets going in. You can have a woe is me mindset where it's not going your way, or you can have a mindset where what an opportunity to get better from your adversities. And we talk about that a lot, and that's a winner's mindset, is to get better from the stuff that you're going through.
Nick Sirianni with us here on WIP. Nick, Lane obviously had said he thinks the offense is too predictable, and I'm wondering, and I totally respect your desire to not give away schematic elements, because Minnesota and other teams could be listening. But I just wonder how reasonable is it structurally to make big changes? Things like, and this might not be considered a big change by many, but Jalen under center much more often, which he has not been, too often in his career here, other than the tush push. I mean, is that something you can reach into your bag with, or do you run the offense that you run largely because it suits Jalen and his background the most, and what you think he's most comfortable with?
Yeah, obviously we're not against doing anything that can help us get better. And I heard Lane's comments, and we've all talked through all that. And like, if you listen to the whole thing, he's talking about being predictable, but he's also talking about execution, and that's what we're talking about when you get into second and long or in third and long. Then you are a little bit more predictable, obviously. We've run the ball more on third down here than a lot of teams in the NFL. We haven't been in those situations quite as much this season to be able to do so. So I think you got to hear in that the big context of how he kind of talked about it, and because I know he's looking for solutions, and he's looking to get better. I love that about our guys, that everyone's finger pointing, everyone's looking inward at themselves first, coaches, players, everybody. And I'm working to get better. Now, the second part of that question, I'm sorry, I missed that.
That part. Things like putting Jalen under center much more often. Not a play here and there, but a lot more often to open up a whole different wing of the playbook. Sure. Is that something that you would consider?
Like I said, we're not against doing anything to help you go better. We're not a team that says this is our system and this is what we're doing no matter what. We'll try to find solutions to everything, and if that means getting under center, that means getting under center. Now, obviously, we've had a lot of success here, scored a lot of points of being in the gun and our run game being good in the gun, but that doesn't mean. Like, one thing I always hate when coaches say is, well, we've always done it that way. Well, that doesn't work for me, right? You're looking for solutions, you're looking for answers, and just because we've scored a lot of points and won a lot of games with us in the gun, that doesn't mean that we won't open up or open to other avenues to help things get going. So I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm telling you, we're open to anything. But we've had a lot of success doing it one way. But we got to find solutions.
Coach, I hear you point to execution. I hear Jalen point to a lack of execution as a reason for poor performance quite often. Why is the execution still lacking to this degree? And how unusual is that based on your experience, at this juncture, week 7 in the season?
Sure. Yeah. Again, I say execution, and I say us putting the guys in positions to succeed. It's never just one thing. I think that, every team's finding their identity and finding who they are and finding what works for them at this point of the season. I mean, you saw a bunch of teams that, as we were able to watch this week, a bunch of teams that, were, looked at as the best teams in the NFL.
Sure.
This last weekend lose games, us included. And so I don't think that's unusual. I think that's what you're doing in September, sometimes in October, of finding your flow of where you are and what works for you. And that's what this portion of the season's about. Of course, we'd love to be 6-0 while you're finding what works for you, but we're not. We're 4-2, and an opportunity for us to grow and get better. But I think that's kind of, to answer your question, I just think that's, where the NFL is right now of, everyone's kind of finding their way. And there are teams that are, I can't speak for everything because I don't get to watch everything, but you sit back and watch, you see some teams playing really good too. What you're trying to do is continue to get better, find who you are, find what works for you so you're playing your best football, November, December, January, hopefully February.
Hey, Nick, final thing. With no Nolan Smith here for a stretch and Zadarius Smith walking out the door, have you thought about asking Brandon Graham if he wants to walk back in the door?
Obviously I love Brandon and everything that he brought. We're always constantly looking for ways to improve our football team. That's why Howie's the best in the business. He's always looking at ways, how do we get this football team better personnel wise? I'm always looking at ways how we get this team better culture wise and also scheme wise. And our coaches are doing the same. And like I said, like everything, Howie's looking at every avenue. And I am pleased. I am excited about Jalen Hunt and his development. I'm excited that Nolan Smith, will be back, or we'll see when, but, I'm excited about that. And then I think we've had guys, with Aziz and Uchi and with Pat Johnson that have given us a lot of good reps, and Pat's given us a lot of good reps through the 5 years here. And Josh and Aziz have played good football elsewhere and had some good moments here. So I am upbeat about that room and the things that we can do and the depth that we have. And I know we've lost some guys, but I do think that that room is a strong room with good depth, and we'll see though. You're always looking to improve your football team any way that you can.
Absolutely. Hey, Nick, good luck on Sunday versus Minnesota. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. Kind of interesting there at the end. Not exactly a no.
He didn't say no.
He did not say no.
Guys, but he didn't say yes.
No, he didn't say yes either.
He's doing that very well.
Brandon retired 9 months ago.
Who cares?
He has not been doing anything to be ready
Jeremiah
to play.
Trotter retired in 06. They signed him in 09.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he retired in 07. They signed
I
him
think
in
the
09.
difference with BG is because he retore it so quick. I think
Yeah, but it's been a while now.
I know. I'm
What
just
do you
saying.
think
also
this
don't know
is?
that he
Do
hasn't
you
stayed
really
in shape.
think it's
We don't
that
know.
easy to
Very
go back out
surprised.
there?
Hold on.
Very surprised.
One at a time. What, James?
I just said we don't know that he hasn't stayed in shape. Like, he might have been working out this whole time thinking this was a possibility, right? Like, he's talked about it. He said when he was on with us, what did he say? I'm 90% retired or whatever.
John, after he
it's
retired.
possible he stayed in
I just
shape.
think
Like, it is possible.
I think it's you're.
I think you're dead wrong.
I think you are belittling those who play.
Those guys
by saying
stink.
this guy
They
can
stink.
return.
They stink.
This after
Those
not
players
playing for
all
9
stink.
months.
They're not
and
very good,
just sitting
John.
on his sofa.
They got nothing.
Yeah, I don't have Clyde
It's
Simmons and Hugh
dangerous for
Douglas
Brandon Graham
and
to try to return
Reggie
to
White
play.
at defensive
No, I think
end
he's
right
been
now.
wor- I mean, people do sign it. Look, I don't know that I would want. I kind
can't
of want
believe-
Brandon to
Do
just
you-
have his magical send
you
off
think
or
it's
whatever.
that
Do you know
easy
how
to just
difficult
I don't
it
think
is?
it's
Get
crazy.
out there
People do
and
this
play.
every year, John. People wait and sign late every year.
Yeah,
Like,
but guys who have been preparing to
I'm
sign
just saying we don't
after
know that
training
Brandon
camp.
hasn't. We don't
Yeah.
know that. That's all I'm saying. Like
We
Brandon
talked
might have
to
kept work,
him,
and he said he
and
was
he said he
90%.
was.
No, he said he was 90%.
After he retired, he referred to himself as 90% retired. After he retired.
Did you hear a definite no in there?
No, I did not.
No, but
Henry, I know this. If they called him yesterday or today, he would not have just told us.
Yeah.
If the Eagles called him yesterday or today, Sirianni would not have spilled that news here. I'm just saying, if I'm the Eagles, it's on the table for me. All right, up ahead, your reaction to everything on 94 WIP.
Now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus at Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection Sales Event to find the Lexus of your dreams. They've got over 300 new and L Certified Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold, a donation will be made to Virtuous Breast Cancer Patient and Early Detection Programs. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. With L Certified Pre-Owned Lexus, you get the certainty of a 161-point inspection, roadside assistance, the balance of the new car factory warranty, plus 2 years, unlimited miles, and a complimentary maintenance program. Lexus of Cherry Hill, veteran-owned, family-operated. They are an elite of Lexus dealer. They're also a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will experience that when you stop and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit 24/7 online at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/DOE.
One of the most important days of my life involved Benari Jewelers. That's how much I trust them. I'm talking about my recent engagement. Yoni and his team at Benari worked with us to custom design a ring with simple touches that mean the world to us. Every detail perfect, every step easy. And Benari made it feel like we were the only two people in the world that mattered. If you're ready for your own perfect moment, go see my friends at Benari Jewelers, Newtown Square in Exton.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Toyota. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Toyota.
Sell them for less. In this town, champions aren't born, they're built. On the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick up in store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed.
which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit bigloot.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to College Football Hall of Fame coach Billy Joe. The 85-year-old former AFL All-Star running back who won a Super Bowl ring with the Jets became the first African-American assistant coach in the ACC at the University of Maryland. From there, he became the second most winning head coach at historically black colleges and universities, behind only the great Eddie Robinson. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Be the VIP at your football tailgate with Wild Fork Foods. Serve all your game day favorites without breaking the bank. Pick up Wild Fork's mouth-watering Wagyu beef brisket, only $7.98 a pound. I'm telling you, this brisket is perfect for smoking, slow cooking, or grilling. It transforms into a mouth-watering, tender masterpiece bursting with flavor. Skip the grocery store scramble. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia locations or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Klondike Kate's Restaurant and Saloon. Nick Sirianni, just a guest of the WIP Morning Show, spoken on a number of things, self-scouting during their mini bye. They're having lost 2 straight. Lane Johnson's comments about the offense being predictable, and if the Eagles would think about calling Brandon Graham now that they are so thin with the surprise retirement of Zadarius Smith. You can check it all out. Podcast at 94WIP.com. The Eagles at Minnesota Sunday. By the way, the Bills, who also started 4-0 like the Eagles, they dropped a second straight at Atlanta 24-14. It was a rough night for Josh Allen. Rob Thomson will be back for another season as the Phillies manager. Reports say there will be a Thursday news conference. Enjoy Bud Light and Mick Ultra specials at Klondike Kate's, nestled in the heart of Main Street on the University of Delaware campus. Visit KlondikeKates.com today. Cloudy, breezy, a high of 68. It's currently 56. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
I hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday morning. So one thing that I really appreciate about Rhea, every time Sirianni's on, she's writing notes as it's
Furiously,
happening.
but like tapping.
Yeah, typing for the updates and all that. So I'm curious, Rhea, you and James. Rhea, let's start with you. What was your biggest takeaway from Sirianni?
Well, the way he answered the Lane Johnson thing, he immediately went to, dismissed all. I mean, Lane said a lot. I mean, the Brandon stuff we're going to get into. I mean, I found that intriguing, but the Lane said a lot of stuff about the predictability.
Yep.
That people know when they're going to run, they know when they're going to pass. And he's like, oh, but he said execution too. And it's like, nah, he primarily was speaking about the predictability,
Sure.
which, and here's the thing is, I know people are going, oh, you can't just know it by looking at it on TV. We all know watching the team this year, you're like, well, they're going to run the ball, they're going to pass the ball. I mean, it's pretty easy to tell.
James, what hit you the most?
Yeah, the Brandon Graham thing, him not saying no, very clearly, not definitively shooting that down, I thought was fascinating. In addition, I just think, look, I don't know whether they'll get this together or not, but I believe in Nick. Like,
I agree
you know
with
what
that.
I mean? I believe that if they don't, it won't be for him lack of trying and coming up with ideas and trying to make things happen.
You know what really hit me the most, and it goes to that point you just made, James. I appreciate how he presented this today. He wasn't running for, at times he's going to cover up. I'll use that word, cover up some issues and try to make them not as prominent publicly as they are. I think he did that with the Lane Johnson thing. I think he did that with the A.J. Brown thing. But I appreciate on the whole, he wasn't saying, oh, there's nothing to see here, guys. No issues here. He was very clear that it's a time right now of some struggle. But here's the point, and this is what you were just saying, James. And he's like, he didn't say these words, but he's essentially saying it's on us to dig down and figure it the hell out and play better football.
Totally. And he took accountability for all of it.
He did. Ruben, your impressions.
So it struck me that the reason why everybody has I feel this, that the reason why people have so much more confidence in Sirianni is because he's won a Super Bowl. And those are the answers that I hear out of Rob Thomson's mouth. But people don't hear those.
Oh, stop it.
I think they're different.
You cannot. Nick Sirianni has won a championship. Okay.
Correct.
He's rebounded from the 23 season when they were an absolute train wreck. Okay. All the Phillies have done is going backwards. To compare Rob Thomson and Nick Sirianni, I think is outrageous.
But they have the same messaging.
Ugh.
They have the same.
One person's messaging is apparently working and the other isn't.
I just feel like they have the same messaging, and one guy has not won as. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the perception is different because one guy's won a championship, and one guy hasn't.
That is true.
But that does matter, though. It's not just perception. That gives him extra credence, leverage, whatever.
Results matter, Ruben. At some point, Rob's going to have to deliver.
Totally agree.
And I just think it's unfair to say, well, it's just like Nick Sirianni. No, Nick got to the Super Bowl.
But the messaging
didn't win
is similar.
Got back and lost.
I understand what you're saying, Ruben.
The messaging is similar.
The nature of the answers are similar. Obviously, to Rhea's point, the results have been different. I actually
I agree with that. I'm just talking about perception. That's all. And he hasn't done it.
I should be an arbitrator.
Ruben, but see, Ruben and I have these fights all the time, and that's what I love about it. We're still like good friends.
There's a lot more reading and writing and arbitrating than
but we argue a lot.
Had Rob Thomson won a World Series 2 years ago, then it would be different.
Yeah.
But
well, certainly.
And he hasn't.
That is true. All right, let's get to Gino in Northeast Philly. We'll get to our poll result in a moment on the Phillies. Gino, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing well, Gino.
I tried to get through yesterday, and, Seth, I was like amening on the phone while I was waiting, and then you guys ran out of time. But, Seth hit on a good point. It's like I told you so with Jalen. I can't take it, It's like when we play great, it's like, oh, well, he carried by a great roster and this and that. And then when we lose, it's, oh, the quarterback stinks. Let's get rid of him. It's just nonsense.
Seth, here's where Gino, here's where I think Seth
here's
where I think he misassesses the situation. When I say comments about Jalen or others, Seth will always, or I don't say always, but often pivot to it's a lack of appreciation for last year. It has nothing to do with last year from an appreciation or not. Like, I could evaluate Carson Wentz in 2018 and tell you what I think he is. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate what he did in 2017. I mean, we could go round and round on a million players on that. I'm evaluating what I see from the quarterback. And by the way, based on past years, but it doesn't mean I don't have appreciation for his contributions to the Eagles and Philadelphia sports, which has obviously been immense resulting in 2 appearances in a Super Bowl championship, and an MVP. That's all true. But we still got to evaluate in the moment, is the player an issue? And right now I think he is one of, not the main. I think the main issue has been the offensive line. I think now the main issue is about to be the combination of lack of pass rush and cornerbacks. But I think an issue has been Jalen has not been, he certainly hasn't been consistent. There have been halves he's played great. There have been halves he's been horrendous. That's a fact.
I do agree with that. The offensive line, I think, is the number one problem. But when it comes to like the appreciation, it does bother me a little bit, though, Joe. I understand. I heard it from a lot of hosts, and not just the host callers. It's like the Eagles won a Super Bowl, and it's like they just constantly get buried. And the Phillies do the same crap every year, and it's like, oh, you know what, though? They fought really hard. The hell with that. What do you mean they fought really hard?
Well, they get buried pretty hard, too,
they
man.
They spit the bit again, like they do every year. You want to say certain players, the pitchers fought really hard? Bryce Harper, he fought really hard. He did nothing.
Yeah, Bryce let everyone down.
Absolutely.
Why do guys like him get off the hook? That's
Yeah,
I don't think they're getting off the. Are the Phillies getting off the hook
I
right
don't
now?
think so at all.
I don't get that perception.
I think I think there's a point.
I
I think a lot of people believe that Jalen, who has won a Super Bowl here and played great in the biggest of games, gets crushed here all the time,
1,000%.
and Bryce Harper doesn't.
But Gino,
and,
here's
and I think
I
that
agree.
is
Right, Jimmy.
fair. I think
know,
that's fair.
I
That's
agree,
fair.
but I'll tell you the reason, Gino. Because there's a lot of people like me that think people like you misidentified the praise that should have been headed his way. He was carried for a while and then played great at the end. That's how I see it. That's how a lot of people see
But
it.
Joe, the
It's
way
not how you
that,
see it.
that the caller's seeing it, and the way that I think like James and I see it, is on the biggest stage. He
played great.
Jalen Hurts
Which
has
is
delivered.
what matters
Bryce Harper,
most.
Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, Rob Thompson.
I agree.
None of them have done that.
I agree, but my point is hold on, James, hang on. Just because Mark Rippon played great in a Super Bowl and Trent Dilfer played well and Doug Williams played well and Nick Foles played well doesn't mean they have to be your quarterback for 10 years if they keep struggling. And right now, Jalen is
gotten
struggling.
to 2 Super Bowls. That's a very different thing. All those guys you mentioned are
Joe, how
one-year
many
wonders.
games, how many games in a row had they won with him as a
like
starting
they got
quarterback
like-
before they lost to?
Whatever the number was, it was huge. But never has he won a lot without an incredible defense.
Rob Thompson, you
Incredible.
want it back, and he's got an incredible
understand.
lineup.
I'm not
I could do this with you all day
I'm
long.
not ready
Yeah,
to
the
go
Phillies
right
have the third highest payroll in
I'm
baseball.
not saying
or
get
whatever.
rid of Jalen Hurts. What I'm saying is he is part of the problem right now, and I thought he was part of the problem last
everyone
year
else.
when they struggled on offense. And Gino, I'll stand by that from now to the end of time. You can focus on 2 games at the end of last year. I will view that and the other 20-something games and say, I saw all of it.
Well, I guess that's what makes the station great, Joe. Is people can disagree.
Sure.
Agree to disagree.
I appreciate
the
that.
wole point of sports, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
exactly.
sports talk
No,
radio.
Sports talk radio, yeah.
Yeah, we have different opinions.
I don't ever take it personal or anything like that. It's just we disagree. That's
Yeah.
all.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, Gino, because it hurts sometimes when people think that I go after Jalen because I want to. I just give you my opinion. I mean, it's just my honest opinion. All right, Gino, give me an answer, my man. You can win both my book and the tickets to Thursday's Flyers game. Give me a high-energy fictional character. I think there's one that could beat Animal.
Yeah, I don't think I have that one, but because people took a bunch of my answers, but I'll say one, and his famous line couldn't be said right now on the radio, but how about Clay Davis?
Clay Davis from The Wire. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
I mean, I don't think he was high energy.
Nah. You just kind of talk fast when you talk. That's about it.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Jordan in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, morning show team. It took me a couple of days to get over the grief and loss I felt from Thursday because being at the Eagles-Giants game while watching the Phillies lose at the same time was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. But you know what made me feel better? A tasty cake. A butterscotch crimpet always cures all the problems, doesn't it?
Works for me, my man.
That's what I'm saying. So, Joe,
Candy
my
cake.
suggestion to you
Peanut butter
is
candy
let's grab
cake.
a tasty cake and then let's go play Fritz in basketball before January. Come on, man. This is the biggest cop-out that I've ever heard on
Well, it's not
sports radio.
Well, first off, my ankle's nowhere near ready. I mean, I'm just being totally honest with you. My ankle's nowhere near ready. Now, could it be in December? Maybe. But again, I mean, think about, like, Jordan, not every week's going to be this week because the Phillies just ended, and that's a hot topic. But, I mean, the Eagles are always hot. And would it really make sense for the radio station? Because we don't want to just play it. We want to have some fun previewing it for a couple weeks and reacting thereafter. Do we want to just kind of smush it in December 17th? I mean, I don't think that's optimal. Believe me, I hear your frustration, and I share it, Jordan. I really do. I really, really do. I just don't know if it's reasonable that it makes the most sense to play it in December.
Well, then, I think you then need the combination of a French apple pie and a chocolate junior, because if the crimpets won't work, that will cure everything. But no,
hey, look, you want to make me dessert?
I got pumpkin right now.
I'll take dessert. You come over to my apartment and hand me a pie. I got no problem with that.
Seasonal pies. Everyone loves that. There is a thread on my fish message board about the Eagles that says we are all WIP callers this week. And I feel like I embody all the people discussing the Eagles in that thread, because it is nothing but pain and frustration on the Eagles front. So rather than dwell on that and the fact that we should launch A.J. Brown out of a cannon to get that cancer out of our locker room, let's leave that aside for a minute. Talk about the Phillies, a quick postmortem on the season. I'm with many callers. I don't see myself seeing as many games next year. I just don't have it in me anymore, because one of the reasons we love this team are the top three guys in the lineup. And there's only so many times you can ask the cute girl to the dance and have her say no before you're tired of asking and you go to some other option. Like spring training has been a family tradition of ours. It's something we love and we're passionate about. I'm going to find it hard to muster the passion for these guys.
All right, Jordan, I hear you. Let me ask a question to Ruben. Ruben, how often? Because generally speaking, it's not advisable for an organization to make personnel decisions based on public
perception,
reaction,
sentiment,
and perception.
It happens sometimes,
but
though.
it does happen sometimes,
Yeah,
right?
Of course it does. I think maybe when Ed Wade was let go, that might have been one of those.
Yeah.
Because I think David Montgomery wanted to bring him back, and we made a change.
Yeah.
And that was a rough day for me personally, but
and the team was one game away from making the playoffs.
Correct.
And had swept Washington.
And had there been a different sort of wild card setup, we would have been in the playoffs.
That's right. Yeah, Jordan, the reason I asked Ruben that is I think there's a possibility that the Phillies make, it wasn't the Rob Thomson, let's go get a new manager move, but some kind of splash move to try to reel you back in. That could happen.
We are a very perceptive public. The Philadelphia fan base is a knowledgeable and articulate fan base. So if the Philadelphia fan base is disappointed in the performance of certain players, a lot of them probably aren't wrong. So while you could say it's a move to appease the fan base, I think it should be moves to improve the roster, because we've done this many times.
Well, sure.
It's not getting done.
Well, I think that's why.
Yeah, but I also think, Jordan, I'm going to say it one of 5,000 times this offseason, so everyone brace yourself. It's not easy to win the World Series.
It's really tough.
I mean, people act like you just show up and then you play pretty good and then you win it. Like,
that doesn't happen.
It's not the way it works. And by the way, I'll say it again, Jordan, if the Brewers lose this round to the Dodgers, should they trade a bunch of players and fire their manager?
No, but they're an up-and-coming team that doesn't have contracts that are going to saddle them for the future. So maybe the most disappointing part of all of this is knowing that much of this discussion is futile, because we have several players with big contracts that are an albatross that we can't remove from the
I'll
neck
agree
right
with you
now.
that's an issue, but I will raise it to say this. If you ask me, do I think the Phillies are likely to make the playoffs the next 3 years, I'd say yes. So
And it doesn't necessarily mean that the Milwaukee Brewers are going to be a contending team over the next 3 years.
It
You
doesn't.
don't know. They might have all just had great seasons.
Yeah, but my point is,
you just don't know.
I don't think the Phillies are going anywhere. They're going to have to switch the players.
Well, that's why I said
at times.
That's why I talked about the possibility of making a major splash by moving a big contract. That's just an opinion.
Yeah,
just an opinion.
I got
it may be perceptually something to do.
All right, Jordan, give me a high energy character.
My name is Matt Foley, and I live in a van down by the river.
Oh, that's a really good answer, Matt Foley. Wow.
That is good. I don't think he's quite animal.
No, maybe not.
That's really good.
Foley's good, man.
For a human, non-animated.
Yeah.
Pretty nuts.
And it was a pretty good depiction, too.
Yeah.
I was impressed by that.
That's great.
That was good.
Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's clearance event is on Only a few left. Huge savings on all 2025 leftovers. Visit ArmandChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, poll question. Who do you blame the most for the Phillies' early playoff exit? We've got three choices. The players all lumped together. Dombrowski or Rob Thomson. Let me ask this to the four of you. I think it's the players. Do any of the four of you disagree?
I do not disagree.
James, do you disagree?
No, I definitely think it's
John?
the players.
Of course not. They
Okay.
need to hit.
Well, the public is with the five of us because 88% say it's the players. Who do you think got more votes, John? Dombrowski or Topper?
Dombrowski.
7% for Rob Thomson.
Yeah, I would have guessed Topper there.
James, who do you think was more culpable, Dombrowski or Topper?
I mean, honestly, I think it's similar. Like,
It is.
Did you say 70%?
Seven. 88%
Oh my
said the
goodness.
players, so there wasn't much to go around.
7, and 5.
Yeah, I agree with the 7. I think it's really close. Honestly, I think they had enough. Look, they almost beat. I think that if Harrison Bader doesn't get hurt, I do think they win that series. Like, I think this team was talented enough to win the World Series. Like, I do.
There's no question they were.
Right. So, like, Dombrowski gave him a team. I would probably go Topper of the two if I had to, but it's close. Dombrowski had a great trade deadline.
It also hurt to lose Wheeler because then you didn't have another one of those guys in the bullpen.
Wheeler, Alvarado, Bader injury in the playoffs. Dombrowski can't do anything about that.
Bader
Neither can
thing.
Topper, for that matter.
Yeah. No, yeah. With Alvarado.
Oh, that was
letting
another
you
one,
down
dude.
On top of that. That's not Topper.
Ruben, can you bring Alvarado back?
That's
You
not
can,
Dombrowski
yes.
either.
Yes, you can.
$9 million option.
Will
right?
they?
I would. As a GM, I would bring him back.
Do you have faith that he can do what he was doing?
For $9 million?
Well, I'm just saying.
But was it the juice?
Yeah.
He was throwing. He was throwing.
He was
harder.
still throwing 100 miles an hour, 99 miles an hour. It's just a matter of him. Whether it's 99 or 100, what's the difference? If you
What
don't,
about-
I mean, you got to throw it over the plate.
Ruben, what about Strahm? He's pitched pretty darn good in the regular season a few years in a row and pretty bad in the postseason.
He's already back.
No, I know, but
Okay,
there's a
sorry.
difference between you have him under contract and you choose to keep him.
So I think
what about Strahm?
I think about Real Cormier. And I mean, Strahm was so good last year that it was like he had a 1.3 ERA or something ridiculous. He was an all-star. It's hard to maintain that. Now, can he bounce back and be that guy again? He could. You just never know. That's why bullpens are so volatile.
Yeah.
That's why create as much depth as you possibly can. That's why I would pick up the option on
Because Ruben,
Alvarado.
I'm starting to wonder. Like, I've got to make some decisions if I'm the Phillies based on do I trust the guy in October. That's part of why Kirk Green, even though he's cheap, even if he hadn't had the meltdown in the final play, like even if he didn't have the final play, I might have said, let's try to trade him for someone else. Like, you could get something for Kirk. Kirk Green's not, he's got an arm. But, like, I've seen 2 years in a row now where it's like, I'm not vibing with this guy in October.
Well, Strahm actually pitched pretty well his second time out. I know he gave up the home run because he
Dude.
missed his spot, but hey, it's a really volatile piece. It's so tough. Bullpens are so. I mean, look at the LA Dodgers bullpen. Trinan has been horrendous, and he ended up getting a huge strikeout yesterday.
Yep.
He has been terrible.
All right, time's yours and more ahead on a very busy Tuesday morning. Rob Thompson's back. We're reacting to that, and obviously a real tough go right now with the Eagles. That and more on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodation,
accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Home is where the heart and the numbers are for Brewers' Freddie Peralta. In the MLB regular season, he was 9-1 with a 1.77 ERA at home. In Game 2 of the NLCS against the Dodgers, Milwaukee's top-of-the-rotation starter deals. Give me Milwaukee on the money line at whatever the juice is. Do it for Bob Uecker. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Your new happy place is coming to Cherry Hill October 25th. The PGA Tour Superstore is opening at 2232 Route 70 West, Suite C. Lessons, club fitting, gear, apparel. Get fit for your entire game with guaranteed low prices. Plus, we're giving away over $30,000 in prizes from top manufacturers in golf. October 25th, find your new happy place at the PGA Tour Superstore in Cherry Hill. Learn more at pgatoursuperstore.com/Cherry Hill.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit bradfordwhite.com today to learn more.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well with their many decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 24 years. I've been very fortunate to never need the complex part of the dental treatment. For me, it's always been year-to-year maintenance, and under their tremendous care, I've stayed in good shape. If you're in good shape, good for you. Get yourself to PI Dental Center for year-to-year maintenance and obviously hopefully stay in that category. But if you got a big old problem, and I know there's thousands of people in Delaware Valley right now, and you may be one of them, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, maybe it's an issue that goes back to childhood, you always wanted to get resolved, never did, or more recently an accident, a fall, whatever your big issue is, if you got a big issue, get to PI Dental Center. They're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So if you got a big old problem, PI Dental Center is the way to go. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Nick Sirianni appeared on the WIP morning show earlier as the 4-2 Eagles play at Minnesota Sunday. Eagles left incredibly thin at the edge rusher position with the sudden and surprising Monday morning retirement of Zadarius Smith. Sirianni asked by Joe DeCamera if the Eagles would reach out to Brandon Graham.
Obviously, I love Brandon and everything that he brought. We're always constantly looking for ways to improve our football team. But, I do think that room is a strong room with good depth. And we'll see, though. You're always looking to improve your football team in any way that you can.
You can check out the entire Nick Sirianni interview podcast at 94WIP.com. Need a replacement Windows? Buy two. Get two for free, plus no payments until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com by October 31st. Cloudy, breezy, high 68, currently 56. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
talent.
No,
when
we were
had
not.
that when we had that discussion.
Yeah.
Joe, that song, you know
Yeah.
that which is one of my brother and I once sang backup up on stage at a little bar we used to hang out. We had little too many, but it was still lots of fun. But I can hit those side notes very well.
That's awesome.
What
Hey,
a
this
tune.
this segment right now on WIP presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. Reminder, by the end of the show, we will award 2 prizes, the Flyers tickets for Thursday's game and my book entitled The Best of Philly Sports. Now, if you missed it earlier in the show, we awarded early today the prize winner from yesterday because we had forgotten at the end of the show. I had forgotten, bad job by me, to do it by the end of the show. The winner from yesterday, the question was, what made you say, what the heck, was the caller JP with his tremendous answer of the end of The Sopranos. So, JP, you won the Flyers tickets and my book. By the way, shout out to the many people who have purchased the book. I appreciate it because we just passed the 1 month mark. And in the first month, we sold 3,000 books. Roughly 3,000 books.
you.
Thank you. Well, look at 3,000 people. Look at them. So I appreciate people that have bought it. It's called The Best of Philly Sports and is available on Amazon.com. All right, Ruben, 2 things. 1, I saw a tweet from you yesterday, and I was happy with your co-signing. So there's a lot of people out there that say, like the Libertarian Party would say, freedom everywhere. But Mr. Amaro wouldn't be a member of the Libertarian Party because he says not for young kids with social media. I saw your tweet about Denmark is now banning 15 and under, or maybe it's 14 and under.
They're trying
thinking
to.
of it?
Yeah.
All right, from having kids on social media.
That's such an awesome
And you like this idea.
It is a great
what
idea.
a plan.
There's no naivete
It's
anymore in
melting
the
their
world, man.
minds.
It's just there's just too
Not
much
literally.
information for young minds, I think.
I agree.
Just too much.
It's a great thing. I hope that this takes hold. I hope that other countries take that example.
It's an interesting thought.
It is.
I don't know if it's even humanly possible, but it's interesting. It's interesting.
You're right.
James,
it's
gut
gonna be tough
feeling.
to enforce.
14-year-old should or should not be allowed on social media.
I love it. I mean, I don't think there's any way it will or can be enforced, but I think it's a fantastic idea. Yeah.
Why does it always come to
I mean,
me?
I come to you. You're the
to me. I
You're
had
the
the
wise
answer,
one.
too.
No,
Come on.
because I always have. Here's
The
where
contradictory thought.
I do, but so I let Clark get on Instagram a couple years ago, but we shared the account, so I checked it. 25. Like I knew what he was doing.
Yep.
And then he just split off recently. Now he's 16 and a half, and I think he's fine. But I still follow it. But I just monitored it.
But parents won't do that.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's what I'm saying.
And
you
also,
that.
a lot of kids are on other things than Instagram, which are much
sure.
less
and
friendly.
I'll add this: society, at least American society. I don't know all the other countries, but American society has had for many years benchmarks on certain things based on age. You can't drive till you're 16. You can't vote till you're 18.
Can't drink till you're 21.
Can't drink till you're
smoke
21.
cigarettes till
But
you're 18.
there
a lot
are
of
no
stuff.
such prohibitions
why not
for
this?
roadblocks.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just. Do you want to add this to the list? Is
I
basically
just-
the question.
I just know how I've handled it, but he's the only one I have. So if you got a bunch of kids, like I don't know how my mom did it.
Yeah.
With the million kids we had, how you keep track of all that stuff. But I'm kind of. I always have access to his phone. I know his passwords. I check.
Sure.
But I don't. I'm a little bit more liberal with that kind of
No, I
stuff.
understand.
But that's just.
Look,
that's
this
just
one
me.
would be also, and I think one of you made this point, this would be a hard one to enforce. Like, it's easy to enforce a 10-year-old doesn't walk into an R-rated movie unless there's an adult. I mean, if he's 10 years old, he's not going to get past the guy at the door. This one would be harder to enforce, but it's something worth considering.
put-
Look,
you
even
can
then,
put
doable,
even
though. I
then you can
guarantee
have
in this
someone.
day and age, it's doable.
Even then, you could buy a movie ticket to a PG-rated movie and sneak into the R1.
Exactly.
Like
Right.
that,
You
and,
could.
and now my point is, I agree with you. That's harder to, or that's easier to enforce than this would be.
Joe, the
Yeah.
way you do it, especially when they're younger, is you can put you can put parental locks on the phone.
Yeah.
And there were times I just told him, and then he didn't realize it for years, and he'd be like, "Wow!" I said, "Yeah, I never put a parental lock on your TV, you idiot. I just said I did." And he was just like, because he'd come downstairs, he's like,
Yeah.
"Can I watch Jurassic Park with the birds killing everybody?"
Sure.
I'm like, "Yeah, you could have watched it like 3 years ago."
Well, look, maybe we get into this more another show because it is an interesting topic, whether, kids should be prohibited from social media, to a certain age. Ruben, also, I know there was a passing in sports yesterday
rough one.
near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, Sandy Alomar Sr. passed away, and obviously played with Sandy Alomar Jr. Just a real good baseball man, a wonderful man who was dedicated his whole life. His children, Roberto, great players. My dad knew him extremely well. It was a really tough loss, man. He was a wonderful baseball man, and it's sad to hear that news.
And spawned quite a baseball family, man.
What a family.
Holy
Great
mackerel.
baseball. Sandy's been in Cleveland for 1,000 years as a coach there.
And he was a great player, too, Sandy,
really,
on those
really
90s
good
teams,
player.
yeah.
And Roberto,
Well, how about
Hall of Famer.
How about flat out Hall of
Maybe
Famer?
the best second baseman ever
So,
played,
Roberto
arguably. Yeah.
I remember my dad telling me he saw this kid. He called me up. He saw Roberto at like age 15. He goes, this kid's going to be the best second baseman I've ever seen.
Wow.
He was 15
What a
years
call.
old. My dad told me.
At 15.
I remember that call.
Oh, he's up there. The Joe Morgan crew, like he's.
Oh.
And I'll
He
tell
might
you
be
what,
the best. It's
he
in
got the
discussion.
Phillies in the '93 World Series. I remember there was a game he made 2 spectacular defensive plays and had a base hit. There was a key base hit. And the other thing I'll say is Sandy Alomar Jr., the other son. There's only 3 people that got Rivera in the playoffs.
Yeah, walk-off.
There's only 3. It was 04 obviously against the Red Sox. It was I'm going backwards. 01 against the Diamondbacks.
Luis.
And it was 97 when Sandy Alomar Jr. took him out to right field.
And Sandy is also a tremendous human being.
That's awesome.
Just a great human.
Awesome.
I don't know
Great,
Roberto as
yeah.
well, but Sandy's awesome.
All right, coming up in a minute, we get to Time's Yours. More calls up ahead as well. Time's Yours in just 1 minute.
When I was ready to pop the big question, I knew there was only one place to go, Benari Jewelers. I knew I could trust their staff to guide me to the perfect diamond and the perfect ring. Walk into their showroom. You'll see it's fantastic and filled with hand-selected diamonds directly from the world's premier diamond cutters. They also have the most sought-after bridal designers, Corey, A. Jaffe, Henry Dossie, and more. You won't find any of these at just any jeweler, and I know from personal experience that they can help you create one-of-a-kind rings that you can't get at mega corporate box jewelry stores. We designed ours with Yoni. We got a wax mold to approximate it on her finger, and the rest was so easy, and the ring is just breathtaking. Check out their thousands of handcrafted engagement rings or get a custom ring. Plus, they have an industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee, so your diamond will never lose value when you're ready to upgrade. You won't get that anywhere else. Best of all, Benari is a direct diamond importer, so you can get the diamond she deserves and the ring she wants and still stay in budget. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do, everything at Benari is extraordinary. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
All right, Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Sports Lounge, your home field advantage from Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Winning your home opener against the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champs and honoring one of the greatest flyers who ever played for your franchise. Fire up that goal horn, baby!
Yeah, that was special last night. Great ceremony, obviously, with the Bernie passing in. Yeah, and that goal late, man. That was a big goal.
Here we go again. Another year of Topper. Even if we somehow miraculously make the playoffs next year with this core of group of players that we have, and we do well in the regular season, we're going to choke again.
Yeah, that's the guy that annoys me.
That's super annoying.
I mean, listen, they're very likely to make the playoffs next year. I mean, come on, dude. And then,
Don't you want a team that gets to the playoffs and has a chance to win every year?
Sure do.
Hey, Topper, now that you're coming back, by the way, did you see last night's game? Maybe you can learn a lesson. It's allowable to let the pitcher go into the 8th inning. What a concept.
No,
Topper.
it's a reasonable point. That is a reasonable look. I thought some of the Phillies pitchers, when they got pulled 6-ish innings, 6 in the third, whatever it was, I thought some of them were done. Could they have tried to push it? Sure. I mean, Rob Thomson could have, and that's something that, looking back, obviously I wish they had, because what they did not work. But I was at game one when Sanchez got pulled. I thought he was done. Some of the other games, I thought guys were... Do you agree with that, Ruben?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I thought that he might leave Luzardo in
the 11th. Or
I
in the
just thought he
second
might-
game, you're talking about game 2 or the 11th inning?
In his last outing.
His last
As
start?
No.
Game 4, 11th inning. 11th inning. Yeah, I got you.
This team is clueless, and they will never win a World Series with Rob Thomson as the manager. So as of now, you can basically say, thanks, Philly, 2026, you won 90 to 95 games. You're going to go out in the first round of the playoffs again. It'll be dead October, not red October. And now the Phillies are the new 76ers. Get to the first round, and we will be eliminated.
Were people saying this about Charlie Manuel when we went out 10 and 11?
Because they already won.
You had already won.
Yeah, it already won.
It's
You'd already
different.
won. It's
And,
different.
and for what it's worth, we might not agree with it. There is a large portion of people who feel this way or
Oh, for
will
sure.
feel this way. It just is what it is.
Well, listen,
I was just curious. I can't remember.
Guys, there's been a couple times in Philly sports history we've gone down this type of road. Sometimes the team gets the ring, sometimes they don't. Thank God the 80 Phillies did it. That was, after losing 76, 77, 78, missing the playoffs 79. Obviously, when Doc won it in 83 with Moses, they'd been in the finals 3 times.
Yeah.
They had lost a couple times earlier in the playoffs. They had made the playoffs like 6 or 7 straight years. Thankfully, they did it.
The finals.
They've been in the finals 3 times. But the Donovan and Doc Eagles never broke through. The Lindros LeClaire Flyers never break through. I mean, and the Randall and Reggie Eagles never broke through. With that, and they weren't as good, but they were good. With that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
We're getting right to turn 2. We're looking for a high-energy fictional character. A high-energy fictional character. Best answer wins the 2 prizes. I think the leader in the clubhouse is Animal. Matt Foley to be considered for sure. I've got one other answer that I think could top them all. We'll see if someone gets it. Jeff, give me an answer, Jeff. What do you got, buddy?
Al Pacino, Tony D'Amato, coach at any given Sunday.
Yeah, got energy, but not animal energy. Dave in Wilmington. Dave, give me an answer.
Jim Carrey as the Mask.
Bingo.
Wow.
Exactly.
It's a good answer.
Exactly the one I was looking for.
Huge one.
Jim Carrey as the Mask is huge. Neil in Northeast Philly. Neil, what do you got?
R.P. McMurphy and One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Nicholson.
He's got it, but he doesn't have
good
mask or animal energy. The Mask, which is about half the movie, instead of being Ipkiss, he's,
pulling
really
Stanley
good.
Ipkiss
Yeah.
out. Well done.
But he's
It's a pretty good movie. I watched it recently.
It
It's
is.
better than I remembered. Yeah, it's
And he's-
entertaining.
watched
Pretty
that
good.
for a
He's
long time.
going all over the room.
Yo, flying around.
He's
Yeah.
bopping.
He's like the
I know.
He's the Tasmanian
human
devil.
version.
I
Yes.
had, I had Tasmanian Devil.
That was Richard's
That was
answer.
right.
All right.
Is that somebody
That's what I thought
come out already?
But
He
that's,
said it.
But
John
this
said
is
it.
the
Oh, I know
human
the
version.
The other one was Yosemite Sam. I thought he was pretty aggressive.
He's got some.
Uh,
All
Not
right.
nearly like
Rhea,
like that.
I'm starting with you. This way you don't have to be the tiebreaker. All right. Animal or the Mask?
Animal.
James?
I'm still Animal.
Ruben?
Mask.
Wow.
Come on, Joe.
This is really, 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 really,
You had
really
it- you
tough.
wrote it down,
These
man.
are my 2.
Well, these are his 2, yeah, so he has to choose.
I'm
It's
go-
good that it comes to you.
I'm going to
tough
go.
wearing a
I'm going
black
to go
hat.
with Animal.
It's the right call.
Wow.
It's the right
He's-
decision.
And here's why: the Mask is the same person for half the movie with no energy.
That was my reason for doing it, too. Stanley Ipkiss is not high energy.
Animal,
All on all the time.
unlike Jalen, consistent.
Stop it.
Don't do that.
Everybody
Stop
it.
have
Why?
and Black
Why?
Gritty,
Why?
congratulations. I mean, facts are facts.
Why?
Because facts are facts. Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day. We'll crank it up tomorrow, and let's see if the Eagles make a call to Brandon Graham. I think they should and say, "Hey, BG, we want to check you out. Are you in shape?" Because I'll tell you what, man, they need some help. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Joe and Hugh are up next.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, UD fam. Need a great spot for your next event? The iconic Klondike Kate's Restaurant and Saloon, nestled in the heart of Main Street on the University of Delaware campus, is the place. Whether it's a birthday bash, shower, rehearsal dinner, or business event, we've got you covered. Stop by on Tuesdays for half-price Kate's Original Nachos, or wet your whistle any day of the week during happy hour with $4.50 Corona and Corona Light, $3 Michelob Ultra specials, and more. Visit KlondikeKates.com today.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on one. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The bluntly candid Mike Tomlin clearly didn't approve of Cleveland GM Andrew Berry shipping Joe Flacco to Cincinnati. Berry must be a lot smarter than me, Tomlin said, because it doesn't make sense to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening starter to a divisional opponent that's hurting in that area. I actually agree with Mike Tomlin here. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn's behind the glass. We got a lot to do today. Devin will join us 1 hour from now. Ross Tucker later on. Kiss the baby in the 1 o'clock hour. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Listen, I'd just like to take this time to give a shout-out to my man Bros and the Philadelphia Flyers and Coach Tockett, because last night they beat the defending Stanley Cup champions. Had a good game. Mr. Black Hockey has spoken.
Rick Tockett got a win.
Back. We are back.
Well,
I tell you what,
we
man.
needed a win around here.
You know, it was funny because I was watching football and I just saw Broads going ballistic on social media. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong, bro? I know it was hockey season because, I went to Chicken Pete's last night and I was in the crowd. A lot of people were going to the game last night, man. It was packed. I was kind of surprised. I was surprised that many people came back for the first game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get on the social media and Broads is going bananas, right?
I love it.
And it's just like Broads is already high energy, but he was on 2,000 last night, man. And he had every right to be, because I know it's only the beginning of the season, but to get a win like that, a signature win like that against a team that was in the Stanley Cup Finals and won it, I mean, that's a great sign for Flyer fans. So I just want to give him a shout out today and give Broads a shout out today.
Awesome. Well, I love Broads. He was in on Friday with us. Glad we got it. We needed a win around here.
We needed something to make us feel good,
Yeah,
man.
because everything else stinks. All right, 215-592-9494. A lot to discuss today. But Hugh, we have a phrase we used on the show around here sometimes, and it's sometimes it's like when we don't want to talk about the main thing, we talk about other things, right? So sometimes we use the phrase "drop the act," and I think we got to drop the act. Yeah, we got to drop the act when it comes to the Eagles' offense, which I think we can all agree is not very good right now, right? That's let's just start there. Baseline. Eagles' offense has not been good enough this season. They currently rank 28th in the NFL in yards per play. The only teams below them are the New York Jets, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Cleveland Browns. Those two teams, by the way, are sharing the same old bad quarterback. And the Tennessee Titans just fired their coach yesterday. So the only teams moving the football at a worse rate than the Eagles are some of the worst offense in the NFL. Let's start there. It's got to get better. But Hugh, every time we talk about the offense, I hear a lot about the coordinator. And I'm not here to tell you Ken Patullo is a good one. I'm not here to tell you he's some sort of genius. But I hear a lot about the coordinator. I hear a lot about the offensive line. I hear a lot about Nick Sirianni and Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown yapping and all this stuff, and it's all part of it. I'm not saying none of this stuff is part of it. But are we ignoring something here? The Eagles aren't getting good enough quarterback play. Jalen Hurts isn't playing well enough. And as I watch and rewatch these games, he deserves more blame for the issues. His play has been very up and down, very inconsistent. He's had some great moments this year. Obviously, second half against the Rams was awesome. First half against the Buccaneers was awesome. I thought he played well in the Dallas game, but overall through 6 games, he hasn't played well enough. He did not play very well in Kansas City in week 2. He did not play well. I mean, I thought last week was poor. Really poor effort by Jalen Hurts. Missed to Devontae Smith. The interception down deep in Giants territory when it was really just a 10-point game. They could have cut it 3 with a touchdown. And I look up today, Hugh, And I'm looking, now we're through 6 weeks, right? 6 weeks of football. All the games been played, right? Last night, everything's in the books with 2 Monday night games, 2 upsets last night, both of which helped, well, at least one of them which helped the Eagles, certainly, with the Commanders losing. But let me just throw at you guys where Jalen Hurts ranks this year among all his peers. This is all the quarterbacks in the NFL. Completion percentage, 15th. Yards, 19th. Success rate, 23rd. Yards per attempt, 22nd. Yards per completion, 22nd. Yards per game, 26th. Rating, 13th. Sack percentage, 30th. Man, we spent a lot of airtime, a lot of energy debating if he was top 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 in the NFL. Guys, this season he's not top 10. He's barely middle of the pack right now. He's playing mediocre football, and I think I'm being generous by saying that. He deserves more of the blame for this. He gets praise, and deservingly so when he's great. He was great in the title game, great in the Super Bowl, great in the second half against the Rams. But on balance, through 6 weeks, we're looking for reasons why this is going the wrong way. The quarterback's not playing well. He deserves more blame for this. 215-592-9494. Hugh, where do you come down on Hurts as we are through 6 weeks in this season?
I know I'm going to get a lot for this one.
Oh, boy.
Because, technically, when you look at the last 2 games, Hurts has played better. The Eagles haven't won. But when you look at his individual numbers as a quarterback, he's thrown for more yards. He's thrown for more yards in the last 2 games than he did in the previous games that he's played in. And he's had a better quarterback rating. But for whatever reason, this team is not win. They didn't win the last 2 weeks. And that's the anomaly. Now, if you ask me, does Jalen need to be better? Yes. I think Jalen needs to be a better leader of this football team. I think one of his biggest assets is his ability to keep a steady heartbeat, steady pace. He doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low. But I feel like there's issues going on this football team that you have to get outside your comfort zone and you have to address. The simple fact that we're playing semantics about a meeting, air quotes meeting, that 2 people felt that they had and 1 person felt that it wasn't a meeting, tells me everything that I need to know.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, when you talk about statistically how he's doing this year, he's not bad. But when you talk about what we see from this team and what our expectations are, it needs to be better. And to me, that falls on Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, so I agree with you. He hasn't been bad, but he also hasn't been good. I mean, what is the expectation these days for Jalen Hurts?
Super Bowl.
Okay, but he's not playing like a Super Bowl quarterback.
No, he's not.
No, he's
cannot argue that.
We spent a lot of energy and airtime and just air.
Talking about Kevin Patullo.
Well, yeah, talking about Kevin Patullo and the offensive line. Jalen's got to play better. I'm just going to go back to this past game against the Giants. And you can make the case statistically it wasn't bad. 24-33, 72%, 283 yards. Jalen Hurts had his 2 worst moments. If those go the other way, the Eagles probably win the game. He missed Devontae Smith on a play he's got to make. We all agree he's got to make that throw. Devontae is wide open for a touchdown. He missed him. And then the pick where Flott runs the other way and it sets the Giants up for a touchdown. I mean, go back and watch the play. Go back and think about the moment. About 10 or so minutes left in the game. They're down 10 points. A.J. Brown is open in the end zone. He hits A.J. Brown. It is 27-24. Eagles are down 3 with 10 minutes to go. They very well could win that football game. Instead, it goes the other way. It's a 14-point swing, and the game is basically over at that point. Those 2 plays, that's why the box score is the box score, but he didn't play well enough Thursday night. He didn't play well enough against the Broncos. He's taken 9 sacks the last 2 games.
There's nuances in this, in everything that we're talking about that I totally agree with you with, Joe. I totally agree.
I just, it feels to me like we're almost ignoring the big thing because we want to focus on the small thing, thinking that will change the big thing. I don't know, guys. I mean, I'm watching a quarterback here that this season hasn't played well enough, and we always do this thing where we want to give him his credit versus peers when you think he's being slighted. This season, compared to his peers, he's not playing well. I just quickly wrote down names of guys that I think have played better football than him this year. Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Goff, Darnold, Baker, May, Stafford, Dak, Love, Daniel Jones, Herbert. That's 12 names. I don't even keep trying. Is there a few more? Maybe. Is he 13th? I don't know. But he's not playing at a top 5 or 10 level. That is clear to me through the first, 6 weeks of the season. So they all got to get better. Everything's part of this. But man, it feels like we're ignoring the fact that they have a $55 million quarterback playing mediocre football. That's not going to get done. And last year, there were stretches where he wasn't great. There were. But Hugh, they had a great run game last year, and they had a great defense, right? So if you have a good quarterback, great run game, great defense, you could win a lot of games, right? They did that last year, and then he stepped up in the biggest moments and was clutch. Hugh, I look at the team this year, I'm like, well, all right. Run game's not great. Defense has been okay, pretty good. At times really good, but not as great as it was last year, Hugh. The equation's missing something to me here, right? If you don't have great quarterback play and you don't run the football great and you don't have a great defense, it's hard to reel off a lot of wins.
Yeah, it is, but I feel like this is a collective problem. I think, like we've whittled it down to Jalen, but when I look at Jalen, like I said, Jalen's not playing bad. Jalen's not playing the type of football that we want him to play if we're trying to get to the Super Bowl. He's not doing that. But when I look at his numbers compared to some other quarterbacks' numbers, they're not bad.
But is that the bar?
That's what I was about to say. It's not the bar, but that's when you have to look at other things that are surrounding it. I could say the offensive line isn't playing well.
It isn't.
Saquon Barkley isn't running off or ripping off the runs that he's ripped off in the past because statistics show that he's not getting the same kind of runway that he got last year. He's getting either tackled behind the line of scrimmage or he's getting tackled at the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
Last year, he had 2 or 3 yards, positive yards, before he got tackled. So it's a lot going on with this football team. The defensive line, they got beat up yesterday by a young quarterback and a young running back. Oh, the other day, you know what I mean, Thursday. They got beat up. So there's a lot of blame to go around. But when I say Jalen needs to be better, I feel like Jalen needs to be a better leader because I think a lot of the problems stem from not just the football field, but what's going on inside the building that's not being talked about.
Sure, and it's awkward. I mean, the whole thing is awkward. Let's hear from Donovan McNabb yesterday. He has some experience with awkwardness with wide receivers, also playing quarterback here. He was asked yesterday about the offense, what he's seeing, what's going on. Here's Donovan on the fault of the offense.
It starts with the players and ends with the players. We're not getting what we need up front. And then when we do decide to now drop back and throw the ball, we're not creating separation outside. And then our quarterback's out of rhythm, just like our run game is out of rhythm. So right now, everything is a collection of what happened from the very beginning of the season, and now it's starting to fall on the other side instead of us trying to find ways to win at the end. Now we're losing the game.
I think he said it well. And it's all not good, but I was told a lot that Jalen elevates, that he leads.
Yeah, it begins and ends with him.
And he's just got
and I totally agree with that.
He's got to make up for, that's when you have a great quarterback. They make up for things. They elevate things when things aren't great. And it feels to me like as things are falling apart, he's unable to lift it up and get wins here and play really well. I mean, yeah, the statistics aren't bad, but you watch the last few games, you're like, there's too much nothing.
Well, here's the thing for me personally, and the way that I see or the way that I interpret quarterbacks, it's about growth. Like your first couple years, you're given a small sample of what you're supposed to do to help you be successful. Mm-hmm. But as you progress through your years as a quarterback, you're supposed to, it's almost like a cake or layers. You add a little bit more layer on that cake. You know what I mean? You add a little bit more frosting. Oh, no. And it becomes a more flavorful cake.
Yeah. What is this cake?
It feels like it's just the pound cake at this point. It's a cake that is very fluffy and it's light and it's airy, but you don't have any frosting on it.
There's no frosting.
It's not growing. It's not evolving. And that's what this offense is, because going into the season, and I go back and I listen to some of the cuts. That was it. Brian Dawkins said it best. Happy birthday to B. His birthday was yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday, Brian.
Yeah, day late, but still, it still counts. The quarterback has to evolve. And he said that. And he said he needs to see more consistency. Jalen has not been consistent this year.
I would say actually he's doing the opposite. Totally inconsistent. Now the moments he's been good, right? The Rams second half, the Bucks, he's had some great moments. But
here's the
no
kicker.
Consistency.
Here's the kicker, Joe. And this is probably gonna make a lot of people mad, but he, as an individual, his stats have gotten better. And I'm gonna say it like that. They have, Joe. He threw for against the Giants for 283 yards the week before that.
But if you throw 38 times, you should get to 283 yards. That's not special.
But his stats are better, Joe. And his quarterback.
He took 9 sacks.
Joe, listen to what I'm saying. If you allow me to finish, then you
can
jump all over. He's played better as an individual, but that doesn't translate into team success. Like when you talk about some of the things you want your quarterback to do, some of the things that we complained about the last couple of weeks, throw the football more, throw it with a little bit more accuracy. He's been okay. I take the accuracy one out. Look, take that one out. But he's been throwing better, but it's not been translating into wins. He hasn't had those signature moments where it's been the big play to open the game up or something like that. It's just been like, And
he's had the chance to do it and missed. Yeah. I mean, especially the Devontae one last week. All right, one more, and then we'll get to everyone's thoughts. 215-592-9494. Seth Joyner yesterday, his take on Jalen Hurts on the morning show.
But what I hate about this situation more than anything, is this presents the opportunity for the "I told you so"s, and I. Oh God,
both ways.
I'm glad I just caught my.
I was rightus.
I hate it because for the times where the guy thrives and he has successes, okay, we want to lose vision of that. But when he goes through a period of, difficulty, we want to pile on. Now there's 7 games. They got 11 games left in the regular season. We don't know what that's going to look like. He could flip the switch at any moment. Anything could flip at any moment. Am I concerned? Yes, I am. If your quarterback struggles, every darn quarterback struggles. I don't care who it is. They all struggle. Patrick Mahomes, over the first 5 weeks, struggled. He looked good last night. But the first 5 games, he looked like an average freaking quarterback. But we want to beat our quarterback up. Am I concerned about him? Yes.
All right, well, I hear 2 things from Seth there. Is he concerned? Yes. Well, then, okay, then you'd be concerned. I mean, the other part, if we want to be sensitive about the quarterback, we could be sensitive. He's not playing well. We can't do this thing where give him his flowers all offseason. He's a top 3 or 4 quarterback, and then things break down around him. It's like, well, what's he supposed to do? Well, he's a top 3 or 4 quarterback. He's going to play better than this. He's got to be better. We're looking for reasons why the offense stinks. We're getting mediocre quarterback play. That throw to Devontae last week's got to be on the money. It's a game-changing play. The pick can't happen when AJ's open in the end zone. The biggest reason the Eagles were blown out by the Giants is because of Jalen Hurts. If he doesn't have those 2 passes, it's not a blowout. Do they win? I don't know. It's probably a toss-up with 2 minutes to go again. But they don't lose by 17 if Jalen's better on Thursday night. 215-592-9494. Does Jalen Hurts deserve more blame for where the Eagles' offense is right now, which I think we could all agree on this. It's not a good offense as we sit here through 6 weeks. Kyle, where do you come down as the Eagles quarterback? Feels like we're dancing around this subject last few weeks.
I feel like you forgot that Jalen Hurts was the Super Bowl MVP.
I did. I'm sorry.
And that they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, my fault.
Yep. Elite, top 5, all that stuff.
Yep.
No, I mean, look, is there blame to go around everywhere? Of course. An offense isn't going to look this bad without every single person not really the O-line's not contributing. Saquon's not having as good of a season. Is the play calling great? No, it's not otherworldly. But if your question is, does Hurts deserve more blame than he's getting? The answer is obviously yes. Everybody loves to do this. Last year, we looked back in the offseason. I felt like I was going crazy that it was Jalen Hurts took this team to a Super Bowl. He didn't. Jalen Hurts sort of went with the way of the team. Now you can say the passing offense went the way of Jalen Hurts. When the passing offense was good last year, Jalen Hurts was playing really well.
Yep.
When the passing offense was bad, Jalen Hurts was not playing well. Jalen Hurts has been extremely inconsistent this season. And what does the passing offense look like? It's inconsistent. All offseason, I think a lot of us knew that the likelihood of Saquon in an historic rushing game, by the way, was going to take a step back. The defense probably going to take a step back. So who had to pick up the slack? The passing offense. It looks like a lot of the same. Even you can argue worse. But passing offense last year. And we love to give Jalen Hurts all the praise when the passing offense looks good and he's the Super Bowl MVP. But all I hear all season long is AJ's giving up. The O-line stinks. Kevin Patullo, I don't hear a peep about the guy who runs the operation, and that's Jalen Hurts. So, of course he deserves more blame.
Yeah, I think it's actually crazy how little conversation there has been about Jalen Hurts. He's not playing well. I mean, and this is not just my opinion. It's across the league. Look at how he's played compared to the other quarterbacks in the sport. It's mediocre. I mean, that's what it is right now, and that's when you add in some offensive line issues. You add in Saquon not being as good. You add in the coaching stuff. Well, that equals a not good offense. 215-592-9494. Brian is up first this morning on WIP. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, Brian.
It's been a while since we talked.
the last time I talked to you, we always argue. Number one, at one point, you was the president of the
Not the
the
president.
Carson Wentz fan club, and you want to come down,
Brian.
You got the wrong guy.
Brian, you got the wrong.
Brian.
Brian, when we do these things, like let's just start with a baseline of facts. I was not the president of the Carson Wentz fan club, Brian. Brian. Can we let's establish some facts? I didn't like Carson Wentz. I was happy when they drafted Jalen Hurts. I said they drafted Jalen Hurts to take Carson Wentz's job. I said they should bench Wentz 4 games into the 2020 season, so much so that on the pregame show leading that night into the Niners game, Glenn Macnell got upset at me and said it was a ridiculous thought. And I said he's playing at a below standard level. I want to see Hurts. So now that we've established what you just said was ridiculous and inaccurate, you go.
First of all, let's put the blame where it belongs.
Yeah.
It's the play calling.
Okay.
It is the play calling. We don't know what Jalen sees out there. We can go back to every quarterback in the league.
Wait a second. We don't know what he sees. Did you see AJ open in the end zone when he threw the ball into the flat for an interception on Thursday? Did you see it?
Yes.
But Jalen didn't see it.
You don't know what Jalen saw.
That's his job, Brian. He's the quarterback. If he doesn't see the field, he's not doing his job.
This is what we doing.
What are you talking about? He doesn't see it. If he doesn't see it, he's not reading the field.
This is what we doing.
What do you mean he doesn't?
You don't know what he saw. You don't know what he saw.
You don't know, Joe.
But my point being is this. It's easy to point to Jalen.
Easy.
When it is the play calling.
Get him, Brian. Get him.
It's the play calling.
So was it the play call's fault when Devontae Smith is open 40 yards down the field and he throws it 5 feet over his head? That was the play call? Was Brian? Was that? Hold on.
Listen, Linda.
No.
Listen, Linda.
I just a question. Is it a bad play call when Devontae's wide open down the field and Jalen sails it over his head? Is that a bad play call?
Yes.
And week out, it's always been the play calling. Bad plays at the wrong time.
I see. So
you want to ignore that?
No.
Yes.
No, just like you've ignored the things that I've brought up. So I asked you a question. Was the guy?
No. What I'm saying is he's not going to be perfect. No quarterback is perfect. You named all these quarterbacks in the league.
They're playing better. They're playing better than him. Brian. Guess Brian. We can. What? Excuse me. Baker Mayfield, who's third in MVP odds right now, has a brand new offensive coordinator. Never called plays. What are you talking about?
Because apparently that offensive coordinator knows what he's doing.
Oh, I got you. That's right. So when A.J. Brown says the coordinator knows what he's doing, do you disagree with A.J. Brown too?
He's not going to come out and say that.
Of course not. I got you. You know what? I didn't do it this morning. Probably should have done it. I could have created the Jalen Hurts excuse bingo board, and we would have filled half the board on one phone call. We can have an adult conversation today. We could have a real conversation about the quarterback, or we can make excuses. You guys are going to determine how the show goes today. I'm out.
We're not having an adult conversation. That's out to do.
Well, I'd like to. But when you come in and you decide to make things up, that I was some sort of president of the Carson Wentz fan club, I sat here the year after the Super Bowl and I said, he's the problem with the team. I wanted Foles to play. Like, if you don't remember what I said 7 years ago, that's cool. People don't remember what I said yesterday. I'm not going to be mad at you for that. But if you're going to come on here and make stuff up, we're going to have to calm down and talk through it. That's all. We're going to find a common ground, and we're going to talk through it. The quarterback play for the Eagles this year has been mediocre at best. If you want to make excuses for Jalen Hurts, you go ahead. They have mediocre quarterback play and a bad offense so far this season. Let's talk through it. 215-592-9494. We'll take your calls on that. We'll get to Kevin Patullo next. I'm not taking him off the hook. I mean, he might be a dud. Something Jaws said about him this morning, and A.J. Brown on how he thinks Patullo has been this season. We got a lot to do. I'm already fired up. It's 10:23. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey, you. Stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Chevrolet. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives. Only at Del Chevrolet. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. Dell Chevy is close. Located on Route 30 in Paoli. Online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less. In the year 2021, all pet food sold comprised of 94% dry kibble. And now, 5 years later, only 61% continues to be kibble. And everything else is alternative fresh diets. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, we've been the leader of fresh premium foods from the beginning. Whether it be raw, gently cooked, air-dried, dehydrated, freeze-dried, and of course that previously mentioned kibble, Dogs and Cats Rule has the largest selection of cutting-edge products of any of the neighborhood pet stores. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino as they get you ready for kickoff with an offer you will not want to miss. New customers, you can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. What a deal. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. What a deal. You can build parlays, bet player props, read the live lines, whatever is your style. Go for it with FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Take a ride in the Buick Envista or stand out in style in the Buick Envision. For honest pricing and dedicated service, visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Injured on the job? Insurance companies will turn their backs on you.
I deserve better.
Some employers just won't care.
I deserve better.
Call Martin Law. We wrote the book on workers' comp in Pennsylvania. Our team will help you get the benefits you deserve. Call 215-587-8400 to arrange a free consultation.
You deserve better.
215-587-8400. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for nearly 40 years.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
you're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Kind of opened up the can on the recipe on how to beat the Eagles, honestly. And I think, I said that earlier, you get on top of them early, you make them think while they're, having to play at the same time, and you can beat them because they're a physically dominating team, right? They can run, they got big old linemen, Saquon, line up 1-for-1. They can win a lot of those times, but when you confuse them and bring pressures and, keep the lead, make Jalen have to put that ball in the air, then you have a great chance of winning the game.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, the voice there of T.J. Ward, former Broncos safety. Hugh, we stumbled upon that last week before the game against the Giants, because that was off the game. Obviously, the Broncos beat the Eagles, and it was like, we've kind of heard those things before. It was 2 years ago. The Niners came in here and kind of beat up the Eagles, and the thought was, well, did they create the blueprint? Well, then, maybe for the rest of that year, yes, but the Eagles obviously had a great year last year and won the Super Bowl. This always happens, right? Like, make Jalen throw. But, Ward said that last week, and then they went out last week, and they had to throw it a lot because they were down to the Giants, and it didn't work out. It feels like no matter what, that is the thought across the NFL. Like, that's how teams want to play the Eagles.
To be honest, I don't feel like that's a huge indictment because when you play defense, when you move people around, that's what you're always trying to do. You're always trying to confuse people. Excuse me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's one of those things where there's been moments, and we saw it against the Rams, right, 3 weeks ago, where Jalen gets hot and plays really well, and boom, big second half comeback, and he had to throw in that game. So it's not like he can't do it. It's the consistency of doing it. This past week against the Giants, again, I said it in the first segment, I thought his play was the biggest reason they got blown out. Maybe not the biggest reason they lost, right? The defense stunk. Their offensive line wasn't good. They couldn't run it. But if he hits Devontae Smith and he doesn't throw the pick, and by the way, AJ's open in the end zone, that is a close game. That's a game where maybe they still lose by 2 or 3 points, right? Maybe it's a field goal that goes the wrong way at the end. But they don't lose by 17 if Jalen plays better on Thursday.
I will say this. I think a better way to say it, and I'm not trying to absolve Jalen from anything, but if I was playing against Jalen is a phenomenal athlete, tremendous athlete. But it seems like Jalen is uncomfortable putting the ball in harm's way. So if I was playing against Jalen, because Jalen, I would say the games that I've seen, the biggest knock that I have on Jalen is the timing. Some of the throws are not precisely on schedule, but he has the ability so that he doesn't have to do that. I think Jalen's biggest Achilles heel is at times he's late to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I agree. I think the receivers would agree with you.
Yeah, he's late to pull the trigger. I would say that. And so he needs to get comfortable being uncomfortable in all aspects of his life. Jalen is very, very regimented, when he does things. He doesn't like to get too high, doesn't like to get too low. And I think in this situation, you have to get out of that, especially if you are truly committed to everything that you preach. Something's going on with AJ. And the conversation that you and Saquon had didn't resonate with him like it resonated with y'all. I'm just going to keep it a beam with you.
That's true.
It didn't resonate with y'all the same way it resonated with him. So now you have to get uncomfortable and be like, yo, dog, how can we make this better? And it could be as simple as that and just let him go. Like, one of the hardest things to do for a lot of folks nowadays, man, is listen to what's being said. It could be as simple as just listening to what he got to say. Hey, what's wrong? and just let him go and let him say whatever's on his mind. Let him get it off his chest. And then the next question is, how can we make it better? That's it. Because if you're committed, like at the end of the day, I've had beef with teammates during the course of playoff runs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I've told you a story about when Brian Mitchell, B. Mitch, we're down there and getting ready to go to Tennessee, and me and him about to come to blows. We're about to come to blows. Well, he's about to come to blows. So, and I said, and I went before the game, I said, listen, I apologize. Because winning the game was more important than having beef with my team. And hell, me and Ike fall out every other month. But my friendship with him is way more important than anything that we're arguing about. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's being a grown-up. That's looking at keeping your eye on the prize.
Sure.
Because it makes no sense. Hell, you don't get along with everybody all the time, but sometimes you just have to, like, hey, just for the sake of the friendship, be the bigger man and do that. Because that's what it sounds like for him to sit there. And I know it rubbed people the wrong way and, him being smug and doing that. Dude, just talk to the dude. Talk to her. And so
you good?
Yeah. And just try to make it better.
It's so funny.
No. I guarantee you there's a bunch of people out there that knew what I was about to say. And I had to pull it back.
Our first pull it back at 10:35. Hugh Douglas.
No, this is your fault, Joe. I tell you, I don't like having these conversations, man, because it just gets people riled up.
Say it with me, Hugh. Say it with me, Hugh. You are a professional.
I hate talking about this man.
By the way, you should apologize more. I pulled up the box score. Are you guys in Tennessee after that apology? You had 6 tackles and a sack. You should apologize more.
No, dude, I'm telling you.
Your best performances come after apologies.
No, dude, let me tell you. I felt bad because I crossed the line. We're playing the dozens, and I crossed the line, and I'm like, that's my teammate. I don't need him being upset with me. We're trying to do big things here.
Yeah.
So I don't need him being upset with me.
Yeah, you did tell me the story off the air. You absolutely crossed the line. We'll leave it at that. 215-592-9494. All right, a lot of talk out there about Kevin Patullo. Is he the real problem with the offense? Let's hear from A.J. Brown after the game the other night about Patullo.
Patullo is under a lot of criticism right now. You're with him on the sideline. What's he like during the sideline when it comes to adjustments during the game, talking to you about different plays and just the job you think he's done?
Well, he's nonstop. I think, honestly, I think he's doing an amazing job. He's trying to get us the ball and talk about things that we may see in the ideas that he has, and it's nonstop communication. And I know he's getting a lot of scrutiny, but I think he's doing a good job and keeping this thing going.
All right, so we have AJ in camp, Kevin Patullo, and then Jaws this morning. I mean, Jaws, I always think it's interesting to hear obviously he's got his own stuff, but like Jaws is coming at it from a quarterback perspective. Jaws' perspective this morning with the morning show about Patullo, his role in the issues right now.
By the way, everyone's blame Patullo, the play calling. It has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it, in my opinion. This team, the last couple of years, has been able to say, they go to the line of scrimmage, John, when the offense is feeling it. You go to the line of scrimmage, you can tell the defense where you're going to run.
Just watch where the defensive linemen end up. Last year, we were pushing them downfield. Yeah.
The knockback just isn't there this year.
Right.
And there's and I know defense adjusts to the offseason, all those things, but to me it's more physical than anything else. The physicality of the offensive line hasn't been what it's been in the past.
Well, that's a fact. Look, the O-line is not as good as it's been. Saquon is not close to doing what he did last year. It puts more onus on Jalen, and they need him to be better. If they're gonna score enough points and move the football, they need a better version of Jalen. I just feel like he's kind of escaped criticism last couple weeks, even though I think he deserves more for where the offense is. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Will.
Oh, Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
Let me cook real quick.
Go ahead. Cook.
In the beginning, it was 3 things that I said that this team has lost. The number one, most importantly, was the offensive coordinator. Now, listen, I'm not letting nobody off the hook. I'm giving everybody. I'm giving it to everybody. Listen, it was an all-running season last season. I said this offensive line is cooked. I've been saying that. They cook, right? So my thing is this. we keep talking about Jalen.
Mm-hmm.
The same way Saquon can't get off is the same way Jalen can't get off because of that offensive line, okay? Now, the offensive line is cooked. The play calling is cooked. Jalen, yes, his timing is off. Jalen needs to go under the helm. He needs to stop. He's got to get uncomfortable this season. I said it before the season even started. I said, Jalen, everything going to rely on you this season. Saquon did what he had to do, but guess what? It got to be a new offense this season. And I guess he wasn't listening, but this is serious now. I'm being real because I saw the blitz coming. The defense is taken away. That's what was keeping us in the game. The defense is suspect. You know what I'm saying? Everything about this team is suspect. Everybody got to get it. Everybody plays a role in the reason why we're playing the way that we're playing. But like I said, it starts from up top, man. And whether y'all want to give it to him or not, listen, I'm not letting Jalen off the hook. Yeah, he missed some throws. He overthrew some throws. Listen, he's part of the blame too. But everybody is taking a part in why this team is the way that it is, right? So how do we figure it out? This is how we figure it out. We already know that, guess what? We don't have that same push. So now you got to come up and stop being in that one-dimensional damn play, that formation. It's killing me. 4 years. And I keep saying it over and over again until they get it. 4 years of this same formation, man. You don't think this defense knows what's coming? You don't think they know who to pick up?
All right, so, Will, I think you said some really interesting things. So let's and Will, we appreciate it. Hugh, let's hit this one because this comes up a lot, right? What Will just said is they're too predictable. They're in the same formation. It looks the same. So to me, there's one of two things going on here. It's 4 years of the same head coach, right, with different coordinators, and they think this is the best way to run an offense.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's like it's because of Jalen. You know, see what I'm saying? Well, it hasn't.
No, I hear what you're saying. Because
one of two things. It hasn't evolved because they don't think Jalen is good at the other stuff, so they want to keep him in this box, or the coaches just think this is the only way to play. Like, it doesn't make sense why it hasn't looked different.
Well, if that's the case, Joe, I mean, because we've been trying to figure this out for a while. If that's the case, that's an indictment on the coaches and Jalen, in my opinion.
Like under center, they don't do under center stuff. It's
an indictment because like we as a former defender, watch a lot of film, and you always decipher what beat you the last year.
Right.
You know, perfect example, C.J. Stroud. Remember he came out, he lit the league up his first season,
and then he regressed.
Struggled his second season.
Yep.
That's normally what happens because teams have a book on you now. I always used to say when you play against a young quarterback, just like the one we played up in New York, Dart. This is his fourth game, right?
This was his third.
I'm saying this weekend is his fourth game. Yeah. After this game, then you watch and see how he plays because you need at least 4 weeks of game film to decipher what a quarterback does well and what he doesn't do well, and you take that away from him. I can almost guarantee you in the following weeks to come, there's going to be a lot of spies on him because he has the ability to run.
So the Eagles get him in his fifth game. That's good for us. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of spies on him because he has the ability to run, and those ends are going to get up the field and set the edge a lot better than they have in the past because he has the ability to escape outside the pocket. They're going to take that away. They're going to start stopping the run because of Scatterbo and the way that he's been running the ball. They're going to take away all his options, and then guess what they're going to make him do? Throw the football.
Yep, from the pocket, probably.
From the pocket.
Yep.
That's what they're going to do. That's the book. They just haven't figured out how to stop him yet. So as a quarterback, you see that, and every year you have to tweak your game just a little bit because you know how teams are going to attack you. They don't even do the RPO anymore like they used to.
It feels like defenses have adjusted on us more than we've adjusted back, right? Yeah. And is that because of Patullo? Is it because of Sirianni? Or is it because they think that this is the best way to go about it, what hurts is the quarterback? I don't know the answer to that. I just see what we all see, which is the passing game right now doesn't look right. It doesn't look right by any stretch. 215-592-9494. Does Hurts deserve more blame for where this offense is right now? And we can all be clear on this. It has not been a good offense. They're bottom 5 in the NFL in yards per play. That's the truth. Now we assign blame for the whole thing. Demond in Delco. What's up, Demond?
Yo.
Demond.
What's up, man?
Hey, man, listen. This was really crazy that y'all got this topic this morning. And Joe, I don't know what's going on with you today, Joe. You had coffee this morning, bro. You drink coffee?
Not enough for you guys, Damon. I need more. I need more coffee.
Yeah, something's going on.
All right. What are we thinking? What are you thinking?
The last caller hit it on the button. Also, my man Seth Joyner hit it on the button. The number one thing is the coordinator. That's the number one thing. After that, the offensive line is awful. It's awful. I don't care what nobody says. The offensive line is awful. They're getting to Jalen all the time. Every time he drops back, he's in there. He's uncomfortable. Every single play. We can't run the ball at all. They're not pushing off. They're not bullying nobody. We've been getting bullied. So with that being said, how can you think that Jalen is going to be, oh, man, Superman, a magical man, when he don't do that. He do it every once in a while, but that's not him doing that. Like, he can't even get a chance to do it because these other play callers, right, and I'm going to name a couple real quick for you. Green Bay, San Fran, Rams, and the Chiefs, right? They designed the plays for these dudes to get open. These offensive plays, they got motion, they got this, they got that. It's no same thing. I'm in shotgun, and everybody can see what's going on. And now I'm not even faking a handoff no more. I'm not even doing that. I'm just standing back here, and I'm getting whopped every single time. That's the dude with Tula fault because the line can't catch up to what he's doing because they're calling the wrong plays. And I think Jalen, yes, he missed a couple of passes here and there because he's human. He's like the rest of these quarterbacks, like Josh Allen, like Patty Mahomes, like Lamar Jackson. They turn the ball over. They miss throws. They overthrow players. They do too much sometimes. Mahomes, the underhand. He's the same thing as everybody else. And I don't understand why when he have a one bad game.
It's not one bad game, Damon. That's the problem. It's not one. That's not true.
Okay. It's not bad to me. But it's bad to y'all.
No. We should all say this together. He's been mediocre this season. Not bad, but he hasn't. Damon, he's not played great football this season. Like no question. No.
You're right, Joe. Listen, you might up to a certain point, but let me ask you this: you said his peers, right?
His peers. Oh no. All of them. No. When I say his peers, I mean starting quarterbacks in the NFL. He has been middle of the pack this season.
I agree. I agree.
But then why are we okay? But that's the story, Damon. And I love you, man. That is a big deal. That is a story. They don't pay him $55 million to play middle of the pack football. If you go ask Howie Roseman and Jeff Lurie, hey, what stuff keeps you up at night? And if I say to them, this, that, and I say, oh, your $55 million quarterback is middle of the pack, that's what's going to keep them up at night. That is a bigger issue because if that is what he is, then what are they paying him? They're not paying him to do that. That's an issue. I'm not letting Petula off the hook. I don't think he's particularly bright as a coordinator. I don't think he's like, oh wow, I see the next offensive mind around the NFL. I don't see that either. I think the offensive line has taken a step back. But there's also plays every week Jalen can make, and he's not making them right now. I got the two plays from Thursday. Let's just use the last game. Devontae Smith wide open, misses him. A.J. Brown open in the end zone. He chooses not to throw it to him, for whatever reason, I don't know. And he throws into the flat, it's picked off. Those are his decisions. Those are his moments. That's nothing to do with the coordinator or the offensive line or anybody else. That's him. Let's go to Positive Kevin in Cranford, New Jersey. Hey, Positive Kevin.
Hello, gentlemen. If you guys look up the word fraud in the dictionary, you'll see Jalen Hurts' picture in it. Jalen Hurts is the biggest fraud there is. He's simply not a good quarterback. These people need to wake up and realize he is simply not a good quarterback. And that's okay to say it. And, Joe, I have to give you your flowers because, you know what, I was a gatekeeper for Jalen Hurts. But these past couple games, he's been playing awful. He's not a good quarterback. And to be very honest with you, I simply believe that the Eagles won the Super Bowl because of the supporting cast around Jalen Hurts. It wasn't because of Jalen Hurts. It's because everyone around them. I mean, they ran the ball more than anyone else in the NFL. So Saquon Barkley carried them throughout the playoffs into the Super Bowl, and they asked for that one game against the Kansas City Chiefs for him to use his arm. That one game. Can you tell me any other game that he really had to use his arm that depended, that the team had to depend on Jalen Hurts' arm in it? No. Jalen Hurts is not a good quarterback. And I don't understand why people just can't simply say that. Why is it that they have to defend Jalen Hurts through and through? It's the same thing with Carson Wentz. It's like, people, come on. Enough is enough. Just you can say it.
Okay, Positive Kevin, could you take a breath? Because I let you talk for a long time now. Now, first of all, I mean, I hear you. But Jalen Hurts was a big factor in the Eagles winning that Super Bowl the last time. So to sit here and say he's a fraud, Positive Kevin, I think that's a little strong. If you don't like Jalen, it's one thing to say that. But to cite that he's never did anything, I think you're wrong on that. I really do. And to say that he's a fraudulent quarterback, I don't think that is a comparison either. I think you can say he's not playing well. That's to be fair. You know what the problem is, Kev? Is I don't mind people coming on here and having a conversation about Jalen Hurts when it's rooted in football. But I'm not going to lie to you, Kevin. It feels like it's a little bit more when you talk about Jalen Hurts because you kept repeating the same thing over and over again. And that's when I kind of get a little defensive about him because even though you're putting some factual things in there, you're saying a lot of stuff that just flat out ain't true about Jalen Hurts. And that's where I think the problem lies. And I think that's where the pushback comes from because you're trying to hide some of the ways you feel about Jalen veiled in some other stuff that you got going on. And that dog don't hunt here.
You know what it is, though?
Okay, let's be. Are we going to have we're going to have a truthful conversation? I'm all down for those. Let's have one. What is it?
Definitely.
What's the problem then?
So you know what it is? It's in the beginning of the season. Even other analysts were saying Jalen Hurts.
No, I ain't talking. Wait a minute. First of all, Positive. I'm not talking about other analysts. I'm talking about you. Now we ain't talking about what nobody else say. Tell me what's your problem with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, no. I mean, what I'm saying is that you heard rumblings of Jalen Hurts being an MVP caliber quarterback, right? And he's simply not that. I would say I would take a step back and say, you know what? He's playing like a fraud.
Okay, you keep using the word. Okay, you keep using the word fraud, but you stuttering. So I gave you the floor to tell me what you think, and I'm waiting for you to do that. So go try. Let's try again. Go.
I just don't like him as a quarterback.
That stuttering is what kind of gave you away.
We appreciate it. So here's the thing. I don't think he's a fraud as an NFL quarterback. He's been a good one for 5 years. This season, he's not playing well enough for me.
That's it.
And that's it. Eagles.
And listen, that's like Joe. When we have these conversations, I'm okay with you saying that because that's a fact.
It is.
When you look at the way they're playing, there's a lot of factors that go into this. But I think the pushback comes when you have people like Positive Kevin called that when you give him the floor to say exactly what he's trying to say, he can't properly articulate that. And that's where the problem lies. Because all I did was ask him I didn't ask you to tell me about what somebody else said. I asked you to tell me about how you felt. And you couldn't do that. So my thing is this. When we have this Jalen Hurts conversation, let's just keep it a bean. Tell us why you don't like Jalen. I don't like Jalen because I don't like the way he combs his hair. I don't like Jalen because he wears his Kangos backward. I don't like him because he wears them old ugly-ass black and white shoes on Sunday. I'll take all of that, but just don't sit up here and try to veil it in something that is football related. That's all I'm saying. If you don't like Jalen, just say you don't like him. And we can have a conversation about that. But when you come in here and you start talking about fraud, and I ask you a question to back it up with, and you can't back it up, then we ain't got nothing to talk about.
I think so. Here's what I think. Sometimes I hear. I think there are people out there, and I don't know if Kevin is one of them, that maybe never thought he was that good. And
that's fine.
No,
and Joe, that's fine.
I know. See, my thing with him is he's just very up and down.
And that's fair, because he is.
I think it's ironic because his personality is as steady as they come.
As a rock.
His play isn't. I mean, it's been 5 years. 2021, barely an average starting quarterback. That's okay. He was a rookie. He was a second-year player, right? I graded him on a curve. It's 2022, MVP candidate. I thought he was the second-best player in pro football. 23, back down a little bit. Last year, it was up and down. Overall, he was efficient in what they asked him to do because they didn't ask him to throw that much, right? They had a great running game.
And when he did, he had a hell of a game.
And when
if Positive Kevin would have came with that, that's fair.
And when he was asked to do a lot last year in the Super Bowl and title game, he was awesome.
He was awesome. And and when you look at that, you would come back and you would think that it would be just take off where you left off at the end of the year. Yeah, and it hasn't been
exactly. That. And now this year we're going back to the ups and downs. And the last few weeks it feels more downy to me. 215-592-9494. And I think the Eagles' offense goes as he goes.
And that's fair.
He's the quarterback. He's the most important player on the team. I know last year it became Saquon because he had an all-time season. But for any team, it tends to be the quarterback. And if Saquon's not going to be able to run like he did last year, which it looks like he's not going to be able to, they got to be able to throw the football better to win football games. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to everyone coming up here. I know a lot of people have a lot to say as we decide whether or not Jalen Hurts deserves more blame for where the Eagles are. We'll also be joined by Devin Caney. Her thoughts on the Eagles, on Jalen, and the Phillies bringing back Topper. You know I didn't want that, but I didn't get my way on that one either. All right, we'll get to all that coming up. Your calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable taste of cake. Think about it, people. They have mouth-watering candy cakes. They have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, and it's enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about the Crimplets. Crimpets. I was doing so well. The Crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you got the only best treats on deck, and that's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown.
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Philly knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashaw, the Car Czar. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jorge Polanco continues his red-hot postseason. Last night, blasting a 3-run home run to lead the Mariners past the Blue Jays 10-3 in Game 2 of the ALCS. Polanco has now delivered go-ahead hits in the 5th inning or later of 3 straight playoff games, a first in MLB history. Seattle has a 2-0 series lead, just 2 wins away from their first-ever World Series. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Listen to WIP.
Is that okay?
Plus other Odyssey stations and hundreds of podcasts. All free on the Odyssey app.
Okay, bye.
For this team to get where they want to go. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls. I know people are fired up. But first, right now, though, let's go out to our guests. We talk to her every week around this time. Devin Caney joining us. Talk about the aftermath of the Phils and the Eagles, who suddenly have lost 2 in a row. Devin, how you doing today?
Dev!
Hey, guys. I'm doing, as well as we can do.
That don't sound
The Flyers won last. That's right. The Flyers won last night.
Broads. How are the Broads?
Immediately, Broads gets a shout out because yes, he basically plays for the Flyers. But I wish we had a better performing Eagles team and Phillies team, of course. But otherwise, can't complain. How are you guys doing?
We're good. We're just arguing about the quarterback. We that's what we do.
It's going.
Yeah, we're getting through.
It's going.
All right, we do on WIP, right?
Yes,
we're always stirring the pot when it comes to Jalen Hurts.
Yep. All right, we can start there. Let's start with the Eagles. Then we'll move to the Phillies and kind of the aftermath of what happened last week. Devin, How concerned are you with the Eagles? It's a weird start. I mean, 4-2 is certainly a fine record, and you look around the rest of the NFL, there's no great team right now. Nobody's undefeated. The Bills have lost 2 in a row. The Lions just lost. Like, everyone's kind of up and down. But the way the Eagles have played throughout the season has not been great, especially offensively. How concerned are you after what we saw Thursday night against the Giants?
I mean, it's hard to not be at least a little bit concerned after Thursday night's performance from the Eagles. I think that this little mini bye that they have is coming at a really good time. I think that they were really tired, even though, they talked the talk leading into that Thursday night game of, we're glad that we have a short week so we can get back out there. I think especially when you look at the defense, like they were gassed and the offense wasn't doing them any favors because the offense couldn't stay on the field. And I think, when you break it down, you guys were talking about it. I think that the offense is obviously the biggest concern here. Defensively, the injuries are starting to add up. That's clearly taking a toll. Zadarius Smith just retired. So it does leave a lot to be desired, especially with the defensive front. I think and hope that Howie Roseman is on the phone already, trying to make moves ahead of the November trade deadline. But I think that they're more affected by injuries. What the biggest concern for me is offensively, you look at from the start of the season down through week 5, the Eagles were scoring over 30 points for the first 3 games. And since then, the amount of points that they're able to score, and especially in the second half where they haven't even scored in 3 games, is concerning because I don't know the reasoning behind that. And I know you guys are debating Jalen Hurts. I know you're debating Kevin Patullo. I also think that the offensive line has a lot to do with this. They haven't stayed healthy either. I just think that the offense really needs to all get on the same page here to get it to click.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like they are. And one thing, Devin, that feels real, regardless of whose fault it is, they don't really seem to have an identity. Like last year, they had one. They around this time and then moving forward, we knew what they were. The whole league did, and it didn't matter. They were going to run the football very effectively, and Jalen wasn't going to throw it much, but he was going to make some plays each game when they asked him to throw. And this year, Devin, I don't know what their identity is. I don't even know if they know what they want it to be. I mean, some weeks they've thrown it a lot, like the last 2. Some weeks they've tried to run, but it hasn't been effective. Devin, we know they don't have one right now. Like, what do you think should be the way they play? Because it feels like they don't know right now.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And I think just going back to the lack of identity, that kind of stands out to me, in talking to the players and coaches in the locker room throughout the weeks. It's, last season, they were all very clearly on the same page. Offense, defense, coaching, they had the same messaging, and that really came through with their answers. It's almost kind of funny, like they all will say, tough, detailed together. You can't be great without the greatness of others. Where this season, it's, some players are saying we haven't found our offensive identity, and other players are saying, well, I think that having an offensive identity is kind of an overrated and misinterpreted saying when it comes to an offense in football. I think that their identity needs to be, returning to the RPO, being a bit more unpredictable. And what's mind-boggling to me, and I try to figure it out, I try to figure it out when I'm watching the game is it the play calling? Is it that the O-line isn't playing the way that they used to? Is it because Lane Johnson hasn't been healthy for most games? Is it because, we have Brett Tothin, Landon Dickerson, of course, is out. Like, I think that the offensive line has contributed a lot to this offense's identity, not just last season, but over the last, 5+ seasons, really since Jeff Stoutland came in and made it a formidable force throughout the league. The Eagles have always been known for this dominant O-line. So to have a season where the O-line has not been performing well, I think that really makes it hard to find exactly what your identity is. And I don't know the solution here. I guess it's, getting healthy. But I also think that they just need to play better. And Jordan Mailata said that on the Jordan Mailata show on WIP last night. He took responsibility. He's like, we need to play better. I personally need to play better. He said he played awful when he watched back the tape from Thursday night.
Yeah, the offensive line struggles has been the weirdest part because that, like you said, is just not typical. I mean, they had 1 year in 2020 where it was kind of like this, but they had more injuries. I mean, guys were out for the full season. This year, it's just in and out or not the same, and it's been a trouble spot. They have a challenge coming Sunday in Minnesota against that Vikings defense. All right, Devin, let's pivot to the Phillies here. What was your take on the decision to bring back Topper?
Well, I guess I wasn't too surprised. So last season, at the end of last season, when they announced that Topper would be back for 2025, I remember thinking, I think we all thought, okay, so if they don't get it done or they don't go farther in the postseason next year, he's done, right? I think Topper did a really, really good job managing this team throughout the regular season. I don't love a lot of his decisions that he made throughout their short-lived postseason run throughout the NLDS. Is that enough to fire a manager who does have the highest winning percentage of any Phillies manager? Probably not. So I'm not outraged over this. I like Rob Thomson. I think he's a good manager. Do I think this team needs a change? Yes. Maybe it doesn't have to come in the form of a manager. Maybe it comes in, like Ruben said on our Saturday show, in a big contract moving, in a, key player being moved and bringing in a new player and bringing in new energy. Maybe it's, a new hitting coach. Maybe it's, new analytics that they're looking at. I don't know what it is, but I hope that if you're not going to move off the manager, you're changing something because they need some fresh vibes in there.
They do. Devin, I was listening. I was in the car driving Saturday when I heard that discussion you had with Ruben. When he said it, I could just kind of tell your curiosity was piqued. Like, who is he talking about? When you heard him say that, and I know you guys had the discussion afterwards about maybe, is that Trey? Is that a different name? Like, what was going through your head? Because the first name I thought of was Trey Turner. Look, he had a good year. This is not like I didn't think he did. He had a good year. His batting title, he played way better defensively. But if I'm thinking about a big contract, he's the one because they could spend that money in a lot of other ways if they traded him somewhere else. What did you make of it, what Ruben said on Saturday to you?
Yeah, I think that moving off of a big contract, and there aren't very many to choose from, right? And I know it's kind of funny seeing everyone trying to figure this out in the comments and on social media, and everyone's saying Nick Castellanos. Well, earlier in the segment, we discussed Nick Castellanos, and we agreed that Nick Castellanos likely will not be back on this team next season, whether, it's just offloading his contract, whether it's trading. I don't think you're going to get much back for him regardless, but it's not Nick Castellanos. My initial thought, and that's why I was like, do you mean like a Trey Turner? Would be Trey Turner, because you also have like an Aiden Miller who's coming up, who's, I don't want to say waiting in the wings because he's not quite there yet, but who is the future of this team. But I was talking to Ruben the break, and it could also be a Bryce Harper. I know that sounds crazy, but this is a player who's really on the back half of his career. He's only getting older. He really hasn't done a ton in the regular season or postseason. He hasn't put up the numbers that he used to. When
preach,
you look
Devin,
back
preach.
at the postseason he's had, there's only so many moments, right? There's only so many times you can go back to bet them at the bank before it gets a little bit old. And he doesn't add too much to the clubhouse culturally. He's a pretty quiet, reserved guy where Kyle Schwarber is more so the leader. Would that be a massive move around the baseball world? Yes, it would. Would fans be mad? I think it would be actually more split than you'd expect, given, the way things have gone the last four postseasons. I don't know. It's all on the table. It's all on the table, guys.
Well, I like things are on the table like that. Hugh's ready to take a victory lap because when he heard Ruben and you on Saturday, he thought
that was
Bryce.
That was the first person I thought about because of
here comes victory lap Douglas running down the hallways.
It's not the victory lap,
but
I thought that because of the contract ask a few months ago. The fact that, he rolled, I'm not going to hold that against him, but he did roll out the rivalry pack.
No, you should hold that against him. You should. It was ridiculous.
He rolled out. But I just thought that would probably be the most feasible thing to do in this situation when you talk about the two major players. I think Trey's gotten better. He's attempted to get better over these last couple of months, and I always thought it was Bryce. Great minds think alike, Devin. Great minds think alike.
I love that. Love that, Hugh. You take your victory lap. But
I am.
I will say, it also depends on who they bring in, right? So you're not going to move off of a big contract, or even not moving off the contract. Say you don't bring Kyle Schwarber back. Say Kyle ends up, wanting to go back home to the Midwest, to Chicago or to the Cincinnati Reds. There are some other big names out there that could make an impact. Kyle Tucker is a really interesting name. Yes, he is going to get a massive bag. But if you move off of a big contract, or you don't re-sign Kyle Schwarber and you don't pay this big money elsewhere, it is an option. And he's a younger talent. He's not in his 30s yet. I know we don't like him here in Philadelphia. He's not really young, but Pete Alonso also said he's not going back to the Mets. Like, there are these other big names that are out there that I think that we should all consider as Phillies fans.
Yeah, and they need it. They need to add more. I mean, obviously they weren't great enough right now, so they need to add more. Devin, we appreciate you hopping on. Have a great week, and we will catch up soon. Thank you, Devin.
See you guys.
There she goes, Devin Kennedy. There. All right, so Victory Lap Douglas has arrived here?
Nah.
So
no,
listen,
I'm just saying. I just thought I'm just kind of curious. I was kind of curious to see that she felt the same way.
Well, I think
Kinda
she originally thought
sure
Trey, and then she kind of worked out to like maybe it could be Bryce.
Well, I think you got to read the tea leaves in this situation too.
Yeah, well, I've read them as Trey. You read them as Bryce.
Well, I just read them in the decline of the ask for more money.
So all right, let me get this out there because you've been on this for 2 days. You know me. I'll trade anybody out of here in 10 seconds.
You are an equal opportunity trader.
That's right. The question is,
how does it go make your team better?
Well, yeah, right. And what would they get back for Bryce Harper at this point? I mean, you can make the same case for Trey Turner. I mean, neither are young, and the reality is their best days are
probably behind them.
Yeah, both of them, and that's just the fact of where they are in their career. You know, a few years ago, I brought up that I would trade Bryce to go get Juan Soto because I looked at Juan Soto for 10 years, right? Like he's going to be, and he's been better the last few, and he will continue to be because they're ages. They're just in different parts of their career. Like I'm not against the idea of remaking the team. Hugh, I just find it hard to believe they would move off of Bryce because they've made him the face, right? Like from the minute he walked in here.
This is true.
They've made it, like they've built the whole franchise around him. So, that's why I'd be shocked if they did it.
Well, what has it gotten you? I mean, I'm just saying, what has it gotten you?
It's gotten them back to relevancy.
Well, it's done that,
and
but it doesn't get you over the hump. Well, I get it. And when you I'm sorry, Kyle.
That's okay.
But when you put it in that perspective, I get totally where you're coming from. You got it.
It's not just Bryce that has made this team a contender. It's people want to come here and play for a team that has Bryce Harper too. Like Harper got Trey here. Probably a big reason Schwarber's here. Like they're not building a team around Bryson Stott or like an Alec Boehm.
No, I mean, I get that.
Like Harper's
that
the first domino. And then, by the way, does Trey have a no trade clause?
He does.
Trey does.
They both do. I always think with no trades though. It's like,
well,
if you want to break up with someone and you tell them, they get it.
Right. I'm saying it becomes where do they want to go?
Right, and it makes it harder to commiserate a deal, right? Because the team that you're trading with
and
knows.
I think one of them would be the one to say, I'm not going anywhere. I don't think that's Trey.
In your face type deal. Well, I'm not going. I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Or it just makes it harder to get fair value because they'll like if they really entertain trading the two of them or one of them do, they'll probably tell Dombrowski, I would only go here, or here, right? So then those teams know, well, like...
Right. A no-trade clause does not mean that you cannot trade this player.
Right. No, it just makes it harder.
It just gives them the leverage in the trade.
Yeah. Listen, if the Phillies are willing to shake things up and think about trading one of those two to reinvest the money elsewhere and make a better baseball team, I am open to the idea. I am. I'd be shocked if they traded Bryce. I would be more in on trading Trey, but we shall see. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. There's a lot to discuss. You can react to what Devin just said there, Victory Hugh Douglas, Victory Lap Douglas, whatever his name is, and, of course, the Jalen Hurts discussion. If you missed it, we started the show by discussing Hurts, and does he deserve more blame for where the Eagles are at? And I just feel like he's been spared considering everything that's gone on this year. It's been, Patullo's the worst. Patullo's a moron. All this. The offensive line's not as good. And it's all real, but the quarterback's also not playing as well as he has in the past, and they need him to play better. This season, over these 6 games, he's been closer to mediocre than an MVP candidate. They need more out of Jalen Hurts. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. That is how you join the show. All right, let's go to Nasir in West Philly. Hey, Nasir.
Nasir. Nasir, come on, Nasir. Nasir.
Hello.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Yes. How you doing?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good morning. I'm sorry. I was talking to one of my coworkers.
That's all right, man.
Take your time.
Yeah, we were doing the same. What's up, Nasir?
Yes, I wanted to talk about the Eagles for a second.
Mm-hmm.
You got it.
Okay, so the last caller, I think he called Jalen Hurts phony or something like that.
Fraud. Yeah.
I think we have to stop disrespecting our quarterbacks because the same thing happened with Donovan McNabb when he was an Eagle, and now it's the same thing happened with Jalen Hurts. I've been a fan since a kid, and we went from Sam Bradford, Mark Sanchez to a Super Bowl winning team. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like, one, we have to stop disrespecting the players. Second, it's everything wrong with the Eagles. It's the defense, it's the offensive line, and it's Jalen included. It's the offensive coordinators. He's had a different offensive coordinator every year he's been here. I watched the last game on Thursday. It was the pick that he threw.
Mm-hmm.
AJ was wide open for a touchdown.
Yep.
That's on Jalen. He needs to read the field better.
It's disrespectful.
No, it's not disrespectful. That's the truth in this year. I agree. You're right about that. And I think what you said there is the fairest thing I've heard so far today. And it's a good phone call. Everyone deserves blame. My point to start the show was we've spent a lot of energy already on Patullo. He's every question of every press conference. A lot of that.
Most people missed that part.
Yeah. But we haven't spent much time on Jalen Hurts. That was bad on Thursday. I don't care what the numbers say. My eyes said he took a lot of sacks, and he threw the ball over Devontae's head, and he missed AJ open in the end zone. And I got to say, I'm getting exhausted about the coordinator switch each year. A lot of teams go through this. Mayfield has a new coordinator. Sam Darnold has a new coordinator. Quarterback switch. Daniel Jones just got to Indianapolis. It can't just be, hey, it's a new coordinator, because what about the other guys?
You know what it is? It's too many examples of the template being the same, and it doesn't look the same when it comes to us. I think that if you really ask people that and you pull back the layers of it, because you look at the examples, you just threw out Baker Mayfield,
Darnold, Jones, all in new spaces. Yeah, right. Goff, yes, all new coordinators.
But and I want to use Goff as an example because even though the coordinator is different, that offense looks fairly similar, and they do some of the same creative stuff that they did last year. So I guess for most Eagles fans, the question is, why does it look like our offensive coordinator looks like he just started being an offensive coordinator? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a bunch of you have things that worked last year, right? So why don't you just go that route or follow that template and then kind of tweak it from there? It feels like every year, especially at the beginning of the year, like you just throw out the playbook and it's a whole new playbook. That's what it kind of feels like with Kevin Patullo.
So,
it feels like that's what we're dealing with. It feels like we're dealing with a whole new playbook.
It just, as we kind of unpack what you just said there, why is Jalen so dependent on the coordinator? I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, all right, so if we break it down to the last 4 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
His two best years, we would all say, are with the best coordinators, right? Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore.
Mm-hmm.
And his two worst years, and this is just started. We got, it's 11 games to go. He could change it. But the two down years, Brian Johnson and Kevin Patullo.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it feel like other quarterbacks aren't as dependent? Like you could change the coordinator. Like Jared Goff's Jared Goff,
mm-hmm.
right? Like it looks to me the same as he was last year.
Yes.
But our guy isn't. Is that Sirianni's fault? Is it Jalen's fault? I don't know the answer, but it does feel weird, doesn't it?
Well, hold on. There's a quarterback in Tampa who's dealing with changing wide receivers,
right,
changing personnel.
He's not dependent on
offensive lineman going in and out, by the way.
He's not dependent on
New offensive coordinator,
I
and
know.
he's up there in the MVP favorites.
I know.
And he's a guy that all offseason, when we did we ranked quarterbacks, he wasn't even mentioned in the same breath by any of us, really, as Hurts. It was like you would scoff at the idea that he was better.
I think
he's playing a lot better right now.
I think that's fair. And I also think it's fair because how much input does a quarterback have on the plays that he likes to run?
It's a good question.
And a lot of times, especially on the offensive side, we talk about execution. Now, I will say this. The execution has not been there.
Mm-mm.
Has not been there. This is one of those things. I know what the question was asked. The question was asked, does Jalen deserve more blame? And I think so. But in a situation like this, there's a lot of blame to go around.
Yeah. Well, of course.
But, and like I said earlier, I feel like in order to help make this better, Jalen has to get out of his comfort zone and be more of the leader off the field. And I know people are like, what are you talking about? You ain't got nothing to do. Yes, it does. Because if you're in a space where you have a working relationship with somebody and they feel like they can't talk to you. Y'all been working together for a couple of years now. And if they feel like they can't have real conversations with you, that's a problem.
Of course, yeah.
Because it's one of those things. The quarterback is the closest individual out of all the players on the team to management. Let's just call it what it is. He's the one that has the coach's ear. He has the coach's number on speed dial and all the other good stuff. So when it feels like, somebody's going through something and you're not a part of it, that you get looked at some kind of way.
Yeah, they all got to fix it. 215-592-9494. Keep your phone calls going on this. Does Hurts deserve more blame for where the offense is right now? Plus, Nick Sirianni's conversation with the morning show today. You're not going to want to miss the whole thing, but especially the end. We'll react to something interesting from that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos. Getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets used all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
The Eagles look to return to the win column.
You're going to have some ups, you're going to have some downs. We've been here before.
As they fly to Minnesota to battle the Vikings.
Get back up, go back to work.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 11. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
He is in for the touchdown. Excellent play call.
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
You know, fellas, chicks dig confidence.
How in the world do you know what chicks dig?
Are you kidding me, Jack? How would you know? You've been with the same girl since middle school.
Confidence goes a long way. And confidence in the bedroom, that goes the longest way.
And nothing's going to make you more confident than Blue Chew.
Blue Chew makes chewable tablets that get you performing like an all-star in the bedroom. And because you know you'll perform, you'll be more confident.
And like we said, the more confident you are, the more likely you're going to need one of those chewables.
And you don't even need to make a doctor's appointment or wait in line at the pharmacy to get it.
That's right. And for the first month, you don't even need to pay. Just go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and they'll take care of everything else on the website.
And then they ship your tablets in a discreet
and hard
package.
That's my line.
Hold up. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can chew it and do it.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Sports Lounge. Your home field advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own, like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Showers today with a high getting up to 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Maybe Sirianni could use that this week. Kind of needs it. Did he shave his head this week, Hugh?
Who?
Nick Sirianni.
Yeah.
You got to change the vibes around here.
No, Patullo need to shave his head.
I don't even know what his hair looks like. Doesn't he always wear a hat?
Yeah, he does. I think he's probably got short hair. Now that I think about it, it's probably short hair.
Who knows? I mean, who knows? He might have come on home.
He's a big hat guy.
I've never seen him without a hat. Imagine the guy has hair, but I don't know. All right, 215-592-9494. That is how you hop in. We're going to let you hear what Nick Sirianni had to say this morning in his interview with The Morning Show, including the end, which is really interesting considering the hole the Eagles now have at the edge position with injuries and the retirement yesterday of Zadarius Smith. First, let's take a phone call here. Chuck in Mount Airy talking to Jalen Hurts. Hey, Chuck.
Chuck.
Yo, Giglio. What is the dealio?
What up, man?
Chuck, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Listen, let me say this real quick, right? I'm going to say Kyle was still taking a little bit, man. I mean, Kyle is a take thief, I tell you.
Oh, no, what'd he do?
What'd he do?
He stole my feet. He stole my thunder, man.
Wow. What did I say?
Baker Mayfield, man. You know what you said, man. I got to watch you, Kyle.
Hold on. You didn't say anything about Baker Mayfield on the phone. What are you talking about?
I did, too.
No, you didn't.
I did, too.
Okay, well, I didn't listen to you.
So, Chuck, I haven't heard it, so you tell us.
No, it ain't nothing. It's just, we all think the same way. Listen, all I'm saying is this, right? There's no more excuses for Jalen Hurts. Listen, I love the guy. He won us a Super Bowl. I get it. And we don't I have a lot of championships to celebrate here, so I do appreciate that. But I just want to say this, right? When you overthrow Devontae Smith on the sideline, it has nothing to do with Kevin Patullo. When you decide to throw to Jahan Dotson and almost throw a pick six, and you got A.J. Brown streaking over the middle for a touchdown, if you just hold that ball one more second and look at the other options, it has nothing to do with Kevin Patullo or Nick Sirianni. I just can't keep doing this thing of blaming a coordinator after coordinator after coordinator. This offense has been bad for the better part of 3 years. I mean, the passing offense. And last year we had the ability to lean on a play caller who had experience, and he was able to utilize Jalen in the best way he could. We don't have that opportunity this year. So the margin of error is very slim. So what I'm saying is this, right? If I'm Jalen Hurts at this point, I'm throwing caution to the wind. If you throw a few interceptions, so be it, man. But, I mean, you can't, get ahead and, continue to hold the ball, not release, give these guys an opportunity to catch the ball, have people shrieking, down the sideline or across the middle, whatever the case may be, and not throwing with anticipation, and expect for this offense to get in gear. We said at the beginning of the year, I remember everybody's conversation, The defense last year was the better side of the football than the offense, okay? Yeah, the number one defense. This year we said that they're not going to be as good as they was last year because we missed a lot of players. We already knew this. And now we're losing players through the retirement, injuries, whatever the case may be. If they're 15 or 10th ranked, or between 10 and 15, we still going to need this offense to carry carry this team more so than the defense. So what I'm saying is this: if I'm Jalen, I'm looking at it like this. My running game is not giving me nothing right now. I'm having injuries all around me. I still got these two studs at wide receiver. Let's get this passing game going, man. I'm not calling to beat my quarterback up. I'm just calling and letting them listen. Throw caution to the wind, man. Go out there and throw for 350 for touchdowns. You have the opportunity to do it. They're passing the ball now more than ever. They're not, they're abandoned the run because the running game ain't working. So, I mean, you have an opportunity to do it, man. I don't know what's going on. Go out there and start passing this football and getting this offense going, man. It's still a lot of football left to be played this year, and we're going to need this offense to carry this team.
No question, Chuck. And like you said, there's been opportunity. And, Chuck, man, we appreciate the phone call. And you go back to the last 2 weeks and you look at his numbers, they hit a couple of more plays. He might throw for 350 or 400 in these games. I mean, there's shots there to be made, and they haven't made them. All right, let's hear from Nick Sirianni this morning on with the morning show. A lot of good stuff here. Keep with it, including the end. You're not going to want to miss this answer at the end by Sirianni. Sirianni this morning with the morning show. Then we'll react together.
The aforementioned coach of the Eagles, Nick Sirianni. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Coach. So, Nick, obviously it's been a tough stretch here. You guys have lost 2 in a row and now actually been outgained in all 6 games yardage-wise, and now a lot of injuries have set in. I'm curious here, how concerned are you about your football team?
Yeah, at this point, again, we're just trying to make sure that we fix everything that and get better every single day. No one's worried, no one's panicked. We're in the business of getting better to be playing our best football later in the year, and we want to fix the problems, find solutions, and get better. So I think that's on all of our minds. That's all of our mindsets. And we know it's early in the season, and we've been here before.
Nick, one thing I don't think's helping is AJ's public presentation of issues. I'm curious if you're tired of his public presentation of internal issues.
No. I think that, again, we've talked a lot about this. I've obviously been asked a lot about this. And, again, this is a guy who desperately wants to help this football team do the things that we're capable of doing. And, again, I think that you're seeing it from an outside portion, which is fine. That's where you guys are. We're in the locker room every single day. And it is everybody wants to get this thing rolling. AJ is a great player. He knows he can help us get this thing rolling. And that's how I see it, because it's business as usual in here.
What's a harder aspect of your job as head coach? Managing the players' personalities and those relationships, or managing the scheme?
Obviously, everything that you're responsible. Everything that's on that field is a product of me, right? And so I take pride in that. I take responsibility in that. All those things. So, the relationship part and the connection part, to me, that's always kind of, I don't want to say kind of come easy to me, because that's why I got into football in the first place. So I love that portion of it. And then, offensively, you just want to find ways to put guys in positions to succeed. You want the guys to go out and execute. And so that's what you think about constantly. Both things are highly, highly important. I think, it's the best teams that win, not the best groups of individuals. And if I want our team to be together, I better be doing it, and they better be close to their head coach. And then it's, again, like I said, you're constantly trying to find ways to put the guys in positions to succeed. That doesn't always look the same each week because of who you're playing on defense. And but there are some things that you want to do and that you do well that you want to repeat and dress up. So all things like this, none of this is new. This is life in football. I'm not even going to say life in the NFL. This is life in football. That the connection's important, and then the scheme's important. And so those are all things that you're always constantly thinking about and just part of the job, and you know, exciting part of the job is to find solutions. You know, it's supposed to be hard. You know, if it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. You know, what's that line from A League of Their Own? He's like, the hard's what makes it great. I think Tom Hanks said that, and I fully believe that.
We are frightened that this feels familiar. And so how do we know that this 2-game slide isn't the 2023 slide?
How do you know it's not the 24 slide? Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I understand. I understand where you guys are at. We're doing everything we can do to fix it and to get better. I can just tell you this, like, I don't know if this will ease your fears, and I don't expect it to, but we're doing everything we can as coaches. It was great to have a kind of a mini bye to be able to do some things there. And I know the players are doing everything that they can do to help themselves get better fundamentally, better as players. And everybody has that mindset that, you know, there's a hunger mindset on this football team. And that's what you expect with the people that we have in this building, just the obsession with winning and getting better. And we have that throughout the building, coaches and players.
Saquon still hasn't rushed for 100 yards in a game. Why?
Yeah, there's always, John, it's never one thing in football, right? It's never one thing. It's always, it's the most ultimate team game. And when we win games and, we're talking about that, and we're saying, hey, this is a team game. Everybody deserves the credit here. Well, it's the same thing, when you're struggling around a 2-game losing streak too. It's like, hey, everything's on the table. And it's never just one thing.
What's the biggest impediment to running the football?
Yeah, I think that again we haven't been efficient enough on first and second, on first down, and we've been behind the sticks. So we've had some negative plays, in the run game and the pass game, not been efficient enough there, and it puts you behind the sticks a little bit. Now, why haven't we been efficient? That's never one thing either, right? It's always going to be, did we help the guys be in position to succeed as coaches, and did we execute? So there's never just a one thing, and I think you guys can respect the fact that, like, when we go through our self-scout and our mini bye this week, like, I wouldn't share anything publicly that we saw. Not because I don't respect the job that you guys got to do, but because I don't want to give any information to the other team. So that we're playing, but again, it was a really, you look at things. I always look at adversities as big time opportunities to grow, and that's where we are, right? And I think, and I do believe this team has, when we don't go through adversities and it's not up to our standard, we look at that as big time opportunities to grow. There's always opportunity to grow, and like, I look back to last year. I don't want to talk about last year very often, but like, I look back to the end of 23 and the beginning of 22, and like, I'm thankful for that adversity, because it helped us grow and become the team that was able to win a Super Bowl last year. And so I think you can have those two mindsets going in. You can have a woe is me mindset where it's not going your way, or you can have a mindset where what an opportunity to get better from your adversities, and we talk about that a lot, and that's a winner's mindset, is to get better from the stuff that you're going through.
Nick Sirianni with us here on WIP. Nick, Lane obviously had said he thinks the offense is too predictable, and I'm wondering, and I totally respect your desire to not give away schematic elements, because Minnesota and other teams could be listening, but I just wonder how reasonable is it structurally to make big changes? Things like, and this might not be considered a big change by many, but Jalen under center much more often, which he has not been, too often in his career here, other than the tush push. I mean, is that something you can reach into your bag with, or do you run the offense that you run largely because it suits Jalen and his background the most, and what you think he's most comfortable with?
Yeah, obviously we're not against doing anything that can help us get better. And I heard Lane's comments, and we've all talked through all that. And like, if you listen to the whole thing, he's talking about being predictable, but he's also talking about execution, and that's what we're talking about when you get into second and long or in third and long. Then you are a little bit more predictable, obviously. We've run the ball more on third down here than a lot of teams in the NFL. We haven't been in those situations quite as much this season to be able to do so. So I think you got to hear in that the big context of how he kind of talked about it, and because I know he's looking for solutions and he's looking to get better. I love that about our guys, that everyone's finger pointing, everyone's looking inward at themselves first. Coaches, players, everybody. And I'm working to get better. Now, the second part of that question, I'm sorry, I missed that.
That part. Things like putting Jalen under center much more often. Not a play here and there, but a lot more often to open up a whole different wing of the playbook. Sure. Is that something that you would consider?
Like I said, we're not against doing anything to help you go better. We're not a team that says this is our system and this is what we're doing no matter what. We'll try to find solutions to everything, and if that means getting under center, that means getting under center. Now, obviously, we've had a lot of success here, scored a lot of points of being in the gun and our run game being good in the gun, but that doesn't mean. Like, one thing I always hate when coaches say is, well, we've always done it that way. Well, that doesn't work for me, right? You're looking for solutions, you're looking for answers, and just because we've scored a lot of points and won a lot of games with us in the gun, that doesn't mean that we won't open up or open to other avenues to help things get going. So I know I'm not answering your question directly, but I'm telling you, we're open to anything, but we've had a lot of success doing it one way. But we got to find solutions.
Coach, I hear you point to execution. I hear Jalen point to a lack of execution as a reason for poor performance quite often. Why is the execution still lacking to this degree? And how unusual is that based on your experience, at this juncture, week 7 in the season?
Sure. Yeah. Again, I say execution, and I say us putting the guys in positions to succeed. It's never just one thing. I think that, every team's finding their identity and finding who they are and finding what works for them at this point of the season. I mean, you saw a bunch of teams that, as we were able to watch this week, a bunch of teams that, were, looked at as the best teams in the NFL.
Sure.
This last weekend lose games, us included. And so I don't think that's unusual. I think that's what you're doing in September, sometimes in October, of finding your flow of where you are and what works for you. And that's what this portion of the season's about. Of course, we'd love to be 6-0 while you're finding what works for you, but we're not. We're 4-2, and an opportunity for us to grow and get better. But I think that's kind of, to answer your question, I just think that's, where the NFL is right now, of, everyone's kind of finding their way. And there are teams that are, I can't speak for everything because I don't get to watch everything, but you sit back and watch, you see some teams playing really good too. What you're trying to do is continue to get better, find who you are, find what works for you, so you're playing your best football, November, December, January, hopefully February.
Hey, Nick, final thing. With no Nolan Smith here for a stretch and Zadarius Smith walking out the door, have you thought about asking Brandon Graham if he wants to walk back in the door?
Obviously I love Brandon and everything that he brought. We're always constantly looking for ways to improve our football team. That's why Howie's the best in the business. He's always looking at ways, how do we get this football team better personnel wise. I'm always looking at ways how we get this team better culture wise, and also scheme wise. And our coaches are doing the same. And like I said, like everything, Howie's looking at every avenue. And I am pleased. I am excited about Jalix Hunt and his development. I'm excited that Nolan Smith, will be back, or we'll see when. But I'm excited about that. And then I think we've had guys, with Aziz and Uchi and with Pat Johnson that have given us a lot of good reps. And Pat's given us a lot of good reps through the 5 years here, and Josh and Aziz have played good football elsewhere and had some good moments here. So I am upbeat about that room and the things that we can do and the depth that we have. And I know we've lost some guys, but I do think that that room is a strong room with good depth, and we'll see though. You're always looking to improve your football team any way that you can.
Absolutely. Hey, Nick, good luck on Sunday versus Minnesota. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Nick.
All right, there he is, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles this morning with the morning show. All right, at the end there, he was what caught my attention. The rest is, just general stuff week to week. But the Brandon Graham question, Hugh Douglas, he asked him. So a couple things caught my attention. First of all, he did not say no when asked the question.
Mm-hmm.
He referenced culture, which if they're struggling with some culture stuff.
Like BG's good for that.
He is great for that. And he said, we'll see. At the end, I say, go get Brandon. Bring him back in. Hugh, what do you feel?
I shot Brandon a text. He ain't hit me back yet.
Well, that could mean he's on his way to the facility. I'm just saying. It could mean anything.
Or he's dropping you as a friend.
Yeah,
he probably is. He's like, this cat's too nosy. He asking all these specific questions. Yeah.
What do you think? Bring him back?
I mean, I think.
Come on, bring him back.
Mentally, I think Brandon. I don't think mentally he's where he needs to be to
Are
play.
you saying he's transitioned to become a podcaster?
I wouldn't call him a podcaster because on this show, podcaster being called a podcaster is like a bad thing.
Yeah. Well,
he's transitioned.
Like Travis Kelce's a half a podcaster.
Yeah, that's what I was referencing. Yeah, I was referring to that. Yeah.
So what do you think? So you think he's not mentally there? I mean, we need him.
I don't think he's mentally there.
We need him.
I don't think he's mentally there.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I don't think he's there.
Well, can he get there is the question. Can he move off of his post-career stuff for a few months and come help the football team?
I don't know. I think his wife would have some things to say about that.
Yeah, I know. But if they can work that.
You said, yeah, I know. But that's just a formality.
I mean,
wife, schmife.
Okay. I can't worry about that.
A man speaking ain't never had a wife. It's different, Kyle. Right. I'm here to tell you.
Yep.
When you get a wife, life hits different.
That's why I'm flexing right now.
Life hits different.
Listen, if he can work that part of it out, I'm willing to say he could put away the media stuff.
I don't think he's going to be able to work that part out, though. I don't know as I look at my phone and still no text.
Yeah. You're speaking for someone who won't speak to you. Listen, I'd love to have Brandon Graham back. 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles bring back BG? I say absolutely. Let's grab Brian in New Jersey talking Hurts and Blaine. What's up, Brian?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Brian.
What's up, man?
So, look, obviously Jalen deserves some blame. He hasn't been playing well the past two games, but to say that he's not getting the blame is crazy. And I was talking to Kyle about this. He said you're talking more about the fans because, one, I listen to this station all day, like 12 hours a day. Everything, like two-thirds of this station, two-thirds of this show, he gets it. Two-thirds of the next show, he gets it. And the main guy, Joe, on the first one, gives it to him all day. And if you want to say that fans aren't giving it to him, that's BS. We could just call Cap right there because I'm hearing more and more that Jalen is a problem than anyone. I think you guys put up a poll, and it's more than 50% right now that Jalen deserves more blame.
So Brian, let me ask you this, because you say you listen a lot, and we appreciate that. Don't you think most of the conversation, most of the questions the last few weeks have been about AJ's outbursts and Patullo? Like, that's where it feels like all of the conversation is around the Eagles, and that's fair, Brian. I mean, AJ's got to grow up, and Patullo's not very good right now. But I just don't feel like there's many questions being asked about just specifically Jalen.
But because I agree that it's not asked just about specifically Jalen. But yeah, we're 4-0, and AJ's chirping. Like, we're in the middle of winning a Super Bowl.
I'm with you, man.
AJ's reading the book last year.
Yep.
Like, I mean, AJ has been an issue, and I'm not saying that it's, like, not warranted, because, yes, he should be getting the ball more. And, yes, Jalen does miss him sometimes, and Jalen overthrows it. But, like I've heard all these quarterbacks do. Like, it's not like he's the only one. And to say that Jalen doesn't get the blame, like, I feel like we hear it a lot. I mean, it is what it is. We're emotional, insecure fan base. Like, that's what we are. But we talk about the quarterback. Like, he probably gets talked about more than anybody on a daily basis.
Well, of course he does. And that's just the way it is in Philadelphia. Like Donovan did, Carson did. I mean, I wasn't around for Randall, but I'm sure he did too. I mean, like, it's just, Brian, we preached the phone call. That's the way it works. The quarterback of the Eagles gets talked about more than any person in the city.
I don't emotional. Emotionally insecure is kind of strong.
No. Have you listened to the station?
It's dead on.
Yeah, we are totally emotionally insecure.
The people we talk to, man.
We're a mess. And I include myself in that. I was yelling at 1020.
But by the way, like I don't know if he has a different experience than I do, but like if you even breathe Jalen Hurts' name in a criticizing way,
it's divisive.
It's like a bomb goes off.
Yeah, it's divisive. It's divisive.
It feels like we've lost the ability to just have a rational conversation about how he's playing.
Right. I mean, if you want me to put a curtain back for you, I'd be more than happy to, because a lot of it is veiled in something different than just football.
But it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, but when you open it up like that, you open it up for all the folks. And when I say you, I don't mean you in general. I'm just saying when we have this conversation, it becomes divisive because you have folks that call in with the undertone of something that has nothing to do with football. And here's the thing, Joe. I hear it, and a lot of times I let it go, but just know that I hear it. You know, and when we let me just say this. When we talk about it, I know it's coming from a space of talking about sports. But a lot of folks talk about like when folks call in and say, you know, certain things about Jalen on a personal level. I read right through that. And I see that.
So I appreciate where you feel and what you hear. Can I give you my theory?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just about Jalen. Because I experienced this about Carson, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was an extreme defense mechanism with him. I have a theory that we are insecure because there has never once been an all-time quarterback here. And every time there's a new great one or good one, we think he's the guy. We decide he's that guy. And if reality comes back, like, he's good, but he's not that, it throws the whole ecosystem off. Like, people defended Carson to a ridiculous degree, and he was bad at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen's not bad, just Jalen's not playing great. I think we have a defense mechanism with quarterbacks that people who want to believe they're great and then they're not great, they can't handle it and they get upset. That's what I feel.
And I have no problem with that as long as it's based in stuff that has to do with actual sports.
Yeah, well,
but a lot of times it doesn't feel like it's just that. It feels like it's something different. And a lot of times that the people that feel like that, sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes they're totally wrong.
Sure, of course.
But if you sit on this station, and if just like we do on a day-to-day basis, now we might argue the semantics a little bit, but most of the arguments that we have are based in facts. And that's where they should stay. Now, when you start talking about personal things and stuff like that, that's where it gets a little, it gets a little wonky.
We don't got to do that. That's silly stuff. All right, 215-592-9494. All your phone calls after the break. Plus, Mike Garafolo, he was asked if the Eagles would consider trading A.J. Brown within this season. I thought his response was very interesting. You'll hear that coming up. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Ike. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA. or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
Be the VIP at your football tailgate with Wild Fork Foods. John Ritchie here. Serve all your game day favorites without breaking the bank. Pick up Wild Fork's mouth-watering Wagyu beef brisket, only $7.98 a pound. I'm telling you, this brisket is perfect for smoking, slow cooking, or grilling. It transforms into a mouth-watering, tender masterpiece bursting with flavor. Skip the grocery store scramble. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery.
Fall is in the air. The leaves are turning, the games are on, and love is in season. If you're thinking about getting engaged, now's the perfect time to visit Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. This family-owned jeweler has been helping couples for 35 years with stunning rings, expert guidance, and custom in-house designs. And when it comes to the perfect ring, don't forget the 5th C. Cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Make this fall unforgettable with Cozy Jewelers.
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could provide a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, dining, bars, pools, spa, gaming, clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the boardwalk. It takes a village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables. If it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next. If it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night. If it takes room service and bottle service. It takes nothing short of a village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata.
Visit theborgata.com to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Let's qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Matt Rule may have deep ties to Penn State, but is he the right hire to replace James Franklin? Despite success rebuilding programs, he's 0-18 against ranked teams since 2016. Penn State may need more than familiarity. It needs a coach who could win big games and compete for a national title. Is Rule really that coach? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Keep listening, even after you've finally conquered the Scoogle. Just follow and listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. Today's show sponsored by NJM Insurance. All right, a lot to discuss here. Yeah. this quarterback, this offense needs to be better. I do think Jalen Hurts deserves more blame for where the offense is right now than he's gotten. And I know the last caller said he gets a lot of blame. I mean just in general, like there's been a lot of Patullo talk, a lot of O-line talk, a lot of the quarterback's got to play better. On Thursday, he was poor, and they got blown out because of it. 215-592-9494. All right, back to your phone calls in a second here. First, though, can we hear this from Mike Garafolo? The A.J. Brown saga continues. We heard the interview there that the morning show did with Nick Sirianni earlier today, Hugh, and Joe asked him, are you getting tired of the, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but kind of constant drama around A.J. and the way he answers questions? And Sirianni said no. But it's obviously got to be annoying over there because it's every week there's something going on with A.J. Brown. So yesterday, Mike Garafolo was on the Rich Eisen show. I believe Tom Pelissero was hosting the show that day. But listen to Mike Garafolo. He's asked the question, do you think the Eagles could actually trade A.J. Brown this season? Here is what Mike Garafolo said.
Is there a world in which he would do something as drastic as trading away an A.J. Brown?
I mean, I can't rule it completely out. When you have the conversations with people down there, they said, no way. Like, they've been calling since the offseason. It's not going to happen. I just don't know what the next couple of weeks is going to bring if this thing gets worse. Like, AJ's body language after the game, and I'm not saying this in a negative way or talking down to him, like, just watching him and seeing how uncomfortable he was and, you know, the whole, well, I don't know what meeting. I don't know if there was no meeting. There was no meeting. You know, like, he knew what we were talking about. He knew what he was being asked about.
Hugh, what do you make of that? I mean, Mike Garafolo is probably as plugged in as anyone around the league, and he didn't say he could rule it out. That's pretty strong. Like, if you ask me right now, can I rule out the Bengals trading Jamar Chase? I'd say yes. They're not going to trade Jamar Chase, right?
You could
right. The Vikings are not going to trade Justin Jefferson. Most times when you have a receiver of this ilk, you rule that out, especially within the season on a team trying to win a Super Bowl again. What did you make of him saying? No, he wouldn't rule it out.
I think that flip it comment when he said, what meeting? I think it rubbed people the wrong way.
Of course it did.
It rubbed people the wrong way because this is where I think you have to read between the tea leaves. And I talked about this to some friends of mine, and they were of the mindset it wasn't that big of a deal. And I kind of felt the same way, but the unfortunate thing about the position that AJ's in now is it's the optics of everything that he does. Now, it might come off, and it might be innocent. And he might have been, you know, being tongue-in-cheek when he answered the question. But the unfortunate thing about the situation that he's in right now is there's a contingency that feels a certain kind of way about the way that you act about everything. So you don't get the benefit of the doubt about anything. And you have to understand that. And even though you might have been in that meeting, you might have been at that podium or talking to the media, and you might have been playful and just downplaying as much as you possibly could, people took that the wrong way.
So the other part of this is, and I don't know the answer to this, only the Eagles do, how much of the choppiness of the passing game is because they're placating to A.J. Brown? Right, like,
that's a good question, Joe.
So you mentioned the first 4 weeks versus the last two. I thought Jalen at times was playing better in the beginning of the year, and A.J. was getting the ball less. And then A.J. got louder and louder, and they've thrown the ball way more the last 2 weeks. And A.J.'s gotten some more catches, right? Look at his numbers last 2 weeks. It's more than it was the first 4 weeks, but they're not scoring points. You know, sometimes there is something called addition by subtraction. I know the Buffalo Bills lost last night, so maybe last night's not the best example, but over the last year plus, they moved off of Stephon Diggs, right? And Josh Allen's played his best football without Stephon Diggs. I just wonder what's going on there. I mean, you would think Mike Garafolo would say they're not trading him. There's no way. They're trying to win the Super Bowl. They're not subtracting from their football team. And the fact that he said he wouldn't rule it out, what do we have? I think it's 3 weeks from today. I think 3 weeks from today is a trade deadline. It is wild that we've gotten to this point that they won't rule it out. That Garafolo is not ruling it out. 215-592-9490. Let's go back to the phone lines here as we discuss Jalen Hurts. And does he, deserve more blame for where the offense is right now? Terrence in Springfield is up on WIP. Hey, Terrence.
Joe Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up?
Guys, do Hurts deserve blame? Yes, absolutely, man. But Patullo and Sirianni do too. But my thing is what Hurts is, man, you have these weapons on your team. Jalen Hurts has to do his best to be – he's not elite. He has to use these weapons to the best of his ability, and he's not playing elite right now, man. And I've been defending Jalen a lot, man, but this offense should not be looking pedestrian, man. I feel Jalen has to be the difference maker on offense. He's the quarterback. He's the leader. because he's missing throws, man. I hope all these endorsement deals, all these commercials, ain't getting in the way of having Jalen and AJ, and ultimately, I hope it's not getting in the way of Jalen Hurts' preparation, because we know there's a disconnect between him and AJ right now, and we don't know if Jalen's acting different in that locker room. The only saving grace right now for the Philadelphia Eagles is right now in the NFL, there's a lot of parity. We saw the Bills, they got rocked last night by Atlanta, and Detroit got stumped out by Kansas City. So this is a chance for the Eagles to try to turn things around, man. What I don't like about Sirianni is in these press conferences, he's too nonchalant. He don't call players out a lot. He's not calling Jalen out on his quarterback play. He's not calling his offense out. He always goes to beat you on the bush, man, saying he believes in the guys and he believes in the locker room. I don't feel like he calls the guys out correctly. Like, so if they go to Minnesota, guys, and the offense still looks pedestrian, is it you're not correcting what you're supposed to be doing, or you don't understand it? Because we know the way the Giants whipped their ass, that was a beatdown. It was real 49er-ish from 2023, guys. It seemed like it was that kind of a beatdown, and they never figured it out the rest of the season. Remember that?
Yeah, of course. That was a terrible day. Yeah.
To me, that was the coaches was to blame to that, because you have this lazy hire. You want to hire your buddies, you know. And before I hang up, Hugh, here goes analogy time, Hugh. This lazy hire that Nick did. It's like when your cousin asks you, man, your cousin's like, yo, can you get me in that job? And you're like, man, no, you're not going to mess up my name in this company because you ain't a hard worker and you don't do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
And with this, and it was Patullo with hiring him, he came in here, he got his head over, he got way over head over his shoulders, man. He come in on a Super Bowl team, and he's way in over his head, guys. He know how to over. First time calling offense, it was the same thing with Brian Johnson. His first time calling offense. You do not put somebody in coming up a Super Bowl that has never done a job before.
Yeah, it is pretty remarkable. We've done this 2 out of 3 last 3 years.
Yeah, I disagree with that, and I'll tell you why.
You wanted the continuity? Is that what it was?
Well,
good call, Terrence.
And look at the Detroit Lions. Look at who they hired as the offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator for that matter. Like, I feel like a lot of times, and I don't know if this is true with Coach Patullo. I don't know if it's true. But I think a lot of times we get so caught up in being an individual that you steer clear of what actually works. And I think that's the disconnect here, because we don't know. We don't know if they're trying to run the same plays that they ran last year. It looks like they are. The execution's not there. Now you have the new play caller, and the fact that there's been times where there's been some complaints about the plays getting in on time.
Yeah.
So I think it's a combination of everything. I think they're still basically the same team. The execution just isn't there.
Yeah. It's like, by the way, the passing game was inconsistent and largely bad
last year
until we ran the ball
with Kellen Moore. Well, no, I said the passing game.
Okay, yeah. But it's one of those things, because the thing that, and I do it with envy, because I forgot who they were playing. But it was early in the season. The Detroit Lions, I forgot who they're playing. I think it was the Monday night game or whatever.
Maybe
the Ravens.
Yeah.
And the play creativity was eerily similar to what it was last year. And to me, I was like, well, damn, they got a new offensive coordinator. Why can't we hit the ground running like that?
Again, we do this every year. It feels like Groundhog Day. I mean,
and here's another thing, Joe, that now that I think about it, because ESP, Eliot Shorr-Parks, does a tremendous job of charting plays and talking about what Jalen does on a daily basis, especially when we're not out down there. And some of the stuff, if I'm not mistaken, and I have to ask him this, but a lot of the stuff that we saw in training camp,
it's continued.
No, not that. It hasn't been that. The creativity in the offense, the wrinkles in offense. The fact that they were running the ball, they tried to run the ball, but just the moving players around and everything.
Yes and no. I mean, haven't we been really creative in the red zone? Some of those shovel passes to Goddard?
Yeah, I feel that
like I think there have been some good things with this coordinator. It's just they're not moving the ball consistently. I mean, again, it's like Jalen, right? Jalen's had some good moments, but it's also been some bad moments, so we go back to bad. I mean, it's all that. While some insurance companies use gimmicks to get your attention, NJM would rather focus on putting their policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, great insurance. Visit NJM.com to learn more. All right, let's grab Derek in Paola. Hey, Derek.
Yo, what's up?
Derek, what's up, buddy?
Yo, how you doing? Listen, this is my whole, like, with the Eagles, I can't, I'm not in the locker room, all that kind of stuff, but this is what I will say, right? Like, Does Jalen Hurts have to play better? Duh, right? He definitely does, right? But if you look at the Eagles, how they're constructed right now, they're not constructed like they were last year, right? That's what worries me, right? Because quarterbacks struggle. Like, if you saw the game last night, Michael Penix made Josh Allen look like he was a nobody.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Right?
He did not play.
How
Yeah, I agree. Allen did not play well last night.
saying?
Yeah, Allen had a bad night.
So
Yep.
it's like, so like for me, like it's like I feel like we put too much into Stoutland University. Like, where's that at now, right? Where's that at now? Like, our linemen look like whatever, right? And then with the defense, we probably lost 7 starters from the defense from last year. Like, Milton Williams got $100 million, right? That would have been hard to keep him, right? But letting Darius Slay go and Isaiah Rodgers go and this guy go and this plug-and-play Vic Fangio, like, we was yelling out a lot of stuff last year of why the Eagles were so good, right?
Yep.
And it wasn't because of Jalen Hurts, right? And all I hear is Jalen Hurts played like crap this week. The passing game sucks. And all we ended up doing was winning the Super Bowl, right? So now that we're looking like, the sky is falling, now all I'm hearing is, well, Jalen Hurts ain't playing well and he's got to play better. No, the Eagles' identity has completely changed to Saquon Barkley to now they don't even have one, right? Saquon Barkley got the ball 6 times the one game, right? And you can't tell me that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith is just totally okay with watching Saquon Barkley just run up and down the field last year, right? Like, Devontae Smith don't say a whole lot, but, like, everybody wants the ball. You know what I'm saying? And like you said about Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen, like, I don't know Jalen Hurts off the field. I don't know him on the field. He comes off as, he's mild-mannered, yada, yada. I see all that. So I don't know what role that he plays in whatever him and A.J. Brown got going on, so I'm not going to bury A.J. too much. But there's definitely some kind of chemistry issues. And when you have a guy like that is out in the media, like, saying stuff, I think it does put pressure on you. And it's hard to play with a guy like that. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I mean, it feels that way. There is a lot, Derek. There's a lot going on, man. We appreciate the phone call. So I thought about something as Derek was talking there.
What'd you think about it, Joe?
Well, Derek is saying, like, hey, things are all not very good right now, and not all that's Jalen Hurts' fault. I agree. And he's saying last year things were great, and then they were able to win. I mean, doesn't it feel like this whole time it's been the same thing, and we're missing it?
Well, the outcome is different.
No, I know you're right, but I mean,
it's to your point, Joe. Yes.
Like, well, I guess what I'm trying to get at here is the last 4 years.
It's been disjointed.
There's been 2 of those years where Howie has seemingly put together a great combination of
talent,
coaching, and then Jalen does his thing and they could go win the Super Bowl. 2 of these years, it looks like less talent, less great coaching, and they don't look as great. So, like, maybe the reality is Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback, and when you put a lot around him, they could be a championship team. But he's not a guy that just drags things that are a mess
you're getting it,
to
Joe.
Greatness.
You're getting it.
But I've been saying that the whole time, and everyone yelled at me.
Not really. Like. Okay, I'll say this. You say it, but it's like Jalen's a part of this, right?
Yeah, of course.
And
the
Jalen,
good and the bad. He's
the good and the bad. And I'll never forget a conversation that Scott Pioli I had with him years ago about quarterbacks. He was like, you can win with an average quarterback. Put enough around him. Yeah. Everybody doesn't have to be Tom Brady.
I agree.
Jalen, if you want to make that argument, Jalen is in that category. Jalen has had some great games that he's played. But I think the disconnect is when people try to take that away from him. Now, Tom Brady did something that when you look at it through the history of the NFL, no other quarterback has come close to doing. That's the fact. That's Tom Brady. And I think that a lot of people want to hold Jalen. Jalen doesn't have to be Tom Brady. To me, he's more like a Joe Montana. And what I say with that is you could argue that Joe Montana had a lot of great talent around him and he wasn't that great of a quarterback. But this is where the problem lies, is when people talk about Jalen and they try to figure out what he is, they try to strip him of all his accolades that he's already accomplished at a young age. That's the problem. That is the underlying problem. You can't do that because I can't do that for Joe Montana. I can't do that for any other quarterback that is considered that type of quarterback. Because when you talk about Tom Brady's elite status, it's him, Patrick Mahomes, and a few other cats that you can say can win with anybody. Now, when you talk about those lesser tier quarterbacks, and I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that Joe Montana was a lesser tier quarterback, but in the age and the era that he played in, he was not as talented as the other guys that were touted above him. But he thrived in that. That's the problem.
I think we're saying the same thing, just in different ways.
Yeah. That's the problem, because it feels like when we talk about Jalen, a lot of times we want to strip away what he's already accomplished.
So I think there's two factions. I think that's not fair, right? He's been a very productive quarterback.
Yes,
and a winner.
In 5 years.
But he's also not a great player, because if he's great, he
would evolve, Joe.
Yes,
he would evolve.
So in the let's just use the modern quarterback, right? Because we brought up a lot of different names there. Brady's obviously the standard of all time. Like, he's closer to. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of
for the sake of this argument, Russell Wilson. There you go. Let's use that.
Russell won, Dak didn't. But okay, let's use Russell. He's closer to Russell than he is, Patrick Mahomes.
Yes,
right. So that's
fair.
And so that's
or for this era, Josh Allen.
Yes, right. Because those guys are. The teams change and they still win and they put up numbers and points consistently. And it just feels with this, it's up and down, and considering where the team is right now, they're going to need more out of Jalen to get to the level we want. Because right now they can't run the ball like last year.
And that's where, for me, the evolution comes in. Because Jalen can't, this is where you need to get outside your comfort zone. Because if you know that the offensive line or whatever it is, I'm just throwing some things out there. If you know the offensive line is not blocking like they used to block, that means you got to throw the ball. You got to take more penitentiary chances with the football. I mean, and I know that's probably not what you want to do, but you can't sit back there and take 9 sacks a game. You can't have that either.
I mean, you just can't. I mean,
you can't do that.
That's not going to work. Let's grab Jim in Bucks County. Hey, Jim.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Jim.
Taking my call.
You got it, buddy. What's up?
I don't put any of this on Hurts. I put it all on the offensive coordinator, because it is his job to scheme a game when you know the offensive line is hurt, when you know that every team that's coming up against you, they are playing their Super Bowl. Because as Eagles fans, that's what we've done for most of my life, that whenever we played the Super Bowl champs the next season, that's the game that we wanted to win, because then we could say, hey, we beat the Super Bowl champs. Now, as for the running game, okay, and Hugh, you're a player. As a defensive player, if you knew the snap wasn't coming until the last 3 seconds of the clock, doesn't that give you an advantage?
Yeah, because now I know when to go.
Exactly. And if you look at the Eagles this year, the only time that they're having any success is when they do up tempo, where they're snapping the ball within 10 seconds. Not the last 4.
So, Jim, I've seen the same thing you have, and I've seen it during the games. I've seen some of the graphics that have them at the bottom. But if you look at the last 4 years, they're always towards the bottom, right? It's not, now, this year it's more extreme, but that makes – Patullo's new to this, right? He's just a coordinator for the last 6 games. Now, we could talk about Sirianni, because he's the head coach, and Hurts has been the quarterback the whole time. They're always towards the bottom of the league in snapping the ball, near the end of the play clock. To me, that's more than Patullo. This has been going on for years.
Yes, but again, how many offensive coordinators has Hurts had over his career here in Philly?
Right, but okay, so can I spin it the other way? If we keep seeing similar things, isn't he the common denominator?
Well, the common denominator is, if everybody knows that we're snapping it in the last couple seconds, why aren't we switching that up?
Jim, I totally agree. I don't know. I mean, Jim, I agree with you. It should not be this hard. But they've always been towards the bottom of snapping the ball towards the end of the play clock, with whether it was Patullo, whether it was Brian Johnson, whether it was Kellen Moore. It's all of them. So the only 2 people that have been here the whole time are Sirianni, the head coach, and if he didn't like this, he would say to them, hey, let's move this faster. Either he's not doing that or they're not listening. And then the quarterback. It's the same quarterback the whole time. So, again, I'm not trying to tell you Kevin Patullo is the next Bill Walsh. I don't even know if he's going to be here next year. He might be a total dud. But I know that I'm watching tons of quarterbacks around the NFL play in their first year with a new coordinator, and they look better. Drake May, Josh McDaniels, Sam Darnold, and Clint Kubiak. I don't even, what's his name? Grizzard, the guy in Tampa? I don't know his name. I know Baker Mayfield is playing with third stringers and slinging the ball over the field. Like, it's happening across the NFL. And here we're like, well, he's got a new coordinator. Well, is that what we're going to say in January when we're out in the first round? Because if they play like this offensively, they're not going to win a Super Bowl. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get to everyone's phone calls coming up. Jalen Hurts, does he deserve more blame for where the Eagles' offense is right now? It feels like a lot of Patullo, a lot of O-line, a lot of this, a lot of that. Jalen's got to play better for my money. He's just not doing enough right now to guide this offense. Your take on all this. We'll talk to Ross Tucker about Jalen, the offense, and the league right now. Who is the best team in the NFL? We'll ask Ross that next. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, football brings out all types of emotions in us. It's why we love the game as much as we do. But that feeling you get when your bet doesn't hit, getting hung out to dry by your sports book, that feeling hurts just as bad. That feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from that Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works, everybody. Every single game now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, and that's guaranteed. And now, additionally, new customers can get $10, or you can bet $10 to get $100 back in fan cash. So think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're either winning or you're winning money back in fan cash. Fan cash that you can use on anything in Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk your bets with other sportsbook when you can switch to the sure thing? Every single game through this October comes with a guarantee. Your old sportsbook, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles look to return to the win column.
You're going to have some ups. You're going to have some downs. We've been here before.
As they fly to Minnesota to battle the Vikings.
Get back up. Go back to work.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 11. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
He is in for the touchdown.
Excellent play call. Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
The Eagles take on Minnesota next. Join Ava Graham at Doc's Irish Pub in Gilbertsville, October 19th. Win tickets to the next Eagles home game and signed merchandise courtesy of Bud Light. That's Eagles, Minnesota, Sunday, October 19th at Doc's in Gilbertsville.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lee Hockey Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lee Hockey, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer, he's a union kid from Northeast Philly. Sam's known for his grit, his courtroom fire, and fighting like hell to win. This firm has recovered billions for injured workers and people like you. Call Pond Lee Hockey Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own, like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer: an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. Sports Talk on 94 WIP presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Our next guest, Ross Tucker, at Ross Tucker NFL. You can watch him on CBS calling NFL games on Sundays. Ross, how are we doing today?
Ross. Guys, I am fantastic. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Matter of fact, I heard you a little bit last night, Ross. Good job, man. I mean, you always do a good job, but, you know.
Just woke up from a nap.
And I was like, damn, Ross going to be on this tomorrow. That's a long
Well,
night.
I get home after like 2, but then I had to get up and do my podcast and all my stuff this morning. So I just slept from like 10:15 to 12:15. So if anything big happened over the last 2 hours, I didn't notice.
No, just us yelling about the Eagles and the quarterback, the normal stuff here. Ross, all right, let's talk through the Eagles situation. They're 4-2, which is obviously a fine place to be, but it hasn't looked right, and now they've dropped 2 straight. Ross, when you watch the Eagles' offense, because right now they're 5th worst in the NFL in yards per play, like what is standing out the most to you on why this thing is just not working right now?
It's so funny because, and I know nobody listening ever wants this answer, but there are teams that you watch where it just feels like everything's clicking. And I'll give you an example. On my power rankings on the Ross Tucker podcast today, I have the Indianapolis Colts #1 in the NFL. Wow. I mean, think about that.
Wow, yeah.
But when you watch them, everything is just working. Everything is clicking. When you watch the Eagles, it feels like they take turns making mistakes. Sometimes it's Hurts not throwing it to the open receiver or missing an open receiver. I don't think we've seen that many drops, but we've seen some drops. I think the offensive line has taken a pretty decent step back. And it's not just the left guard position. I think people lose sight of the fact sometimes that guys are banged up, but I think Mailata has taken a step back, and I love Mailata. I don't think Juergens is fully 100% from that back surgery. I can speak to that. I had a back surgery in 2005 and did not feel – no, I'm sorry. 2005 and did not feel better until really 2006. The whole 2005 year, I was still playing, but I just kind of felt stiff, and I was legitimately concerned that I would never feel all the way good again, if that makes sense. So I don't know what he's going through. You'd have to ask him, but it's pretty clear that each guy is taking turns making mistakes. And also, that's how I look at it, Joe, because I know there's all this stuff out here about the offense being predictable and this and that, and everybody's going after Patullo. And I totally get that, and I'm sure that that's part of it too. I mean, there have been some play calls I haven't liked and whatever. But I guess I'm just conditioned as a former player. I never wanted to give the coaches that much credit when things were going well, so I didn't give them that much blame when things were going poorly. I see a bunch of players, really, quite frankly, both sides of the ball, not making the plays or doing the things they need to do for the team to have success.
Rushy, that last part you mentioned, the predictable part, because we've heard it all over the place, and some players are acknowledging that. And I heard Saquon Barkley after the game basically scoff at the notion they're predictable and say everyone knew we were going to run the football last year, and it didn't matter. From your perspective, both in how you evaluate the game now and when you played, how big of a deal is it if the defense has a sense of what's coming versus, hey, if the offense is on the ball and they're good, it doesn't matter. They're going to win because they're better. Because it felt like Saquon was saying, hey, we ran it a lot last year. Everyone knew it was coming, and they couldn't stop us.
Well, everybody knows they like to run inside zone, and they still typically kill people with it. So that's, I think, where Saquon's coming from, and that's a big part of it. These teams would have two safeties in the box, or at least one safety in the box, totally geared up. And if you remember last year, at times running the ball would be like bashing their head into a wall, and then all of a sudden Saquon would go for 80, and it kind of skews all the stats and the numbers. He would just break one. It's funny that you say that, Joe, because when I do speaking engagements, I always bring up Ray Lewis because he's the best player I ever played against. And the thing I mention to people is I started for the Bills down in Baltimore in 2004. Joe, I'm telling you, it might have been half our plays he called out before the play. Half our plays. And I'd come over to the sideline. This is before they could have video or whatever. They would just show you these Polaroid pictures. Gosh, that makes me sound old, but to you, that's what it was like.
Yeah, I remember you get the stapled together and you flip through them.
Together right before the play and then right after the snap. So, Joe, we were supposed to run like a sweep to the right, and I'm supposed to block Ray Lewis. I'm center. He's middle linebacker. I come off to the sideline. Our offensive line coach is like, Tuck, you got to get Ray. And I'm like, let me see the pictures. When I snapped the ball, guys, he was a yard outside of the tight end. A yard off the line of scrimmage. And I handed it back to the coach. I was like, you guys better call some different formations or some different motions. And he looked at it, he goes, oh, shoot. Yeah, you're right. So that is a real thing. It's really hard in the NFL. Usually people don't have it, which is why I was blown away by how prepared Ray Lewis was. So there is something to that. If the Eagles have very, very strong tendencies and the defensive players are getting a jump on what they're doing as a result, that can absolutely be a thing in the NFL. Although I also know that there are some coaches, they don't mind if they have a tendency that's in the 80, 85, sometimes 90 percentile, because they think they're going to get you with big plays when they do the other 10% and they run a pass off of it. That's the thing I've seen from guys I respect that have really done in-depth studies, whether it's Orlovsky. I saw Kurt Warner said this, that, I think there's some school of thought that perhaps the Eagles don't have enough plays off of their base plays, their strong tendencies, to really make teams pay. In other words, if they're running certain runs a lot out of certain formations, they're not running the play-action pass off the exact same look and taking advantage of it with big explosive plays to counter their tendencies.
Yeah, basically, you said that, I'm thinking of what Kyle Shanahan seems to do, right? That's how they generate a lot of
unbelievable.
Like in Ross, if you remember that was the Indianapolis Colts when Peyton Manning was the quarterback.
Guess what? You mentioned that Bears game I did last night. Thoroughly impressed. Actually, I'll say both of them. Kingsbury and Ben Johnson. The Bears are running under, Caleb Williams is under center. They're running play action, and he looks light years better than he did last year. He wasn't perfect last night, but, here's the thing. It's never really been a big staple for the Eagles. My guess is it's not something Hurts is entirely comfortable with because he didn't do it in high school or college or whatever. But Hugh can speak to this, okay, Joe? If you run an under center play action pass, okay, especially under center, as an offensive lineman, I'm not really pass blocking. I run block for the first second and a half, and then Hugh, he has to honor the run.
Every
for that
time.
first second and a half, he has to honor the run. So what does that mean? By the time he figures out it's a pass, most guys don't have great transition rushes. That's really hard to do, to play run for a second and a half, and then transition to pass rush. The linebackers step up. So every time you see Jared Goff hitting Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jamison Williams or Sam Laporta for these deep in cuts, deep down the field, or you see it with the Bears, it's usually under center play action. Now, the Eagles, they just don't do it very much. They're not going to just make it up in the middle of the season. Maybe they could put something in during the bye, but that is a very valuable tool that a lot of NFL teams utilize a lot.
Ross, two-part question. We found out yesterday during our show, out of nowhere, that Za'Darius Smith is retiring. He's been here for 5 games. I thought he gave the Eagles good snaps. I've always been a fan of the player, but he's out after 11 years in the league. So the Eagles now are without him. Ross, two-part here. One, do you think they need to go add an edge from somewhere, whether it be a trade or another guy off the street? And do you think Jihad Campbell, as Nakobe Dean is now back, can give them some of those snaps off the edge?
So I understand why everybody wants them to add an edge guy. The point I would make is more than likely any edge guy that they sign, right, that guy is going to be basically a guy like Josh Uche or Azeez Ojulari with a different name. I mean, you're not getting TJ Watt. You're not getting Myles Garrett. You're going to get a guy that has had a good year or two before in his career, or he's a mid-level guy. Nobody's giving you their best guy. Now, the only caveat I would point to that is the Cincinnati Bengals really like to save money. And if they lose a couple more games and they realize they're out of this, by the way, they don't realize that yet, which is why they traded for Flacco.
Right.
They're still trying to stay in this thing. But if the Bengals lose the next couple games, then they absolutely could potentially trade Hendrickson, although he's hurt right now, by the way. I'm doing that game Thursday night, Steelers-Bengals. I don't even know if Hendrickson's going to play. I think, personally, Joe, the better answer is your second answer, your second possible solution. I love the idea when Nakobe Dean is back in the mix and getting Jihad Campbell into the rotation off the edge. He was a 5-star recruit as an edge rusher. He did it his freshman year at Alabama. I know, okay, that he moved to off-ball linebacker the last couple years. Guess who else moved to off-ball linebacker for a couple years in college? Micah Parsons. But he never lost what he had in high school at Harrisburg High. He never lost, and when they did it in the NFL, he was fantastic. I would love to see the Eagles start to increase the usage of Campbell off the edge. He has that type of athleticism. He can do it. And especially if Nakobe's ready to roll, there are going to be opportunities where they can utilize him in that role.
Yeah, it feels like the best way to get their best 11 on the field. And I'm with you. And when we had him on in training camp, just him sitting next to us, I was like, this guy looks like an edge. I feel like he could do it. Ross, we appreciate you hopping on. I know it's been a long day and night. Thank you. Have a great week, and we'll catch up next time.
Have a good
Sounds
one.
great. See you guys.
There he goes. Ross Tucker. All right, let's attack the two things he just said to us, Hugh.
Mm-hmm.
First, let's start with the last one. Is that going to be their play here? We were going back and forth about Brandon Graham. Is the play going to be Nakobe came back last week? Right now, he didn't play many snaps. They're kind of working him back in. But Hugh, when Nakobe is ready for a full workload, is that the answer to what we just had here with Zadarius Smith leaving, which is Nakobe next to Dean, next to Bond the way it was last year, and Jahad Campbell takes snaps on the outside?
Yeah, that might be what it is because you gotta look internally about how it's going to look, like what they say, look from within. So you're probably going to have to do that because there's nobody out there. You're talking about BG. BG's he's transitioned. He's doing what we do now, and I don't think he has a desire to come back.
There's nobody out there until the trade deadline, though. I mean, that is the one possibility, is the trade deadline acquisition. All right, the other thing, Ross was going through that kind of marriage of the run game and the pass game, Hugh, and you mentioned the Indianapolis Colts, right? I mentioned Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
All right, so doesn't this have to be one or the other? Either the Eagles coaches for 4 years are ignoring this very obvious advantage they could create, or Jalen Hurts is not comfortable with running plays like that, and that's why they don't. I mean, Joe asked Sirianni this morning, right? I feel like we do this every year. Why don't you run more under center?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they do this? To me, it's one of two things. The coaches have just ignored this obvious advantage they could create that other coaches create for their quarterbacks, or they know that Jalen doesn't like doing this, so they don't put it in the playbook. I've got no. Could you come up with a third option on why they wouldn't do it?
No.
Okay, so it's one of those.
No, I agree because we've been talking about for the last couple of years the evolution of the quarterback, and it doesn't feel like that has been the case. It doesn't feel like there's a lot that has changed. As a matter of fact, like you would think that going into the season, especially coming off of winning the Super Bowl, that it would be a little bit more seamless than it has been.
Well, especially considering they kept Petula, who was in the building last year.
And you talk about the fact that Petula was coaching under Coach Goober, and he knows the offense and he knows what works. Yes, it allows you to ask a whole lot of uncomfortable questions.
Yeah, and look, when it's working the other way, no, we don't care, right? But when it stops working, then we're like, well, why aren't you doing this thing that seemingly would help here? Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Does Jalen Hurts deserve more blame for the Eagles' offensive issues right now?
Did we do a poll?
We did. What do you think the results are?
Ooh, I'd probably say 70% yes.
56% no.
Are you serious?
56%.
Because people see the offense. They see the offense.
Somebody must have got, like, when we first put it out for a while, it was like 63% yes, he deserves more blame.
Oh.
To our audience, our Twitter audience. Somebody must have bumped it and be like, here's WIP, ripping Jalen Hurts.
Is that what they did?
Yeah. in that exact voice.
I found out the culprit.
Uh-oh.
Quote tweeted by a one Ike Reese with a capital no. So he sent all the no votes. Ike Reese getting involved in the voting. And we appreciate it.
Has Ike deployed Twitter bots to vote on this?
Twitter bots? I think he has, yes. That's exactly what's happening.
His army of Twitter bots.
We blame Ike for this one. Jeff in Wilmington up on WIP. Hey, Jeff.
I need Kyle's Eagles fan going against Hugh's Eagles fan impersonations.
They are great. We haven't heard Hughes in a while.
Doing the Eagles fans.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Come on, big guy.
Hugh, I hear what you're saying. I actually agree with what you're saying about hearing some people about how they talk about Jalen. Caller back a while back. I definitely hear it too. Here's the thing. I think he's just a little inconsistent right now because when he's doing good, everybody's like, oh, he's the best. He's top 5. And then when he has bad games, oh, he's not in the top 15, or he's not the guy. Some people go as far to say is he's just not the guy, and that's completely ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, the guy can play.
Of course, yeah. I mean, and we've seen that for it's been enough. It's not like he's a second-year player, right? Like we've seen him play for 5 years, and it's been way more good than bad for 5 years. Sure.
And Joe, I was one of the few people that agree with you back when they drafted him. I'm like, he's taking Carson's place because Carson's not long for this team. So. Most people didn't want to hear that. But
Well, yeah,
I
but
figured it
people,
out.
yeah, because when teams don't draft quarterbacks in the second round for the hell of it, I mean, that's not, fourth, fifth round, you could, I mean, we saw that similarly, right? And Jeff, the reality is, if the offensive line is going to be choppy, if the run game is going to be choppy, if the defense is going to have its ups and downs, they just need Jalen to play at a higher level. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to win a lot of games.
Yeah, because right now he's one that's probably the healthiest of everybody.
Yeah.
That you know what I mean? Like I'm not saying it's all on him. He's just been inconsistent this year, maybe a little bit last year. But we had the run game last. We don't have anything this year. We have a punter and a kicker.
Yes. Yeah, we do. That's not enough, though. That's not going to work.
It's like I said. It's not all on him. He does bear some of the blame, mainly because he is the quarterback. But this year, it's like a lot of stuff that's going wrong.
Well, when Ross said that to us, to Jeff, it's really stood out. Good phone call, man. It stood out when Ross was saying to you that every time you watch the tape of the Eagles or you watch quarter to quarter, it's something different, right? First, maybe the offensive line is bad on a series, or then it's the receivers, and then it's Jalen. It's the play. Like it almost would be easier if it was one thing. Like, let's just get that one thing fixed, and away we go. It's been more than that. Alan is in Central Jersey. Hey, Alan.
Good morning. First of all, Joe, I love you because bottom line, you started last Friday. You were down to earth. You realized that this is a shell of what the Eagles were last year. You, I appreciate you. I mean, I loved you. You were a great player, and I have nothing but respect.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I just want to say this. The bottom line is I watched Jalen Hurts when he was a freshman at Alabama. Okay? I've seen him right through Oklahoma and when he got drafted. Jalen Hurts, to me, is a pretty good to good quarterback. And that's it. He's not a very good, he's not a great quarterback, he's not a bad quarterback. Again, what makes a very good defensive back? Would you agree if you have a good pass rush, defensive backs look a lot better?
Well, yeah, pass rush and coverage go hand in hand, so yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. And again, when the quarterback has more time to throw, less pressure versus being on rush, because this offensive line is a shell of last year. It's getting older. It's got injuries, and just like Barkley. So to me, Jalen Hurts is what I always imagined him when he was with Alabama, Oklahoma, and again, he is pretty good. But if you don't have a run game, there's going to be more pressure on the quarterback. And I know you can throw, but if you play action, how do you play action when you can't run the ball? Is the play action going to really take any? Isn't that going to be a joke to the defensive line?
Well, if you run and play action and you're not really committed to it, like if you don't get gashed on the play, I'm not going to respect it. Like right. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm not going to respect the play action.
Right, and so that's the thing. So play action. Play action for what? Nobody's going to do it. And the Giant defensive line, they're physical. Now, again, their secondary. Now, Jalen Hurts, you got to blame. Devontae Smith was open by.
Yeah, he's got to hit him. That he's got to make that throw. Yep.
Yeah, Joe, you're right. That is completely on Jalen Hurts because it's not like he was being hit. And I remember you said that too. He wouldn't even rush that time. And he had that guy wide open. But otherwise, you could see Burns, Carter at Penn State. And, you could see the Williams.
Yeah, Alan, that turned into be a tougher matchup than it's been in years, obviously, for the Eagles. And, Alan, good phone call. With the Eagles' offensive line not being in the state it used to be, when teams can get to the quarterback, it's going to become an issue now. I mean, they got to get this offensive line right. I mean, that's of all the issues they have, and Jalen's got to be better always. He's the quarterback, but they really got to get the offensive line right. Otherwise, this is going to be hard.
Yeah, that helps. That definitely helps. But it's unfortunate that we see it as fans. We see plays that are there to be made, even though the offensive line is not playing well. You can argue that there are plays there that can be made you're not making.
Just go back to Thursday night. I mean, like the two plays that I've referenced since Friday morning. The throw to Devontae, which our last caller, Alan, brought up, where he's got to hit it. He hits it. It's a touchdown. And then the throw to the end zone, they should have went to the end zone to AJ. Another touchdown. And that went for a pick the other way. I mean, these are 14 points. You can't have those back in a game. They matter so much. All right, 215-592-9494 is the number to hop in, and we'll discuss the Hurts situation. All right, but it is Tuesday here. You know what that means.
What do you mean?
Oh, we got to play Kiss the Baby as we eliminate another NFL team for postseason contention. It's getting interesting now. All right, so we have all three of us playing, of course, and then the callers, you guys have your own team, and if you participate, you're in the running for a prize at the end of the season. The goal, of course, have a perfect postseason, and you have to eliminate teams before they actually get eliminated. All right, here is the number to be our caller participant today, 215-988-1258. Caller number one. First one, 215-988-1258 gets to play Kiss the Baby with us and be entered for our grand prize at the end of the season. You get to eliminate an NFL team from the postseason field today. We'll play Kiss the Baby next, and your phone calls. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Fall is here, and you know what that means, people. Comfort food and tailgates. Nothing brings the heat to your table like Hatfield Recipe Essentials chorizo. I like chorizo. It's really, really good. Picture this. Cheesy chorizo dip bubbling on a table or a pot of your hearty chili on those crisp game days. With Hatfield, you're getting flavor you can trust because they put better care into every step for better pork on your plate. Find the recipes at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
Your new happy place is coming to Cherry Hill October 25th. The PGA Tour Superstore is opening at 2232 Route 70 West, Suite C. Lessons, club fitting, gear, apparel. Get fit for your entire game with guaranteed low prices. Plus, we're giving away over $30,000 in prizes from top manufacturers in golf. October 25th, find your new happy place at the PGA Tour Superstore in Cherry Hill. Learn more at PGATourSuperstore.com/Cherry Hill.
What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com. Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Iowa. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a No Sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a No Sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ben Johnson was a prize hire this offseason in the NFL coaching cycle. The former Lions OC chose the Bears. And while it hasn't exactly been fireworks, Johnson is doing one thing well that we're not used to in Chicago. Last night, the Bears won a game because of situational football. They were better at game management than the Commanders. That's something we're not used to with this team, and it's a reason to feel optimistic about where the Bears are going. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's time to kiss the baby.
It is that time of the week as we eliminate another NFL team from contention with the goal, of course, of a perfect postseason. All right, today's order. Kyle's going to go first, then Hugh Douglas, then me, and our caller today, who's Tom in Havertown, is going to go last, playing for the audience. All right, Kyle. You're up first. Who have you eliminated already, and who are you taking out this week?
All right. So I do believe I have the perfect elimination picture here so far.
Okay.
Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Hold on. We'll see. The Bears, I've eliminated.
Over 500
Good
now.
win last night.
That was a big win for them.
Good win last night.
It's a little better.
Crazy. They're on the upward trajectory, it seems. The Jets, who might as well just be eliminated now.
Yeah, they might as well not play a game the rest of the season.
Hughes Saints.
Oh, yeah.
With Spencer Rattler. And the Browns are who I've eliminated so
Okay.
far. Yep. And I'm going to go with the Cardinals today.
Arizona.
The best that they've looked came with Jacoby Brissett backing up Kyler Murray.
And they play the Packers this week.
And they play the Packers this week. Jonathan Gannon's assaulting players on the sideline.
And then apologize.
They did wrong for that.
They find him a lot of money, too.
Yeah, I mean, They're cooked. The Cardinals are cooked.
And they're clearly the worst team in their own division.
Yep.
That's a bad place to be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Cardinals out, according to Kyle. All right, Hugh, who are you taking out this weekend? Who have you taken out already?
Well, I've taken out already. I've taken out the Titans. I've taken out the Chiefs. The Cleveland Browns. I've taken out the Raiders. I've taken out the Jets. And, this week, I was like, I kind of like to bounce around a little bit because I'm a little AFC heavy on my list, as a matter of fact. But I ain't going to lie. After I saw this press conference and the way that he flamed everybody, I was like, I'd be foolish not to take the Miami Dolphins this week. Be foolish not to go ahead and put them in the elimination
That's
pool.
the free square. You got to take.
You know what I'm
you got to take the free square.
You're not just AFC heavy. You are only in the AFC.
That's what I'm saying. I'm AFC heavy.
So soon you're gonna have no AFC teams left to eliminate. They're all your field is going to be set.
You better be careful.
You better be right. Is what you better be.
Well, he's already. Yeah, he's already going to be wrong about the Chiefs.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, I have a choice this week. I'm going to go AFC 2. And I've got 2 I'm looking at, and it's either the Browns or the Raiders. Both, to me, are pretty good choices here. You know what? I'm going to take the Raiders before the Browns. We'll hold on. Well, and the Browns are bad, but I'm going to hold off on them. And we're going to take the Raiders and knock them right out of the playoffs. The Raiders are a bad football team. They're heading for another loss this week when they go to Kansas City. The Raiders out. That brings up Tom in Havertown, who's going to play for the audience today. And before we bring up Tom, who is the audience already eliminated?
Got to tell you.
Audience having a rough time?
Audience is having a rough go of it. They've eliminated the Saints. That's good.
Yeah, it works.
Jags. Titans. Yup. Vikings.
Well, okay. Maybe.
Seahawks.
No, that looks like a playoff team. Yeah. Okay, all right. See what Tom's got for us. Tom, welcome to Kiss the Baby. Who are you going to eliminate today on behalf of the callers?
All right. I think it's pretty easy, and I don't know how we haven't taken them yet. Sorry, Hugh. We got to take the Jets off the board here.
Yeah, the Jets are. They are a terrible team.
I took the Jets
Only
last
thing they got
week,
going for them is that Aaron Glenn likes to strut down the sideline. That's all.
Yeah.
That's their best moment.
That was the highlight of their season.
It is their best moment of the season. Tom, this is as bad as I've seen the Jets since Hugh Douglas was on the team.
Yep,
it's a long time.
I saw that as a
Fireman
meme.
Ed back. That might help.
Tom, good job, man. We appreciate it, and you're in the mix for a prize at the end of the season.
Catch that last part.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
What did he say? I missed.
I don't know.
Okay. But here's what I do.
Tom feels pretty locked into the show.
No,
he
he
knows
does.
they're huge Jets.
Yeah, they are your Jets. And
Not my Jets.
Wow.
I mean, they did draft me, though.
You picked them to upset Buffalo earlier this season.
I did.
You know what's funny? When you stopped picking Buffalo to lose, they started
losing.
You were on it every week, and now they've lost 2 in a row. Yeah, you didn't pick either one.
I was like, that team that blitzes a lot and always get caught in the blitz.
Yeah.
I stopped blitzing at the wrong time. Now they're holding the ball, patting the ball all the time. Yeah,
why'd you forget to pick against them? I mean, that's
you know
your
what?
thing.
I thought about it last night, but I was too busy, reveling in Broad's happiness for the Flyers doing what they were able
Were
to
you
do.
happier that the Flyers won or the Broads was happy?
I was happy for Broads.
Yeah.
I was more happy for Broads because Broad went to social media and he posted a few things. I'm like, yeah, Broads.
He did post them
Broads
polishing off
locked
the
in.
Stanley Cup.
I do like
maybe
that.
getting a little ahead of ourselves.
No, let him have it. Let him have it. What's the big deal? We need a win around here. It's been a tough little week here.
I was happy because he was happy.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, man.
What about me?
I was happy because
you didn't.
I was happy because
you didn't mention Kyle.
But nobody. We don't love hockey as much. Well, I love hockey because I'm Mr. Black Hockey.
I'm
But Bros,
huge
nobody
Flyers
loves
fan.
hockey as much as
Kyle's
Bros.
a big Flyer guy.
So so when we going to the hockey game? When we going? We missed the first one.
Whenever you want, buddy.
It got to be on a Friday because I plan on getting back.
I don't think we play here on a Friday this year.
We don't. Come on, now don't do me like that.
I like how you said, when are we going? And then you make us very specific. It has to be a Friday.
Yeah, it has to be because I want to get banged up. I want to get banged up.
I get it. I get that.
And I don't want to have no responsibilities the next day. See, that's the problem. Like when you're a grown up,
that's the best part.
And you
about
have
getting banged up.
responsibilities.
Yeah,
you got to go to work the next. I don't feel like doing. I just want to get banged up.
Yeah,
have a couple gummies, have some drinks, and just hang out with the hockey fans, hang out with my man Bros and stuff.
You gonna put the skates on?
Hell no. You want me? Hey,
Can you ice skate?
No,
I can't either.
No, not about to do that.
No, but
I learned when I was younger. But
okay, no, I
never.
My
biggest fear is at this big old age is falling.
Oh,
yeah,
and breaking something.
We will look like a wounded deer.
Yeah, I ain't doing that.
I mean, you did fall in the studio once without skates on.
Yeah.
Just took a tumble.
I ain't got too many more falls left before that. I don't break nothing.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
And look, you fall on that ice. There might not be any more
It's
ice.
a wrap. It's crack the ice.
Yeah. We got to get that life alert on. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's go to Slick Rick in West Philly. What's up, Slick Rick?
What's up? First of all, I want to give a congratulations to my man Hugh.
What I do?
The show was awesome. However, I'm going down memory lane real quick because I'm an old head.
Mm-hmm.
This year is the 30th year anniversary of you being Defensive Rookie of the Year.
It's been 30 years ago?
30-year anniversary. And how about the Jets honoring him, Slick Rick, by not winning a game?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm a New Yorker.
Hold on.
I was shocked when they picked you, man. 99, man. You was the dude.
95.
No.
Well,
Hold on. It's October.
Oh,
he didn't. Hold on.
number
It's October. He did not get Rookie of the Year in October.
No, he means the year, 30th anniversary of the year, 95,
Okay.
2025.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it.
Yeah. 30 is
99. Get my years mixed up. He wore 99. He was 99.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
number 99. Number 99.
That's good Hugh Douglas Jets
That
knowledge
is.
right there.
That's great, Hugh Douglas Jets knowledge. Heck of a team, those 95 Jets. They were awesome.
Yeah. And he's top 10 all-time sacks for the Eagles. So, you know, I got
We keep taking him away, so.
I got to give him his flowers.
Well, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
It was awesome. But anyway, I had to call in. It's been a while. You guys' show is great. I listen to you guys. However, somebody that stutters, I'm not going to mention a name, man, they lit my fire, man. Because the fact remains is there's like no gratitude. Like, where's the gratefulness for winning the Super Bowl, man? Stop living in the second. And if you don't like the quarterback, you're not a true fan, regardless of how good or how bad the quarterback is. And he's not playing great. However, they're 4-2. Like, come on, man. They don't start cooking till the second half of the season.
He won the Super Bowl.
Man. It's early.
You forget, Joe.
We're not even 12 months removed from the Super Bowl.
Not
It's
even.
the same quarterback, man.
Yep.
And he hasn't
Same guy.
regressed.
So hold on. So I agree with some of what you're saying there. But do we give him a pass the whole season if he struggles or no?
Hold on. Let's get there. Let's not look ahead. Let's not be pessimistic. Let's be optimistic.
Yep.
Hold on a minute. Let's be optimistic.
you
We
what.
haven't gotten to that point. We're 6 games in with a new OC, injuries on the offensive line. So let's get healthy and let's see in a month or so what it looks like.
Hey,
'Cause
Slick
I'm here
Rick,
to tell you.
can I
Yes,
ask
sir.
you a question? Can I ask you a question? Because, okay, I'm doing hypotheticals. I don't think this is going to happen. But hypothetically, we got Minnesota this weekend. We go to Minnesota.
Don't you say it.
I'm not going to say it, but you know I'm going.
He's going to get outplayed by Wentz?
Joe?
I just wonder. I'm worried.
Wentz, watch.
Is that going to happen? I will not
but
handle
Slick Rick,
that
the
well.
question I'm going to ask you is this. Okay, say, and I'm going to dance around it, but you know I'm going. Say if it goes south for us.
And Wentz beats the Eagles and outplays
Kyle,
Jalen Hurts.
I'm
shuddering at the thought.
We can let.
I don't need you to ad lib for me.
Let's
No.
expound, sir.
I'm talking to Slick Rick.
I'm talking to you.
I'm here.
When do we what is the sentiment? What are we talking about Monday? I'm just curious. Say if that say for all those things that I did not mention that my co-host mentioned.
I'm going to curse on the air is what's going to happen.
First of all, again, all due respect, you've been in the locker room. And the fact remains is, if we win and the quarterback didn't play good, that's one thing.
No,
but let's get the W.
Yeah, but what if we don't? What if that don't? But what if that don't happen though? But what if that don't happen though?
If they lose and he plays bad,
Yeah.
I'm just behind on Monday.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
because you know what,
All
Slick
right,
Rick,
Slick Rick, I like that.
And I'm not saying the Eagles are gonna lose.
Me either.
But Brian Flores is a pretty darn good defensive coordinator.
Joe's guy, Carson Wentz.
Hey, and that defense is pretty salty.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
It's pretty salty.
Yeah, Flores has made some really great quarterbacks look like crap. Now look, I hope Jalen plays great, and Slick Rick, good phone call. Call again. He's got good Hugh Douglas knowledge.
No, I'm just thinking, man.
99.
You know what's funny about
30 years.
You know what's funny about
Terrible Jets.
as I try to ignore that. You know what's funny about this whole conversation that we're having? It's only Tuesday. We don't really get a chance because we're so locked in on Jalen and everything that's going on in the offensive woes. We ain't really talking about that buzzsaw we about to run into this weekend.
I am locked in on it. I have notifications on my phone to figure out who's starting on Sunday.
Kyle, I'm talking about that. I ain't talking about the Minnesota Vikings as a whole.
You're talking about Carson Wentz specifically.
No,
Got it.
No, he's talking about the defense.
I'm talking about that defense, dog.
Wentz.
The New York Giants got a pretty good defensive front, right? Mm-hmm. They had some holes and they got some young cats. Man, this Minnesota defense, man, they pretty salty.
I have a feeling Flores watched the tape of the Thursday night game and said, "Oh boy, we got him." It's a problem. Also, the other side is Wentz, and I'm not going to handle it well.
I mean, because he's going to be asked a lot of questions come tomorrow about
the Eagles.
Yeah, and his time there and what you think. And
Well,
he's going to try
we have the Super Bowl MVP, guys.
Yes.
He's going to try to keep it all.
Okay.
Now, Slick Rick seemed to say we should give him the full year. Then we kind of changed that to like this weekend. Yeah. No, hey, how about we just evaluate what we're seeing right now? By the way, I just looked this up. So Hugh Douglas is top 16 all-time Jets sack leader. And you are also, where do you come down? You're 9th all-time in Eagles history.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many players are top 20 on 2 different franchises. That's pretty good.
I don't know.
Can't be many.
No, I mean, and
top 20.
Given the fact that I wasn't at the Jets that long.
Well, that speaks more to the Jets than it does.
Yeah, I wasn't there that long.
Yeah. I mean, actually, when you left the Jets, you were probably... So I'm looking at it right now. So John Abraham, Sean Ellis, they came after you.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Pace came after you.
Sean Ellis was a good pass rusher.
For a long time.
Calvin Pace, Wake Forest, right? Wake Forest?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Quinnen Williams, Muhammad Wilkerson, all. Hold on a second. When you left the Jets, you were. So Gastineau was ahead of you?
Yes.
He
didn't like me either.
Marvin Washington was ahead of you?
Big Percy.
Jeff Lageman was ahead
Jeff
of you?
Lageman, yeah.
Lageman, okay. Marty Lyons.
Yeah.
Dennis Bird.
Marty Lyons was a part of the New York Sack Exchange.
Okay. Joe Klecko.
Yeah.
And then
him too.
And then you were like the 6th highest sack guy in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, Marty Lyons. It was Joe Klecko was that dude,
sure,
though.
But you only were there 3 years.
Yeah.
I think that speaks more to the Jets.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad for that franchise.
I put it down for CSU.
Let's go to Omar in West Philly. Omar.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey,
Listen,
Omar.
Jalen Hurts gets a pass this year, man.
No, Omar, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Bro, we ain't get a Super Bowl in 50 years, bro. Like, seriously, man.
We just got one 7 years ago.
No.
No. What are you talking about?
No, hold on, wait, no. We drafted Jalen to get us the Super Bowl. It wasn't no fluke. He built a team around him. He got the 2 Super Bowls. And come on, man, he gotta get a pass.
What are you talking about?
Got us the 2 of them, though.
We gotta give him a pass.
No, so wait, what does that mean though? Like if he
gonna get a pass,
he's above reproach. That's what he's saying.
And Jalen need a pass this year.
Above reproach.
You guys have lost your
insane.
minds. I mean, what is the point of this season if we're giving him a pass?
I'm just saying, you know how hard it is to go back to back. I'm just saying.
I know how hard it is to go back to back
nowadays. Yep.
Yeah, it is hard to go back to back. Omar,
it's hard to go back to back. And then Tom Brady, it was hard for him. He never went back to back. I don't believe.
He went back to back.
They did.
No,
he went back to
Brady
back.
certainly went back to back. Brady,
I'm not sure.
0304.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
He almost even again.
He almost went back to back to back.
Yeah, he almost three-peated later.
0304.
Yeah, twice. Yeah. Yeah,
that's
what are
fine.
you talking about?
But again, our franchise.
Like how Omar said, that's fine.
I mean, but with this, I know, but Omar, this isn't the little engine that could anymore. The Eagles are a top franchise in sports, Omar.
Do you think Omar wanted to repeat before this year?
Omar!
And now the bar is being lowered.
I love you, Omar, but come on. This is Hugh Douglas's fault more than anything.
A pass is insane work.
I mean, it's crazy.
He workshopped it though. He came with some facts. He came with some pretty good stuff.
Well, so we're not saying don't give a passes and move on from him. But we have to, I mean, what do we just not, forget about this whole season? We're not going to hold anybody accountable if things go wrong and Let me help you out.
We have gone soft.
Let me help the folks out.
Led by Hugh Douglas.
No, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. People have, because there are some callers that call in that try to defend Jalen, which I feel is not right. But I'll help you out. And I'll help it make it easier for everybody who defends Jalen. Hold Jalen Hurts to the same standard that he holds himself.
That's high.
That he talks about every day.
That's a high standard.
Standard is the standard, Hugh.
That's what I'm saying. It's always rising. That's a fact.
Right.
And Jalen, if you want to speak to Jalen in a way that he understands, this is how you do it. Jalen, you haven't raised your standards since you won the Super Bowl.
You know what? Do you think Jalen gives himself a pass?
No shot.
No, of course not. I love that about him.
I don't know.
What?
No, and the reason why I say that is...
You getting messy over here?
No, I'm not getting messy. I like to consider myself being reflective.
Okay.
And let's reflect on this whole thing because for me, it's about football at the core, but it's also about being a grown-ass man in the locker room and being a leader of men. Like, and I gave Bryce Harper a whole lot of heat for his Bryce Harper starter pack. I didn't get Jalen that same heat. He should have got that same heat when he opened up the Nike store on the day that I was out of town.
Friday, the day after
the game. And Michael Jordan was in town. And listen, I'm going to give him a little bit of grace because it's Michael Jordan.
We needed Hound Dog Hugh that Friday.
And it's Michael Jordan, and Michael Jordan's schedule was tight. So I understand that, but still, for you to be caca and kikiing after you done got your ass whooped in New York is a whole lot, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And selling Love Hurts shirts and all the other stuff. I understand. Again, same thing with Bryce. I understand that the timing and all that stuff, but dog, read the room. And I understand you can't tell Michael Jordan, hey, we got to push this back.
Tough to tell MJ.
It's tough to tell MJ that.
Yeah.
But still, bruh, as much, and you have won the Super Bowl, and that's fine. But as much stuff is going on with this team, and for you to be so cryptic and vague, you need to step out your comfort zone and get this team right because it ends and begins with you, dog, for real.
You know what I think of when you say all that? They clearly scheduled that the day after the Giants, thinking,
"Oh, we're gonna get a big win."
I mean, but blow this team out, open the store.
Yeah,
we're
gonna open the store and it's gonna be packed. It was still, I think it was still a pretty decent crowd.
Yeah,
but dog, you gotta read the room, man.
I don't disagree with you. I will say, though, of the two things you brought up, the rivalry pack is still way worse to me.
It feels that way.
I mean, like
the rivalry pack was insane.
It was a joke.
Yeah, but you know you can't. I can't kill Bryce.
No, I got. No,
and then not kill Jay.
Keep the same energy.
I'm an equal opportunity killer.
You are
around these parts.
Yep, that's right. You are all over everybody, never making excuses.
Like a pair of tight draws.
Right.
All right, let's go to William and check it down. Hey, William.
Hey, Hugh. Hey, Joe.
What's up, man?
William, we're trying to figure out why the offense stinks.
Well, we got a quarterback problem. How don't you hit a wide-open guy? My 5-year-old brother could make that throw.
I doubt that, but that's a great analogy.
But now...
You don't know his brother.
I didn't
know he's 5.
Dude, that was a fun time we had last week, wasn't it, in the Uber? I didn't know you drove Uber.
Who drove an Uber?
You was my Uber driver last week.
No, it probably was somebody else.
You talking about?
Yeah,
no, he said, because I asked him about you, and he was like, yeah, I'm the Hugh Douglas that played for the Eagles, and we were talking about all the big plays you had. And
you have an imposter driving Ubers?
You went, when was this? I didn't.
There's an Uber going around telling people that he's Hugh Douglas.
Hold on. In Delaware.
No, it wasn't me.
It was in Wilmington.
Now, William, obviously he must have looked enough like you that you bought it, right? Like he didn't look like me.
No, he had like that long beard.
Yeah,
he was gray.
So bigger guy with a long beard. All right. And he was bald. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess he could pass for Hugh.
This is groundbreaking information.
All right, we got it. Now, listen.
We got to find that Uber driver.
William, we'll talk. I'm going to put you on hold. We'll talk tomorrow. I know he wants to talk about Hurts. I got to focus on this. We've done 3.5 hours on Hurts. The fact that there is an Uber driver driving around Delaware somewhere pretending to be Hugh Douglas is amazing.
I don't believe that. I think I thought he was trying to be funny.
Hold on. We did have one caller call in and say that he used to pick up chicks by saying that he was you.
Could be the same guy.
Could
Just
be.
continuing the bit.
He's like, it worked last time.
But don't, as an Uber driver, like the Uber drivers that I get, they have their name is like on when you pick them up and it says.
Well, maybe his name's Hugh.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, wait. This could be. Hold on. You're making a very good point. This could be entirely William's fault for buying this. If the guy's name was not Hugh and it showed up as that.
Yeah, because it's like when I get an Uber, it shows up. It shows what kind of car they're driving.
Bob and a Toyota or whatever. Yeah.
Or maybe his first name is Hugh. Maybe.
Now here's the question: do you think? So I was like, we're talking about it. I'm thinking maybe he's listening, but he can't be listening while we're on the air because that just blows the whole cover, right?
Yeah.
The whole prestige is ruined.
Yeah.
So I have to imagine he doesn't listen live to the show while he drives the Uber. But I love this. We need to find this guy. I want him to call in. I want to talk to the fake Hugh Douglas.
Uber driver.
Uber Hugh.
What do you think the people that get in think like about you? Like, oh man, I guess Hugh needs another job.
Yeah, he's fallen on hard times. And most of the time, like I would say this, I wouldn't have a problem driving an Uber because I think it would be, You know, so like to help me become more social.
Yeah, there's
but
nothing
it
wrong with
doesn't. It ain't nothing wrong with
Of
job.
course
Like
not.
that's not about to say nothing wrong with
But
that.
you already have a job.
No, listen. Remember a few months ago? Well, that's true. When we were doing they were hiring police officers. I wanted, but I was like, I don't think I passed the physical fitness because I'm old. But I can sit behind a desk because they got some damn good benefits.
No,
it was one time where I actually seriously thought about getting my CDL and becoming like a forklift driver. Forklift drivers make time and a half.
Really?
Oh man, it was like, and they teach you. You get paid to learn how to drive the forklift. And a lot of times, because like seriously, like listen, to all the people out there, there's a shortage of forklift drivers. There's a shortage of drivers altogether. CDL license, like those are some really good jobs. You get your CDL and you get your forklift license, man, you can make money hand over fist, especially around here with the Amazon and stuff.
Well, and they're opening new
facilities all over the place.
All over the place.
Man, become a forklift driver. Go ahead and go to school for that. And they pay you to go to school. Yeah, I thought about it.
So we're having we're already getting people texting in and chatting in the you people here.
Yeah.
What do we think is better, Huber or Hugh Doug lifts?
I'm more of a Huber guy.
Yeah, okay.
Because I've never done the Lyft. I like the Uber. To me, like I know it's both the same, but the Uber drivers they seem a little bit more personal.
But you've never done Lyft.
No, yeah, you're right. I'm on one side. No, because you know what it is.
Drive both, right?
No,
Like,
because
you
a lot
are
of times the Lyft drivers them the ones that tend to cut you off.
Oh, so you got
not hating on
you have
not
beef
hating
with them.
not hating on Lyft, not hating on Lyft. There's some good Lyft drivers out
We
there.
find out the beef you have with people every single day.
It's one of the best things I've ever heard. There's a guy driving Uber.
I'm willing to go to Delaware to try to get a ride to try to find this person.
Reminiscing with a caller.
That's crazy.
Could you imagine if I was in Delaware and I needed an Uber and I called for an Uber and it was
me?
the guy pretending to be you, and he's like, yeah, I'm Hugh Douglas, and I'm like, no,
Seriously?
you're not.
Yeah, no, you'd be like, no, you're not.
He's like, how do you know I'm not Hugh Douglas?
William did call back. He said the Uber driver's name was listed as Hugh D.
Seriously? I could probably find that on my Uber app.
You got to find him. You know what? Actually, it's funnier if you get the ride from the fake Hugh Douglas.
Like, what the hell you doing? You say, like you say, Joe, what are we doing? What are we doing?
I wonder if he's also using Hugh's picture. Is he just straight up impersonating Hugh Douglas?
I need to figure this out. All right, 215-592-9494. We open up that investigation. In fact, I think, do we have to open up another investigation on the other side? Wow, a lot of
we got some flirting going on.
A lot of investigations around here, plus your phone calls and you people. 215-592-9494. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff. And an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
I'm Denton Day here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm taking the Dodgers' first 5 money line tonight in the NLCS. Freddie Peralta on the mound for Milwaukee. He had a great 2025 campaign, but in his 2 postseason appearances, he's allowed 5 runs in 9 2/3 innings. With the Dodgers only scoring 2 runs in game number 1, I'm expecting a stronger performance from their bats to start. Take them on the first 5 money line. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio.
Boop, 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 boop.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We haven't one of these in a while.
I think the show has shifted.
Yeah, it has. Is it time for a little investigation here? I believe it is. Welcome back, Midday Show. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls. And you people, I'm sure they were thrilled at the start of the show today, but that's their problem. All right, let's do a little investigation. What are we investigating today again? Oh, that's right. Chauncey Gardner.
Could be anything.
Well, really, I mean, actually, I want to just investigate the fact that there's a fake Hugh Douglas running around Delaware.
Yeah, this is not the end of that, by the way.
You silly.
I will go to the end of the earth to get to the bottom of that.
Well, I mean, it's clear what we need. We need to go to Delaware and try to see if this person will pick us up. And then, I mean, is it a call out? Is it just a, hey, man.
You got to, I guess.
I know you're not who you say you are. I am certain that you're not who you say you are.
I'm not driving Uber.
Well, especially not a Lyft.
Apparently you are.
You're anti-Lyft.
Yeah.
I saw this, Hugh, investigation. So, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, right? The Eagles move off him, and then he goes to the Texans. He's there for, like 3 weeks? And they're like, get out, man.
Yeah, they said he was a little different for the locker room.
Yep, so he ended up with the Baltimore Ravens, who are having their own rough season right now at 1-5. But he is technically on their practice squad, and you can sign a player off a practice squad if you put him on your active roster, right? So if the Eagles,
and that has to be humbling for him too, by the way.
It does. And he's not like 33 years old. He's like 27 or 28. So I'm sure it's humbling. But there is a mechanism where if the Eagles wanted him, they could open up a roster spot and then just grab him and take him off the Ravens practice squad. So that's out there. So Chase Sr. is actually a local guy, and he now works for Chat Sports. And he does all Eagles stuff and Niners stuff and NFL stuff. But he tweeted the other night how the Eagles' defense had no heart, and he wishes they would bring back Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Chauncey liked this tweet and then started following Chase.
Yeah.
So
makes sense.
Does it sound like he's trying to get his way back here?
Sounds like he's trying to make his way back to Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's going to happen. They're clearly parted ways. I know it, and you know what? I'm pretty sure he's probably ran the gamut of emotions, and hopefully he's looked within to see that maybe he needs to probably change his ways a little bit. I'm not trying to tell him not to be the loud, boisterous person he is, but maybe he can walk it back just a little bit. But I don't think the Eagles are willing to deal with that right now.
Hold on. Speaking of, Ravens are releasing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson just now from Schefter. Literally just now.
That's good timing on our part.
Damn.
Good safeties agent Kevin Connor and the Ravens officials came to an amicable mutual decision.
He's involved in a lot of these amicable mutual decisions.
That probably came from somebody seeing his likes of Eagles posts.
The agent added, after the Ravens traded for a safety, we were looking for a clearer path to play.
He didn't get it.
You know my thought on this. I'd bring him back.
What a timely investigation by us.
It is actually, it's our
pretty
best timely
dope.
investigation. I wasn't sure where you were going with like what you were reading. I thought you had some news on the fake Hugh Douglas running around Delaware.
I wish. I wish.
All right.
That's
it sounds
interesting.
like it's our 5th or 6th chance to bring CJGJ onto the team.
You said 5th or 6th is crazy.
Well, I mean, he's been here. He's not been here. He's been back. Now he's traded, cut.
I don't think they do it. I don't think it happens.
I wonder what his next stop is. I mean, he's running out of teams and coaches that are willing to take him on.
It kind of makes you wonder, man. You know, like what the juice. It feels like the juice isn't worth the squeeze at this point.
Well, I don't think he's willing to accept what teams now view him as, which is not worth the headache, right? Like the Ravens stink right now.
Yeah,
they can't find a way to get him on the field. They put him on the practice squad, and he doesn't want to be patient to wait for his turn. So he's obviously getting his way out of there. The Texans, who are not great either, they said get out of here. The Eagles, who they're not particularly great at safety. Let's be real. Makuba did not play well on Thursday night. It's not like we have two Pro Bowlers back there. We have Reed Blankenship, who I like, but he's not like a Pro Bowler. And Makuba, who's a rookie. They don't want him either. I mean, it says something about CJ.
We also did just release a running back from our practice squad.
Does that mean we got a spot? Spot open?
Things are adding up.
Bring him home.
The
Get some attitude back in here.
Investigation has more legs right now, man.
Maybe I might be wrong about that.
This is our best investigation yet. And
It is.
It's great timing. I wish we said we planned that more, but it just kind of happened that way. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go to Tom in Abington's not happy with any of us today. That's ridiculous.
Yo, fellas,
Tom,
how we doing today?
how we
He sounds
doing?
very happy, actually.
What a do driving Miss Daisy.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I have heard such ridiculous things on these airwaves, on this show today. It's yeah. I would put a call out to all of your callers here in the midday show to pick it up. I mean, there's 4 things off the top of my head. Number one, Hugh being an Uber driver. I would look at Skip for that. I think he probably has his hand in it. Number 2, we have given Jalen Hurts a pass because he won the Super Bowl this year. But then the other caller says he's a fraud, even though he's the MVP of the Super Bowl. So I don't know how how you come to that conclusion. But the most ridiculous thing that I've heard today is that you, Joe Giglio, were the president of the Carson Wentz fan club.
Tom, it was a jaw-dropping accusation that I was the Carson Wentz guy around here. Jaw-dropping.
Now, as the guy who coined Jojo Liquido
That's
and
right.
came after you night after night after night because I was in the LTBB.
Fond memories, those calls. I love them.
Listen, the whole purpose of this phone call, fellas, is to talk to your callers and tell them to pick it the F up. Peace.
See you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate it. That's how we come full circle. Tom and I argued about Wentz all the time, and now he comes to my rescue to tell the first caller today that I clearly was not some sort of Carson Wentz guy.
It was a wild caller day.
It was off the wall.
We've had reports of you being an Uber driver.
Yeah, that was a lot.
You're the president of the Hurts fan
I mean, you
club,
could call me many
or the
things,
Wentz
and
fan club.
it rolls off my shoulders. Do not call me a Carson Wentz guy. Do not.
What else? Hurts gets a pass for the whole year. Hurts
Yeah.
is a fraud from Positive Kevin.
Yep. The pass for the whole year is a lot.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And I got to tell you, now that might work if they go like 10-7 and don't go to the Super Bowl. Like, all right, 11-6. But if this gets bad, that's not going to work.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the expectations of the squad. Too.
It's just
that
not
dog don't hunt.
No one gets a pass. They were Super Bowl favorites to start the season,
And no one should get a pass.
No,
especially when one of your biggest mantras is the standard is the standard.
And they wouldn't want to pass.
Yeah.
You think Howie and Sirianni and Jalen think they're going to get a pass?
No, and I tell you what, man, and I know this is somewhat split, but this is what makes this place so great because you're held to a higher standard here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
The fan base is just different, and that's what makes it so beautiful. As much as I talk about the fans and talk about how crazy they are, you know what? One of the best things to see is every Saturday, and especially on Sunday, you could drop you anywhere in the city, and you're going to run into at least 10 people that have on some type of Eagles gear. I'm talking about from young to old, and that's beautiful to see because everybody knows what Sunday is. It's Eagles football. So it's a beautiful place to play, and it can also be a rough place to play when you're not playing well. And I think as a player and the guy that was here, it's funny because Cam asked us last night. He asked me and Ike, how was it when we were here? And I said, it was brutal for a year. And then we was like, he said we were like 3-13, then went 5-11, and then we turned it around. And that's all I remember. But I do remember the bad times, and I remember going out and people telling us you need to go home because you need to be somewhere practicing. But that's Philadelphia in a nutshell. So I don't think that, and I know a lot of times people come on here and they say things that are negative about players and it's some undertones and all that other stuff. But for the most part, this is a great sports town. Great sports town.
And I think the thing and that's why I disagreed with the idea that there's a pass. Like the standard has changed because that caller brought up, hey, it took 50 years to win a Super Bowl, right? 52 years to get one. Like, hey, don't complain. We got a Super Bowl winning quarterback. And that, on the surface, like, obviously the Eagles have a good quarterback that has been here and been productive, and they've won a lot of games and gone to 2 Super Bowls. But that's fair to say. But the standard has changed, right? Like the Eagles, the franchise that was the day you walked in here, Hugh, is not this franchise anymore. And that's credit to you guys, Andy, Donovan, sort of changing things.
The culture changed.
And now the expectations change.
Are much higher.
As they should be.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And to sit there, I don't even think on a bad day, if you ask Jalen, if he wanted to pass, he would want it. He wants to be held to a higher standard, at least that's the way he's framed it to everybody else for the last 5 years.
And everywhere he's played since he left high school has been super high standards. He played at Alabama, Oklahoma, and the Eagles. Like, if you don't win every week with those teams, something's bad. I mean, those teams just expect to win every single game they play. Let's grab Big V in Mount Laurel. Big V.
Hey, Joe, Julio, Kyle, how you guys doing?
What's up, man? Better if you weren't on speaker.
Okay, first of all.
Okay.
Oh, now you're telling me I'm on speaker? Oh,
you are.
Come on, Kyle.
You are.
Big V. Come on now.
Okay.
Yeah.
There.
I was just.
All right. Are we ready now?
Yes. Well, are you?
Are you ready now?
We're here the whole time.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, Kyle, shut up.
You shut up.
Second of all, congratulations, Joe Giglio. You people right now said that you were elected vice president of the Jalen Hurts Hate Fan Club.
You were?
I guess. I mean,
I did just get to pull the tapes. Joe was a huge Wentz-wagoner.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
pull all the tapes. Pull the tapes. I'm a hater.
Yeah. President of the fan club, Spike Eskins, will install you later on today.
Mm-hmm. So I'm a hater for what? Because I say the quarterback needs to play better. That's hate?
Yes.
No, that's not hate. That's actually realistic.
Thank you. Thank you. See, this is why we like you, Big V, sometimes.
But anyway, Jalen has a level of culpability. But you look at the majority of the faults isn't him. I mean, looking at, the situation where there are a lot of players that were open, he was primarily focusing on getting the ball to the diva. I mean, A.J. Brown. And we've been looking at two different things each game. We look at one half where, they're playing good, and then we look at the next half, or when the defense adjusts to how they're playing, and they don't seem to compensate that. All right? Yeah, we know they're checking the boxes. Yeah, we know they're running zone. Okay, so listen, why don't the offensive coordinator say, okay, let's do some things, play action fake, screen pass, or getting Saquon in the middle of the field where he can do his thing, and look at Jalen going back to doing some dinks and dunks rather than, doing these exciting, sexy, 40-yard bombs to AJ,
Big V, I agree. I think a big problem the last couple of weeks has been the receiver has gotten very, loud, and I think they're trying too hard, including Jalen, and Big V appreciates to get him the football. I think it's actually hurting the team the last couple of weeks. So that's for sure. As far as the Wentz accusations, I, like everybody else, was excited when he became the quarterback in 2017. He played well. 2016, 2017. Then I wasn't. The same people who say I'm a Jalen hater now forget that I sat here when he was drafted and said, I like this. That I said he should be the starter. That I said he's the MVP of the league in 22. Has anyone realized my opinions change on how the players play? There's no,
That's most fans, though.
Well, I know, but people to create, you like him, you hate him. No, I want the teams to do well, and if the player plays great, I'm going to be a big fan. And if he doesn't, I'm not going to be as big of a fan. That's the way it operates. All right, do we have an important lead here?
Apparently.
On the
Tyler says he has a lead.
Tyler has a lead on the Uber.
Tyler?
Tyler's our man on the street. Tyler, what do you got for us?
Hey, Joe, Hugh, Kyle, good to hear y'all. I'm driving up to Downingtown right now, and as soon as I passed by, I said I had to call. I was driving past the Wegmans in Greenville off of 141 and Kennett Pike, Route 52 in Delaware, near Wilmington. And I can't believe the caller didn't say what car the Uber was, but there is a black RAV4 with a guy with a salt and pepper beard driving around. He was turning into the shopping center, and I tell you, that was it. There's a lot of salt and pepper beards down here in the Wilmington area, but we gotta get this show down here into these streets to try and
to find out who it is.
Because
you just saw a guy that looked like you, Tyler. I mean, that's all this lead was.
So I drive Lyft and Uber, so I see people all the time, but I'm like, my eyes are out hunting.
Was he an Uber driver?
Yes.
Wow. So we have a suspect.
That's an important part of the story.
We have a legitimate suspect. Tyler, this is important stuff. All right, Tyler, we're up against you people, so we got to do that. We appreciate it. So here's the thing. So there's a couple ways we can go about this. One, Hugh, you're in Delaware, so you could just, try to grab an Uber to see if you happen to get your guy.
Yeah, Hugh has to just constantly call Ubers
I'm also
until he finds this
thinking
guy.
about a big event we could do as a show where the Hugh Douglas lookalike contest, and we see if we could lure this guy in.
I do like that.
Yeah.
And then another thing we can do. We do have people who get boots on the ground here, like Buzz. We can send Buzz just about anywhere.
Buzz?
We can get Buzz to go to Delaware
Heartthrob Buzz?
and try and find this Hugh Douglas.
I love a bit of just Buzz spending a whole day getting in Ubers looking for the other Hugh.
Yep.
Buzz calls in.
Yeah. As soon as he sees that it's not the Hugh D guy, cancel.
He just gets out the car.
Get another one.
It's not the one.
I think we're onto something here.
This is just the beginning of this.
Yeah, this is an important thing. Hugh, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. Don't you worry, all right?
Okay, I'm not worried.
Okay. All right, let's hear what you people are up to.
You people.
It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
0 stars today, Hugh. No tip.
0 stars. Okay. Got it.
Shut up, Joe, you light bulb.
Okay, thank you.
You two dorks know nothing. Listen to Hugh.
Hugh agreed with
We've been
me.
agreeing today. I know.
We're all on the same page.
I know. On the same page.
I guess are you calling Hugh a dork? Is that what that person
I guess
is?
that's what
Probably more likely.
I feel like you don't get called a dork very often.
No, not a dork.
Dork's
Idiot
for guys
quite a
like
bit.
me and you.
Idiot quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, dorks for us for sure.
Yep. Joe won't mention Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels last night.
They weren't great.
No, we kind of, but to be fair, we mentioned them at the beginning of the show.
But we won't mention them.
Yeah.
Also, we're in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Yep. All right.
I always know people are in their feelings when they spring. Well, Josh Allen had a bad game once.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
That's great. What about this guy? What about that guy?
But what aboutism is you're lost?
Listen to radio in Buffalo if you want to hear what they're saying.
Yep.
You refuse to do a show about Matt Pryor.
I do. That's not on the table.
You nailed that.
Yes.
You do refuse to do a show about Matt
you're
Pryor.
Are you doing a show about Matt Pryor?
Well, because that's never mind. No, we're not doing the Matt Pryor shows.
So they should just cut Hurts then, I guess.
Did anybody say that?
Nobody said that. Nobody said that. Not a
I was about to say I
soul
missed
said
that.
that. Not a soul. Okay.
Yep.
I'm losing it.
Yep. No, take that hat off, Kyle. You're not a fan. Not true. Probably more of a fan than you.
Yeah,
Take the hat off.
We're allowed to disagree. It's okay.
No.
I'm not taking the hat off.
No, don't you understand? If you say anything negative about any player, you hate
Not a
them. You're not a
fan.
fan.
I got these two back to back. Kyle is the best. Kyle is a clown.
That's how you know we're really. It's really working.
It's divisive.
Right down the middle, baby.
Yep.
Real cavalier about people shaving their heads for a couple of guys whose hair didn't come back.
Yeah, mine ain't coming back.
True.
But
You guys do. You throw that around a lot.
Yeah,
so
come on.
shave his head again. Patullo should shave his head again.
Well, no, it wasn't that it didn't come back.
It's just that it don't grow in certain places.
That's exactly right.
I mean, it'll grow. It just don't grow all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, there's everyone has a certain amount of hair that always grows back, but then there's the spot. You know, that's why you come on home.
Hugh's still talking?
Yeah, my job. Kind of what I got to do every day.
Well, it's one of your jobs. We found out another one.
I'm an Uber driver.
Yeah, this is your day job, buddy.
Yeah, got to go get this Uber jumping off.
I expected this from Joe, but you too, Hugh?
I mean, what?
You betrayed the people.
I betrayed the people.
Yep.
Betrayed the people.
They thought they
For
could count
speaking-
on you as an ally.
For speaking truth.
Great. Hugh Mayfield has arrived.
Hugh Mayfield. But I guess Baker.
You're a Baker guy.
Baker. Yeah, Baker.
Yep. Anything to tear down our QB, but Hugh will make every excuse in the world for Spencer Rattler.
I agree.
Somebody's being funny.
I agree. They would.
You know, I gotta say, I feel like he is playing better than I thought he was. Like he hasn't been the worst quarterback in the league. Maybe you were onto something with that. No, not
I'm
quite.
always on to something.
Not quite top 10.
I'm always on to something.
Yeah, that was a joke.
What does Hugh know about offense?
Hey,
That's a good question. You did play defense.
Yeah, because I'm trying to stop that guy that has a quarterback. That's about it.
Yep. All right. Well, we're going to get to an incident that happened at the very end of the show yesterday. We did not get to cover you people, but they reminded me of it today. But first, we had an almost from Hugh today.
Because that's what it sounds like for him to sit there. And I know it rubbed people the wrong way and, you know, him being smug and doing dude, just talk to the dude. Talk to him.
You almost slipped.
Very close.
You got
Very
way
close.
too comfortable. FCC rules apply, Hugh.
I thought that was going to fly under the radar.
That was a near slip. Yep, I got it. Speaking of getting comfortable, I mean, Hugh is just. I've never met a more gassy person on the airwaves.
I did not.
We had this at the
no.
end
What
of the
happened?
show yesterday. Sorry, just tuned in. What excuses has Hugh made today?
Oh, a lot. A lot.
I just burped.
Oh, the burp.
I burped. The burp.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I burped.
Burped into your mic.
Because I was about to say I just burped. Yeah, and it was one of those bursts where you couldn't play off because everybody heard it. So I just burped.
All right, well, we do have a few burps to stack it up against, though. Remember Jalix Hunt came on our show?
Yes.
And let one out?
Yep.
Anybody in the room, anybody in the building who could give me any tips about just being a professional and how to progress my game into the next level. So, excuse me.
Don't worry about it.
This year.
He was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm gonna drop one."
I'm gonna drop one
Does
in a couple
anyone else
months anyway.
find it ironic that he was discussing becoming a professional and just burped on the air?
That's what usually happens. I just burped. That's what usually happens.
Yep. Can you guess who this one was?
That sound like John Ritchie.
It was John Johnson.
Oh, but there was the behind it. Like it was tasty.
Was that during Stack of the Night?
I would imagine. There was Michael Irvin on the Old Midday Show.
There was a player a little while ago, excuse me.
and then can you guess who this one was? Also on the WIP airwaves.
Damn.
Who was that?
It's Jolly.
Yeah, Jolly had. That was a nice one. That was a nice.
Let's hear Jolly's again. Oh my God.
Sound like a gator. It sound like a gator.
Like you're gonna stop breathing.
That one was kind of worrisome.
It does.
That sounded like a hiccup / burp.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
All these happen on the airwaves. Is anyone in charge around here?
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing?
This is the opposite of professional radio.
I just burped. Yeah, I was. I like the fact, like since we talk about the opposite of good radio hosts. Yeah. I like the people that talk about how unprofessional we are and how they don't listen to us. But they know how unprofessional we are.
Well, the next time they say that, they're going to be like, you suck, Hugh. I'm not on listening. So that one time you burped, and I caught it exactly what happened.
Or they say, pronounce the way you pronounce words really bothered me. So how do you know how I pronounce them if you don't listen? I just burped.
That's
good time.
Yeah,
love all you two.
That is, my goodness, that's enough for us today. All right. That is all. That means afternoon show is coming up next. We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Afternoon show next. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Flyers!
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
The Eagles take on Minnesota next. Join Ava Graham at Doc's Irish Pub in Gilbertsville, October 19th. Win tickets to the next Eagles home game and sign merchandise courtesy of Bud Light. That's Eagles, Minnesota, Sunday, October 19th at Doc's in Gilbertsville.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Fall is upon us, and that means tailgating and Eagles football. Fire up your grill with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson. Be the hit of your barbecue or tailgate with game day essentials like hot dogs, sausages, meats, and of course, artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Don't forget high-protein Dietz nuts meat snacks, perfect for snacking on the go. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com for a retailer near you. Go Birds!
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Hey, football fans, the game is about to kick off. Log in to your BetMGM account today to receive your Pro Football SGP Boost token. Then place a same-game parlay on any Pro Football matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Atlanta Falcons coach Raheem Morris is pretty adamant about one thing. He keeps saying his running back, Bijan Robinson, is the best player in the NFL. Last night it was certainly true. He ran for 170 and had 68 receiving yards. Robinson is on pace to shatter the all-time mark for yards from scrimmage. Best player in the league might be a stretch, but calling him a legitimate game breaker is the truth. And that's what makes the Falcons dangerous. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spike, listen, it's a Tuesday. I'm ready to roll, Jackie Baseball. Seriously. Find something to do with yourself for the next 3 or 4 months, man.
Wow.
Till spring training starts again. I'll let your boy.
Find something to do with yourself. You think he can't find anything to do with himself? Listen.
No, he's got nothing to do. No, he's got nothing to do but cook up ridiculous takes and comparisons.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
You all right in there, buddy?
Yeah, what are you preoccupied with?
Well, stupid. Never mind.
You gonna have the thing I need or no? You give me a thumbs up. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, no, I have it.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's just
no,
like some...
What is that? What is that? A maybe?
No, I got it. I got it. It's just like, sometimes people change things around here and don't let anyone know.
Oh, there it is.
And then all of a sudden, it's like
there
before the second for the
That's why
show.
I'm going to talk to him. He's giving me nothing.
Yep.
Yes.
You can see him. He's in a different world.
Well, I mean, I got it.
All right. All right.
Hold on. Now, what ridiculous takes do I cook up?
Yeah.
I try to teach everyone about the quarterback around here. The Philly season fell apart. Sixers are back.
Yeah.
Flyers won their first home game last night down at the barn.
What are you giving Jackie recaps over here? Okay. All right.
Fluster.
Big show as always. Eliot will be here at 2 or 3 o'clock. Which one will he piss off today? Will it be Ike or will it be me? Tuesdays with Eliot. There's always one of us he triggers. Jordan Mailata joins us at 4 o'clock. And you, of course, all show 215-592-9494. We've done a lot of comparing. Isn't comparison the thief of joy? Isn't that what the actual saying is, right? We've done a lot of comparing, over the last several weeks of the 2025 Eagles and the 2023 Eagles, and it's understandable, right? The 2023 Eagles were winning games. Everyone could sort of feel like it wasn't quite right, and the season ended up devolving. And what it has led us to do is blame. A lot of the blame has gone on Kevin Patullo and Nick Sirianni for where the Eagles are right now. Makes sense, right? Kevin Patullo is the new thing. The offense, scored points last year. It wasn't dynamic or anything, but certainly effective enough to win a Super Bowl. It makes sense, especially when you're thinking about 2023, when the problem, at least in part, was the offensive and defensive coordinator. So it's coaching, Patullo. So I asked Jordan Mailata about it last night on the Jordan Mailata show. I said, is there anything similar to 2023 in terms of the struggles on offense? And here's what he had to say.
What makes you feel like the coaching is great? Because you have an insight to that we don't see. Because on the outside, the offense is being called predictable, vanilla. Everybody knows what they're. You have way more information than we do. What makes you confident the coaching is great?
Well, just being there in 23 and hearing the detail that's being coached, being at the practices, that the detail, even in the drills, when they coach the drills, the detail, that's the difference. Detail wasn't there in 23, and I'll happily say that.
Okay.
I'll be honest there. The detail was not there, the technique was not there in 23, and now it is. So I can't relate the two. And for me, that's where I draw it back to the execution of the players' part. When we want to run play, we want to marry it up in the passing game too. So when that look, when we don't run that look well to set up the passing game, everyone's like, oh, well, now it looks like 23. Well, it's just we're not running the ball well.
Yeah.
And that's at the end of the day, we need to establish the run game up front, and it starts with the O-line, and that's our main goal this week.
So Jordan isn't the only person to have the back of the coaches so far this year, right? A.J. Brown has, Jalen has, Saquon has. They've all said the coaches is fine. It's on them. They're not executing like they norm, which is not normal when a team isn't performing well. Normally somebody raises their hand and blames the coaching. It's the players. And I know it's hard for us it's much easier to just point to the coach and say, well, that one thing, as long as we just change that one thing that isn't on the field, everything will be easier. It's the players. The players aren't playing well enough. And that makes it a lot harder to solve. It sucks, right? Because it doesn't just resolve itself with a different scheme. The offensive line, whether it is not same personnel, don't have Mekhi Becton, Landon Dickerson hasn't been in there, right? Jordan and Lane Johnson have not played up to the level that they played last year. The offensive line hasn't been as good. Saquon Barkley, it's certainly reasonable to assume that even though he's on the field, he might not be exactly playing at the same level he played last year. Jalen Hurts is I wouldn't say he is the reason, but he's certainly not playing great. He's certainly not lifting everything up. Mm-hmm. And even when you talk about AJ, for all the complaints he's had, after games, there have been moments, whether it's running out a route, whether it's pass blocking or something like that, he has not played to the level. It's the players. They have to play better. And it makes it a lot harder, right? Because if it's a coaching problem, you could say, well, just run this scheme and all of a sudden everybody will be good again. But I don't think that's what it is. I think it's the players.
This isn't scheme. This is obviously the players. I think Kevin Patullo has always been a scapegoat, because he's the least accomplished, he's the least notable, and it allows us not to point the finger at our favorite guys.
Yes.
But I always say that with coaches. Like, coaches are, especially with professional athletes. You want to blame Nick Nurse? No, I'm going to blame the players. I'm going to blame the players, right? Like, you want to blame Rob Thomson? No, I'm going to blame the players. It's the players. And the great thing is the players know that it's them. The real question is, how do you fix it? Can they fix it? Is it fixable? Like, that's the real question here. Is it injury? Is it you've reached your maximum potential as a player? You're on a decline.
Is it just a Super Bowl hangover? Or you just not have it the same way you had it last year?
The Super Bowl hangover thing, though, with me, though, Spike, I think that's a term that gets thrown out there and is supposed to encompass everything that goes wrong with a team. Okay. This team did their damnness to not be labeled as champions and defending champions, and it's over. So they were conscious of that. Right? They were conscious of not allowing that to linger in. But now we're past that. We're past talking about it. We're here. What happened in training camp? Are you guys paying attention to the detail? Are you detailing your work? Things of that nature. I do think sometimes scheme does play a part in it. I do think at times Kevin Patullo through the first 6 games. See, that's the thing. You can't just look at one game, because I think each game has been different as to why they didn't play well, who didn't play well, and what the issues were. I think Patullo, in the beginning, sure, he's a first-time coordinator. He has to get used to calling plays and learning the flow of a game and when to switch it up and what adjustments to make. But I don't think that's the biggest issue. The biggest issue has been execution. It really has been. The funny thing, nobody blames Coach Fangio.
Right.
Nobody says it's him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Why? And the defense certainly isn't as good as last year.
Had his issues at times this year.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't blame him, but it's easy to blame Kevin Patullo. So I've tried to stay away from that from the jump. And to me, this thing can get fixed. If it's fixable, I have to believe it's getting back to the drawing board, being honest with yourself when you're watching film, and then putting the work in. How about put your head down and get to work? Let's get off social media. Let's stop arguing with people on Twitter. Let's stop trying to put out our own narratives and things of that nature and get back to the grind of the work. When they were 2-2 last year and they went through that bye week and they came out of there and it wasn't perfect, but they were working. And one thing that I remember Coach Sirianni talking about, that they need to get back to being. We're just a boring football team. There's nothing exciting about us. We're boring. We're not giving you headlines. We're not looking for headlines. We're not looking for credit. We're keeping our head down and we're working. And we're trying to get this thing fixed. Lo and behold, what did that lead to, Spike?
Super Bowl.
A championship.
Right, a Super Bowl.
A championship. But this year is different. Everybody has to have a podium. Everybody has to have a stage. Everybody has to have a headline. You're distracted. Get back to being a boring football team. Get back to the grind of the work. Nothing changes in this league. It's hard work. I've seen teams, the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season didn't look good. People wanted to bury them. Now I see New England 4-2. Now I see Atlanta 3-2. Like, I'm seeing teams winning games getting better that didn't start off great, right? Didn't start off great. What we've done, even when we were winning games, we decided to find other things to be complaining about. And when I say we, I ain't talking about us.
The players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because that's where all the distractions are at. They know they aren't playing well, not executing well, but guess what doesn't help? The outside noise. Creating distractions don't help. Get back to being a boring football team. Get back to the grind of the work, and you can turn your season around. But if you're going to be marred in this nonsense, then yeah, it's going down the drain. But you can't tell me after 6 weeks, this is who you are. It's the players. And that includes all of them. I'm not excluding anybody. Quarterback can play better. Wide receivers need to say, you know what? If it's not our day to shine, we need to do whatever it takes to win football games. And if I'm upset I didn't get the ball, let me keep that to myself. Let me talk to my therapist. Let me talk to my partner. Let me call my girl. Or whatever it is you need to do. But bringing it to the public ain't helping the team. It's not helping the team. Get back to the grind of the work and get it fixed. That's why teams don't repeat as champions. Because you've already won the title and you really think you still have the same desire to win another one, but you really don't, do you? You got to prove it. You got to prove it. Now you're in the muck of it. Do you really want to win another title or not? Or are you happy y'all just won a title and you're good? See, that's what happened after 17. 18, 19 was disastrous in that building because everybody was part of the reason why they won the Super Bowl and everybody had to get paid.
Well, you talk about Doug writing his book and, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'll say it again. I know people don't like him, but it's what I respect the most about Bill Belichick. 20 years. He ran a program and fostered an environment that went to 10 Super Bowls, 14 championship games, and 6 titles. We'll never see it again. Because you got to be that type of dude with that type of culture to keep that type of focus on winning.
Never happy.
Let me get off my soapbox.
No, it's good.
Let me get off my soapbox.
I liked
man.
it. I'm
just saying, we talk about this team. They got all the talent in the world. They got all the talent in the world. Do you want to be great? Do you want to do something that's rarely done? Do you want to put your mark in history as a defender, as a 2-time champion, as a repeat champion? Or don't you? Either you do or you don't. You got the talent to do it.
They certainly do.
You got the talent to do it.
215-592-9494. Is it on the players or the coaches? You know what made me...
It's on the players.
I agree with you. What made me think of it was this morning, the morning show put out a Twitter poll about the Phillies. Mm-hmm. And they said, who's to blame, the players, Dombrowski, or Rob Thomson? It was like 90% the players.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, oh, there, we get it. We get it. But for the Eagles, somehow, the entire problem is Kevin Patullo.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The guy who's been in the building for 4 years. And again, I have no idea how good an offensive coordinator Kevin Patullo is, but I do know that if all of the players are saying the same thing, we are not executing to the best of our ability, then it's probably that. Yeah. It's probably that. We do have a next question today. As I don't know if you knew this, it is Be Bald and Be Free Day.
That's right, Ike. Let it go.
There it is.
Be bald and be free.
There it is. So we're going to ask for a one of your favorite bald guys, or bald women, I guess. Bald people.
I got a lot of them.
Jack, you got a bald person?
Now, does shaved count or not?
It's got to be all the way down.
No,
it's got to glisten.
Some people shave their head and they keep it bald.
Yeah, I say that counts.
Okay, all right.
I say that counts.
Make sure.
Yeah, see, like I'm a cul-de-sacsman. You know,
yes.
a little cul-de-sac.
Me too.
Come on, man.
No.
That's why I'm going to say Jason Alexander / George Costanza.
That's a good one.
That's a big answer.
It is a big answer. It's a good one. What?
Is he bald?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got there's a little bit of hair on the sides. But he's a cul-de-sac.
But hair on the solid sides is still bald.
He's bald.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's got a couple of strands up top.
I thought you guys meant all the way bald.
Whatever bald. It's be bald and be free day.
Yeah.
So happy be bald.
Well, not since the 70s. Brothers don't wear cul-de-sacs no more. That
was
back in George Jefferson's
yes.
days and back in those days. Yeah, we don't do cul-de-sacs no more, man.
We still do.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about doing it even though I got plenty of hair. I'm thinking about going cul-de-sac.
All right.
All right. You?
Who am I going with? Man, so many to choose from.
Yeah.
You know who I'm going to go with? I'm going to go with Lou Gossett Jr.
Oh, that is a big one.
Yeah,
that is a
Lou
strong
Gossett Jr.
answer.
That's
Lou Gossett
my
Jr.
childhood right there.
That's an 80s guy. That's definitely an 80s
Matter of fact,
guy.
I don't know if I ever seen him with hair.
No, I don't think I've ever seen Lou Gossett Jr.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him with hair.
So I'm actually going to pick somebody who people don't know is bald, and I think he should be proud of it, and that is our own Jack Fritz, who has been wearing a piece. He's been wearing a hairpiece, and people, that's why he has the same haircut for years and years. It never looks any different.
I got a thick head.
No. You're bald.
You trying to out him as being bald?
Well, look,
something I don't know.
I'm just saying, man,
bald.
it's okay.
Never going to go bald.
Okay.
Never going to go bald.
Actually, my guy's Mean Gene Okerlund.
Oh, okay.
Mean Gene. Now he's a cul-de-sac guy. WWF. Would come on. He would interview the guys before they were going to the ring.
Let me tell you, Mean Gene.
Yeah, let me tell you, Mean Gene.
Oh, I can't wait till wrestling goes away. I really can't.
It's never going away.
I can't wait for it to go away.
There are a bunch of bald guys in wrestling, by the way. Just give us bald guys in wrestling. All right. 215-592-9494. Is it on the players or is it on the coaches for the Eagles? And next question today for Be Bald and Be Free Day. Give us one of your go-to bald people. It doesn't even have to be a bald guy. It could be a bald person.
A bald person, yeah.
Yeah, Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. Yeah. What's up, Corey?
Hey, man, it's on the players, man. And it's like I ain't going to say that the coaches don't get some blame, but it's mainly the players. Like pretty much like I just said, we out here arguing about stuff that don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like people worrying about who getting the ball, worrying about legacy. Like it's like everybody say, oh, we one block away and all that. Like, Mailata, you done said that every week since the beginning of the week, beginning of the season, we one block away. You know what I'm saying? Jalen saying, it's on the players. It's like, y'all got to go out here, y'all got to go out here and execute whatever the game plan is. And don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the coaching could be better. But everybody told me for years, any quarterback can play in this system with the talent they got. So what I'm saying is, even if you don't think Jalen Hurts is elite, you know what I'm saying? Like why can't we move the foot? Like, why can't we go a whole half without scoring? We having negative passing for a whole half with this amount of people we have. Listen, nobody want to hear this, but I call everybody out. Baker Mayfield, listen, remember when Baker Mayfield was in Cleveland? He was on all them commercials. He couldn't play. Saquon Barkley, every time I turn my TV on, I see you on a commercial, dog. Like, I get it. You was a great play, great, you know what I'm saying, a great season.
Cashing in. We had to cash in, though, Corey. Cash in.
Baker did throw 28 touchdown passes as a rookie. I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah.
You said what?
I mean, Baker did throw.
Those State Farm commercials were warranted during
that
time.
But he also threw 20 interceptions, too. So, I'm an Ohio guy.
Okay. All right.
So,
threw 10,
like, he had 20 and 20. But what I'm saying is, like, everybody, AJ, I love you, bro. But you out here crying, like, you talk to God if you mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got all this energy that you upset. Jalen, like I get it. Jalen don't really talk a lot, but it's like the same thing with him. Like, I gotta be better. I gotta do this. And be better, man. I'm tired of hearing y'all. One thing like Belichick, like Spike, I just said, let a man a few words. Tom Brady, everybody praise a man a few words. Like y'all just doing too much talking. When you look at the defensive side of the ball, you know what I'm saying? Like those guys, I would honestly say if Jalen Carter played, Q played, I think the defense would have looked better. The offense, y'all ain't got no reinforcement coming. It's y'all. You know what I'm saying? You might get Landon Dickerson back, you know what I'm saying? But that's who's going to be out there. Those guys. Yeah. So y'all need to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm tired of this. Like we still number one in the NFC East, 4-2. The division handed us 2 gifts this weekend. The Cowboys and the Commanders. Y'all better show up on Sunday. I'm telling you right now, if y'all come Sunday and y'all look lackadaisical, I'm calling everybody out. You know what I'm saying? I might get blocked on Instagram because I'm going in people's DMs. You know
you don't want to do
that. That's what I'm talking about.
You
know what I'm saying?
You're going in people's DMs.
Corey, you want to give us one of your go-to bald
angry,
people?
Man. I'm sick and tired of all these MF snakes on this MF plane, man. And Jackson.
Samuel.
Oh, all right, yeah. I never saw snakes on a plane. Samuel was always wearing a hat.
I never even saw it. But it had to be the worst thing ever. I never even saw it.
See, Samuel was always wearing a hat Which is why I guess I don't even know. He is bald. Yeah.
Well, not in Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars.
Star Wars and
The Matrix?
No, not The Matrix.
Whoops, sorry, wrong guy.
That's wrong, brother.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne.
Ooh, interesting.
Right?
Wow.
Wow. Give me a break.
No, the funny thing is, there's actually a clip. There's actually a clip of Samuel L. Jackson being interviewed by someone.
And they asked him about The Matrix?
Yes, and they confused him with Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne.
And he was like, no, it's not me.
Whoops.
I think you can pull it up on YouTube. No, what the hell? The movies, the big movies, with the Black Panther and Iron Man and all that. What is that? That's not X-Men. What is that?
The Marvel Universe?
Just the Marvel movies? Well,
that's not some type of Legion or something.
No, I don't think
he's
so.
in that too, and he's bald.
Okay,
Coach Carter, he's bald.
There you go.
Is he bald in Coach Carter?
Yeah.
I never saw Coach Carter yet.
Yeah, I saw it once.
I know. You're not a huge fan, but me,
I love Samuel. But that's when he was just grabbing money. He was grabbing money.
Good flick.
No, he was grabbing money.
Well, it's always been
He was hot at the time, and he's like, you know what? Yeah, this is like a good script. Yeah, let me do this one.
It's always been the guy in the arcade at Juice. This has always been my go-to Samuel L. role. Yeah, Flip. You know what the hard thing is?
No, Flip is from Above the Rim. That was Bernie Mac.
Right.
Now I'm getting them mixed up.
Because Tupac beat up Flip in the homeless guy. Yeah, he was the homeless guy.
Yeah, Birdie.
Yeah, because he wanted to play. He wanted to play him. Didn't he want to play him in basketball?
Bernie Mac told Dwayne Martin that Birdie was.
He used to beat him up when he was a kid or something.
Leon's character in Above the Rim, but that was his brother. They were brothers.
Right.
He was the janitor at the school or security guard at the school.
Yes. Sorry.
You're making me dig because the delegation is listening.
Sorry.
I'm a Tupac fan.
Above the Rim, also a great movie.
Great movie.
You know the problem with it being the players.
Do you realize that he only did half of that movie?
Oh, really?
There's a lookalike that they because he got arrested during that time.
I didn't know that.
They had to finish the movie. So there's a lookalike in certain scenes in that movie.
Well, he had a run there, right? So he had Juice,
Tupac,
he had Poetic Justice, he had Above the Rim, he had a little run there.
Yeah, he did.
What was the one where he was a junkie with the other guy?
That was Gridlock.
With
Tim Roth.
Yes, with Tim Roth.
That was awesome. Great movie. With Thandie Newton, too.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I barely remember that.
That's a great movie. Gridlock. Then I got
Look at Jack. This is crushing Jack.
Yeah, you don't know none of the Pac movies. Pac got some good ones out there.
Yeah,
man.
He does. Poetic Justice was a big one with Janet.
Belushi?
I don't remember.
When they were crooked cops.
I don't remember that.
That was his last movie.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I remember it. I just can't
Here's your moment in Tupac history.
Yeah.
So
you guys are welcome.
Coming up next.
More Tupac.
Coming up next, more Tupac, of course. And the return
name pops in my head at the inopportune time.
Yes. You just put your finger up. Well, I got it. The movie was actually wasn't James Belushi in that movie. All right. Coming up next, a Philly sports legend is returning this year. A Philly sports legend is returning this year. That is coming up next. 215.
Gang related.
That was it. Yes. Gang related.
Didn't know there was a James Belushi, by the way. I thought it was just Jim Belushi.
Well,
the same person.
There's John and Jim Belushi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's James Belushi?
That's James.
Goodness gracious. You know Jim is short for James, right?
But he went by Jim when it's according to Jim. So why did he flip from James Belushi to Jim Belushi?
I called him James Belushi just because I know
that's the same guy.
It's the same guy.
I had a whole point about the Eagles thing. It's gone now.
No one cares.
I'll remember about it. No one cares about this. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike Spike and Fritz.
But everyone cares about this. That's right. The Scott Auto Group. Fall into Savings event is officially underway at Scott Honda of Vineland. Right now, you can lease the all-new 2025 Honda Accord SE for just $269 a month, and the 2026 Honda HR-V Sport all-wheel drive for $275 a month, or the 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for $329 a month. Catch these savings before they blow away. Head over to Scott Honda of Vineland today, and make sure to tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl
Bowl 7, presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7, presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
Injured on the job? Insurance companies will turn their backs on you.
I deserve better.
Some employers just won't care.
I deserve better.
Call Martin Law. We wrote the book on workers' comp in Pennsylvania. Our team will help you get the benefits you deserve. Call 215-587-8400 to arrange a free consultation.
You deserve better.
215-587-8400. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for nearly 40 years.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right, pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your new happy place is coming to Cherry Hill October 25th. The PGA Tour Superstore is opening at 2232 Route 70 West, Suite C. Lessons, club fitting, gear, apparel. Get fit for your entire game with guaranteed low prices. Plus, we're giving away over $30,000 in prizes from top manufacturers in golf. October 25th, find your new happy place at the PGA Tour Superstore in Cherry Hill. Learn more at PGATourSuperstore.com/Cherry Hill.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashaw, the Car Czar. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downingtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
Win your share of $500,000 in prizes at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Strike It Rich drawing. Earn entries now through October 25th for your chance to win weekly prizes. On October 25th, 5 grand prize winners will win $25,000 worth of gold bullion. The $500,000 Strike It Rich drawing. Win your share of $500,000 in prizes only at Borgata.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I can't believe I made that noise.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. 2:30 Tupac, 5:30 Creed.
That boy going in the bag.
Well, you challenged him.
This is courtesy of Aaron in Mount Airy.
Okay.
Yeah. You're asking for help.
Sometimes, yeah.
Tupac with the dog pounds. I actually like that. Take some suggestions from people.
Yes, of course.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just make sure they're the edited ones.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, he did lead me on the wrong path with this one because he was like, he doesn't curse in it. And then I listened to the first verse, and I was like, well, there's a ton of cursing in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a Pac song
without any cursing.
Some in there somewhere, yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience a difference online at marks-jewelers.com. What's the biggest problem with the Eagles, the players or the coaches? Now, we both said the players. What do you think the poll is at?
I think the majority of the poll, although you still got some people out there that want Kevin Patullo.
There's a lot out there.
Yeah.
And I would like to hear from those folks, by the way, because I know. Look, I know I gave an impassioned speech right there, but so what do you
scare everybody away?
I don't know. Plenty of callers, just a lot of players on the board here. What do you think the poll is at?
I would say 85% players.
See, this is what I'm seeing. 57% players, 43% coaches.
Okay, so
yeah,
they're a lot of people.
There.
Okay,
They're there.
yeah.
People, and I always said this when we do the podcast about the Sixers. Is everyone wanted to say, and I didn't like Doc Rivers. I love Brett Brown, but realized not the greatest coach in history. I thought he was a good coach. Even Nick Nurse. It always comes down to, but the rotations or design the offense. And I was just like, come on. Do you really think it's that? There's 8 playable players. He's playing the 8 playable players. There's no rotation that's going to make them a championship team. And this too, it's easier to blame the coach. It's easier to say it's the new guy. It's easier to point to Kevin Patullo, talk about Brian Johnson, and say, oh, same thing. Same problem.
Well, people will see him and say, well, he's the one that's the new one in the new
different
position. Yes.
He's different.
Yeah, but I also think we misremember the Kellen Moore experience last year. People were annoyed with Kellen Moore.
I agree.
For the entire season.
Yes.
It felt like. And then there's better spurts last year. They ran the ball way better, but we were having largely the same conversation until the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl.
Certainly about passing.
Yeah, that's primarily.
And the big difference was the offensive line performed at an elite level, and Saquon performed at an elite level. Yep. And neither one of them, when you see DeAndre Swift running for 100 yards yesterday, and Saquon still has not in one game as high as 60-something, I think, or 70 yards.
His longest run is 17 yards?
17 yards. Yeah. 215-592-9494. There is a Philly sports legend returning. We'll get to that right after we talk to Aaron in Mount Airy. Aaron, you're on WIP.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Aaron?
What up, A?
Yo, yeah. I dropped the ball on that one because I forgot Tupac. He used the word that we use in our community. So I ain't think nothing of it. That's my bad. Listen.
Yeah.
So right quick.
That is on All Eyes on Me, in case you guys didn't know.
There you go.
Yeah. We're just going to say that.
Eric, I just got I don't like because I'm older, so I'm matured. So I don't believe in putting my hands on people, but irritants need to be dealt with a certain way. So shout out to Brian Branch because I don't like Juju. Everyone needs to put hands with. I don't like that guy. He's an irritant, and you too old to be an irritant. In real life, like stop it. Stop it. But listen,
did he have something going on? Who did he have something going on? Was it Slay or Bradbury?
Bradbury kept trolling.
Was it Bradbury?
Yeah, Bradbury's classy after the game. Like, I was on
and
me.
Juju was still talking trash, right? Yeah, I knew it was something.
TikTok
Is
guy.
that what we're starting with, Aaron? Brian Branch and Juju Smith-Schuster? Truly? You want to be a 2 o'clock hour caller?
Oh, well, because I'm about to.
Okay.
Okay. So, my son asked me yesterday. He said, "Do I think there's an issue between Hurts and Brown?" I said, "I don't know, but there's enough noise going around that not AJ that Hurts needs to quiet this." I'm gonna tell you why. Remember against the Steelers, he hopped on this podium and said, "That's what y'all want to see." Mm-hmm. So clearly, he hears what's being said. He acts like I'm cool. I don't know what y'all saying. I'm too cool for this, but he knows what's being said. So you can hop on. You can go round on the stage, round the podium, and say, "You know what? What's going on personally ain't nobody business. Ain't nobody business on the field. We're working to fix whatever's going on. We are working on it." It's like this is on because I don't listen to press conference, but I have not heard anyone say he said something like that. We are working on it. Like
I thought that's what he said last week, didn't he?
What did he say?
Didn't Jalen say that?
That they're working on it?
Well, when he was asked about the whole meeting, he said something to the effect of, "We just got to get back to the work." And,
something
to that effect.
Yeah, because he was asked. I want him to go up there on his own accord and say, "I know what we need to do. We're going to fix it because us as Eagles fans deserve it." Because one of y'all said this: the Lions got a lot of mouths to feed, and you never hear none of them complaining.
Yep.
And they have bad losses. 2 years ago, they had a bad loss, and last year they had a bad loss. Mm-hmm. We won the Super Bowl last year. We had turmoil throughout at the beginning, ending 2023 into the bye week of 2024, and this year we look like straight trash. That is unacceptable. So it is on. Forget the players. It's on Jalen Hurts. I keep hearing he's a leader. So show your leadership skills and fix what's going on. Don't worry about the defense side of the ball. I believe it's going to get better because we're young. But on the offense, everyone's back except for the right. And he hates talking about guards. All we're missing is the right guard.
Well, and the left guard. I mean, both. I mean, we don't have Becton and Dickerson. I mean, both guards are different from last year. I agree with you.
Because he's hurt.
Yeah. Look, I would love to put it all on Jalen. Nothing would make me happier. But if we're not able to run the ball.
Did you just say that?
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeding into I'm just joking.
Okay.
He needs to play better. Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
But when the offensive line has been pretty decent pass blocking the last couple of games. Has not been as bad as it was earlier in the year. But the offensive line offensive line and Saquon, this is I don't care how well we pass the ball. We could never pass the ball at a level that is going to make up for the way the run game is right now. At least not at any that we've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, how much is he making? How much is Hurts making?
He's $50 million, but that's what quarterbacks make.
Yeah, and the receivers, that's $110 million between the two top receivers and Hurts.
I hear you, but you could pay him $100 million.
Yeah.
He's still the same quarterback.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know that. But I'm just saying, he needs to do more. Because, like, we didn't throw the ball across the middle of the field all last year, but now all of a sudden he would have thrown between the numbers to Hurts. To Goddard?
Yeah.
Hey, come on now. So you choosing what you want to do. You're picking and choosing what you want to do. Last year we why are you throwing between the numbers? Now this year you're throwing between the numbers. Mm-hmm. So you can do some things that you refuse to do. And I know I saying this, the pass offenses look better, but
it does look better.
It looks better, but AJ put out that tweet, so it's in reaction to what AJ put out. Can we just play balanced and more efficient? Because we're not putting up points. It's not like the pass offense is better, but we're not putting up points.
Well,
and we got blown out by the Giants. Luckily, I don't know any more Giants fans like that because they disappeared. But it's like, come on now, to the Giants.
Yeah, it's unacceptable loss. Yeah,
that was embarrassing.
Yeah, we agree with that. Yeah. And hopefully that's maybe that's the game you forced to look in the mirror at yourself.
Yeah, the Denver one, you could talk yourself into.
Right.
Oh, that's a good team. We were close. The Giants game, there was a laugher. I mean, that was... And we asked Jordan last night about the energy on the field between the two teams, and he didn't seem to think that was a thing. That team was motivated in a different team than our team was, and hopefully... Aaron, do you have a bald person to give us today for Be Bald and Be Free Day?
Yeah, the 90s was the decade of the baldies.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with one of the faces of the 90s, even though Jack would disagree. Stone Cold Steve Austin. How many other guys? I mean, the other guys on the board.
All right, now that's a good one. Stone Cold.
Stone Cold.
Yeah. Big bald guy.
Yeah, huge bald guy.
Mm-hmm.
Austin 316 means I just kicked your ass. You know that, Jack?
Well, he's the only wrestler. He's one as a kid. I was a Stone Cold guy.
Oh, yeah?
When you're forced to pick sides, and then I turned 12 and moved on.
Here's one thing I would sort of disagree with Aaron about when it comes to Jalen and going up the league, guys. We've had this discussion about being a more vocal leader. We did that 2-3 years ago. Ultimately, that's not what he is. That's not what he is. He tries to lead in his own way and be purposeful when doing it. That being said, you have to want to be led. So what I mean by that is he can have teammates there that are willing to listen to him and follow his lead, and also have teammates there who don't want to be led by him.
Who don't want to hear him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so he can't make them do anything. They're grown men, $1 million athletes. So the great thing about a quarterback and how he sort of, I don't want to say manipulates a locker room, but maneuver around the locker room and navigates teammates and being that guy. It is being a little bit of a politician. You got to sort of open yourself to a little bit of everyone so that everyone feels like they are a part of this thing. But they have to be willing to accept your leadership. They got to be willing to accept your leadership. So if somebody is like, man, I ain't listening to that dude. I don't care what he's talking about. Jalen can't force his leadership on somebody that doesn't want his leadership.
It really sounds like, I was listening to Players Lounge last night. The first guy that Cam Jurgens brought up was Saquon.
Yeah.
Saquon seems like the locker room politician, not in a bad way, in a good way, in that he knows he's the guy that will relate to everyone. It seems like even though he's only been here 2 years, it seems like his voice on offense, at least, as far as skill position guys, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Right? The way he carries himself, the way he plays, those sorts of things. It seems like he's the guy.
Yeah.
I agree with you on Jalen.
Well, here's the thing that I'll say. You got such strong personalities over there. Jalen shouldn't have to be the de facto leader of everybody. You know, that's easier for Josh Allen to do because Josh Allen doesn't have a number one wide receiver to worry about. You know, the running back barely got paid by the team. He's not the star of the team. So everybody knows that Josh Allen is the guy. And the other guys aren't that way. But I guarantee you when Stephon Diggs was there, Stephon Diggs could get Gabe Davis to be like, oh, man, this dude ain't throwing us the ball.
Yeah,
the same way Alshon used to do with Nelson.
Yep.
Oh, this dude ain't throwing us the ball.
And that's why ultimately they got rid of Stephon Diggs in Buffalo.
Yes. So I only say that to say Jalen can only do so much.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He can only do so much. But what he first has to do is take care of his side of things, meaning he's not taking any shortcuts. He's putting in the work, the time, and the effort, and he's accountable to the things that he's not doing well when they look at that film. When they look at that film and you missed AJ on that hot read over the middle, that's my fault, bro. I got to see that. I know I went here. This is what I was thinking, the quick out. I got to see you there. That's on me. That's where you take accountability for what happens on the plate. You got to do that as a quarterback.
Also, those sorts of things are what ultimately leads to the holding the ball too long.
Yes.
It's not nobody's open. It's that the things are early, and then by the time he's ready to throw the ball,
That's the process
it's too late.
of information.
Yeah,
now,
it's too
that's
late.
him on individual play. That ain't got nothing to do with leadership.
No, that's just play.
Yeah, that's his play.
215-59.
Take care of that, too. Take care of your business.
215-592-9494. I will tell you what Philadelphia sports legend is returning right after I tell you about Guida, who are legends in their own right, been in the Delaware Valley decades. taking care of the thousands of people with their new doors, their new windows. Happened for me as well. We're heading into the winter. You know what happens in the winter. You have those old drafty windows. It gets cold outside. You're laying in the bedroom. You're under 6 covers, got 2 hoodies on. Maybe that's just me, but it's cold in your bedroom. It's because of the old drafty windows. Right now, Guida has their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying doors and windows. Buy one, get one half off. Mix and match based on your needs. So it doesn't have to be window to window and door to door. No. You get a couple of windows, get a couple of doors half off, vice versa. Also, start your project with no money down, not 1 cent, and up to 18 months to pay it off interest free. Think of all the windows and doors you could buy, and half of them are going to be 50% off. Limited time offer. There are restrictions. To get all the details, call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get your free no obligation in-home estimate, or go to GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. So we know, I said a Philadelphia legend coming back. We know the Sixers are wearing the black and gold jerseys a bunch of times this year.
25th anniversary of the 2001 team.
Yes. You know who else is? You know who else is coming back?
AI?
Hip hop.
Oh.
Hip hop.
Hip hop. Hip hop. The team announced his first appearance will be Saturday, November 8th. And for a few select nights this year, not only will there be Franklin the dog, but hip hop will return. Hip hop was hip hop would be out there with the dunk team.
Oh, yeah.
Hip hop was he was of the time, hip hop.
Just listen to his name.
Yes.
And actually a perfect name, too.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, they leaned into the AI.
The AI era, yeah.
They leaned into AI with the hip hop thing and went and got a rabbit to be our mascot.
Yep.
And named him Hip Hop.
Now, why do we have a dog as our mascot?
Well, that was
Adam Aaron, right?
Well, remember, they went through the whole thing where you could vote for who you wanted to be the mascot.
The worst. Remember that?
And we all banded together and voted for Phil E. Moose.
Phil E. Moose, remember that?
And they never released the results because the Moose won. And they never went with any of the suggestions, and we just got Franklin.
It was a rigged election?
I remember that.
It was. They should have counted all the legal votes.
The Philly Moose.
It was rigged. It was rigged. I want to see the votes. We should have the Moose as the mascot. We never heard about the poll ever again.
Nope.
They put it out there. We never heard ever. Poor Philly Moose is buried in a closet somewhere. They made the costume. Poor Philly Moose got screwed out of the opportunity of a lifetime.
I remember it.
Franklin the dog.
Franklin the dog.
Yeah. Who's a Knicks fan, by the way?
I know. His Twitter account got leaked.
Yeah.
Oh,
he was. Not now, I guess.
All right, man.
We all have
Can
histories.
We do anything right?
Yeah. We all have histories.
Yeah. We're all Knicks fans at one point.
Hey, come on, everybody. John Starks is awesome.
Yeah. Well, and Alex Coffey, I think, broke the story that he's coming back. The original hip hop is coming back too, and he's 55.
Oh God.
Oh boy. Did he tear his ACL at one point or something? I think he did.
I need him doing backflips.
Oh, did Coffey break that? I didn't know Coffey broke
I believe she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's props to Alex Coffey there. And another Philadelphia legend that might be coming back this week. The Sixers do play their final preseason game on Friday. This is from Nick Nurse. He says there is, quote, some chance Joel Embiid plays in the Sixers preseason finale. Says there are a couple of thresholds he has to get through before passing that, but it is in play.
Hardest wood I had ever touched.
He's definitely playing.
I cannot remember the last time Joel played in a preseason game. I honestly
remember
can't.
ever.
Yeah.
I don't remember him ever playing in a preseason game.
Let me see it. I want to see it. I've seen enough of the quick videos. Let me see it.
Playing
the preseason game. Yeah.
He's playing because why even say anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, why even say anything?
Well, he's been playing 5-on-5. Nick Nurse said that. He did play in the blue and white scrimmage a little bit. We've seen him dunk in. We've seen him playing.
Well, it's always better to slow roll this thing. They seemingly have put it out here like they want people to get See, the thing is that when you create the expectations, now people expect to see certain things. I thought they may slow roll themselves into this thing. It doesn't seem like it.
Dude, here's what I want. All I want is 6 to 8 minutes of the first quarter. That's it. That's all I need.
Oh, yeah.
Just let me see him running a little bit. Let me see how it looks. Everything looked so bad last year. I think I could tell just by watching him for 5 minutes.
After 5 minutes, we're going to want him out of there so fast.
Yes.
Can you imagine if something happens in one of these damn preseason games?
Well, how many times do you think he's going to fall in those
That's
6
what I'm
minutes?
saying.
3? 3 times?
That's what I'm saying. I don't need to see any of that.
Make sure Jonathan Kuminga's not in the building anywhere. Make sure who broke his name. Make sure Markelle Fultz is not anywhere who broke his face.
Seriously.
Who else? Did Ben? No, Ben never did it. Ben never hurt him.
And hopefully they got him out there against, I don't even know who they're playing Saturday, but it's their starters.
Yeah,
Like,
I would
don't
hope
want
so.
him out there against backup players trying to make the team and.
I think, who are trying to make a point, trying to put him on a poster.
Yeah, I don't need that.
I would think he would start. Wow.
Yeah.
Joel might play on Friday.
Man, this is now. See, I created a low bar.
No, he plays in the preseason game.
See, this is what I mean. See, everything they do now, it exceeds my expectations.
Because you have
so
a low
that's
bar.
A good thing.
I think all of Philadelphia has low
I can
expectations.
enjoy it much better. Like when you say he may play in the preseason, I'm like, seriously? Yeah. All right, like because I'm not. I wasn't doing it. I was for sure he was missing the first week or two of the season.
Just when you think you're out, they pull me back in. We have the.
Something tells me we may need the Sixers this year.
Oh yeah, look. There's only so many times we can talk about whether they're going to re-sign Kyle Schwarber in this friggin' passing game. This Eagles thing. I got news for you. It's going to be like this all year. It's never going to change. I've seen this story before. Ooh, a little. And opening night for the Sixers is 8 days away. They open against the Celtics on Wednesday of next week.
Here or there?
I think it's in Boston.
I think it's in Boston.
Yeah, I don't. I think the first home game is their second game of the year.
And Flyers got a big win last night. Might need the Flyers too.
Yes, first win of the year. Apparently, Michkov is what? Michkov is fat.
Yeah, he's out of shape.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Tockett's talking about Michkov in the wrong way. It should be a good Flyers in 50 tomorrow with Bros.
Yeah, well, he was all fired up about Zegras last night.
Oh, is that what it was?
There's a little sauce, I guess, with the Haynes. I don't know. We'll let him do his little Broads thing.
I'm sure he'll be.
Little Broads thing.
Yeah. We'll give him 51 seconds tomorrow. 215.
I always rub my stick.
Yep.
215-592-9494. Is it the coaches or is it the players? We have Eliot Shorr-Parks in here with us next. Talk about maybe what they do at Edge now that Zadarius Smith has retired. People have floated the Brandon Graham thing out there. Maybe Trey Hendrickson. We will talk. And I told you so moment and a big announcement with Eliot at 3:30. So that is coming up at 3:30, a big Eliot Shorr-Parks related announcement. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Now, you know you're listening to a pro. You're listening to a show full of pros. 3 pros here. You want professional grade all over. You want to listen to professional grade in your house. Of course you want professional grade. That's why you want Bradford White. Bradford White, superior performance. That's what being a pro is all about. Bradford White water heaters are professional grade, whether it's at your home or your business. What does that mean, professional grade? It means reliability. When you go to want hot water, you just want it to come out of the faucet, come out of the shower, whatever it is, immediately. That's what Bradford White gives you. Bradford White also gives you endurance. It's going to last a long time. Decade. It's going to last longer than any other water heater on the market, whether you get the tankless one, regular tank water heater. It gives you the performance you expect, the performance you deserve. It is built to be the best. When it's time for you to get a new water heater, I want you to ask your plumbing pro about Bradford White, or go to bradfordwhite.com to learn more and find a pro near you.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade at TurnersvilleJeep.com. We're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. That's right, up to $3,000 over KBB for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Jeeps and Ram trucks. Upgrade your ride today at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey,
Jetta Camry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, she partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. The Chicago Bears' victory over the Washington Commanders puts them at 3-2 and gives them 3 wins in a row. But the real takeaway is the fact that Ben Johnson is the right guy. In a culture of losing, in an organization that has been weighed down by its own incompetence, they finally have someone, however long it takes, who's going to teach them how to win. And that, in and of itself, is what matters most.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It's Tuesday at 3 o'clock, which means Eliot Shorr-Parks is here. This segment's sponsored by NJM Insurance. Eliot, how are you, sir? Oh, there you go.
What up? How you guys doing?
Oh, we're great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
Excited. We got an Eagles game again this weekend. It's nice to have the weekend off, but I always miss when they play.
Yeah, I don't like the rhythm of the week being thrown off.
100%.
From a WIP standpoint, I kind of like having the game, but having the weekend to just sort of go stress-free.
Yeah, I guess with the way they're playing, it's not not a joyous product to enjoy right now. But going to Minnesota, only the second time since the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. 2019.
A nice dome stadium. They do fake snow before. It's very
do they?
cool. Yeah. You can do a lot when you have a roof.
How'd you do fake snow in October?
Because they're the Vikings.
It's the Avengers.
There it is. There it is. An hour later.
There it is. Right on time.
That's a reference to something that happened at 2:18.
45 minutes ago.
Yeah. That's so good. So, Eliot, we started the show just sort of, I was recounting something that Jordan said to us yesterday when we were asking him about 25 versus 23.
Yes.
And he said that he doesn't see it as the same because there were, he didn't say it in this way, but he essentially said there were issues with the coaching in 2023 in terms of being detail-oriented. It isn't this year, and it's on the players. Do you feel the same way, that this is on player execution versus coaching?
Yeah, so I definitely think it's on the players. Like I will say, I rewatched the Giants game twice this past weekend.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was, not the best use of my time. But it just stands out every time you watch it, more and more plays where, Jordan talked about it last night. Like, I don't think he had a great game. There were some plays where AJ and his blocking was not great. Brett Toth really struggled. I think Tyler Steen's getting let off a little bit easy in the big picture because so many other key players are struggling, but I don't think he's had a great year. So when you watch the game, the players, I think, are messing these plays up, and as a result, they're getting put in very tough situations. All that being said, I think I've been banging the don't blame Kevin Patullo drum for like 3 weeks now, right? Like ultimately, they have been handed a roster. Maybe he's not playing well, and it is the players. It should never look this bad. So while I definitely think it's the players, I do not want to get into the Kevin Patullo's actually doing a great job, but it's not good enough. It is on Nick. And as someone that didn't like the Kevin Patullo hire, if you would have told me 6 weeks into the season these were the results, I probably would have gone, well, yeah, duh. I don't like the Kevin Patullo hire. So having lived through it, it is the players. They're not executing well enough. Jalen's not executing well enough. The offensive line is not, which is not something we're used to around here. But Patullo is the offensive coordinator. Nick Sirianni is the head coach. They got to figure out a way to make it happen because the players, while they're not playing well enough, they're not devoid of talent on that side of the ball. So I think I am team it is the players, but I'm also honestly getting a little tired of defending the coaching.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, and here's where I would lay blame at the coach's feet. Nick Sirianni is responsible for all the team.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
The culture and everything else. So when a team plays undisciplined, when a team plays sloppy football, that's on him. That's on him. So we look at the coaches and we focus more on schemes and we should be getting players open and get them the ball and things of that nature. Well, if we keep talking about they're one block away and this and that and the other, well, maybe that's practice. Maybe that's practice. Maybe that's paying attention to the details. So I'm going next question. Are we back in pads this week?
It's a great question.
Put the pads back on. First of all, there's no way you can be a great blocking and tackling team without practicing that way.
Mm-hmm.
They learned that last year. They got better as a tackling team. They became the best running team in football when they changed their practice habits. They started practicing a little longer. They put the pads on a little more. They got after it a little bit. You put your head down and you keep chopping wood. That's Nick Sirianni. That's the head coach's job.
Mm-hmm.
That's the head coach's job is when things aren't going well, then you got to start tightening the screws around there. And when I hear they don't want victory Mondays and things of that nature, that's part of it. Like that's part of it, meaning that we got to get back to the grind. And that's what I think is missing. They're not hungry and focused like they were last year. They were 2-2 and embarrassed to be 2-2, and we were grinding them up at that point, right? Nick's yelling back at fans and this and that and the other. But they didn't start playing better until he stopped doing stuff like that, which is paying attention to outside noise, yelling back and forth with fans. And when he started saying, we're just a boring team, we just go out here, we're going to work, put our head down, and the results are the results. They need to get back to doing that.
I also think what stood out in that Giants game is the Giants just looked faster. They looked more motivated. They looked like the more physical team. I asked Nick at the presser yesterday if the toughness was up to his standard. I'm not surprised he didn't answer it honestly, but in my opinion, his answer was essentially, it was not up to the standard. He talked about needing to get back to dominating on the lines. Mm-hmm. And it's ironic for me to have this take because we've argued so much in training camp where I'm like, come on. But I do think they could go, I think this team could benefit from a tough practice tomorrow. And just a reminder of who they need to be.
How about until the bye week?
Just straight through?
Man, listen, they only get so many of these practices, so I know there's a limit to them.
And you don't really use them late in the season, to be honest.
You're right. And my point really is they need to put a string of good games together. Like, they need to lock in and have it be this way to where you're just back working, man. You're back, and it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. The problem is everybody has had a taste of success. And see, even though I've never been a champion.
Champion to us.
I would imagine the things that separate those guys that do it once and the great ones that do it repeatedly, they aren't satisfied by the one time they did it. And see, it's easy to say that stuff in February and March that you ain't satisfied. Well, what will satisfy you? You know what I didn't hear? Winning another championship would satisfy me. That's not what I heard.
Yeah, they were avoiding the championship.
Yeah. So get back to we want to win another championship, not just get through the season. Don't get criticized by the media. Like, do you want to go out there and win another championship? That's what Kansas City did. Kansas City went to 3 straight Super Bowls.
Well, maybe they've talked so much about avoiding thinking about last year. Maybe it's worth thinking about last year.
Agreed. But I would also say, we've seen this exact roster go through something in 2022 to 2023. And again, they didn't win it, but it's the closest you'll ever get to winning it not. Mm-hmm. And they did not handle it well in 23. 17 to 18, very different players, but Howie's here, Lurie's here, the organizational structure.
Didn't handle it well.
So I've been thinking over the past few days, do they look like a team that learned anything from those experiences? They look exactly like it did in 18 and 23. And maybe it's just this is what it is. Maybe we were naive during the offseason to, I think there was a little bit, and I understand it, of the Eagles just dominated in the Super Bowl. They won 16 straight games. They won 80% of their, maybe they're above the NFL. Maybe the way that they are operating right now, the idea that there'll be a Super Bowl hangover is crazy. But I feel like the last 2 games for me, personally at least, has been like a smack in the face of reality. Well, like a reminder that, you know what, they were great last year, and Jalen, nobody's operating at a level at to the degree which we defended them this offseason. Right. They have not shown up and backed up all of that defending they got.
Well, I would, you might poo-poo this, I would argue the front office acted in the offseason like there was not a sense of urgency.
I agree with that.
They let a lot of good players walk out the door, and I understood the reason, the money reason that they did, but they didn't replace them with other good players. They just didn't. There was a part of it that seemed to me, and no one, I can understand not agreeing with it, but they almost acted as if there was one of two options. One, we're smarter than you, and we're going to be able to find bargain bin guys, and our draft picks are going to step up, and everybody's going to be good. That's one way to look at it. And the other way to look at it is we don't need to win another championship, or we can take a step back this year. We just won one, And I think it's not everything. Just like the issues with the team right now are not one thing, but I think it sort of sends the message that there is a lack of urgency there.
So I do think that they attacked this offseason with the idea of the big picture and not like a desperation to get right back. Like in 17-18, I think they would tell you they probably were desperate to repeat and made poor decisions, and it hurt them for a few years. I think this offseason, what's hurting them is they are very well set up for the future. Like, as much as they look old and slow right now playing, they're actually still very young and, in theory, like talented, right? But they also have a ton of draft picks. They are very well set up for the cap space for the future. They have a lot of, they don't really have any bad contracts on their books that I can think of right now. So in 17-18, they got old.
I can think of one.
Okay. Well, we'll get to him in a second. Yeah. Saquon, no. But so I think they are set up, they're much better set up for the future, but you're seeing the risk of gambling on young players. Like Makuba is not playing well. Keely Ringo obviously isn't playing well. Tyler Steen is not playing well. So Jalix Hunt has been okay, but he has not been what they need him to be. So their decision to say, you know what, this year we're going to go with young players, I get the logic of it. It just has not really worked out so far.
Well, this is where the offense
is
supposed to pick up the slack.
That was my next point.
And this is where they're supposed to pick up the slack. The one year that we lost to Kansas City, I believe, in 22 in the Super Bowl, that was a relatively young defense. It wasn't great. They had to be led by the offense. Now, they were much better the following year as a defense, but they had to go through their growing pains as a young defense, and that's sort of what we're going through right now. I think we all would agree we like the young talent that's on that side. They just aren't a quote-unquote championship caliber defense just yet. But the offense that pretty much returned everyone, and even Tyler Steen was here last year, so in my opinion, they returned everyone on the offensive side of the ball, should be playing better and shouldering a lot more of this than they have through the first 6 games. If it wasn't for the defense and the special teams, maybe we may be sitting at 3-3 or 2-4 right now instead of 4-2. I need this offense to get going. I need a quarterback start playing better, and more importantly, I need the offensive line to start run blocking a lot better so that we're not relying so much on the passing game. And we all can agree that Jalen isn't a flawless quarterback, and if you ask him to throw the ball 35 to 40 times, it ain't going to look very pretty most of the time. But if you ask him to throw the ball 25 times, right? Mm-hmm. He should be able to be effective enough with 25 to 30 throws and 30 rushing attempts.
And let him throw the ball on a down that isn't a for sure passing down.
Obvious passing situation.
Third and sevens, third and eights, that sort of stuff.
All that is true, and I agree it's on everyone, and the offensive line has to be better.
Yeah.
But when you're the franchise quarterback, the expectations can just be unfair. And right now, Jalen should be expected to put the cape on and save this team. Like, all offseason, I called this guy a top 5 quarterback, a top 2 quarterback, number 1 athlete in the city. Like, he was great last year, right? Like, go prove it. Like, it's just silly for me to sit here and be like, well, actually, Tyler Steen's not been great. Like, Jalen's supposed to be one of the best players in the NFL. He was ranked the night. So, to me, there's a there can be different ways they lose.
The 19th ranking was forced.
Yeah, I mean,
all right. Well, regardless, like he was viewed as one of the better players in the league. Like there could be worlds where they're losing and Jalen's still good. That's not this world. Like, they probably win the Giants game on Thursday night if Jalen doesn't make 2 completely unforced errors: the missed pass to Devontae and the interception. Now, the good news is,
how do you stop 34 points you give up?
Well, because if you hit the Devontae thing, like, I just think they changed the flow of the game.
It had been down by 3.
But it changes the flow of the game. The pressure goes on the Giants. You have a big play. The momentum picks up. Like, look, maybe they still lose. The defense was bad. You're right. But at least if they would have lost 34-31 or whatever, it wouldn't be viewed as the disaster class it is now. You would go, the defense was not good, but you know what? The passing game turned it around. Jalen was better. And so Is it unfair to expect Jalen to carry this team up and down the field? It is. I agree. But you know what? Like that just is the reality. Fair or not, when you were the quarterback.
This is the reality. That's the fantasy world. No, the fantasy world is Jalen puts a cape on and carries the team to victory.
But that can't be a fantasy world, is my point.
But it is a fantasy world because it's not reality. Jalen has never been that player. He's never been that player. The one thing I always say, he's an elite winner. That's a difference. Then you can put anything around him and he'll go and win with it. That's never been him as a player. Wasn't him at Alabama, wasn't him at Oklahoma. He was 9-8 by running the football. In the first year, he was a full starter, and then he had to go out and add talent, and we saw what he looked like in 2022. But he still needed the other talent around him. And by the way, in 2022, they had arguably the best defense in football. They took the ball away from everybody. So he needs complementary football. He needs complementary football. I've always said Jalen's strength, to me, is that he doesn't cost you games from mistakes. Now, I'm saying I should say he rarely costs you games from mistakes.
Almost never.
Yeah. That's what I think he does best. And he plays complementary football. He's never been a guy that puts the team on his back and carries them. And anybody that expects that is living in a fantasy world. That's why he says he doesn't care what it looks like. He doesn't care what the stats look like. He just wants to get the W. That's not spoken from a guy who feels like I can conquer the world. Anything I do is going to work. That's not an Aaron Rodgers personality. That's not a Patrick Mahomes personality. That's a guy who knows his limitations, knows he needs those other guys around him, and his job in his mind is to not cost the team a game.
So I agree with almost everything you just said, but I know for me, and I'll just speak for me.
Yeah.
I was starting to view him as the guy that you're like to put the cape on.
That's a flaw.
I'm just letting you know how I felt. From watching
him, better eyes.
We can't erase your sins. You've been wrong about a lot of things. You've been wrong about a lot.
Hold on. No, I'm almost never wrong, except a few times.
But how many? Hold on.
Yeah.
Noah Von Lay, that's it. All right.
Wow.
But the point I'm making is he was a put the cape guy on at times last year, and he's done that in his career before. He has. You can say
When
he's
did
not.
he put the cape on last year?
The Super Bowl, he was amazing. The championship game, he was.
Defense was unbelievable in the Super Bowl.
He didn't put the cape on.
He did put the cape on. Yes, he
well.
did. The Super Bowl was exactly what's happening this year. They couldn't run the ball, but the passing offense was great in that game.
Their defense was amazing.
Yes, the defense was better.
And 2 interceptions and huge
I agree.
spots.
I'm not saying the defense wasn't great, but what I'm saying is on offense this year, the running game has not been there, and they need the passing game to pick him up, and Jalen's not doing it. Last year in the Super Bowl,
with that.
yes, exactly. So when I saw him do it on the biggest of stages, and for what it's worth, the numbers with him throwing it a lot of times are actually decent. Like when he throws it 30 plus times, he has a better record than most of these other elite quarterbacks. So I don't think Jalen, honestly, I don't think he's regressed this year. I just don't think he's improved. And I was expecting the momentum of last year to have him improve. And that's what's been disappointing for me.
I'm with you there.
Right.
Listen, I said all season that he needed to be better as a passer. This passing game needed to be better. You don't want to try to tell me to run it back and do the same thing he did last year.
Because I thought he could do it.
No, you said do the same offense you did last year by running the ball.
Running it, yeah. Well, obviously that's not going to work.
Well,
sounds like you were wrong.
No, what I'm saying is that
debatable.
I had the expectation of him playing better this year.
Correct.
I'm not running away from that. I'm disappointed in that as well. But I'm also saying, even with that isn't a put the cape on and carry the team. Like, he's just never been that guy.
So,
and I'm not even being critical of him for it. He's never shown you that. That's like wanting Alec Boehm to hit 25 home runs.
So
it's not what he does.
I know you don't literally
Comparable
mean
players.
The Eagles, Alec Boehm. Yep, that's the way I see it as well.
Thank you, Ike.
Yep,
perfect. Week one against Dallas.
That backfired.
Yeah.
Week one again. That's a soundbite.
Yeah.
So week one against Dallas didn't pass the ball well, but you know what he did do?
No, he passed the ball pretty well.
It was okay to start. Half. I mean, they ran it. He ran the ball a lot versus Dallas. Is my point. Like he made plays in that game that caused them to win the game. In my opinion, they won that game because of Jalen.
But you know what else happened in that game too? They didn't score in the second half again.
Agreed.
And if he's going to run that much, all defenses need to do is know that he's going to run and prevent him from doing it.
I don't think the way he won that game was a sustainable way. Obviously, we've seen that. The point I'm making is that was a game where I just watching it
He
thought.
also hasn't run around like that since.
I'm wondering if he's hurt. Like he's really.
No, defenses aren't playing
No,
man
I'm
defense
just saying,
on him
on
all
the
day.
sideline, he is stretching his calf all the time. He's using a massage gun. But regardless, where I was going with it was week 1, he made special plays to win them the game. We can debate, right?
Sure.
That he's not done that since, in my opinion.
You can rank. Here's the truth: is I remember saying this about another good comp, Tobias Harris. It doesn't matter what you pay him. It doesn't mean it doesn't. You could rank him number 2 from now until whenever. It doesn't. You could give him.
But
you know
the
what you could do?
number 2 ranking
you
was
could
not
pay
out of
him.
nowhere.
You could pay him. Well,
it was too high.
It was.
I don't think it was.
It was crazy.
I don't think it was.
And you could pay him $100 million.
Yes.
And he still is who he is.
Right.
But you can say that, but in the reality is Tobias still, the money he made did matter. It changed what his expectations were.
Yes, but it didn't change who he was.
I agree. It didn't change who he was. Jalen's a better player than Tobias.
Of course he is.
All right. I mean, he is.
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
But like the Jalen being number 2 quarterback in the league, Jalen being ranked ahead guys like Baker and Herbert, like that was all fair. That was all correct.
But that was coming off a Super Bowl win.
Yes, I'm saying
we got new information.
This year.
What would you have him ranked at this year?
I mean, off the top of my head, maybe 10. Like I would have to go through it, but it was.
He's closer to 15.
Yeah, like it's not a.
We're being generous at 15.
It's not a kind ranking this year.
Yeah, we're being generous at 15.
I honestly can't believe I had him so high at 7.
Yeah. You were kind to him all offseason.
Yeah.
But that's coming off of winning a Super Bowl. That's not what we.
Right, that's why I'm saying I was correct
like
when I
now.
did it. He has just not played up to those levels.
Right.
I think. Maybe this is where we disagree. I do think he has it in him to do it. I do think he has it in him to do it. Maybe not every week, but very few quarterbacks do it every week. I have seen Jalen win them games, so I know he has it in him to do it. He's not doing it this year.
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not disagreeing with you that he can't, in moments, be the guy on the offense and do what it takes to win. That's not what I'm saying. When I'm thinking of putting the cape on and going out there and trying to win games, that's saying to me, nothing else around you is available to you. You got to figure out a way to do it, whether it's by hook or crook, running or throwing, you're getting the job done. That's not the case. Both of his wide receivers are healthy. The running back is completely healthy. So that's not the case. His biggest issue with the offense is that he doesn't have complimentary football there with him. Now, whose fault that is, I don't know. But if you gave him a complimentary running game, he looks a lot different. He looked a lot different in 22 with a complimentary running game and defense. Looked a lot different last year. Complimentary running game and defense.
I agree.
We're not in the offseason arguing rankings anymore.
I don't need 400 yards. Just throw the ball on time. That's putting the cape onto me.
But all right.
That's not.
All right.
Well, it is to me.
All right. This segment, by the way, brought to you by NJM Insurance. While some insurance companies use gimmicks to get your attention, NJM would rather focus on putting their policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com to learn more. Coming up next, we have a huge Eliot Shorr-Parks related announcement.
Wow. Something else?
Yes. And
about the cape.
And Eliot says he's hardly ever wrong. I have actual proof that Eliot was wrong about
I'll be
something.
curious to hear it.
Well, you're going to hear it.
I'm sure I will.
215-592.
See if I was wrong.
Well, you were.
All right.
I have documentation.
I'm looking forward to it.
215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Football season is in full swing, so be sure to stock up on the tailgate must-have. Now, there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your home team. Made with real vodka and real brewed tea, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Let's live more. Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
Injured at work or in an accident? Nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a pro football no sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right, with a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs, and that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win with a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup and be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you have Medicaid and are new to Medicare, you may qualify to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual-eligible special needs plan with a lot more benefits, like dental, vision, and hearing, along with helpful support when you need it most. Now is the time to see if you qualify to enroll. It only takes a few minutes to find out if you're eligible. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well. Learn more at humanaduals.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a dual-eligible special needs HMO SNP plan with a Medicare contract and a contract with the state Medicaid program. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club.
Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera.
And I'm John Ritchie.
Did you know that the 94 WIP Morning Show is both a radio show and a podcast? You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, you did it. Thank you. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. That is D'Angelo, a legend who passed away today, sadly. Yeah. It was shocking. I didn't know he was sick. He was battling pancreatic cancer. So 51 years old, D'Angelo passes away, who is an R&B legend, who enormous influence over a lot of what you hear today. And if you're Ike and my age, it was when we were in college.
90s.
Yeah. It was real. But he he is amongst the greats of all time.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a smooth, soulful voice.
Yep.
Almost sang effortlessly. Did a lot of writing. So you got a lot of things out there that you don't even know that he was a part of. The great thing about him, he was such a natural artist. You know, he believed in the live music and
yeah.
You know, to hear him live, it's pretty cool. So yeah, 51, man. I'm 51, so man, that type of stuff hits home.
Absolutely,
hits home with you.
We were joking before. There was one famous D'Angelo video for Untitled, for How Does It Feel, where it was just D'Angelo without a shirt on, completely ripped, just showing how much better he looked than you.
Yeah.
And it was,
how many times Renee seen that video?
Probably a bunch of times. So rest in peace, D'Angelo, one of the great ones. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Engagement season is here. It all starts with a world-class diamond. Go where the pros go, Mark's Jewelers. Online at marks-jewelers.com. Do you refer to Jim Belushi as James or Jim? 93.1 at Jim. So that is another earlier in the show reference. So it's Tuesday between 3 and 4. So Tuesdays with Eliot going on. We do have a big Eliot Shorr-Parks related announcement right before I tell him something that he was wrong about. It is perfectly right in the middle there. Eliot, would you like... So I will announce it and you say what it will encompass. How
Sounds
about
good.
that? So does this start this week?
Tomorrow.
Starts tomorrow. Go Birds Evenings, Wednesdays from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., hosted by Eliot Shorr-Parks.
As if I wasn't on the station enough.
More Eliot.
Now you get me for 2 full hours.
Everybody
every
was
Wednesday.
demanding more Eliot.
Yes,
There were picket signs outside, more Eliot.
Exactly.
So what's the deal with the show? Are you going to have co-hosts? How's it going to work?
Yeah, so first of all, I'm super excited. Obviously, I love being on the station all day with you guys. This show, I feel like, is my home, but I've never really had like my own show that I get to like think about different things and all that. So every Wednesday, 6 to 8, Go Birds Evenings, and I want it to be the best I can, like an extension of what it feels like to be in the locker room. So each week, I'm going to have a different guest, different beat writers that cover the team. Tomorrow, we have Jimmy Kempski of Philly Voice. Obviously had the story about Saquon, AJ, and Jalen meeting in the parking lot. So very excited for that. Yeah, I'm just really excited to really, talk Eagles. I know it's what I do now, but to get to do it from 6 to 8, be in the big boy chair and have on, my friends and guests and stuff.
Now, speaking of big boy, I would be careful tomorrow with the picture, as Jimmy Kempski is very tall.
I know.
And you might want to...
So I've been debating. I'm
heels.
A stand guy. Well, yeah. My boots are the closest I have to my heels. Jimmy seems like a sit-down guy. I feel like if he sits and I stand,
it'll look good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm very excited. So
well, congratulations,
Thank
Eliot.
you.
Everyone wants more. Everyone wants more
yes.
Eliot.
Well, you guys can listen on your ride home. And
we
you
can.
You can yell at the radio. You can't even,
Yep. Can't wait.
Wednesdays at 6 o'clock. Go Birds evenings starting tomorrow. So I mentioned I had some information about something. You said you're hardly ever wrong. And
yeah, hardly ever.
One of our bigger arguments on the air when I became most animated was about the traffic around the sports complex.
Okay.
It's worse!
Yeah. That was me.
That was classic.
Headline in the Philly Inquirer today. Traffic at the South Philly stadiums can be a mess. This business group has a plan to improve it. How many of you have attended a sporting or concert event at our stadium complex and said to yourself on the way out, there's got to be a better way to get out of this parking lot? That is the question Christopher Franklin, the new board chair of the Chamber of Commerce of Greater Philadelphia, asked a crowd of business leaders on Friday. The crowd laughed knowingly at the universally frustrating process. The chamber is focused on a short-term plan to improve the traffic in the area that includes computerized traffic signals, improved signage, upgraded ramps, and, quote, better training for traffic personnel to support the Philadelphia Police Department.
Yeah, I'm glad we're finally tackling the new issue of traffic. Yes, there is traffic when you have 60,000 people down there.
But
there's
it's
traffic
worse.
when there's.
But it's worse.
Maybe it might be. But
No, that was the debate.
But it's
That
always
was
been
the
a problem.
debate.
Was my point? Is people talk about it as if it's like, oh my God, there's two events, there's traffic. Like,
Because
yeah,
it's
man,
worse.
there's traffic.
Because it's worse.
It might be worse.
It
might
worse.
Be. It might
is
be.
worse.
But like,
you know, one of the things that's contributing to it probably.
What?
There are more people definitely now, I believe, that come down for Eagles games, and they don't even go to the Eagles games.
Just tailgate.
Agreed.
They just come down to tailgate.
Yeah.
I come out of there at halftime. You know, I'm normally leaving, and the parking lot is full of people. I mean, just out there.
Well, with what tickets cost too.
Well, I mean, just out there grilling, hanging out, and everything else. I'm like, so you get people to come down just to tailgate and to hang out, especially if it's a good weather day.
I mentioned when I went to Metallica, a friend of mine came down from North Jersey for it. Between when he got to the area and when he got into the concert was nearly 2 hours.
Wow. Traffic, man, let me tell you.
Look.
Let me tell you.
Even for a concert.
Events.
Well, it was at the link. But yeah.
I'd be curious to hear how many people 5 years ago breezed into an event. But yes.
Oh, no, it's more traffic.
It is worse.
It's worse.
It is worse.
It is funny because after we got into this debate, was the Eagles open practice. Was that Sunday?
Yeah.
And it took me the longest it's ever taken me to get there. Like, it hasn't been as bad since. But yeah.
That was the world telling
I
you.
hope they fix it.
Edge for the Eagles.
Yeah.
So Darius Smith retires. We've heard a few different things floated out there. One, the idea of calling Brandon Graham. The morning show asked Nick Sirianni this morning. He avoided the question. Vic Fangio avoided the question today as well. We've mentioned a trade for Trey Hendrickson potentially. You were tweeting about Jahad Campbell at Edge. So what?
It always comes back around.
They're going to have to do something. What do you think they're going to do?
Well, they're going to make a trade for somebody. Like, they are going to trade for an edge. It's just a matter of who. Two names I would keep an eye on that they have interest in: Jermaine Johnson of the Jets, and then this guy's name I can't pronounce. Arnold.
I tried this in the show meeting.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try.
Well, you got to say his name.
Arnold Abikatai?
That sounds about right, from the Falcons.
From the Falcons, yeah. He had 6 sacks 2 years in a row. They added some edges this year. I'd keep an eye on him as well. So those are two names I would keep an eye on from a trade perspective. But they are going to add somebody. Like, they have these picks. They're desperate for somebody. They know their edges aren't good enough. So really, it's just a matter of when, in my opinion, not if.
Do you think the Brandon Graham thing is reality or no?
I think, yes. I think there's a chance, like a good chance he'll be back.
Wow. What about, is the Trey Hendrickson a pipe dream or
I think that's probably a pipe dream.
Okay.
I mean, the Bengals, we can all sit here and say they're not competing. They just traded for Joe Flacco.
Yeah, that's what Ike said yesterday. Yeah.
Now, again, I think they should sell, and I think they would be smart to trade Trey Hendrickson. But it's easy for me to say when I'm not working in that building and I'm not like going to lose my job if they lose the final 11 games of the season.
Right. Yeah, Zach Taylor is not.
Right. But I mean, Trey Hendrickson's a
seat.
free agent that's not going to resign there. So it does make sense to trade him. But the tough thing they're going to run into too is a lot of teams need edge help, and a lot of teams that they're directly competing with need edge help. The Niners, Washington, the Buccaneers, who now, if you're the Bucs, like,
you got to go for it.
You could be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
So I think acquiring an edge will not be easy. Jermaine Johnson, I think is going to be a high price, but I mean, they're going to have to decide how much they want to reinvest in this team.
215. Oh, you got it?
No, I would be hesitant to pull the trigger on a player that's going to cost me a third round or higher. I just don't. Is that guy coming in
So they
here?
have 2 threes for what it's worth.
And we're going to need them.
Yeah.
We're going to need them. Unless you're trading for someone that I know is a clear upgrade and is going to come in here and it's going to make a difference. Bringing in a guy just for depth and he's a part of a rotation. Like, what does that ultimately do? Like, what does that ultimately do? And I don't want to give up high draft picks for somebody who's not going to really have an impact.
Well, I think if you're trading a 3 at the deadline is a pretty high level asset.
Yeah.
So if you're trading a 3 for someone, I think the hope is, I don't know about starting, but he's someone that's coming in and playing 50, 60% of the snaps at the edge.
Darius Smith started. Now, I know Nolan Smith got injured, but who the hell are we not putting somebody in? Like, who we got a problem putting somebody in for?
I mean, pick and choose.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, if we trade for somebody,
Patrick Johnson is
why
playing.
should he be starting?
Patrick Johnson's playing right now, I would guess. Now, he's the only one that has a sack for what it's worth, but Azeez Ojulari was a healthy scratch. I'm guessing they wouldn't have too much trouble making him a healthy scratch again. Josh Uche, I think, is better suited as your 4th guy, not your 2nd guy. And, Nolan Smith, who knows what he's going to be the rest of the year. He's now missed, this tricep he's dealing with has been almost a year by the time he'll be back on the field. He injured it in the Super Bowl. He'll come back in November, so, 9 months or whatever. And he's going to miss. Yeah, and I feel like that
Yeah, it's
Speaking
close.
of BG, didn't he re-tear his
He did.
tricep?
He did.
The BG thing to me, it'd be fun to see him back, and I think Brandon has earned the right to do what he wants. But, I would not think that's a good move because he's retired, he hasn't played, he didn't have a training camp, and he had his perfect ending. Bringing him in, to me, feels like a move where they're trying to fix too many problems with one guy that I don't think it's fair to ask him to fix. If BG comes in, he's going to be expected to be an impact player. Everyone's going to be excited for him, and maybe he will be. He played really well last year, but it's not fair to expect him to do. I also think bringing in Brandon, if they were to do it, would have an element of let's get him back in the locker room, right? Like Zadarius Smith had Brandon Graham's locker, so that's empty now. Like his locker's open, and
conveniently
expecting. Who knows if this is why they would do it, but expecting Brandon to come in and be a major personality on the team, I think is also not a good sign for where this thing is at. So it would be fun if Brandon came back. I'm never going to tell someone to turn down $1 million or whatever it would be. But Brandon seems in a good place. I would not be a fan of the move.
I would.
They need a difference maker on the field. He's not. God bless him.
I agree. I don't even care. I don't even care if he plays. Sign him to the practice squad.
Well, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean, if you just want him in the building.
Yeah.
But can't you make
exactly
him
what I want.
an ambassador to whatever?
Nope. Put on a uniform.
The chief vibes officer?
Get him out to practice.
Are you done as Aslan, baby?
Or whatever that guy on the Phillies name
I'm
is.
not even,
Garrett Stubbs.
See, you guys are expecting production. I'm not even expecting anything.
He actually might be more needed in the locker room than on the field.
Exactly.
How about this? They sign him. He calls up. He says AJ and Jalen aren't friends anymore. We get a week of chaos. They're friends again. Then we win the Super Bowl.
It can be the Brandon Graham show for a week again. He'll come back.
10 minutes. The whole show.
Bring BG back. Let's go.
215-592-9494. Get to one other trade
we need
thing.
somebody to brighten all of our moods up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, certainly.
Nobody on this team brightens our moods.
Certain players on that team.
Yeah, that'll last for 3 days. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah. And I got one quick thing to address with Eliot.
Oh, wow.
God.
Thank you.
All right.
It's not Phillies related. Get game day ready with Miller Lite and Jameson Irish Whiskey, proud partners of the Birds. All season long, you can register at bars and restaurants across the area for the Philly Formation Contest. Your shot at some incredible prizes. A Birds game experience with Brent Selleck, a game day party at your house hosted by me, 2 Weber grills from National Appliance Warehouse, plus gift cards from Acme Markets and Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Plus, don't forget to enjoy the Philly Formation drink features every Birds game day. Stop by Fran's Pub in New Hope for the $10 Miller Lite and Jameson shot special with their homemade soups and salads, or visit the Ram in Percy for their $10 special with their famous Ram Burger and Ram Cheesesteak. That's Fran's Pub in New Hope and the Ram in Percy, the place to be for every Birds game with Miller Lite and Jameson. For contest rules and details, visit 94wyp.com. Must be 21 or older, and as always, celebrate responsibly. So, Eliot, one of the worst mistakes I've done in my life is turn on your Twitter notifications, and it was late a couple nights ago. And just one of the most shameless retweets I've ever seen from you was when you retweeted a Devin White highlight on the Raiders.
Yep.
Give up the Devin White thing.
He had an interception
It's
and a sack, if I'm not mistaken.
I know, but who cares?
This is a team that could use some help in the turnover department, certainly in the sack department.
They have plenty of linebackers.
Jihad Campbell and Zach Bond.
Jihad's going to be a great edge for them.
Kobe Dean can play linebacker.
Bryce Huff has how many sacks with the Niners? Is it
I think
4?
he has 4.
That's a better one.
Josh Sweat, I think, has 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Even Milton Williams, I think, has 2.
Yeah. Well, the Bryce Huff and Devin White one to me are more similar in the way that they never got a fair chance to play.
Oh, all right. 215-592-9494.
And the guy that played in front of him turned out to be a top 5 defensive player of the year candidate.
Zach Bond was great.
Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP.
Yeah, what up, fellas? Listen.
What up, Chuck?
My day started really well when I heard that my favorite mascot was coming back, hip-hop.
Okay.
And I'm going down to the Allen Iverson thing tonight. Thanks to y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, you're going to the
very
book
much.
event at the TLA. Okay.
Yeah. Me and the wife going to step out tonight, get somebody to watch the kids, and we going to, have a good time tonight down there. But I thank you. And, shout out to D'Angelo, one of my favorite artists. I like D'Angelo. He was pretty good, man. I didn't know he was sick, man. Time is short. Life is too short.
It sure is.
So it's a shame. But, let me say this, right? I think we overthinking this whole defensive thing. And I got something to say on Jalen real quick, but I just think we're overthinking this defensive thing. My humble opinion, I think we're missing a healthy Jalen Carter. He has not been healthy all year long. And I think that if it was up to me, I wouldn't bring him back or Landon Dickerson back until after the bye week. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? And Jihad Campbell, Vic Fangio's a smart up guy, whereas though you got Kobe Dean back. He was playing out of his mind before he got hurt. Put him back in his spot and have Jihad Campbell be like a Joker type dude, man. We could play all over the field, man. You know what I mean? He's athletic enough to be able to rush the quarterback. And I've seen him on a couple of blitzes. He'd get back there. So I wouldn't mind seeing him at edge. But now he don't have to play edge, exclusively. Mm-hmm. He could still play linebacker, But, our defensive coordinator is a smart enough defensive coordinator where he can have both of those guys on the field and contribute. Now, as far as, Jalen go, for the life of me, right? Listen, I want to say this. I'm not against Jalen. Jalen is I still support the guy. He won me a Super Bowl. I still support the guy. I just don't know if he's allergic to being great, to having great stats. I need him to be selfish, man. Let's say it, man. We say it. Let's just be selfish. You need
Jalen to be selfish?
Yeah. I need him to be a little bit more selfish, and I mean in a way of I want to get my numbers now. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with throwing 350 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, man. Because if he does that, everybody's happy. And I've seen him do it before. It's not like he can't do it. We've seen him do it on several occasions.
Dude, I saw Willie Burton score 50 points. I saw Dana Barrows score 50 points. It doesn't mean they could do it every game.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They didn't do it as consistently as Jalen did in big
I saw
games.
Edmundo Sosa hit 3 home runs in one game. I mean,
I saw Bryce Harper get a big hit in the playoffs.
But this guy has done it in the biggest times. He's done it in the playoffs. He's done it. We've seen him do it in 2 Super Bowls. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes. Okay? We've seen him do it, against Josh Allen and against Buffalo. We've seen him do it this year in the second half against L.A. Put the cape on, and he started passing the ball over the yard.
It's a good point, actually.
He has a plethora of players, man.
It's not.
What I'm trying
It
to
is.
say, Spike, is
It's not.
this, right?
I think it is.
What I'm trying to say is this, right? When he looks in the mirror, when you look in the mirror, Jalen, do you see a guy that throws 120 yards, pushes a touchdown in the end zone, and underhands a shovel pass to the tight end? You know what I mean? Or do you see a guy that's like your mentor, You know, you're around Michael Jordan every off season now. You have him at your phone number. Michael Jordan wanted to rip your heart out. You were content with just winning and that be that. You know, we know winning is the main thing. I get all that garbage we like to spit around, but we ain't been winning lately. We lost 2 straight. So now it's time for Jalen to start looking for his numbers. And how you start looking for your numbers is start utilizing these guys around you. And if you do that, it changes everything. It changes the morale in the locker room. It changes A.J. Brown's attitude. It changes Devontae Smith's attitude. Saquon, he all of a sudden he gets open, you know, running lanes now because now the passing game is becoming an issue for other opposing defenses. Jalen Hurts has the key to all of this. And all I'm saying is just when you look in the mirror, do you see greatness? I mean, for God's sake, I don't even know who Josh Allen's throwing the ball to. You know what I mean? Yesterday, I don't know who he was throwing the ball to. Baker Mayfield, injuries in and out of the lineup. And guys, he's still completing passes.
Well, Josh Allen was throwing the ball to the same guys he went to the NFC Championship game with.
Yeah, but, like, who is his – if he had this – I'm just saying. I mean, you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, Goddard, and Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, you got these plethora of weapons around you, and I don't even know, you know, if you want to be great. I mean, he's too content. Listen, I'm just saying that Jalen Hurts gives me too content. We've gotten real content with being happy with winning games 17-3, 20-17, things of that nature, then break out in the playoffs. I think those days are over, man. His defense is banged up, and they might not come along to the end of the year. We need this offense to be better.
So yeah. I agree actually with a lot of what Chuck's saying, but I would just say to counter, like in terms of making the most of what he's had, they did just win the Super Bowl, and he hadn't lost a game in a calendar year. So I think your point is fair, Chuck, that he has not been, you know, like the 350-yard, 4-touchdown guy, but he's gotten pretty much the most you can get out of this roster. It might not be,
Eliot,
but it's true. It's true.
Look, I typically agree with you, ESP, but listen, let me say this to you, right?
Why?
Have this offense, this passing offense, really been good the last 3 years?
No, not really. It's not been great for sure.
Okay, did we not have a number one defense last year? Did we not have a number one running game?
Yes.
Did we not have a number one, probably one of the best offensive lines to ever link
Absolutely.
up a
Yes.
Okay, so let's not act like those didn't play a factor.
They did, absolutely. But the point I'm making is you're saying that with all the talent around him, like, look at all this talent, he should be getting a lot out of it. He is.
Yeah, look at how he coached up the defense last year, Chuck.
I mean, 120.
Well, no one's going to want to agree with me on this, but the fact Jalen took care of the ball last year did put the defense in a ton of advantageous spots. It did.
That is what you would expect out of a backup quarterback.
I don't think that's true.
Of course it is. Not turning the ball over?
Did Michael Jordan play the game and not turn the ball over? Let me ask you
no, of course not. But
that's what LeBron does.
But Jalen, but I just think the vibe here right now is that Jalen has not accomplished. Like, Jalen did win the Super Bowl. They're not a 9-7 roster the last year with him.
The Eagles won the Super Bowl.
The Eagles won that Super Bowl.
Well, the Eagles did, but Jalen as the quarterback is the one that has like Jalen won the Super Bowl. Just like the reason I think Jalen is they lost the last 2 games, right? Like Jalen as the quarterback carries the wins and the losses.
Actually, I think coaches lost us the game last Sunday against Denver. You run the ball one time in the second half. That's on the coach.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really in running situations.
But hands last year, man. Let's be for real. They took the ball out of his hands last year. Now this year, he has more.
I agree with you on that.
The pass to football. So the numbers should look better.
But the numbers have not been bad.
Oh, all right. Chuck.
The numbers look terrible.
Chuck,
give me a bald head guy.
Yeah, give us a your favorite bald head guy.
Myself.
I was about to say. Yeah.
The mistake that some people make in every sport is when you see a player do something once or twice, it means they could do it all the time. Yeah. The difference between the players that can do it occasionally and the players that can do it all the time, that's the difference between the level of player.
Yep.
I agree with that.
I've seen a lot of players come in here and have
one time guys.
Couple of great
Bryce Brown had 2 good rushing games.
Yeah, like 700 yards.
Travis Fulgham. Whatever happened to Travis Fulgham?
But what you're talking about is different than what Jalen's done. No. Jalen has been to 2 Super Bowls.
Yes, he is a good player. But to expect him to do what Chuck wants him to do and for the thing that you thought he could do, I hope the same thing. After the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, that we were going to come in and see that version of Jalen. But, like, maybe it's just not good enough. I don't know what to say.
Here's my advice before you get out of here.
Yeah.
Because it's not just to you, E. It's to
everybody.
It's to all of us out here who are Jalen fans. And I don't even know if you still are on this side.
I am.
You didn't say that with real
That was so
confidence.
confident. Unbelievable.
Well, no, I mean, he's not playing well. He's
Clip it,
not playing
Justin.
well.
We understand he's not playing well. That's not what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. For all of us who are pro-Jalen fans, as we all should be, but evidently we aren't.
We all are. Maybe not
Yes.
Jack. Maybe not Jack.
We have to get over off-season arguments. Right? Well, everything we argued about all off-season, I'm sorry. He didn't do his part. We did our part
so far.
Listen, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But we got to be comfortable with that. We did our part defending him all off season and ranking him high. And anybody who said something, everybody was at their neck. Right? We did that. Now there's new evidence. We can't just go off of what he did last year and in the postseason. There's new evidence. So what are we gonna do? Spend all of our time arguing about what he did in the past versus what he's doing now? So we have to, and I'm not saying this for you. I'm saying we have to be honest with ourselves as far as where he's at right now, and know that it needs to be better. Doesn't diminish what he's done in the past. It don't take his Super Bowl MVP away from him. You can't take the things he's already accomplished away from him. But the team is in a tough spot right now, and he can help out by playing better.
I 100% agree
with that. Like we all have to agree with
100%.
that. Yeah.
I guess where I'm at,
All right.
I won't speak for all Jalen people,
Okay.
but where I'm at is I think he has it in him to be the guy that puts the cape on. I do, right? Now, he has not
But
played
go do
like
it.
that was my exact advice to him.
Go do it.
Now,
Yeah.
and there have been, to what Chuck said, moments this year, the Rams game in the second half.
Yeah,
like
there's been moments.
there have been moments, but
there have also been the opposite.
Yes, there have been really bad moments. I
Yes.
agree.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's the number one reason the team is struggling. Number one. So whatever,
that's not
whatever you think
I
of
disagree
Jalen,
with that.
that's fair. That's fine.
I think the offensive line is the number one reason the team is struggling, and that's why Saquon doesn't look like Saquon.
I think the offensive line is number two. So I'm with you
Okay.
on the offensive line for sure.
All right.
But
All
I
right.
have him number one.
All right. Go.
Just like on my Philly list.
The Go Birds podcast. You can get wherever you get your podcast.
I'm matured. I let him.
I'd let him. Yes.
there you
Yeah.
go.
Well, look.
Well, look, if you want to call in tomorrow night from
We
6 to
got
8,
it.
we
We
can
got
keep
it.
it going.
We got-
2155. Yeah.
I hate both of you guys. I love you. Him, I hate.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
can get the Go Birds podcast wherever you get your podcast, and premiering tomorrow night, Wednesday at 6 o'clock, and every Wednesday at 6 o'clock. Go Birds evenings with Eliot Shorr-Parks.
Yes.
Special guest co-host tomorrow will be Jimmy
Special
Kempski.
guest.
Special guest.
Yeah.
Just
I feel like that
special
sounds better.
guest.
Special
Yeah.
guest. It's
Special
like a
guest.
guest.
Like, hold on now.
Yeah.
Don't try to
There's
move
only one
anybody in.
host here.
Yeah.
All right. 215-592-9494. Jordan Mailata joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, are you guys ready to rake in the savings? Well, get fresh picked fall offers now through November 3rd at Elite Acura. Chase the crisp autumn air in the 2025 Acura ADX, available to lease for just $375 a month for 42 months. You'll make more fun-filled fall memories in this premium compact SUV thanks to its refined handling on every drive from city streets to open highways. The sleek and spacious interior is meticulously crafted to elevate your driving experience. Well, while premium exterior styling takes Acura's precision-crafted performance design to heart, turning heads everywhere you go, added a suite of standard safety and driver-assistive technology features, and you're ready to take the scenic route when you hit the open roads this season. For this incredible offer on the Acura driver-focused experience, make sure you visit the Maple Shade showroom or shop online anytime at EliteAcura.com.
42-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for details.
Your new happy place is coming to Cherry Hill October 25th. The PGA Tour Superstore is opening at 2232 Route 70 West, Suite C. Lessons, club fitting, gear, apparel. Get fit for your entire game with guaranteed low prices. Plus, we're giving away over $30,000 in prizes from top manufacturers in golf. October 25th, find your new happy place at the PGA Tour Superstore in Cherry Hill. Learn more at PGATourSuperstore.com/Cherry Hill.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped, fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription. And I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know how to keep your business moving at full speed. The AFC has not been this wide open since the 1990s. The Chiefs are 3-3 and lackadaisical. The Buffalo Bills have won 4 games against teams with a total of 3 wins, and we know that the Ravens season is over, and that means if you're the Colts or the Jags or the Steelers or the Chargers, this is your moment. You better seize it. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. It is Tuesday at 4, so we are joined by Jordan Mailata. Call-in sponsored by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. Jordan, I haven't talked to you in so long. How are you?
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Your favorite day of the week.
Yeah.
Oh, favorite time of the week.
Jordan, you know what? There's been so much, you guys have lost a couple of games, and I feel like I ask you so many questions about what isn't going right. I'm going to ask you, what do you think is something that you guys are doing well right now? Like what?
There's a change up.
Yeah. What is something that so far you are pleased with? So not content, but pleased with so far that you are doing so far this year with the team?
Man, great question. I would probably say how we're handling our up-tempo, no huddle, play style.
Mm-hmm.
I also think how we've handled the red zone every trip. By that last game, right? That was the only time we didn't score a touchdown. I thought we've been capitalizing on every chance that we've gotten in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say we've done that really well. I would also say I think that last game, probably protecting the ball. It's really hard. Really hard question there.
Well, I didn't mean it.
Well, and I get it. You lose a couple games in a row, and you're like, we're not doing anything well right now, quite frankly. And there's a lot that needs to get better. And I know you guys are very critical on yourselves, and no one is ducking accountability down. And I'm certain of that. Here's something that I've been thinking about, Jordan, compared to where you guys were last year to where you're at now. Just from the standpoint of, there was a point bye week, after the bye week, that first Cleveland game, things hadn't started clicking just yet for you all as a team. And I know you guys are in a similar situation. You're not where you want to be at. And I'm wondering, from your viewpoint, is that something, like, I guess, past success and handling past adversity and fighting your way out of rough times to better times, is that something you all can lean on as a team and you as a player to sort of get you guys through this sort of rough patch you're going through right now? I mean, you're still 4-2. I don't want to forget that part about it, but obviously you're not playing at the level you want to play at.
Yeah, I think what helps is, just having the people that we have in the building, just knowing the body of work that we've put in over the last 5 years. That gives us confidence that we know we can correct the mistakes or or shortcomings that we're dealing with right now. That we're dealing with right now. So just having the right people and the right coaches in the building, that's what gives me the confidence. And because of the body of work that we've put in the last 5 years. So kind of lost my train of thought there, so I have to repeat my answer twice to really remind myself.
It happens.
Really get it in there, yeah.
Yeah, it happens. You guys have set a standard, man, more than any other position group on the team. Like the offensive line, Stoutland, it gets looked at and praised and often recognized as the best in the game, right? When you look at the way the O-line this year is playing from your standpoint, where you guys are at right now, how close do you believe you all are to the standard in which you've set to play at each and every week? How close do you believe you guys are to being at that standard?
We're super close. I think I say it every week on my show. In the run game, we're always one block away. But the beautiful thing I think it's a beautiful thing. You can have like an outstanding performance at one position on the O line, but for a truly whole game to be played, we call it the 5-wheel drive. You need all 5 guys on the same page, and there are a couple plays there where we are, a couple plays where we're not, one guy off. So like I said, kind of similar towards the question that I just answered, just because of the guys that we have in the room, our coach, one of the best in the league. The body of work that we put in, we know we can make the corrections. We know we're going to, try and, again, strive for that greatness, strive to keep that standard high at all times. So just something that we got to correct every day and be willing to correct. And, I feel like we do have the right guys in the room there to get that job done.
After the game on Thursday, you guys had a day off, and then you were back in the facility yesterday. What was the mood and the message among players after having those few days off and the Giants game?
We were pretty excited to get that break, but also kind of excited to get back to work again. I feel like the regardless of it being 2 weeks, just that loss in general kind of left a sour taste in our mouth, and we just kind of wanted to come back in, hit the reset button. Hard work always pays off, and so we just went straight back to work, and you kind of took the film as like, there's check your ego at the door. It's time to, hold yourself accountable, look yourself in the mirror, no one else. Just look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, did you do your job on this play? That's all you have to do. And if it's a yes, yes. If it's a no, okay, let's fix it. And I thought we came in and we did that. So, you just gotta allow yourself to be coached, and then as a player, you gotta be a pro and work on that stuff. So you can correct it in the next week during the game.
I want to hop back to an answer you gave at the beginning, if you don't mind. Skip back 6 minutes. You mentioned the hurry-up offense and the red zone offense. Now, we've talked about the hurry-up offense a few times as to why, on your show, about why that's successful. It gets you guys to the line quicker. It sort of simplifies everything. The red zone's a different situation, though. Why do you think you've been so successful in the red zone compared to the offense getting to the red zone? What is it about the red zone offense that has allowed it to be successful?
I wish I had a straight cut out answer for you.
Okay.
Without trying to sound like a football guru. I honestly want to say that the practice that the looks that we get at practice and the way we practice is probably why we execute at a high level. As in terms of getting to the red zone, it's a little bit harder because the defense looks. There's a lot more, room for the defense to play their different fronts and different coverages. But when we get to the red zone, it's kind of, there's only so many defenses that they can go to, to play. So, Ike, you want to chime into that? You're a defensive player.
Well, that's interesting.
Completely lost on it.
No, I think that actually made sense to me.
Yeah.
He's saying that you're getting so many different looks from defenses when you're playing in the rest of the field that you're not able to replicate during practice because you don't know that they're going to do them. Mm-hmm. Whereas you get into the red zone and it sort of simplifies the defense. You're not dealing with as many looks as you do on the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Is that basically what you're saying? Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
I would say that.
Yeah.
Not as much field to defend. You got that end line back there. So a lot of it is, Jordan, I know during that time is from a safety support system, they can be closer to the line of scrimmage because you don't have as much to defend also.
Yeah, it makes the count better. But Makes it count better. Anyway.
Yeah, I buy into that for sure. And I think, listen, you guys, for whatever reason, down in that red zone, for the most part, you stay on schedule. You don't get behind the sticks as much down there. Yeah. So you can stick to what you like to do down there and stay in your comfort zone as opposed to being, 3rd and 15 from the 25-yard line or something like that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I also like that, the last couple of games down there, you guys have shown a little bit of creativity. I guess it started in the Tampa game. Is that the first place we saw like the quad receiver set where they threw it to Dallas Goedert? I'm seeing down there. At least we've been not complaining, but we've been yelling for this for years with Dallas Goedert. It's about him being a bigger part of the offense down there in the red zone, using that big body of his to sort of get in the end zone.
Yeah, certainly love the creativity, especially if we're only like a yard or two away. It saves our body from running the tush push.
Well, Jordan, I hope you win on Sunday because I really don't like. I want you to sound happier, to be honest with you. And it doesn't. A couple of losses.
I'm happy, man. I'm happy.
I see it, man. All right, you sure?
I got something that might make you happier.
All right.
Did you happen to catch the Alabama-Missouri game this weekend?
Come on now. I had no business watching that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. The 360-pound lineman they put in the Wildcat formation. Y'all see that? Yeah. Did you see that?
No, I did.
Now
they threw it to him.
What you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, man, hey, we might need to get you a part of the offense down there is what I'm saying. Get you in that end zone.
You know what? Who's going to block for me?
Yeah.
I guess we do have
Get Fred out there.
I was going to say, we'll put Fred over there at tackle. Yeah, we'll put Fred over there.
Yeah. You got soft hands? What do you think? You catch a pass?
Not with the tape job that I have in my
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. All right, Jordan. Well, we thank you for your time as always.
Appreciate it, brother.
Good luck on Sunday, and we'll talk to you Monday at Chickies and then Tuesday right back here.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, boys.
All right, Jordan. All right. What do we think of Jordan? He says my show, not our show.
Interesting.
And I got crushed for that on this show for over a year for one day in an argument. I said my show. I might have to have a talk with Jordan about that.
It is the Jordan Mailata show.
The Jordan Mailata show.
This show was called Ike, Spike, and Fritz from day one.
Yeah, well, it's true. I'm saying if he wants to say that when he's not on with one of the other hosts.
Yeah, when he's on with you, you're like.
Yeah, it's like, I was there, my name's not on the show. It's cool. I like it that way. You are the star, but our show.
The Brandon Graham show?
It was.
Did Brandon used to say my show?
I
don't know.
I never talked to him, I think, Tuesday after his show.
Yeah. I might have to write a little piece of paper, say, I really appreciate you, but I would.
Listen, that's twice I've noticed it, though.
Yep.
Yeah, I noticed it.
And I like that he has a sense of pride for it. He comes in prepared,
It's like my show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sit on my show.
Yeah, he's taking ownership.
Our show. Our show.
Fritz and Friends.
All right. 215-592-9494. I'll start calling Jordan and Friends on Mondays. Derek and Paoli, you're on WIP. What's up, Derek?
What's happening? Hey, real quick, Ike, I guess me and you going to be fighting for last place in the league.
Oh, yeah. Look, I've been waiting on you. You've been ducking me for 2 weeks,
Does Derek suck, too?
Listen, Jack, keep you on hold for a long time, man. Sometimes I'll be having work stuff.
He only has 2 wins.
Oh, really?
He has one more win than me,
I'm just looking to stay ahead of you. I'm going to stay ahead of you. That's my goal, man.
No, and guess what? My goal is catching you. That's my goal.
Yeah,
this is so sad.
You ain't got far to go, that's for sure. You ain't got far to go. Like you said, them injuries kick in, man. Nothing you could do, man.
Yep.
Nothing you could do when them guys get hurt, man. But
Yep.
listen, anyway, with the Eagles, right, I feel like the players definitely got to be held accountable. But I know in the summertime when Spike, you were screaming out about how the Eagles let a lot of people go, right? So for me, I feel like the Eagles kind of got a little cocky, right? Like we could just plug anybody in here and Vic Fangio turn him into a player or Stoutland turn him into a good lineman and this, that, and the third. But we let a lot of guys that we could use right now walk out the door for almost nothing. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like that's holding us back right now with the injuries that we have sustained over these last few weeks, man. Like you could use Darius Slay right now. You could lose Isaiah Rodgers right now.
Becton.
Kai Becton.
Becton,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Like the list goes on and on and on. And I just feel like when we yelling out stuff like Howie season, like I must have missed it, right? Because of Dory Jackson and Jacorian Bennett, like that's not Howie season. You know what I'm saying?
No,
yeah, I'm guilty of the Howie season.
Well,
yes.
in fact, Derek, the
I'm guilty of that.
Jacorian Bennett thing was a reaction to that Howie season didn't work because they got into camp and Adoree Jackson wasn't good enough and Keely Ringo wasn't good enough, so they went and traded. Look, we traded for after Howie season, we traded for Jacorian Bennett, we traded for John Mechie, we traded for Tank Bigsby. But Mechie's the only guy who is. I've even noticed on the field there was one. Yeah. Bennett's been hurt. Bigsby can't catch a kickoff, and I agree with you.
Did he step out of bounds last game with the ball?
I think he did. He also bobbled another one.
Yeah, he stinks.
It's supposed to be. He's just a running back. I don't know. He's never returned kicks in his career. I agree. I think it was one of two things, Derek. When I look back at it, I think on one hand they either took the chance after winning a Super Bowl to reset from a financial standpoint and knew it was going to be tough, or they thought. Howie thought, hey, I can do this every year. I'm good at, forgetting about the fact that he never thought Zach Bond was going to be an all-pro linebacker. He signed him as a special teams player. So
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, look, absolutely, especially when you're an all-pro special teams player. I agree with you. I think they outsmarted themselves a little bit because there were players. Not to mention, you're talking about the players that left, and I agree. And there were a couple of those that wouldn't have cost very much money. Mekhi Becton was $8 million. Isaiah Rodgers was $4 million. But there were free agents out there that were not $100 million deals like Josh Sweat and Milton Williams that you could get for 1 year that could come in here and maybe make a difference, and they didn't do it. And the whole time, I know deep down everybody was saying, wait, why didn't we just sign him? He was $9 million. And it was there. We all saw it.
We even gave... Which are the one end we gave like $4 million to?
Was Azeez Ojulari.
Yeah, that could have went to Isaiah Rodgers.
Yes. I think we gave $5 million.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick before you let me go. Like, with Chuck, right?
Yeah.
Like, every time he calls, he says something different. So just because that Jalen Hurts hangs around with Michael Jordan, like, it's not too many people that are wired like Michael Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could have his phone number. He could wear the sneakers. Like, he could do all these things with Michael Jordan, but it's probably going to be no one other than, Kobe's probably the closest thing to Michael Jordan there is. So just because Hurts hangs out with Jordan, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a good argument, though, Jack. I just hate when they say, Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts, right?
Yes.
He is who he is. Like, I feel like a lot of the argument comes from, like, people, like, I'll never say that he's top 2, top 3, top 4, whatever. I just think he's good at what he does, and I like him as a person and a player, but I also feel like he's never going to throw for 400 yards and 4 TDs a game. Like, if he does that, we're not going to win. Like, our team is struggling because the running game is non-existent right now, and that running game helps him as a passer. Right now, him just dropping back and passing and Saquon not running the ball at all, that's hurting him more than it's helping him. How can you be more selfish? That just makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, I think the expectation is in between what is happening now and what Chuck is demanding. I don't think anybody foresees Jalen being Joe Burrow out there slinging it around all over the yard.
Including the Eagles, right?
Including the Eagles.
Yes.
But what we would
money
like...
is the money, right?
Yeah, but
the money is going to always be the money.
Yeah, what we would like is when there's a guy open early in the play to throw the ball, hit him, put it on time. You know, Derek, give us a bald guy here on what is it? Be bald and be free day.
I'm gonna go against a guy. Hopefully, it don't get me smacked. I'm gonna go with Jada Pinkett.
We said bald person, and I specifically kept it open for Jada Pinkett. Actually,
he said, "I hope it don't get me smacked."
Yeah,
I like that.
We picked up on that one after the miss on the Nicki Minaj and Cardi B one yesterday.
I was out.
We all missed that one.
Yeah.
How did we miss that?
We should have got it. It's the second time he used it. I should have at least asked him privately, hey, what are you talking about here, so I can understand it. 215-592-9494. Is it the coaches? Is it the players? What is going on with the Eagles right now? A lot of Kevin Patullo stuff out there, but the players are all saying that Kevin Patullo is doing fine, that they need to execute better. Coming up next, a guy who will execute always. That is Jack with the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Catch up on the Phils a little bit as
They still exist?
They still exist. We will look. I'm committed. There is no show.
They still exist, do they?
They do.
They're dead to us.
There is no show that is going to keep you updated with the offseason Philly stuff better than we will. We are committed to this. This is a big offseason for the Phillies. Could be a noisy offseason, so we will be there every step of the way.
Would love a noisy offseason.
I would love a noisy offseason. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Now, you can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Eagles look to return to the win column.
You're going to have some ups, you're going to have some downs. We've been here before.
As they fly to Minnesota to battle the Vikings.
Get back up, go back to work.
The Eagles Radio Network, presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. The Verizon pregame show starts at 11. Then Merrill and Mike have the call.
He is in for the touchdown. Excellent play call.
Followed by the PDQ Restaurant Point of Sale Systems postgame show. Only on your exclusive home for the defending champion Philadelphia Eagles. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
This time of year, anything can go wrong with your plumbing. And when there's a problem, call the experts at Horizon Services. They've seen it all. Horizon has same-day emergency repair service. And right now, get a free, no-obligation plumbing inspection with any paid service. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon Services, available 24/7. So go to horizonservices.com and book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own, like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, yeah?
Having a lot of places to go ice fishing seems like a weird flex.
Yeah.
Eagles, Vikings. Pre-game starts Sunday at 11. Only on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience the difference online, marks-jewelers.com. Do you think the traffic situation at the sports complex is worse than it used to be? 81.3% say yes. Before we get to the High Hopes Jackie baseball report, just one thing for both you guys, just two things in that one thing. One, I was just out in the hub there, and I heard I Want It That Way by Backstreet Boys.
Good song.
And I thought to myself, when we were thinking about replacing 530 Creed, I Want It That Way would have been a good one. And I also, yesterday, heard Jack and Diane by John Mellencamp, and I thought that would have been a good one, too.
Jack and Diane's a great song.
Yep.
Also one of the most famous, confusing lines of all time.
Which one? The one on Sucking on Chili Dogs?
Sucking on Chili Dogs.
Behind the Tasty Freeze?
No one sucks on chili dogs. You eat a chili dog.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just like
yeah, I'm with you
it's
on
a very
that one.
confusing line. I think, you know.
There's no confusion.
Well,
it's not something you do.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, you say you're eating a chili dog.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
But saying eating chili dogs doesn't have the same ring as sucking on chili dogs behind the Tasty Freeze.
Yeah. Throws it all off.
All right. High Hopes Jackie baseball report.
It's time for the Baseball Report.
Joining me right now is Jackie Baseball. Fritz.
Here's Jackie Baseball.
Interest still brings a smile to my face.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
The official show of the Phillies offseason, the WIP afternoon show. Everybody else is going to ignore it. You're not going to hear it on the morning show, on the midday show. They're going to be, you know, twiddling their thumbs.
Although they have Ben and Rube on.
Well, you know.
I think they're probably going to address it.
Well.
So, a quick update on Kyle Schwarber and his free agent status. So, Scott Lauber wrote today that the expectation within the sport is Schwarber will seek 5 years.
Jesus.
Unprecedented for a DH who will be 33 next season. Maybe he'll settle for 4. Regardless, his annual salary will climb toward $30 million. Rival team officials are guessing Middleton will match or beat Schwarber's best offer as he did previously for Real Muto and Aaron Nola. You glad he matched it with Aaron Nola or what?
I don't think anybody's happy about that.
Could have been a Brave.
5 years. What are we? Are we insane here?
5/150 is the idea.
For a 32-year-old DH that just had his career year.
Just say no.
Just say no. No.
Just say no.
Absolutely not.
You want to get him back?
Can you imagine this team in 3 years? No.
Yeah.
No. No. He doesn't. He's not.
with you.
He's not an unprecedented player. He's a good player. He's a very good player. He is not a player who deserves an unprecedented contract. You could make that argument with Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Hell, you could make that argument with Juan Soto, 25 years old.
Yeah.
One of
Allegedly.
Allegedly. You're doing that, not me. One of the 5 best hitters in the sport, Soto. One of the 5 or 7 best. No, Kyle Schwarber, 5 years for 32-year-old DH.
I'm assuming he's just shooting for the stars.
I would think so.
Yeah.
But they're going to, no offense, Mr. Middleton, they will get, because I don't think John Middleton wants to let him go.
Yeah, but this is how we have to let him know that
this is where we as the show say don't do it.
Like it's okay. It's like I would take Schwarber back. I would like Schwarber to come back. I'm not giving him a blank check. I'm not saying whatever it takes. You can't lose Kyle Schwarber.
I agree.
5/150. Even like
I was trying to do 4. I mean 3.
You were saying 3.
3.
3/105.
Yeah, 3/105.
I was at like 4/120. No, even that I'm kind of like I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd give him $35 million a year for 3 years.
This team.
That's what I'd do.
And I know we have Crawford coming up. This team probably
That's
needs
a pretty good deal.
Probably needs a right fielder, a left fielder.
Yeah.
A potentially a third baseman. Potentially, I'm just saying.
I hear you.
What are we talking about?
Well, here's the thing. I wondered, do they? Now I know from Schwarber's side, it's his job to get as much as he can. But do they go to him and they're like, "Listen, man, we're trying to bring."
He doesn't care. I don't think he cares right now. I don't think so.
This guy, he's trying to get his, huh?
This is going to be the biggest payday of his career. I don't think. I have no idea, but
I hear you.
But he's not. This is not Dirk in his 13th year.
Song,
It's
not Tim Duncan taking $10 million a year.
This is his payday. This is the one.
But he just got $80 million from the team.
Would you rather have $150 million or $100 million?
If I was in this city?
In this city?
Yeah, in this town?
I get to stay here?
Yeah. Dude, I get it. It. And maybe
5/150 is a lot.
Maybe he's asking for crazy. I think the message is to John is it's okay to let him go. Like,
I will still be a Phillies fan.
If it starts getting crazy and like you feel like it's getting towards where this is maybe not the best financial situation, it's okay.
So
it's okay.
He's probably the hardest to resign, right?
Yes.
I think so.
The Ranger number is potentially something you don't want to touch.
Yeah, I just assume Ranger.
Okay.
Was
See,
out.
Ranger's almost not even in the mix.
Yes.
Yeah,
so from him and JT, you're talking about?
Him and JT. Bader.
JT's 35. And he's pretty implanted here. He's got like 4 kids. I don't think he's eager to move to a new city. I think he's
2 years, 40.
Yeah, maybe. People are throwing around $20 million a year for him. Right. I'm still in the 15. Feels about right.
Or did you give him 3 years, 15?
I do not want to give him
2 years, 35 is the deal, and they will choke and give him 3 years
with an option.
For a fourth or the third?
Give him the third year is a mutual option. That way you give him a little severance package if he's leaving.
Yeah. This is all getting a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Which just lead me to the question of the biggest question I've been internally debating is Would you rather re-sign everyone, not Ranger, but like re-sign those two and give this team like another run at it? Or would you rather retool a little bit? Like let them go and you have some fresh faces in here and maybe don't win 96 games, but you're still in the 88 to 92 range. It's a little bit of step back season.
Nope.
Run it back.
Can I make an argument for
Yeah.
it? We can't say that every team has a chance once they get into the playoffs and then decide that getting into the playoffs with 90 wins rather than 96 wins is going to be the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Is that my thing is this, is that it's very hard in baseball to load up like the Rams did one year.
Mm-hmm.
You're still, the difference between them winning World Series next year with, one guy being here and one guy not being here is, I don't know, you go from 12% to 9%. My goal would be get into the playoffs as many times as you can without setting yourself up for an extended run where you're not going to be able to. So when I say lengthen the window, it isn't about some youth movement. It's about being good enough to get into the playoffs, but not burying yourself. And what I worry is about burying the team in 4 years when they go and they sign Schwarber.
And if you go the retool route, you have to let Crawford play 150 games a year or like next year and let him have some runway there.
Right.
And give Painter, which I know, and right now it sounds great.
Yeah,
like right now it sounds great.
It's easy to say today when May and June rolls around here and we're telling Dombrowski to sell off the rest of the farm to go get somebody because these guys can't play.
I know.
And then we all feel different.
And that's that's the internal
it.
thing I'm debating in my head where I was like, what, do I want to watch a step back season? I don't really want to watch a step back season, but it could be the best thing for the greater good of the franchise.
Well, the Mariners won 90 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
They're about to be in the World Series.
You just got to play
they got
baseball
the big dumper too.
Yes. Yeah. Well, hopefully Aiden Miller's got a big dumper. Can we?
He's not,
no. Can we get him to do some squats?
So here's my thing. As much as I like Kyle Schwarber, right? My point is really that if you're going to move on from these guys, you may not have to bring somebody in who hits 45 to 50 home runs, but I also don't want you bringing in somebody who hits 20 home runs. Because I don't know how you make up the difference from a production standpoint because the other guy still had the same flaws.
Yes.
He covered up a lot of flaws from a run-producing standpoint for us to win 96 games.
I agree. I think they could get players that help them in more areas than Schwarber does, where maybe you're not getting 50 home runs, and we'll mention them from now until the cows come home, but that could maybe get you 25 or 30 home runs, but also maybe make it one of your positions that you're weak defensively on. Maybe you become strong defensively on one of those positions, and you become a team that is more versatile and maybe is better. You're not worried about aging poorly the same way you were worried about Schwarber. I know. Who knows?
Yeah,
maybe the Schwarber numbers they're a lie. Maybe this is
fear mongering.
Yeah. Maybe it's somebody locally giving this to Scott Lauber, so we
jump on it.
Yeah. So we're all okay when they don't do something crazy because they're worried about it.
Well, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
I mean, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, here's what I'm saying, and I guarantee you, I won't be alone come next May and June. This had better be a team that's in the hunt. That's a contending team.
Yes,
so
I
whatever
agree.
roster they put together, whomever it is, like you want to go bring in some other guy.
You can't just let Schwarber go and then not sign anyone.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's really what I'm saying. Like I still want to have a good baseball team. We got the freaking All-Star game here next year.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good point. You got to make sure that
I want the team to be viable. I don't want to be one of these terrible teams that we don't have any representatives except for one. Who's that going to be, Bryce?
Yeah, well, it's going to suck when Schwarber could be on another team and he comes here for the home run derby.
When we had the All-Star game last, was our lone rep, was that the Shane Rawley year? Was Shane Rawley
96?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Batalico?
Oh, maybe it was Batalico. You're right.
Believe so.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe so. I think he's the only guy. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's probably what they're debating down there.
Yeah.
But I do think getting a different mix in here is also a good thing.
I'm not opposed to it.
But you also can't. But I agree with you. Like you can't just let them go and then save the money.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
Like don't start the penny pinching on us.
No interest. No interest. Find a way to get off Castellanos in Taiwan and save the that's 36.
There you go.
That's $38 million.
How about this? I'm willing to trade Aaron Nola.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. Teams are
That's
lining
so
up.
bold.
Oh,
Wow.
my goodness. Ike, thank you so much.
Somebody get John Middleton a stick so he can fight off all the teams that are trying to get Aaron Nola.
The most expensive innings eater of all time.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Wow. Cut that, Justin. Get that video out there. Wow. All right. So other things real quick. So the part of the Kevin Long thing, his contract did expire at the end of the year.
Oh, he's gone then.
So it's one thing they could do.
But is the Schwarber, because Schwarber loves Kevin Long.
Listen, if they make a decision on hitting coach because of Schwarber, I'm going to be.
Yeah. Just go in there and do what he already told you to do.
Yeah,
you don't need him still here.
He really hit for average at the end of the year anyway.
Yeah.
For the last 2 months. And a big win for our just run up the score Dodgers last night. Come on, sweep out. Don't lose another game so we can do the loser. We were this
can do
close.
the loser thing.
He's ready.
Yes.
You know he is.
Ike's with me.
I am.
No. Anybody but the Dodgers.
Come on, Dodgers.
No, you
Don't
have to
want
cheer.
an 0-1 Lakers run.
You have to cheer against them like you cheered against the Heatles, like you cheered against the Warriors with Durant. They're cheating. They have too many good players. We need them to lose. And if they lose soon, Freddie Freeman's on on the wrong side of his prime. Mookie Betts is on the wrong side of his prime. Come on.
Well, you can go ahead and let them win. Who cares?
No.
Well, I tell you what. For as much talent as they have, they are winning a lot of 2-1 games.
Well, the pitching's
Isn't it crazy?
The pitching's going on a generational run. How jealous do you think Alec Boehm was of that double play last night? He would not wait to ground into that kind of double play.
The fly ball double play?
Yeah.
If you have not seen this play last night, it was the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. I said it out loud as soon as it happened. I've never seen anything like that. It was fly ball to center by Max Muncy.
Yes.
Long fly ball, would have been within a foot of a home run. Center fielder goes up, goes into his glove, goes out of his glove, bounces off the wall. He catches it. Everybody thought he caught it. He throws bases are loaded, throws the force out at home from Teoscar Hernandez, who was on third. And then the guy who was supposed to go to third ran back to second. Catcher runs to third and flies out in a double play. I've never seen anything like that in my life. It was wild. 215-592-9494. You've never seen anything like the deals Colonial Hyundai has right now. You like that, how I did that right there? John Ashdell, the cars are. When you walk through the lot of Colonial, between now and October 31st, you're going to see a red tag on every single one of those cars. What's that going to mean? A deal. A deal. How about this? Your choice. Brand new Hyundai Palisade, brand new Hyundai Santa Fe, award-winning Tucson, just $199 a month. That's only happening at Colonial. You know what else is only happening at Colonial? A guarantee of $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. You know what else is happening at Colonial? Every new Hyundai you buy there at Colonial, is coming with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Get in there. Hurry into Colonial responsibly to Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown or online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only, lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles a year, 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details. OG Wade, you're on WIP. What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? How we doing today?
Good to finally hear from you again.
Yeah.
OG, they say you dunking. They say you ducking. They say you ducking smoke.
They took my call this time. This is something that you're not privy to.
Okay.
But some people in the station has a issue of keeping me on, on the hold. And
okay, that's right. I got you. Yeah. It didn't used to be that way. Didn't used to be that way. Used to get right up there.
Interesting.
Somebody called the ambulance.
But I understand it. You know what I'm saying? When you're this great and I get it. You know what I mean?
The preamble. We're a minute into this. Okay.
That's like chaps. That just chaps it right on up.
Yep.
Yeah, so let me do this here. Let me do this. This team has a lot of issues here. I told y'all that I played a long game, and it didn't take much to see that, what is his name? Akili Ringo is not, his confidence is totally shot. Dory Jackson should have never even been signed as a free agent. I posted a AJ Brown old thing when he first came.
His phone. Can you just check on him? Tell him this is not me. It's him. Well, it is. The phone's unacceptable.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to give him 30 more seconds. I'm just going to let Jack see whether it sounds good or not. What do you think, Jack? Jack thinks it's okay. All right. They should have never signed Adoree Jackson. Continue on.
Yeah, you got me now?
Yeah.
We good? Is that better? Okay. So listen. So I posted a video of A.J. Brown when he first came here, and he was talking about how in Tennessee he was upset that he got traded and everything, and then he had to realize that it was a business, and he said he was on social media posting stuff, and that's what caused him. So now he's to the point that it's like, okay, I just got to realize that you just go out, do your job, and collect your check on Tuesday or whatever, and keep on moving. You know what I'm saying? And it was almost sounding like he was talking about it like, like now. But actually, that's what he's doing now. The same thing that he did in Tennessee to get traded, he's doing here now. And it's like we don't even want to talk about it. We never want to like identify with a crisis that a locker room can have when is split. You know what I'm saying? So now we have the offensive lineman, and Jordan Mailata admitted that he's playing like crap, so I'm glad he admit that. Our tackle, Dickerson, is hurt. The center, he's still recovering. It's bad all around. So Jalen's got to play better. You know what I'm saying? But we all know that Jalen's best play comes when he's protected. So, and they say that the Eagles don't mass protect. So don't you think that would be a good change to make Ike and Spike, like right now?
The pass protection's been pretty good, OG, and he, like in terms of time to throw, he has
the longest.
I think he and Justin Fields are right at 2.7 seconds, which is the longest between when he snaps the ball and when he throws it in the NFL. So
I think we talked about this before.
No,
right?
but hold on a second. I would agree that the offensive line has not, especially in the run game, has not been very good this year. But from pass protect, they really, especially the last couple of games, has really not been that bad.
So we're in the Denver game. We're just going to. So Mailata just wasn't getting beat off the edge. So we didn't see that. That's not what we saw.
Well, but we can't always see. Jack does this with Bryce. Hold on a second. Jack does this with Bryce. What he'll do is he'll say, "Look, Bryce needs to hit better, but other thing. And you do that. You go, Jalen needs to play better, but here's everybody else. We agree that that the offensive line is not playing great this year. We agree. But you're the Jalen guy. And if you're going to call up and be the Jalen guy, you can't just blame everybody else all the time, because when we give you the other situations with other quarterbacks, you don't accept them. So,
well, then I thought I prefaced this by saying Jalen has to play better.
Yes, but then you go and you explain specifically why everybody else isn't playing well. So what isn't Jalen doing well? What isn't Jalen doing well that he needs to do better?
I think Jalen, in terms of what he's not doing, what he's not doing well is what? I mean,
I don't know. You tell me. You just said he needs to play better. So what does he need to do better? We all agree the offensive line needs to play better, right?
The rhythm in the offense needs to be better, and because he's the quarterback, he's responsible for that rhythm.
So how can he do? What can he do to make the rhythm better?
I think he could probably get the ball out of his hands quicker, but in that situation, what are you getting it to quicker to?
You're getting to. So you watch other football games, right? I assume.
Yes.
You would see that a ton of quarterbacks right now have to throw underneath a lot because of the way teams play defense. That too high thing is all over the place now.
Yes.
Well, he's not. He hasn't been great at that, and a lot of that is underneath in the middle of the field, and he doesn't do it quick enough.
Here's the issue with that, and I think people has a misconception of getting the ball to the under. Getting it rid of to the under, that you're doing, that's what the defense wants you to do.
No,
so
but you have to show that you can do it.
Okay.
You have to show that you can do it.
My point is this. By doing it don't mean you're winning games by doing it. No, you're doing what a defense wants you to do. That's why they're playing that coverage, so that they can react and come up and make the tackle. So you're not winning in that situation by getting rid of the ball like that. I would rather Jalen get rid of the ball downfield and in different combination of routes instead of the same.
There it is, blaming someone else.
Frank Reich stuff that we've been seeing.
Blaming someone else.
That's all. I mean, but you call it blaming.
That's what you're doing.
What you don't want to look at is the reality that of things that you may not know about football, that football is a rhythmatic thing, and
It's
that
a
there's
rhythmatic thing.
routes and there's route.
I do know
route-
English.
route-
That's not a word.
Okay, in football, that's a word, and I'm sure
Rhythmatic?
You don't know that because you don't play football.
Okay.
Yes, it's called rhythm.
All
It's
right.
chemistry and everything. That has y'all call it culture now. Okay, so rhythmatic means things that's in the flow of the game. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I know it's hard for people, you don't understand.
All right.
But that's what football is.
Well, go ahead.
Rhythmatic.
Just finish your list of everybody else that needs to do things better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Well, okay. Well, what I was trying to say is that this team right now is on a hill that if after this Minnesota game, if they don't get it right now in this next game, you can cancel Christmas. Okay? So I got them winning 4 more games as of right now.
Woo! 4?
4.
Okay. So they're going to go 8 and 9?
At the rate this team is moving with the ills on this team, I don't think. See, this guy that retired, he retired for the same reason Kelsey and Fletcher retired, because they didn't want to deal with the kiddie bull crap going on with Jalen and AJ, and that's why he retired. A lot of people don't know, and I'm sure you don't want to look at that. But this team right now, inside that locker room, it's horrible. It's hard, and veteran guys don't want to deal with it, will not deal with it. So they better get it fixed now, or you will only win 4 more games. Yes.
Ike, do you think that? Thank you for the call, OG. Do you think Zadarius Smith gave up several $1 million because the wide receiver and the quarterback aren't getting along?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know why he retired. But
Yeah.
I don't think so. Because quite frankly, he doesn't have to interact with those guys very often. I mean, he's on the defensive side of the ball. He hadn't been here but 3 weeks.
Jack, did you notice that I noticed OG did your Bryce trick?
Well, I don't do a Bryce trick.
It is a Bryce trick.
I don't. I call it right how I see it.
Yeah.
Is what it is.
Yeah, it needs to play better. That's all they get. That's all we get out of him.
Yeah, needs to play better.
He needs to play better. Okay. What's coming up?
Whoa.
What?
I see who's on my board.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. What's coming up in the top 5 and 5? Jack?
Situations I'm monitoring here at WIP.
Oh, these are always my favorite.
Yep.
These are always my favorite.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Have you experienced the Marks difference yet? Well, when Jim and his wife created Marks Jewelers, they built it with you in mind from the moment you walk through the door. Yes, the jewelry is stunning, but it's the experience that truly sets Marks apart. Step into the Diamond Diner, a private, relaxed space where you can explore your jewelry options with zero pressure and total confidence. Visit Marks Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey, or you can check them out online at marks-jewelers.com and see for yourself why Marks is different.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown.
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Toyota. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives, only at Del Toyota. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
It's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. We're proud to be the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go where the players go. Come join us for all the Eagles action and the best in-game experience anywhere. Ice cold draft beer, all of your Chicky and Pete's favorites, and of course, world famous crab fries. Go where the players go. The official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
This is Zach Gale with the Odyssey Sports Minute. The Buffalo Bills are failing their franchise quarterback in Josh Allen. As we've seen before, the formula of having Josh be Superman isn't conducive to winning a Super Bowl. James Cook is a very good running back, but outside of him, are there any skill position players that opponents are worried about? The answer is no, and Bills general manager Brandon Beane needs to work the phones to improve this roster because the AFC is wide open this year, and the Bills shouldn't just count on Josh to bail them out. I'm Zach Gale.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Oh, yeah.
The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Such a pleasure to be here with you today on the radio at 94.1, the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live on YouTube. The Top 5 at 5 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5. 5 with Jack Fritz.
Once again, I'm always monitoring situations here at WIP.
That's what you do.
Yeah, I always got my eyes on what everyone's doing around here.
That's what Gio used to do up at FAN. He was always getting a little, what other people didn't notice around the halls. A little scuttlebutt. Yeah.
So here are the 5 situations I'm monitoring at WIP. Number 5, is there a new baseball authority on the afternoon show? So earlier today, called Spike, got our morning little chit-chat, and I opened it up. And I said, I need to get in front of something with you.
I thought he was gonna take a week off or something or quit.
I'm very good at making things sound serious.
Yeah.
But then they're not serious at all.
It turned out to be the biggest phone call of my life.
And I said, I'm just getting in front of this because I know you're gonna call it out. But I'm gonna start leading bringing the Cody Bellinger movement to the Phillies. Even though you have been laying the groundwork for 2 days. But regardless, doesn't matter until I say it. So I'm just getting out in front of this, that Spike was the first one to bring up the idea of Bellinger. And the more I thought about it late last night, deep into the night, I am in the camp of bringing Cody Bellinger to the Phillies.
Rather than Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was right.
Yes. Wow. Yeah.
Sad.
He was so happy too.
I couldn't believe it.
Well, I kept trying to move off of it. He kept like, I want to thank my family. I want to thank my dogs. It's truly sickening. And I just hope he knows. I'm going to start giving him basketball takes.
Well, I don't want your basketball takes.
I don't want your baseball takes.
Well, that's fair. But 1-0, buddy. 1-0.
1-0.
1-0.
Wow. Jack wants Cody Bellinger.
Big day.
I told you.
I can't wait till I get all the credit when they sign him.
You're the worst. Well, it's not the first time that's happened.
Yeah.
At least I'll be in the documentary, not you.
About Bellinger?
Yeah.
Yep. The 4 situations I'm monitoring is Ike is rocking his own gear today.
Yes.
I mean, I've never seen that hat before. All of a sudden, we got a 58 Reese hat. This guy's on fire.
It's an Ike Juice hat.
Ike Juice hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
this
it.
I think this was made from LA's company.
Because I had seen it down at the Bora Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth.
So LA gave it to me, I believe, either a year or 2 ago. And it's been in the booth ever since.
Some guy tweeted that he had designed the hat. Kaz was his name. Maybe it's the same company.
Maybe. So when I saw it when we went there last week, I was like, "Oh, my hat's still here.
It looks good on you.
May as well take it home.
It's a good hat. You got the 5.8 on it with Ike Juice on it.
Yeah.
We could sell a lot of those hats.
I was gonna say I don't know. I don't have
Like how to get it.
The
Yeah.
brand.
Yeah, I don't know who
It
the
might have
hell
been
made it.
Well, they
one-time
should, they should give you a piece
Remember when
of that.
LA was doing those hats?
Yeah, just
He was
LA
doing-
hats,
Yeah,
yeah.
just LA hats. I
Yeah.
think that's when he got this done.
Oh, wow.
Or somebody did it.
I like it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Good hat.
You just threw me in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Always.
Rocking my own gear.
Dude, I know. That's like when I used to wear my baseball jersey to school.
You used to wear your own baseball jersey to school?
Yeah. High school, you wear your jersey on game day.
Oh, okay. Well, I've seen
kind
that.
of what you do.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Guys like me would know.
Athlete, yeah,
you wouldn't get it.
Yeah.
The third situation I'm monitoring here at WIP is welcome to the dark side, Devin Caney. I mean, a little clickbait Caney today with the Bryce Harper idea. Come on, man.
What did Scoops do?
Scoops laid a bomb on everyone on the midday show with the idea of trading Bryce Harper.
Yeah. It was big.
It was huge.
Yeah.
Twitter's not handling it very well.
Oh, of course not.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I haven't even seen it.
Devin, do not look at the
Do not look at the
responses.
mentions,
Don't
Devin.
fight with everybody. Just let it go. Maybe they
Just
will.
know that we're here for you.
Yeah.
Well, we
And-
just pointed it out and just put it even more on blast.
Well,
Is it from the midday account or the radio account?
The
Station account?
WIP
WIP
account.
account.
That's what I mean. From the midday or the station?
Station.
Station. Oh God, that's 200 and some thousand people.
Yeah.
Well, look.
Yeah, listen.
You know.
Yeah, listen. That's what we do.
You want to be out there?
Well,
yeah,
look.
yeah. I feel
Good.
Look,
250,000.
I don't know. He's, on the back nine.
Oh, you think there's something to it?
Well, he's got a no trade clause, so he would have to be open to it.
He would have to, I still think he'd have to force his way out.
He doesn't.
Like, Middleton's not going to trade Bryce Harper.
He didn't look happy this year.
No, but, I think he hasn't looked happy in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair then.
Yeah.
Well, all his friends are gone. What if JT's gone? His
Shorr
friend number one,
gone.
Shorr, we're gone.
Trey's still here. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine. So, welcome.
Whatchamacallit's going to still be here. Bryson.
Yeah. And never let it leave.
Look, I'm just going to say this, Devin. They all called Eliot crazy when he said that the Eagles could trade Carson Wentz.
Right.
They all called him crazy, especially that guy that claims that he was the general manager of the Packers that worked at
Andrew Brandt?
Yeah. Called him crazy. And look, it happened, so you never know.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So welcome, Devin.
Welcome, Devin.
How'd that work out for Elliott?
Yeah,
Welcome.
I mean, he was right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The second situation I'm monitoring here at WIP is once again the voice of reason, Seth Joyner, talking about Jalen. Here's Seth yesterday.
Today.
What I hate about this situation more than anything, is this presents the opportunity for the "I told you so"s, and I. Oh God,
but both ways.
I'm glad I just caught my.
I was right.
I hate it because for the times where the guy thrives and he has successes, okay, we want to lose vision of that. But when he goes through a period of, difficulty, we want to pile on. Now there's 7 games. They got 11 games left in the regular season. We don't know what that's going to look like. He could flip the switch at any moment. Anything could flip at any moment. Am I concerned? Yes, I am. If your quarterback struggles, every darn quarterback struggles. I don't care who it is. They all struggle. Patrick Mahomes, over the first 5 weeks, struggled. He looked good last night. But the first 5 games, he looked like an average freaking quarterback. But we want to beat our quarterback up. Am I concerned about him? Yes.
I like this, Seth.
I don't.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Because they won the Super Bowl last year, we're not allowed to talk about the quarterback. What is going on here?
No, I think it's the depths that some people will go to prove that he is whatever they believe he is versus calling it realistically and being measured with the criticism the same way other quarterbacks around the league go through periods of struggle.
But don't you think in the home markets, let's put Mahomes aside. He's won three Super Bowls. Put him aside.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that Josh Allen certainly goes through stuff in Buffalo. I'm sure it happens in, I think, probably every market.
You think Josh Allen is going through the same criticism that Jalen goes through here?
Well, up until last year, he did.
Josh Allen?
Yeah, plenty in Buffalo. Plenty of debate in Buffalo.
Maybe
Plenty.
more nationally.
We can ask Maggie to come on or whatever. I'm sure we could bring on
First
a
of all,
Buffalo
it's
person.
Buffalo.
Yeah, so
the level of criticism can't be the same as it is here.
Well, look, my point is this: is that I
we
think
talk about our quarterback damn near every day, all day during the offseason after he won Super Bowl MVP.
yes, but what I would say to what Seth is saying is that he probably gets undue praise as well. So like it works on both sides. So if Seth is worried about told you so-itis, I would say that Seth is probably worried about being wrong-itis. Seth probably has being wrong-itis too. And Seth probably...
Well, sure, because it's admitting that you're wrong before you're actually wrong. Because it's a period of time. So he's saying that I told you so is people jumping out there because there's a block of games here versus the entire season. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what he's saying is that people are rushing to say I told you so versus giving him a little bit of grace. And that's a fact.
But it's also I would say the fact is this is that the quarterback in Philadelphia gets too much credit when they win and too much blame when they lose.
Won a Super Bowl.
And too much blame when they lose.
That's the difference. It's what he's accomplished that doesn't give him the grace. That's the argument, really. It's saying look how much he's won since he's been here, playoffs, been to 2 Super Bowls, Super Bowl MVP. For somebody with that resume, he certainly gets a hell of a lot of criticism. And that's fair to say. If somebody else had accomplished that, they wouldn't be getting that same level of criticism. It's almost as if he's done nothing.
But he also got an entire city saying he was the second best quarterback in football
No, he didn't.
for an offseason.
Wasn't entire. It was Eliot.
Well, top 5.
Well, I mean, if you compare him, see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
We can't praise those other guys when they haven't done what he's done. That's the argument. That's an argument from an Eagles fan is saying, hold on, our quarterback has done this. Those guys have not done this, but they get grace.
Yeah, I think that the problem is that I don't think we have any perspective on at all in local markets what these quarterbacks are treated like. I don't know.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Nobody's ripping Jared Goff for. Yeah, fans going to be critical. Here's the difference, Spike. The difference is for somebody who's won as much as he's won. That's the difference. Those guys haven't even won. Most of them haven't even been to the Super Bowl. And they get the benefit of the doubt. So I think with Jalen, it's so much to prove that he's not this versus that, versus saying, you know what? He could be better, but he ain't that bad.
Okay.
It's what I've been trying to say this whole time.
He's not that bad. Is that what you've been trying to say? Yeah.
The number one situation I'm monitoring, though, at WIP is whatever is going on in the me versus the camera basketball thing. So here's Joe this morning. Just listen to this. All right, you can stop this whenever because it's a little bit longer, but it really paints the entire picture. All right, but you can stop it whenever to discuss what he is saying.
I got an update for you on the me and Fritz thing, which obviously was frivolity in the summer and a lot of strife and a lot of injuries and a lot of action and a lot of turmoil. And
not a lot of injuries.
A 2-2.
Yeah.
We're
only his
for late
injuries.
November, December to, wrap it up with the basketball game.
Uh-oh.
So,
I don't like where this is going.
So me and the program director, Rod Lakin, were talking about 2
In
weeks
cahoots
ago.
again.
Yes.
And his assessment, and I agree with him. I haven't talked to Spike, Ike, and Jack about this, but Rod's sense, and I agree with him, is that the December thing is unlikely. First off, my ankle's not even close to ready. So let me just put that out there. Like it would be December at the earliest.
Not healing as quickly
But we
as
have,
hoped.
well, it's healing, but it's still very.
I mean, you're limping around.
You're
There's no
yeah,
question.
Who would guess that Joe DeCamara
It's not
wouldn't
great.
heal
I mean,
quickly?
improving, but it's not great.
I mean, he seems like T.O. basically.
I mean, my physical therapist told me last week, and I'm going to see her again today. She said, you'll be jogging in November. You won't be all out sprinting in November. She's like, there's no way you're all out sprinting.
All out sprinting.
What, is he racing you?
I mean, is
we
this
saw
Kathy
that.
Bates from
Misery?
Misery? Did
Yeah.
she take a damn sledgehammer to James Caan's ankles? Like, what are we talking about here, man? If this dude talking about his ankle still is not healed yet, what the hell was he doing? Is he flying from the free throw line? Or
Yeah.
what was he doing to get injured?
I've never seen him run at full. I've never seen him sprint.
And you know he's not jumping higher than 3 inches off the ground. So what the hell is he doing?
And I know what 3 inches looks like, and he ain't jumping that high.
Not even close.
I never wanted to do it in December anyway. I don't want to do it during the football season. Why don't we just say it is after the football season's over? Do it in February or something.
Why don't we can this thing?
No.
And put everybody out of their misery.
Exactly. I need to see them play basketball.
There's more.
I need to see.
There's more.
There's more.
Yeah, no, it continues.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, this is him talking about how he's not going to be full speed sprinting, which again we saw.
Yeah.
Like, what is he talking about? Anyway, there's more.
Not very good.
Just curious.
All right, the program director and I both assessed the situation, and his assessment, and I agree with him, is that A.J. Brown squawking the way he did over the last 2 weeks, and this began about 2 or 3 weeks ago, could be a major inhibitor for us planning this in December. Because with the Eagles and everything conversationally that goes on around the Eagles, and it feels like there's a new development every freaking day, like, can we really jam in the me versus Jack thing in December when we may have major Eagles things to talk about? So his sense is we're probably pushing this off after the Eagles season.
The new year?
I guess.
January?
Listen, I'm just
talk about a downer.
Well, it might be.
I'm hearing excuses.
It might be.
Excuses.
Could be mid-January with the way this team's going.
My God.
I'm just saying, there's another thing to blame on A.J. Brown. If he hadn't, talked out of pocket.
We're talking about a 10-minute game.
Yeah, and the trade deadline's in November. After the football season. Can we just say the game will be 2 weeks after the Super Bowl is played? If God forbid the Eagles win the Super Bowl
and we got to wait
year,
after the parade.
Yeah, whatever. Yep. But then 2 weeks after the Super Bowl, we will be clear of the Eagles season for sure. We will not be in training camp or the spring training yet. 2 weeks after the Super Bowl, mark it down.
Joe is.
Yeah. Oh, he
sounds giddy to push this off, by the way.
He's such a weasel. I mean, he's exactly what you think he is, in the worst way.
All the injuries.
Oh, yeah. He's bragging about how many books he sold this morning. I don't know if you heard that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice. Good
First
for him.
month. Yeah. Oh, none of the, and he's talking about all the injuries. All the injuries?
Yeah.
You had 2 injuries.
Yeah.
Shin splint.
Yeah.
And the ankle. Again.
Oh, 3. Ankle, shin splints, groin.
Oh, yeah. Well, the groin has been here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but he had to get a shot in his groin.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
The fake shot.
The fake
before
shot.
Tennis. Yeah. What did he do on the basketball court to tear ligaments in his ankle?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Like, he was not making explosive moves to the rim.
What is he doing? Reverses under the rim? Like I'm trying to figure out.
All he does is shoot free throws.
I swear, he'd say he had somebody take a hammer to his ankles, man.
Yeah.
We got a Tiny Harding situation.
Yeah. He hired Jeff Galooly. I think he's free somewhere.
Man.
This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Buy a window or door, get the second at half off with 18 months of interest-free financing. Call Guided Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDE or visit GoGuida.com.
Rich, you seen Misery?
No.
Oh, that's a good one, man. I'll wear my Misery T-shirt.
That's one you need to check out.
Oh, it's a good one.
Is Tupac in it?
No, it's a Stephen King. It's good. It's good.
Why does Tupac have to be in it?
Yeah.
Well, because you're talking about Tupac earlier. I didn't know if that had anything to do with it.
It's about an author, so you'll be able to relate to the guy in the movie.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And yes, I can't wait to do I Told You So. Just want to close that out.
On what?
On Jalen.
Oh, of course.
Saul was looking right at you.
Yes, that's talking to me.
Yes.
Yeah, come on, man. You kidding me? Come on. I kept other receipts.
Unbelievable, man.
Yoshi in Brewery Town, you're on WIP. What's up, Yoshi?
My man Spike, Big Ike, Jackie, baby. This boy ain't seen nothing, boy. Ain't seen nothing. I thought it was just black movies. You ain't seen no black movies either.
Not a movie head.
No, boy. What is your daggone problem? Hey, man. Hey,
I thought it was just black movies. What? Yes.
Happy Tuesday.
Well, at least you know he's not racist. He has a problem with all cinema that came out.
Don't you even put him and races in the same?
I know.
This is going well.
Yeah.
You know how people take stuff the wrong way now. I thought they already talking about people colored and stuff. What
are you talking about?
You said something the other day. You said something was colored.
Color commentator, right?
Yes.
You talking about Malik Rose now?
Yeah.
He did the color commentator. What else am I supposed to say?
Hey, man, let me tell you right now.
Yes.
Boy, you better, hey, man, put your foot down. You better put your foot down. You better let Spike, Jack, Diane, and John Mellencamp do what they do with them chili dogs. You better not be up there doing no daggone singing, no sucking on no chili hot dogs now. Hey, your name's first on the show, and you better act like it. Act like you know now. Put your foot down.
All right.
I ain't playing that now. I ain't playing. I'm over here singing Creed at 5:30. I ain't singing no daggone Jack and Diane now.
They're sucking out chili dogs. Come on, man. You can sing it.
I'm with you. We got to draw the line somewhere.
Yeah, delegation ain't like that now. We pop collars. We don't pop like that now. Come on now. Hey, man, real quick. It's the players. What's name? AJ, grow up. I got 6 granddaughters that act more mature than you do. Jalen, you're stuck in the mud. What's name? The headlights ain't that bright. Get across the street. What's name? Get home and do the job that you got to do. Daggone Saquon, the party is over. What's name? Rip your cover off the daggone Madden thing. What's name?
We got to get rid of all that stuff. Yep.
Yeah, we got to get rid of all that, man. We got to get rid of all that. Keely and Adoree, they can't play flag, rough touch, or semi-pro. Get them on the team. Straight trash. Smitty and Lane need to be the ones. Let BG keep being on Good Morning America doing the commercials. Smitty and Lane are in-house. Them boys don't cut no corners when they talk. They grown men. They don't talk in circles. They straight with no chaser. Let them do what they got to do. I mean, this is getting daggone ridiculous. I'm sick of it. I've been on the couch since 10:55 Thursday night with Jet. He got me over here. I'm listening to him and Spike. I'm ready to change sides and stuff. I ain't did nothing. I ain't watched no sports. I just paid attention to sports this morning to see that I won fantasy. I'm lingering, Spike. I stay lingering, baby. I'm still lingering. I'm still at it, boy. That's what I do. Every game it came down to a Monday night game. Far as daggone, I mean, I've been binge watching. Hey, Task is a really good show on HBO Max.
Everybody's saying it's good. Yeah, my wife Task.
Good. It's good. Don't cut me off because I got something to say, and I ain't going to get to what's crazy with what I'm about to say right now.
All right, hurry.
Sally Richardson still fine.
Ooh-wee.
And it's old South African girl named Thisa and Buddha or something like that. Boy, check every scene out that she in. And real quick, let me get on you real quick. I'm proud of you, boy. You're checking your stool and everything. You're making sure everything right. Got me checking my stool. You know what I'm saying? But what I need you to do for that memory, I need you to do some puzzles. I need you to learn a new language, an instrument. Challenge yourself. Look in the mirror daily and say, I know this. I know that. I remember this. I can remember everything. If you start exercising, you'll increase your blood flow and your brain will start to focus. It shouldn't be 45 minutes later. You talking about the Avengers, Nick Sirianni. I know who he is. Hey, man, I love y'all cats. Have a beautiful, blessed day.
Wow.
That was a lot.
Yeah. Yoshi came.
I took a lot of shots in that call.
And he was on hold in the 2:00 hour. We didn't get to him, so he's been all day. He's been revved up, waiting for that to happen.
Brain exercises, okay.
Yeah.
I need puzzles.
Can you imagine how much he is to live with? His poor wife.
Oh, yeah, his wife.
And I know I'm a lot, for sure, but in a different way.
Yeah, his wife, I would imagine she knows how to tune him out.
Yes.
Yeah,
just like my wife.
Just
like my wife. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? No. All right. Coming up next, Buzz in here with the afternoon show Fantasy Football League update.
Finally.
Yeah.
Smoke and mirrors might have ran out of smoke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't hear. That is coming up next. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. Now, you can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay, in St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Your new happy place is coming to Cherry Hill October 25th. The PGA Tour Superstore is opening at 2232 Route 70 West, Suite C. Lessons, club fitting, gear, apparel. Get fit for your entire game with guaranteed low prices. Plus, we're giving away over $30,000 in prizes from top manufacturers in golf. October 25th, find your new happy place at the PGA Tour Superstore in Cherry Hill. Learn more at PGATourSuperstore.com/Cherry Hill.
BetMGM is inviting you to charge the field this pro football season. Existing BetMGM customers can have a ball without having to sweat. Log into your account to get a Pro Football No Sweat token. Apply the token to your next pro football bet. If you lose with the token attached, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets. That's right. With a no sweat token, you get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. There's nothing like a fresh set of downs. And that's just what BetMGM is offering if you don't win a no sweat token. So find your favorite matchup to be a part of all the hard-hitting, crowd-pleasing pro football action. Make this pro football season one for the ages. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own. like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to 94 WIP on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Buzz was in there alone.
Oh, yeah.
It was a good,
tough.
maybe a half second, but it was good.
It was a tough one.
Yeah, the Twitter question is brought to you by, we will get to Buzz's afternoon show Fantasy Football League Commissioner Buzz's update after I give you the update on the Twitter question, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Engagement season is here. It all starts with a world-class diamond. Go where the pros go. Mark's Jewelers, online at marks-jewelers.com. Would you sign Kyle Schwarber for 5 years, $150? What do you think the poll is at?
90% no.
56% no.
Wow. So
Yeah.
it's 46% that would do it?
Well, you know, they're all like, not my money. Sign him for $1 billion. I don't care.
Yeah, even
You know?
I'm not in for $150.
No, absolutely not. Commissioner Buzz is here with the WIP Afternoon Show Fantasy Football League update. Commissioner Buzz?
Man.
Happy to be here.
What's up, Buzz?
Let's kick it off with Spike, how you did this week. You entered the week on the wrong side of the rankings bubble.
Yeah.
He needed a win to get back to 500.
Yep.
Taking on Tony. Worth noting, Tony scored 67, which is the lowest weekly point total anyone in the league's had all season.
Yes. I did have a pretty good week,
But,
though.
yeah, I was going to say, Spike's
Yeah.
team still played well. He had Cam Scadaboo with 31, Jackson Smith and Jigba with 30, Tyler Warren, Josh Allen had pretty good weeks. Spike wins 131, 167, although should be noted, yet another New York wide receiver injury. Garrett
Yeah.
Wilson is now out for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. You know, the bench coming through, I have some hope for my team with Scadaboo now a legit, running back, and I've got Butte sitting on the guy from New England.
Yeah, it's good. Drake May.
Might be decent with Garrett Wilson out. So if we can...
Garrett Wilson said we're 0-6.
Yeah. My knee
I'm not
hurts.
coming back so far.
Yeah. So hopefully we can weather this storm of injuries. Maybe Pearsall comes back too. All right.
Let's get to Jack. Number 4 ranked Smoke and Mirrors here.
Yep.
Taking on George, who for the second straight week had a starting player on bye with Justin Jefferson.
Are we gonna
I
get him
reached
out
out
of
to
the-
him.
okay.
I reached out to him. I was like, you got to set your lineup.
Yeah.
But for the second straight week, he won with a player on bye, defeating Jack. It didn't matter. He beat Jack with a bye. He had a total of 3 players crack double digits. Jack did. He loses 112 to 85 to George. He's getting kicked
85.
Yeah.
Just when he embraces his team and starts talking trash, that's when it all comes crashing down.
Smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It was a good run.
You already
given up?
You
Yeah.
already gave up?
They stink. They stink. They're a little engine that could, but we ran out of gas.
Little engine that can't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ike
Still 4-2.
Well, listen, the Eagles are 4-2.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
We've got turmoil. No one believes in us.
Okay.
We're kind of like, all right, we're the Bills. Sorry, the Bills also fraudulent.
Ike flying high off his first win last week. This past week, he had an amazing opportunity to stamp himself as a legitimate team against Marcus. A.J. Brown, 14. Which is good for him.
Yeah. Wow.
That might be a season high.
Dallas Goedert with 26. Jameson Williams, 18. Drake May, 33. Surely this would be enough. Except Marcus had the highest weekly total that anyone's had all season with 181.
That's not right.
Yeah, how did I get matched up with him? This
Totally annihilating Ike. 181,
What are you
125.
going to do about that, Buzz?
What's on his team? Who does he have? 181?
Yeah,
Mahomes.
37 from Mahomes, 31 from Pickens. He had 24 from McCaffrey, 21 from Trey McBride, 15 from Jalen Waddle, 15 from Chris Olave. He just has no bad players.
Oh, you need some injuries there. I mean, soft, not ones that are really bad.
Man, Daniel Jones is his backup quarterback.
Wow. Daniel Jones is the second best quarterback in fantasy this year.
I was going to say, he got Nico Collins on the bench. Jordan Mason was on the bench.
He offered to trade me Daniel Jones for. I got a trade request from him today. Daniel Jones for Jigba. What do I get to do with Daniel Jones? I got Josh Allen.
You actually do need a quarterback this week because Josh Allen's on
but
bye.
I would put in and Purdy might be back. I think I'm fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Got to point this out.
Yes.
Now, Commissioner, you didn't point out the positives that I had this week.
No, I said all those players who had good weeks.
First of all, I was the third highest scoring team in the league this week.
Wow. What was your total?
125.
Okay.
Secondly, I outscored my projection by 7.
Amazing.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, those are positives.
Outscoring the projection.
It's like when he beat the GPS.
Yeah.
I get excited when I beat the
Dude,
GPS.
it's a great feeling.
Yep,
It's a
everybody
great
does.
feeling.
Yep.
Yes.
The Eagles lose and cover the spread Sunday. Does that work?
Yeah. It does for Ike.
It does for me.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I just want to say I'm making progress. That's
Obviously.
all. Okay.
Obviously.
Yes, okay.
We're about halfway
still
through the
got your eyes
season.
on playoffs?
I do.
Okay.
Because you know what's happening?
What?
Everybody's coming back.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to be bunched up at the bottom of that 5th and 6th seed is going to be bunched up.
Yep.
Tiebreakers.
Well, Ike, I'll give you one more positive takeaway for you. You dropped the 1 and 5, but the only bright side for Ike is he scored enough to not be in last place anymore.
There you go.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
up to 10th place. He's climbing the standings.
That's what I'm saying.
Tony's
Watch
now in
out.
last place.
Climbing.
All right.
Watch out.
Tony's in last place with 2 fewer points than Jack.
Yeah, because I'm in front of you too, Jack.
Well, I'm 4-2.
Not in the standings, but points-wise.
Yes, point-wise is what I'm saying.
Other takeaways, Yoshi had another Mickey Mouse win, 97-82 over Derek.
He is a fraud.
Sitting in a playoff spot now. That's who Ike's got to chase down.
Yep.
And a look ahead to Week 7, America's Game of the Week, some are calling it. The defending champion Spike taking on the new hot team in Marcus.
That's a big match.
Big game for the rankings.
Come on, Spike.
Josh Allen's on bye. His schedule loss.
Wow.
Scheduled loss in America's Game of the Week?
Yeah.
How's your fan base handling you saying on the mic this is scheduled loss?
Well, look, you know what? I won a Super Bowl. So I got that on my resume.
right.
So,
So we're not allowed
yeah.
to rip you this year because you won the title last
I
year?
got a
That's true.
championship. I got
Fair
it on my
point.
resume. Yep.
That's
Wow.
fair.
Let's
Yep.
get to the rankings. We're going to go 1 through 5 because, again, more suspense at the back here. Marcus, he stays at 1. He won this week, 181, 125 over Ike. Dustin, he stays at number 2, 153, 111 win over RC. George, he stays at number 3, 112, 85 win over Jack, if that even counts. Number 4, Ricky gets the bump up 1 spot, 131, 91 win over Bam. And back in the rankings, Spike Eskin.
There it is.
Disgusting.
With a 131, 67 win over Tony.
There it is.
How's,
Look,
how's Bam's team? How's that looking?
He's in 11th.
if I hear you,
I actually
I
am
got it
curious
too.
how it's looking.
if there is any look, I watched the Eagles game. I was appalled by it. If you asked me if I was disappointed that it was Scatterboo that scored 3 touchdowns, maybe I wasn't quite as disappointed. If it's going to be anybody on the Giants,
Philly season.
May as well be your team. Could
Well,
be one
look,
of your players.
yeah.
Kirkering fires to the backstop, but you were happy because you flipped over and saw Scatterboo's night.
well, look, All right, Buzz. Great job as always.
Real quick, here is the sound from the beginning of Creed.
Okay.
Oh.
Heaven save me.
Oh, I just want him first. Oh yeah.
Well, I
Do it again.
yeah, it's tough, but
Maybe it
Actually, it wasn't as bad as I
yeah,
thought.
it wasn't as pronounced as
yeah,
it
it
felt.
wasn't.
Yeah.
And everyone just starts chiming in an odd way.
All right. All right. I don't need to hear that anymore. Great job, Buzz.
Thank you.
As always.
Great job, Commish.
Jack, before we get back to the phones, I'm thinking about, we talk about, I said I was a champion in fantasy last year, but
Yes.
the overwhelming champions in all of the world is National Appliance Warehouse.
That's exactly right, Spike. And, championship situations, teams are built on, their foundation. What's the foundation at National Appliance Warehouse? Well, one, it's their team.
Yes.
I mean, you walk in there, they treat you like family, they're having a good time, but they're knowledgeable. Industry-leading service team, there to take care of you. And if that's a place that you want to join, listen, Mark Stamakin has built a great culture at National Appliance Warehouse. If you want to join their team, all you got to do is email Scott at nawde.com. That's Scott at nawde.com. So you can work for a great company, one of the fastest growing retailers in the Delaware Valley. That's number one.
If you end up getting that job from emailing from this, we will mention you on there.
Of course.
For sure.
Always tell them Fritz sent you.
Yep, tell them Fritz
But,
sent you.
that's the first thing. Second thing is you're going to get a great price that is guaranteed by Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. Also, tax-free Delaware. Again, showrooms in Wilmington and Middletown, and they always have great savings events going on. But on top of that, the most important thing is you're going to get the right appliance for you. Over 100 brands from Sub-Zero, Wolf, Cove, 15,000 square foot showroom. They have what you need at National Appliance Warehouse. So visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or stop by their showrooms again in Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today, in tax-free Delaware today. And make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
Jack, should I go in the order that you got here up on the thing? Okay, all right. CJ,
There's a lot of phone calls we got to run here.
Yes, let's run some calls. Come on. CJ in Texas, you're on WIP.
What's good? Hey, I'm gonna start off. Let me get some of that Ike juice since you already.
They must have been drinking that Ike juice.
Hey, great hack, Ike. How you doing?
Thank you, brother.
Jack. Hey, that's kind of sad though. You out here talking about I got 7 points though. That's
Well, 7 points more than I was projected. That's progress.
It's basically a win.
Yeah.
That's progress, CJ.
Hey,
I got some of the worst luck I've ever had in fantasy football this year. I'm just saying.
Hey, you can't have worse luck than I had last night. I'm finna win a parlay and the quarterback fumbles. One pass a yard. This dude fumbles and they close the game. I was like, what in the world is going on? Like, man, what the world's going on? But yeah, I had on, the horrible OG Wade. And just listening to this guy, you asked him, like, well, what did Jalen do wrong? And I instantly just came up with a list. Like, get the ball out faster. Go to the middle of the field. Get on the center. Not lock in on one receiver. Hey, this year, I give him credit. He started throwing. He's thrown to the running back some, but not much. Another thing he could do, lead your team like everybody say you are. You say you're stoic. You should be able to mend this thing with your receiver. You should make it to where, hey, even if I don't like you, I can get you the ball, man. I can make it not be known that we got issues because you get fed. But I do think it is the coaches. I've already told you that. I think it's the coaches. And people wonder why, like, hey, why people get on Hurt so bad. I'm going to name a couple teams real quick. The 98 Vikings, who had Cunningham, Moss, Chris Carter, Robert Smith. Did he have any issues getting the ball to anybody? Nope. You had the Rams, the greatest show on turf. All that talent. Didn't have an issue getting the ball moved around. It's just sad when you look at what's going on and then people say, well, hey, he's a top 5 quarterback. You can't be a top 5 quarterback when everything is going great because you have all the talent around you in the world. But then when it's kind of shaky, it's like, well, it's not perfect for him. Then why are you top 5?
Because he wins a lot.
You win a lot because you got all the talent in the world around you.
Okay. So did Troy Aikman. So did Joe Montana.
Yeah, cool. But I'm saying, when it's on you, you have to do your thing. You said 7 points above expectation.
Mm-hmm.
With all that type of talent, you would expect for him to feed the beast. All the beasts that's around him, right?
Yeah.
So it can't be this thing like this. I mean, y'all got me in the foxhole with Spike these days. It can't be he just won. We had the number one. Peyton Manning won.
Yeah.
With the Broncos.
Yeah.
They had an all-world defense, and he was trash.
Yeah, but he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
But he was trash that year, right?
Yeah.
He was a bus driver.
Yeah.
And that's what Jalen has been, but we've been putting the makeup on a pig and say, hey, he's a great quarterback. He is a great person. He's a great teammate.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a great quarterback.
Okay, and he still won the Super Bowl.
Yes, they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, CJ, is if that's what Jalen is, then wouldn't it behoove the rest of the team to step up and play better? So let me say all the people that have said Jalen is a mediocre quarterback and needs all this talent around him. Let's say they're telling the truth. Well, then why are we expecting something different now? He still needs the other guys around him to play better.
Bowl,
huh?
But don't tell me he won the Super Bowl then.
Well, I think when we look for that argument, you have to address that with a specific person. I feel like I've always been honest about what I feel about Jalen Hurts and where I think he is and how he should be ranked. The bottom line is that
you do a great job of it. I think you do a great job. I just hate the fact that it's like when we start balancing it out to tell the truth on the other side, like, hey, he's not doing this thing, it makes us haters. And it's just like, no, we understand. Like, hey, I want to get in the foxhole and fight for him too when I hear everybody else that's not Philly-based talk about it. But then when I hear the chatterbox from the Jalen side, I'm like, hold on, man, what are you saying? Oh, he's not number 2. He's not number 5. Like, what are we talking about?
What we're talking about
shouldn't look that bad.
What we're talking about is our quarterback. So to expect fans to be realistic with their view on a guy who just helped you win the Super Bowl, second Super Bowl in franchise history, and was the Super Bowl MVP, I think it's actually unrealistic of us or anyone to expect fans to see it any other way. Why would fans view Jalen any other way but in a glowing light? During the offseason. The argument happens in the offseason.
Yeah, I just don't want us to get too high up to where we're not being realistic. And let's be real. Freaking Baker lost all his receivers. Like, what did he do? What did he do when he lost all his receivers?
I'm not allowed to talk about Baker.
He's played well. You can talk about Baker.
Yeah.
The only problem is this Baker's five. Hold on, CJ, let me ask you this. What happens if Baker loses in the first round?
He's expected.
Huh?
He's expected.
He's expected to lose in the first round?
To lose. Because he doesn't have all-world talent on him.
He doesn't have all-world talent around him. What? The guy's 5-1 right now as the MVP leading candidate. You don't think Abuku? Hold on. You don't think the first round receiver is all world talent?
Compared to AJ.
Now we're doing the whole compared to AJ Devontae thing. If everybody could have AJ, hold on. If everybody could have AJ and Devontae on their team, then that doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Baker was also the number 1 overall pick. Shouldn't he be expected to do more with less?
He got bounced around, too.
Oh, my God. I'm just saying he won a Heisman Trophy and he was the number 1 overall pick. Why wouldn't he be expected to do more?
You're right. But once you get bounced around, that expectation isn't on you anymore. I'll be real with you.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with Jalen. It's just when you hear people like Wade talk, and it's so unrealistic, it gets to a point where it's like, man, I have to balance it out. Especially when I'm looking at like, man, we're supposed to be in repeat mode. We're not supposed to be. His thing is supposed to be he's the leader.
Yeah.
You're the leader. So you mean to tell me you can't get your guy to follow you? Your receiver was supposed to be your best buddy? Unless he was from you.
We may have overplayed that.
Yeah.
We may have overplayed the receiver best buddy thing ourselves.
Well, and thanks for the call, CJ. I don't think it's fair to put that any more on Jalen than it is on AJ. And in fact, if anyone has made more of an issue of it, it's certainly AJ over Jalen. You know, just saying that Jalen can magically, if you're a good leader, make a guy who doesn't like you.
It makes no sense.
Yeah, that is like, that's unfair. I think that is an unfair expectation.
You know what has happened? It's now it's become Jalen should fix everything.
Well, yeah.
But here's the problem, though. When I see other quarterbacks that people believe are better than him, when they don't play well, the first thing to go to is, well, he doesn't have enough talent around him. Right? Like Josh Allen doesn't play well, then I hear, well, he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have this, he doesn't have that. Well, if he's that great, then he shouldn't need as much talent as Jalen needs around him. If we all agree Jalen needs talent around him, he's always been that guy.
Yeah, I think you said this to Eliot earlier before we get to text line. Like, let's just put away the lists from the offseason.
Because that's all it is. That's all this is.
And elite and rankings, because I think some people talk themselves into, you can say from now till forever, because he was ranked third, that he should be able to be Aaron Rodgers or something. It doesn't matter.
It does not matter.
It doesn't matter how much he gets paid. It doesn't matter where you put him on your list. All that matters is how he can play and how he's playing right now. That's all that matters.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if he's 12th or 15th or 7th or 4th, or none of it matters.
I agree.
It doesn't matter anymore. It's fun for off season. It'll be fun for when the season's over. But for right now, it just doesn't matter.
And I guarantee you, if this thing keeps going the way it's going, nobody's going to be arguing about he's a top 5 quarterback.
No, that'll be over.
And that's the point. You know
Yeah.
why? Because he wouldn't have played like a top 5 quarterback.
Right. And then we'll do it all again.
Again.
Yeah. The text line, and which I will love doing. Overall, I will
we do rankings. That's what we do.
Look, it's better than digging ditches, as they say. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. No offense to anyone who does dig ditches. It is a worthwhile, yeah.
There you go.
Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Samuel L. Jackson started to take roles just for the check right after he won the Oscar for Training Day. Spike.
Wait a minute. I never said he took roles just for a check.
No, but you did say that he was in The Matrix.
Oh, right. And he was not in Training Day. That was Denzel.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
That's
that's
the
the joke. Okay. It was missing the core of the joke there. That's on me.
Yeah, Get Carter was for the check. Is it Coach Carter or Get Carter?
Get Carter.
Coach Carter.
Wait, Get Carter's a movie, though.
You're asking the wrong
Sylvester
guy.
Stallone?
Sylvester Stallone,
Yes.
yes.
We got
Yes.
it.
Is that
And
the backwards that one?
I do want to say, I said Lawrence Fishburne right after I said Samuel L. Jackson. I did correct myself very quickly.
Not quickly enough.
Not quickly enough for the text line. What's next?
Well, now that Eliot thinks we should have a tough practice tomorrow, we will take it seriously. Nick at the NovaCare.
Did you hear that?
No.
During his hit today, he's like, "Yeah, I think they should have a hard practice tomorrow."
Oh, well,
It's like,
great.
oh, well, great. I'm sure the Eagles can't wait to. I'm sure
Yeah.
they're taking your advice. Seriously.
Lining it up, yeah. Oklahoma drill tomorrow.
Yeah, Eliot said so.
Yep. What's next?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Iverson. Also, you're a bum and a loser. Chuck tonight if he had a coherent moral code.
It's a good point.
Wow.
He didn't win a championship.
If
Come on,
Chuck has a coherent moral code.
Yep.
You know he's going there with nothing but praise and
Oh,
worship.
come on. That guy's a warrior, much better than Embiid. You know he'd